Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Hyung-hong was breathing heavily as he was injured. Skeletons surrounded him, and out of the entire group, he was the only one who survived, a pathetic F-rank hunter. He couldn't see a way out. The entrance to the dungeon suddenly closed, and these high-ranking skeletons appeared. The young man reached for his sword, not wanting to die here senselessly. Touching the sword, he said that if he had that incredible strength, he would have at least some chance. The young man turned his head abruptly as the system congratulated him and said that after seeing his lust for life, his past life had gone beyond the limits and intervened on its own. It was Sidon Miller, the last patron of the sword. The soul of the great knight appeared behind the young man. Hyung-hong's eyes widened in shock. A moment later, his eye lit up. He sneered. Now his past life had taken root in his body. The guy barely opened his eyes when someone woke him up. The young man's eye opened. He jumped up abruptly. Then the group members laughed, calling Hyunjun a clown who escaped while they were clearing the dungeon and then fell asleep. Frowning, the man said that he didn't want to say it, but they didn't have much money to give to such small creatures like him. If he woke up, then he needed to fail. The guy wiped off the sweat and asked what he meant by saying that they didn't have much money. The man replied by saying that he was retarded. After that, he told how, having been wounded, the guy drank all their potions and fled. Then he passed out from a stone. The hunter frowned and said that they had wasted a lot more time because of him, and the cost of the potions he drank was huge while they were clearing the dungeon. What was he even doing? The protagonist gritted his teeth. He pointed at the man, saying that it was all because they told him to provoke all the monsters. He didn't say that he did everything right, but it was against the law not to pay him. The hunter stepped towards him, asking if he had lost the remnants of his brain after that blow. He himself told them that although he was an F rank, he could do anything. The young man frowned and became nervous. Clenching his jaws, the man asked, he himself begged and asked them to take him into the team. It was he who said that being a bait, he would provoke monsters. But he did not even cope with this task, and after they saved him from death, he expressed gratitude with such words. Hyung-jung grimaced when the hunter said that if he was still not satisfied with something, he could go and complain to the association. It would even be interesting who they would believe. Turning away, the hunter said that if he understood everything, then he had better leave. The protagonist clenched his fist until he trembled. He bowed and thanked the couple for their work. In this world, dungeons were opened. People appeared in whom abilities were awakened. They entered the dungeons and cleared them. Based on their level of ability and achievements, monsters like skeletons, humans, and dungeons were assigned ranks. The protagonist is an F-rank hunter. In a world in which weight is decisive, treating low-rank hunters like garbage was inevitable. High-ranking hunters were always at the top. The young man, taking the phone, wrote to his girlfriend. Soon he arrived at the restaurant. Standing in front of his beloved, he began to admire her. Right in front of him on the chair sat Hejin. The guy, smiling, said that he was very glad to see her. She was so busy that they didn't even have time to go on dates. Hejin, without taking her eyes off her phone, said that it was better than being unemployed. The problem was that she was the only one who was busy. She put the phone on the table, asking if he knew that today was exactly 1 year since they had been together. The young man, opening his eyes, said that he could not forget this. Taking the gift out of his pocket, he said that he had prepared a surprise. Parting her lips, the girl said that she had a meeting with another person, so she would get straight to the point. Hejin, who was sitting opposite the protagonist, offered to break up. She stood up, saying that it was time for her to go. The guy grabbed her by the arm, telling her not to leave. Hejin wrenched her hand away. Turning to the guy, she said that a year ago, they both had F rank, but now she had C rank. Now he should stop trying to pretend to be a hunter. When he was completely talentless, she couldn't stay with him anymore. As she was leaving, she told me not to call her again. Hyung-hong frowned as he mentally said that he already thought that if he worked hard, he would eventually see the fruits of his labor, and in the end, everyone only saw him as trash. Hejin got into the car. The guy bowed his head, reading the correspondence with his friend. A young man sitting in the park was hailed. Seka walked up to Hyun-jung and said that he thought he was dating his girlfriend today. Could it be that something had gone wrong? The protagonist smiled, saying that a lot had fallen on him today. Seku, grinning, asked if he really wanted him to cheer him up or what. The guy, bowing his head, told his friend that he could not get the eyes of people looking at him out of his mind. Twisting his face, Seku said that that's why he told him to work harder. Only those who try their best are fine. Hyun-jung, angry, asked not to scold someone who was already as desperate as possible. Glancing at the bottle of soji, Seku said that he realized that he had just been abandoned, but he was sitting stupidly in front of the Han River, pouring alcohol into himself, and he knew what it was like to be so poor that he couldn't even buy a snack. Looking at the store, the guy said that since he wanted to see his brother, he would buy him something in the convenience store, and the river was very cold, you couldn't jump there. The protagonist smiled, saying that he didn't have the strength to do it anyway. Hyung-jung's face twisted again in anger when his friend said that he was sure that he felt worthless compared to a full-time employee in the Hunters Association, so he should relax and cry. The young man, looking down, realized that although his friend was joking, he was right. He had always thought that everyone had at least one talent. Because of that, he had been scolded by that hunter today. Then the protagonist frowned, thinking that he simply did not find his talent. His girlfriend turned to him, reminding him that a year ago he had been at the same level. The guy could not forget how Hejin, parting her lips, offered to break up. He raised his head, asking himself if all his efforts made sense, if he should just give up. Suddenly someone called him a hunter. The man walked up to him and said that he seemed to be just an F-rank hunter. However, he had a lot of potential. The protagonist glanced at the man and asked how he knew he had an F rank. Grinning broadly, the man said that it didn't matter, after which he asked the young man if he believed in past lives. Spreading his arms to his sides, he said that he felt the past lives of incredible people inside him. These were not just past lives, each of them had the status of the strongest. Sneering, he said that if he was thirsty for power, then he shouldn't have any problems because even now he saw them around him. Hyung-hung, who had not seen any projections, tried to understand why these fanatics had become so obsessed. The gentleman, closing his eyes, said that if he did not believe him, he would soon understand everything himself. Turning around, he said that was all he could say to him. Seku, approaching his friend, asked what he was doing. The young man, shuddering all over, said not to sneak up like that again. He, not paying attention to his cry, asked what kind of man he was. The guy frowned and asked if he believed in past lives. At this moment, when the guy learned about the existence of past lives, his 990,000 past lives began to watch him. Hyung-hung's ear twitched when he learned of the fact that his past had begun to follow him. Being drunk, he asked Seka nearby if he had heard this pathetic voice. The young man, parting his lips, asked his friend if he had learned anything about the troops that needed porters, as he had requested. The young man frowned as he asked Hyung-jung why he wanted to do this hard work. He replied saying that he needed to pay for the apartment, and the shelter was having a hard time now. Looking up at the sky, his friend said that there was one C-rank squad looking for shelter, but the people in it weren't very friendly, so he had to be careful. Soon the friends approached the protagonist's house. Seka scolded the guy, saying that they were at his house, he should already come in. He, smiling stupidly, said that it was a pity that they had to leave. The guy pointed his finger, saying that it all started so well, they should have another drink, he would definitely manage another one. Seki yelled at him, saying that he had to go to work as a porter tomorrow, he had already spent too much of his time on him. Waving his hand, Seka said that he would call him later and tell him what time it all began, so he should be in touch. The protagonist, pulling the door handle, said that even if he had only one friend, he was the most real. Most likely they would call him retarded, that he could not even take care of himself. The door to the room opened. Opening the door, the protagonist said that he would give his best. A bright light flooded the young man's mind. He held out his hand, trying to figure out where he was. The Spartan, appearing behind him, said that they had finally met. He frowned as he pronounced the name of Hyung-hong. The guy frowned at him, asking where he was anyway. Karsago, radiating an aura, introduced himself as a shield of justice, protecting the northern part of the kingdom. A spear appeared near his hand. He grabbed the shaft. He made a sharp lunge, saying that he was his past life. A bright light shone in front of the protagonist. The young man, parting his lips, asked what he was talking about. The guy frowned. He remembered how the man, spreading his arms, said that he felt the past lives of incredible people inside him. Karsago, striking the ground with his spear, said that it did not matter whether he believed him or not, because very soon he would feel it himself. Lightning sparkled around the Spartan as he said that everything would change now that he had taken notice of him. Pointing at the guy with a spear, he said that even if he tore his body apart with that spear, he would still put his will into him. The protagonist, twisting his face, asked if he really was his past life. Squinting, the man said that even standing in the face of death, he continued to play tricks. He abruptly rushed forward, saying that if he intended to mix their honor with mud, he would wash his ears in his blood. The spear rushed forward. A moment later, the spear pierced the young man's body. The protagonist's eyes widened in horror. A spear pierced his stomach. Karsago, starting to approach, said that he was too pathetic to writhe his face from just one blow. Grabbing the spear, he said that such pain was like an old friend to this body. Hyung-zong roared, saying that he needed to get out or he would indeed die. Pulling his spear, the man said that he was tormented by unnecessary thoughts. The protagonist twisted his entire body as the spear came out of him. Touching his stomach, he realized that he was intact. Karsago then said that he could not die here without his permission, even if he wished to do so. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in horror, mentally saying that he would be tortured here for ages. The guy looked away. He looked at the door. The young man ran to the door, then Karsago said that he was running away again. His eyes sparkled as he said that due to the lack of strength to protect himself, he didn't even have the courage to face death. He had lost his love and honor. Hyung-hong grabbed the door handle. He clenched his jaw and stopped, furious. Remembering his days at the orphanage, he told Karsago that he didn't know anything about him. Standing up in front of the warrior, the young man said that for those who do not have strength, suffering is just suffering. No matter how bad he is, he cannot retreat. Clenching his fist, the boy told Karsago not to speak so lightly if he didn't know what it was like to be powerless. Gritting his teeth, he said that he didn't know anything about him. Pointing his spear at him, he said that he would convey his will to him so that no one could take anything from him. Lightning sparkled around the Spartan. Hyung-hong's mouth dropped open in shock. The figure of Sidon Miller appeared to the side. Hope, summoning his projection, congratulated the protagonist. Many souls of heroes and villains appeared in the space, congratulating Hyungjin. A shield appeared at the boy's feet when Karsago said that they would help him. But without trials and tribulations, he would not achieve results. If he wanted to gain power, he should raise the shield and fight it. The protagonist, squinting, said that he did not fully trust him. Taking the shield in his hands, he said that he wasn't even sure if he was his past life, but if he could really become stronger. The man, clenching his fist, said that it didn't matter how much he trusted him. The main thing was that he was their reincarnation. Hyung-hong frowned at him. The man, pointing at him, said that he could only use any technique once to nullify his attack. Karsago struck a sharp blow. The shield jumped out of the protagonist's hands. The warrior narrowed his eyes. He spun his body around, throwing his spear. The young man's pupils had disappeared. He hadn't even had time to notice the spear, and now he was in terrible pain. Karsago, who was standing in front of him, told him to get up and fight, not to let his mind become clouded by just 2 attacks. Blood flowed from Hyungjin's nose. He was losing his mind. He thought he would succeed for the 50th time, but the spear had already pierced him 100 times. Mana began to emanate from his body as Karsago said that after 2,500 piercings, he still couldn't use the shield properly. For a weakling like him, one more time would be superfluous. The warrior swung for a throw. The spear rushed towards the young man. He was still not used to the disgusting feeling of being pierced. The young man gritted his teeth. His shield flashed. He held up a shield in front of him, saying that he was already used to the possibility of dying. The protagonist crouched, beating off the spear with his shield. He bit his lower lip, glad that he had blocked the attack. Karsago smiled and said that his work was finished. He had used his basic 24 spear techniques and the ability to understand the enemy's attacks. His body would understand everything by itself. When he woke up, everything would change. The protagonist reached for the phone. He picked up the phone, and Seku immediately said that there was a schedule. After that, he asked if everything was all right with him, if he really could. The guy, getting up, said that he needed money in any case. Scratching his head, the guy asked if he could go there now. The friend replied, saying that he had sent him the address, and also sent him the available information. The young man glanced at the bathroom and thanked his friend. He parted his lips, saying that he had had a strange dream in which he had been pierced by a spear without interruption by his past life. The young man, touching his stomach, said that there were no wounds on him, but he still felt them. Adjusting the equipment, the guy said that it was good that the dungeon was only a 10-minute walk away. Turning around, he saw a shield. Looking at the shield, he said that he had not seen it for a long time, although he had received it on the day he registered as a hunter. Hyunjung's eyes widened with memories, Karsago telling him that if he wanted power, then he needed to raise his shield and fight it. The young man attached the shield to his back. Soon, the protagonist found himself near the entrance to the C-rank dungeon. The girl stepped forward, asking why he was there. She frowned. The young man stared at Hijin in shock and opened his mouth. The girl, standing before him, asked if he was pursuing her. A warrior approached and asked the girl if she knew him, and she replied that he was just very annoying. Suddenly, the warrior stood in front of the boy, asking why he had brought a shield, how he was going to carry everything with such a heavy shield. The protagonist frowned. The name of the warrior who possessed the skill of shadows, seeing the evil in him, conveyed his congratulations. Moving his lips, Hyunjun apologized and said that this was his first time working as a porter. The group approached the entrance to the dungeon. The warrior opened the door. The protagonist, looking at the door, felt that something was wrong. His eyes widened in horror. Everything was just like in a dream. When he was about to be impaled, he felt the urge to kill. The spear swept forward. The warrior shouted and dodged the lunge. The sword swept past Hijin. The second guy in the group squeezed his eyes shut, dodging his sword. The spear rushed towards the protagonist. A huge amount of smoke rose after the collision. The protagonist, repeating Karsago's projection, was able to defend himself and put a shield in front of him. Hijin, running to the warrior, said that the porter was injured. There was a direct hit, most likely dead. The skeleton's eyes flashed. While the commander was giving the order, a skeleton jumped on him. The man looked at him in amazement. The swordsman, covering his mouth with his hand, tried to understand why they were attacked as soon as they entered. The skeleton cut the guy into 2 parts. The commander frowned at the sight of the skeleton knight. The monster opened its jaw. The magician created a small flame in the palm of his hand. His shell hit directly into the head of the skeleton. As the skeleton's head leaned back, the guy shouted, telling them to attack with everything they had. The warrior roared and rushed forward with a shout. Hijin stretched out her hand and gathered mana in it. The skeleton began to burn in the dungeon. 3 members of the group sat down in front of the entrance. The commander frowned and said that the skeleton knights should only be in B-rank dungeons, but now part of their crew was dead. The bleeding guy said that the dungeon administration had made a mistake. It sometimes happened. Most likely it was an elite dungeon. Its rank was higher than C. Glancing at the porter to the side, he said that the porter was able to somehow dodge the attack, but with their forces, they wouldn't go any further. The protagonist touched the door, realizing that his partner was right. His hand shuddered. The young man looked at the door with horror, saying that the door was locked. The mage turned sharply. The commander, slapping himself in the face, said that they had no choice. If it was a dungeon with a door that locked after the entrance, they could only clean it out. Hijin abruptly hugged his hand, saying that she was scared. He, hearing her, said not to worry, for he would protect her. The protagonist frowned as he realized that Hijin already had a new boyfriend. The man, frowning, said that they needed a little rest. The mage raised his hand abruptly, telling everyone to be quiet. A bright light penetrated into the dungeon through the hole. The young man shook his head. The skeleton rushed at them with a wild scream. The mage, gritting his teeth, asked where the enemy was. The monster knocked him down, pointing his weapon at him. The commander, turning, shouted, being terrified. Blood spurted. The bones of the skeleton were stained with blood. The protagonist frowned, realizing that there was a skeleton sergeant in front of them. The warrior turned his head and asked Hajin what she was doing. The girl, crying, said that they were doomed. They would all die a senseless death here. The skeleton rushed towards the protagonist. He deflected the first blow, mentally saying that it was dangerous. But he could defend himself. His movements were simple. The guy moved to the side, mentally saying that Karsago's training was making itself felt. The young man, bending his knees, said that the opponent was weak. Hyeonghong raised his shield abruptly. Parts of the skeleton's bones flew away from him. The protagonist destroyed the monster with a shield blow. At this time, the skeletal warrior inflicted a wound on his opponent with a swing of his sword. Blood escaped from the man's mouth. The skeleton turned its head. Hajin's eyes widened in horror. Hyeonghong turned around and narrowed his eyes. He pushed the skeleton against the wall, after which he threw it back with a blow. The young man, standing in the middle of the cave, could not believe that he could defeat so many monsters. Hyejin parted her lips and asked if he was really that F-rank Hyeonghong. The guy turned around and asked how the others were. She replied that they died. They were the only ones who survived. The girl stepped forward. Without wiping away her tears, she asked how he was able to defeat a C-rank monster being an F himself. The guy raised an eyebrow and told her that she should be happy that she was alive. A faint light illuminated the dungeon. The girl, raising her hand, said that she was sorry that she had been so harsh then. She smiled nervously, asking if he would leave her. After all, they loved each other. The young man, squinting, said that he would not leave her. He bowed his head, mentally saying that even in such a situation, she could only think of herself. Stepping forward, he told Hajin to follow him. Pointing to the door, Hajin asked if it was definitely the end. The protagonist replied saying that he did not know. The protagonist opened the door. The girl sneered. She thought that she just needed a shield to protect herself. Looking at the guy in front of her, she mentally said that she would use him to get out of here. A bridge appeared in front of the young man. Hajin stood beside him and said that if something attacked them from behind, she would cover him, so he should go ahead. Hyeonghong glanced at her and nodded in agreement. The guy's foot stepped on the bridge. Something fell into the water. The protagonist calmly walked forward. He turned around, telling Hajin that she should start walking already. The girl, parting her lips, agreed. She stepped onto the bridge, mentally saying that until they got out, she would just stick with this guy. The girl almost tiptoed forward. The monster under the water opened his eye. In the darkness of the murky waters there was a creature. Hajin walked leisurely along the bridge and thought that it was all easy, but there was fear on her face as soon as she crossed that bridge. A white light fell on her face. A huge creature emerged from the water and opened its huge mouth. The shark grabbed the neck of the X. Finally, she glanced at the hero and asked for help. Hyeon-young rushed to her aid. He covered himself with a purple aura and screamed. Then he stopped, watching the splashes of water. The creature sank deeper and deeper into the water, which was filled with blood. The man looked angrily ahead. He grinned and said that the hero would never get out of here alive if he was so sensitive. The hunter came to the door, and the alien identity revealed that Karsago and Sidon Miller, they both believed that being morally stable was the only way. The doors swung open, and the warrior took a fighting stance. He frowned inside. The hero was still too innocent. There would be some difficulties with this. The past life smiled and said in a terrible voice that spoiling the young man would be a lot of fun. But now he had to leave. The hunter wandered inside. His eyes blurred. Hyun-jung woke up and regained control of his body. He took a few more steps forward. He shook his head, not understanding where he was. The guy started pounding on the door, asking where his girlfriend had gone. The back doors were closed. The hunter felt something and turned around. A burning skeleton appeared in the darkness. A whole army came to light. The hero gritted his teeth and cursed to himself. He straightened up, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. A powerful aura filled the new battlefield, and Hyeon-hong challenged the entire pile of skeletons. He attacked the first. His shield repelled all attacks. He pierced small warriors with a battering ram. Now the guy could dodge sword attacks. The deadly blades only cut a couple of hairs. In response, the hero cut the skeleton into two parts. Suddenly, another skeleton flew into him at great speed. In his eye sockets, he saw strange rays. There was an explosion. Hyeon-hong was thrown aside, and he slowly stood up. His face was covered with blood, ashes floated in the air. Skeletons had already surrounded the fighter. He did not understand how it happened that everyone died, except for him, an F-rank hunter. The eye sockets of the skulls were filled with an ominous light. The hero did not see a way out. The entrance to the dungeon suddenly closed. He didn't realize that the high-ranking monsters had forgotten here. Trembling, Hyun-jun took a fighting stance again. His hand reached for the sword. If only he had that incredible strength, he would have at least some chance. Suddenly, he saw a spirit. A voice congratulated him. Seeing his lust for life, his past life had intervened in the situation on its own. Sidon Miller, the patron of the sword, was now in his body. An ominous aura began to emanate from the man. The skeletons froze in fright and looked at each other, and rushed to the attack. They attacked with a wide swing. The boy's face was hidden in the darkness. It was dispelled by the blue color that filled his eyes. The points of the swords touched. The monster trembled with resistance. The hero asked how dare a pathetic undead point a sword at this body? Hyeon-hong, covered in a blue aura, took a stance that had never been seen before and called it impudence. A light flashed in the creature's eye socket. The hero has already rushed to attack. He made a short dash forward, but it was enough to release a lot of energy. The warrior looked menacingly ahead. He did not understand what was happening. He staggered. The guy fell to the ground. The spirit smiled at him and promised to see him again. Along with this spirit, the round chair was shared by other warriors. One of them slammed the table and asked why they had gone first. It was his turn now. Sidon Miller smiled and said that his friend must have known that the situation was critical. The assassin smiled slyly. He couldn't just stand and watch. He asked to forgive him for his rudeness. The Greek warrior touched the helmet. It was the only one he needed right now. He reminded that everyone knew that Hyunjun had to train. He would never be able to grow up if they helped him forever. The singer laughed and turned on the microphone. Asked if she could go. She wanted their reincarnation to hear her singing. The others looked at her silently. The singer said that more importantly, did they have any chance at all for this Hyunjun? A blush appeared on her cheeks. The girl offered to just give up and sing. The assassin sighed in displeasure and said that the warrior must go, otherwise the number of their lives will increase to 1,000,000. He believes that they should give this reincarnation a chance. The knight winked at Karsago and remarked that the hero had quite a strong fighting spirit, especially for a child, but he did not agree with the opinion about him. The singer ran to the gate. She winked, and thought that if those idiots could talk for ages, she, the gorgeous Hope, would settle it peacefully. Suddenly, a man's hand rested on her shoulder. Karsago threw the girl back with a slight movement. He epically walked forward and said that it was his turn. He threw open the gates. The light engulfed his body. After that, the stone gate closed. Hyung-hong looked ahead. He was in a vast wasteland, watching the dawn. Could this be the place? Karsago's spirit hovered above him in the air and noticed that his reincarnation was already here. The guy looked at him in fright and asked what kind of nonsense was going on with him. The warrior flew up to him and noticed that the young man was asking the wrong questions. Instead, it would not be better to ask what he should do. The guy squeezed his hand and asked the right question. The warrior looked at him intently and replied that the hero must become stronger than anyone in this world. Hyun-song looked at him uncomprehendingly. He only had an F rank, although he had become stronger after their last training. But a spear struck the ground. The spirit told me to look carefully. Karsago made the first blow, imbuing him with energy. Hyung-hong's eyes widened. Lightning flashed. The blow was so strong that it sliced through the sky. Karsago looked at the hero angrily and promised that he would be able to stand on top. A mana crystal appeared in the air. The warrior folded his arms over his chest and explained that this was the core of monsters. The people in his world used it as fuel. The spirit pointed its hand at him and began to transform him. The crystal began to be covered with flesh, organs, and bones. The hunter leaned back, frightened. A troll appeared in front of him. Karsago looked at him and asked if it mattered. He ordered his shield to be raised. Perspiration appeared on the young man's face. The warrior nodded and explained that this would be his second training. At that moment, the monster rushed to attack. Karsago suggested that the reincarnation try to survive. The hero raised his shield and cursed. The warrior looked at him and noticed that he was in a disadvantageous position. The troll was already approaching. He swung his mace. The blow fell on the shield and threw the hunter back. A moment later, the hero was killed. He was killed again for the 5th time. He has been thrown to the ground and killed 20 times already. 50 times. Hyung-hong was sitting on the ground, covered in mana. In such a scenario, he would have already died 80 times. He needed a huge swing to attack with his shield. It will be difficult for him to even hurt him. He understood that he was in a hopeless situation. The troll was getting closer. He was much stronger than the hero. He attacked. The young man was able to dodge. The monster changed the trajectories of his attacks very quickly. If he didn't kill him with one hit, then he was a corpse. The guy imbued the shield with mana, although it would be weaker than Karsago's defense. He ran away and jumped. The monster looked up and swung his mace. The guy shouted and swung his shield. He approached the affected area. The blow shattered the monster's weapon. He only had time to make a surprised look. At that moment, the shield pierced into him and threw him back. The hero landed on the ground. Behind him were the stumps of the body of the defeated enemy. He turned around and shouted that he had done it. Karsago approached him and said that he was impressed. Hyung-hong struggled to his feet. He tried to ask why the spirit was helping him. As soon as he finished, the young man collapsed. The warrior looked at him and replied that in time he would understand everything himself. The dawn sky was replaced by an ugly vault of caves. The hero opened his eyes. He crouched down and shook his head, wondering if he had passed out right there. The guy felt his body. Even after those beatings, his body is safe and sound. On the ground next to him was the mana crystal of that skeleton. The hunter took it, knowing that he would receive a fairly large sum for it. The hero got up and equipped himself. He was already confused about what was going on, but first he needed to get out alive. The doors to the boss's room appeared ahead. Hyung-hong looked inside. Everything inside was surprisingly clean. In the darkness ahead, a pair of eyes flashed. The vaults of the temple trembled. A new evil came to light. The hunter looked at him in fright. A skeleton champion in armor and with a pair of weapons stared at him. Hyung-jung reached for the shield, cursed, and realized that the association had definitely screwed up when evaluating this dungeon. He pointed a shield against the skeleton. The darkness took away the remnants of the light. The guy did not understand whether he would be able to defeat the boss. Suddenly mana began to flow out of him. Karsago asked if reincarnation really doubted. The warrior looked angrily ahead and told him to stop doubting. Never again did he tell him not to doubt his strength. The young man was completely covered in light and aura. Now his defenses were activated at full power. His eyes were filled with yellow. The guy ran to Ram. Hyunjung rushed at the floor boss. His shadow absorbed the man in itself. The hunter thought about it and broke the distance. He realized that it was useless to fight this enemy closely, which means the fire in the skeleton's eyes flashed. The hero ran in and out to the side. He chose to keep his distance until the boss opened. His eyes widened. The wide arc attack almost blew off his head. The enemy's attack radius was too huge. Hyunjung set up a shield for direct protection. At the same moment, he was hit by a blow. His immense strength threw the fighter to the other end of the throne room. The hero crashed into one of the columns. The dust came down. The body was covered in blood. It was real madness. The boss was too strong. The guy tried to get on his feet. His hand clenched his fist. The hunter's mana was already running out. He would only withstand a couple of blows now. Hyunjung made a dash to the side. The skeleton reacted to his maneuver and swung. He attacked. The guy tried to jump back. At the last moment, he was able to dodge the deadly attack. The boss opened his jaw and would probably have screamed. He struck again, but the guy bounced back. He gritted his teeth, realizing that the moment had come for a counterattack. After that, the hero imbued the shield with mana and blew off the monster's hand. Carrying out the attack, he did not forget to follow the movements of the enemy. The lights in the empty eye sockets flared up even more furiously. Did it really work? The skeleton champion jumped back and regrouped, taking a new stance. Since he did not take damage, it was not profitable for him to drag out the fight. The boss swung his sword. Hyunjung was able to block this blow. He looked at the monster, and suddenly his eyes blurred. The enemy attacked again, closing the distance. The guy was thrown back. The shockwave bounced off the shield with a bang. The monster only accelerated its movements. He launched a quick series of attacks, forcing the man to go on the defensive. Hyunjung used the short intervals between attacks to peek out from behind the shield. He compared it to Kasago's spear and noted that it was still tolerable. He ran forward. He made an unpredictable dash and decided to pierce the monster through. The skeleton made a dash back to take a defensive stance. The hero's eyes were filled with energy. The hand that gripped the shield began to blaze with mana. The retaliatory strike was able to crush the enemy's leg. Hyunjung sighed heavily, spent too much energy attacking. The boss fell to all fours. Suddenly he hit his face on the floor. The shadow of the hunter covered him. He raised his shield majestically above his head. He looked at him angrily and declared that it was all over. Meanwhile, Jiango was standing at the entrance of the dungeon. It had been 3 days since this gate had opened. Since there was no news of clearing it, he dared to assume that all the members of the squad had died. He sadly closed his eyes. If this was really the case, then the monsters could come out. So he needed to prepare everything needed to besiege the dungeon. The interlocutor had sent a rapid response team to him. As soon as they arrived, they needed to be allowed inside. At that moment, a figure appeared in the portal. The officer looked at her in amazement, and reported that someone might have cleared the dungeon. The hunter left the portal. Covered in blood and wounds, Hyunjung looked ahead gloomily. Jiango swallowed a lump in his throat and asked where the rest of the hunters were. The young guy said through his breath that the others had died. The officer stretched out his hand and asked him to provide him with a hunter's certificate. Taking the card in his hands, to his surprise, he noticed that the hero belonged to the F rank. The manager in the city was eating donuts without alarm. Someone began to break into the office. Jiango tumbled into the office and shouted. The gentleman was completely frightened and dropped the treat. He grimaced and said that he had just sent a squad to clear dungeons, and he had already returned? The subordinate looked down anxiously and said that, most likely, a hunter had appeared who was able to wake up again. The manager now jumped up from behind the chair. Jiango handed him the phone. In frame F, the rank hunter Hyunjung. He is the only one who returned alive from the B rank elite dungeon. He can barely stand on his feet after returning from the dungeon. The manager stated that they are obliged to conduct some investigations. He leaned back in his chair and said that even among the S rank hunters, only a few had been able to wake up a second time, so he had to get back to work. He turned away and asked, does Jiango know how much it costs to reawaken a hunter? Can he take responsibility for his words? The guy froze in embarrassment. The head advised me to do what was said instead of making useless efforts. Jiango frowned and walked away. He believed that if it wasn't reawakening, then it just didn't make sense than trusting this manager. He would rather do it himself. And after the fight, he saw a lamp on the ceiling. His hand reached out to her. The question in his head was, did he really survive? Hyunjung stared wearily at the ceiling. He closed his eyes, too tired, wanted to rest. A minute later, he found himself in the dark sands. An assassin stood in front of him and greeted him. The hero looked around in surprise and asked if he was also one of his past lives. The guy grinned and said that it didn't matter, because the hero could die. The young man looked at him with displeasure and said that he knew about it himself. But who was he? The killer laughed and said that his reincarnation was very funny, although he looked weak, but he did not lack courage. He stretched his fingers. Now he understood why Kasago was interested in him. The hunter looked at Kasashin uncomprehendingly, who explained that the rest of the lives also wanted to see him first. But when the hero faced the coming dangers, he would prove that he was much more useful than them. He smiled maliciously and ordered them to stop talking and offered to start their lesson. His body began to dissolve into purple smoke. Hyunjung looked at him in surprise. A lot of swords appeared from the ground. Kasashin said that he would aim at his heart, and if he could avoid his attack at least once, the lesson would be over. He was very curious how many times the hero would die. At that moment, the sword jumped out of the ground. After an unknown amount of time, the assassin rubbed his palms and happily offered to finish their lesson. He smiled and said the stronger the guy becomes, the more vile actions he will catch him. So the hero went to the point of sale. The employee looked at him and asked what brought him here. The hunter showed the bag. Mana crystals spilled out of it onto the table. Hyung-jung pointed at himself and explained that he would like to sell them and assess the value of his shield. The girl looked at him and noted that it looked like there would be a little more than 20 million won here. She took one crystal in her hands. The appraisal fee was 1 million. But now there was no free appraiser, she had to wait for him. The employee smiled and asked for his hunter's license. She looked at her and was surprised. I politely asked the hero to sit down and wait a little, and they would let you know when everything was ready. Hyung-jung sat down wearily on a chair. The girl told on the phone that the survivor she had been told about had come to her. The man nervously tapped his fingers. He looked at the correspondence with Hajin before she went on her last sortie. The gentleman looked angrily ahead. The girl did not answer him. He looked at his subordinate and ordered him to check what happened to the dungeon where Hajin went. Hyun-sok worked on his phone for a few minutes. He sent a message to the dungeon administration. Sungmin, the guild director, was lost in gloomy thoughts at this moment. The man approached the director's table, who was already looking at the night city. The subordinate lowered his gaze and reported that all the hunters who entered the dungeon were dead. The director turned around in fury and asked again. Hyun-seok was covered in perspiration. He clarified that there was one survivor. The gentleman looked at him intently and asked again. Hyung-hong was almost asleep at this moment. A man came up to him and called him. Jiango smiled at him. The men greeted each other, because they had seen each other before. Jiango needed to tell the hero something, so he suggested that he move to another place. They moved to the night park. The employee put a folder with documents, and with this they completed their investigation. The man came to his senses and reached into his inner pocket. He gave the hero a hunter's license. It had a rank C on it. Jiango laughed embarrassedly. He thought that the hero was much stronger, but that was all he could do. The guy carefully looked at the document and replied that this was enough for now. He smiled and thanked him for his concern. The guild director was looking out the window at this moment and saying that he hated losing what belonged to him the most. Was Hyun-seok sure that there was a survivor? He turned. The servant looked at us angrily and told us to bring this survivor to him. After a while, the hero went with a friend to a restaurant. They raised a toast, and Sega congratulated his friend on his promotion. They clinked glasses. The hero asked how he knew. He was not even in the hunter's department, but he was quite famous in the administration of the dungeons. The man brought the glass to his mouth and revealed that everyone was talking about the only surviving F-rank porter in the C-rank elite dungeon. The hunter did not drink and asked what was wrong with that. Sega smiled and told me that there was another case similar to his. It happens rarely and only with awakened hunters, the most famous of them being an SS rank hunter, Jinwoo. In their days, when they say Azura, people think of the Supreme Guild. However, it was founded by Jinwoo, the only survivor of the dungeon recognized as an awakened hunter. He is the first and only SS rank hunter in their country. That helped the guild become famous. The friends looked at each other and discussed that the Azura Guild is now called the Diamond Layer. Rumor has it that Jinwoo is an extremely unpleasant person, but it seems that he is well taken care of there, since he does not leave the guild. The friend smiled and asked if the administration had contacted the hero. He must have received a special job offer. Hyung-hong looked at his comrade in surprise and replied that he hadn't received anything like that. Sega finally had a drink and cursed that their manager didn't have any manners. Usually someone like him would get a message from them. The hero poured him another drink. Sega began to say that Hyunjun should not allow the administration to allow himself to be treated like this. He said that after Jingwoo survived, he was promoted to a rank. The guy frowned and continued to say that the hero had already suffered a lot, starting with the fact that he was an orphan. Hyunjung was poured almost to the brim. He smiled calmly and suggested not to talk about it. Late in the evening, he ordered a taxi, and he saw off his friend. Sega slapped him on the shoulder. He smiled and promised that everything would be fine now. The taxi took away a drunken friend. Hyung-hong smiled warmly. He went home and said that he needed to rest too. As he walked home, a purple aura began to emerge from his body. Kasashin took possession of his body, and said that these two had been following him for a long time. He turned and told them not to hide. His eyes began to glow purple. The assassin smiled contentedly and told him to show himself. Two robbers came out of the darkness. One of them immediately realized that the hero did not look like an ordinary guy. The bald man lit a cigarette and said that the hunter should go with them. He looked at him and asked why. The man began to take a katana out of the portal and warned that if he did not want to do good, then they would do bad. The blade stared into the young man's face. He gained control and, all frightened, asked where to go. The hunter continued to smoke. He liked the fact that the guy thinks sensibly. At that moment, the assassin took possession of the body of reincarnation and began to say that all idiots are the same. His veins on his face swelled. The guy said that today they made a huge mistake. The young man lowered his gaze and relaxed his hands. The hunter behind rushed to attack. He took out knives and said nothing personal. Then he made a dash forward. He looked back, sure that he had wounded him, but the knife did not get any recoil. Hanjong's body melted like smoke. He appeared in front of the assassin, who noticed that although the hero was an F rank, he seemed to know a couple of moves. Then he rushed to the attack again. He looked angrily at his target. He knew that he had definitely injured him. But Hyung-jung was back in a different place, behind him. His hand stretched out and filled with energy. The bald big man frowned at him. Their target was F rank. But how did he know how to use the aura then? The hand rushed forward. And at that very moment, an ordinary guy pierced the hunter through with his hand. The killer froze in place, his pupils narrowed. The assassin snatched a knife from his hand and said that he would borrow it for a short time. The bald man got into a fighting stance. He rushed forward, realizing that the hero was definitely not an ordinary guy. He swung his katana, deciding that in a real fight the advantage would be on his side. The big man began a long series of attacks, deciding that he would not give him a chance to strike back. Kasashin easily and with a smile dodged each attack. He teleported to the side. The director's messenger froze in fright. His body was suddenly covered in wounds. The target was fast and only hit the pain points. The man fell to his knees. Kasashin demanded to know who sent him so that he would spare his life. The assassin looked at him angrily and told him to kill him, because he would not say anything. Hyung-jung leaned over to him and said in his ear that this was what he had been waiting for. He had already plunged the knife into his stomach and explained that he had asked it out of politeness. The body fell to the ground. The hunter smiled and said that it would be somewhat uncomfortable if there was any evidence left. Black shadows began to consume bodies and all sorts of evidence. The hero wandered on, and a dark aura stretched into the alley behind him. Kasashin looked ahead and smiled ominously. After a while, the young man got home. He went to the door and complained that he did not remember how he walked home, because he drank a lot. At home, he fell on the bed. He reached it safely, which means everything is fine. Hyung-jung looked tiredly at the ceiling, closed his eyes, and began to rest. The next day, he began to cook noodles for himself. Sega called him. A friend asked how he got home yesterday. The hunter was smiling, but suddenly his friend said that he had found a group for him and told him to come immediately. The hero's face was distorted at the same moment. He looked at the phone, but the call had already been dropped. Dissatisfied, Hyung-jung put on his jacket and walked. He threw out the garbage, and he called a taxi. Then he folded his arms on his chest in displeasure and began to look out the window. The driver saw the flames of fire outside the window. The whole street was ablaze. It turned out that a fireball had been launched into the car. Hyung-jung immediately reached for the door. He jumped out and only had time to swear. The car crashed into a pole. Smoke rose around him. The hunter looked ahead. A creature appeared in the smoke near the car. Emerging from the smoke, it turned out to be an orc sorcerer. An entire army appeared behind him in an instant. The hero's eyes opened wide. The monsters occupied the entire road. Fire appeared in the sorcerer's hand. He began to speak in unintelligible speech. A new flame began to fill the entire street. The rest of the orcs rushed to attack. They began to seize and kill people. The hunter froze in place. Chaos began to happen around. At this rate he would definitely be late for the meeting. Several people were able to escape by luring monsters to the hero. He ran past the pawns directly to their leader. He needed to kill him as soon as possible. He dodged the first attack. He bounced off the second. After that, he quickly counterattacked. I gritted my teeth. There was no end to these small fry. The hero ran forward and jumped. The sorcerer noticed his movement in the large crowd. A warrior with a shield fell on him directly from the sky. At the last moment, the monster managed to put up a staff as protection. Hyung-jung let the stick slide off the shield. He then turned around and was able to deal the first damage. People ran away in panic, but some stopped after noticing the hunter's work. The monster fell to the ground. Hyung-jung lowered his head and complained that at this pace, he would definitely be late. A girl in a blue tailcoat appeared next to him. She noticed that he was not a member of any guild. She smiled and said that the hero's abilities were too good to waste. They were short on time, so she decided to get straight to the point. The hero looked at her uncomprehendingly. The huntress handed him a business card clutched in her fingers and invited him to join their guild. Hyung-jung accepted the gift and the stranger ran away, asking to contact her later. Her figure continued to move away. The guy looked at the Ace Guild's business card and remembered that they were quite famous. He put it in his pocket and prepared for further battle. A crowd of frightened people burst out of one of the buildings. They shouted in horror that they did not want to die. Hyung-jung looked at them tensely and assumed that the monsters had appeared in the mall. He folded his hands over his chest and pondered, although there was a mandatory clause that hunters were obliged to intervene if the gates opened, but he frowned and stated that no matter how strong he was, fighting all these orcs face to face was too risky. A memory appeared in his mind, where Sega talks about Jin Woo. His teeth gritted. There was a chance to improve everything if he could. A confident smile appeared on his face. The hero could be promoted to a rank, just like Jin Woo in his time. With these thoughts in mind, he entered the building. Everything around was covered in flames. The hunter walked forward and began to ask if there was anyone here. He looked ahead seriously. The fact that there were no orcs here made him wary. He noticed smeared traces of blood on the floor, as if someone had disposed of the corpses. Hyung-jung leaned down, trying to understand who could have done such a monstrous thing. At that moment, someone came out to him. The hunter turned abruptly and asked what it was. The wounded man approached him and asked him to get out of here, because it was too dangerous here. He knelt down against a pillar, and told him that this sudden opening of the gate was different from the ones that usually happened in the world. Most likely someone was involved. The men turned around and asked if they were allies. The hero only grinned. He looked at the unsheathed blades and said that it didn't look like it. His gaze became stern. He asked who sent this detachment. One of the thugs looked at him angrily and replied that he didn't need to know, because he was going to die anyway. The wounded hunter recognized the fighters as a special squad of the Echo Guild. One of the fighters looked at them menacingly and gave an order to the others not to let them stay alive. With this, the hunters ran to the attack. One of the warriors swung his sword. Following him, the second soldier rushed to the offensive. An ominous aura appeared in the air. Hyung-jung began to teleport. The hunters shouted that this snot was not so simple and everyone should not relax. At that moment, another fighter rushed to attack from behind. The assassin began to easily dodge all attacks. He crouched and realized that these guys had killed before. One of the enemies made a run, and with screams he jumped into the attack. His blow fell on the shield. The guy confidently blocked this attack. The enemy's eyes opened wide. From under the shield, the young man looked at him menacingly and asked if he had finished. The assassins regrouped and decided to attack him together. They rushed to attack from two sides. His free hand grasped the hilt of his sword, from which the second striker fell. The assassin looked angrily at another fighter and asked if he wasn't going to attack. The guy just stared at him intensely. He jumped high and swung his katana. But the hero's sword pierced his stomach first. The guy remained hanging in the air, impaled on the edge of the sword. Kasashin ruthlessly brushed it away like garbage. He looked at the latter angrily. He watched him in surprise, realizing that he had encountered a monster. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword. The man knew that his identity had been revealed, and now the guild would not be able to protect him. Ra had already turned out this way. He decided to take the hostage with him. A smoke grenade fell to the floor. The hero looked at the last enemy in amazement. He rushed at him through the smoke. The wounded hunter stared intently at the approaching death. But suddenly, the hero pierced the last target with his sword and apologized. The striker began to convulse and asked how the guy did it. Kasashin smiled maliciously and explained that he was just used to this kind of thing. He took the sword from the body of the dead man and swung it in a wide arc, dropping blood from the blade. The man looked in shock at the hunter, who single-handedly dealt with the special squad. The young man calmly scratched his head. The man bowed and thanked him for saving him. Is he by any chance an A-rank hunter? The savior looked at him and asked if it was so important. The man smiled and asked for his name. The hero introduced himself and walked away. The wounded man asked him to stay, because the dungeon clearing team should have arrived by now. Kasashin walked on uncomprehendingly. The man grabbed his shoulder, although he looked pitiful now, but he was the head of the guild department. He looked at the guy seriously and promised to personally make sure that he was awarded, so he asked me to visit them somehow. The guy sighed tiredly and promised to think about it, and the man introduced himself as Taeming. Hyung-jung went outside and stopped. The master claimed that he would be awarded, so there was no reason to refuse. A sly smile shone on his face. He arrived at the department after a while. He took out his phone and called. Taeming smiled and said that he immediately recognized the hero by his voice. He said that he would come down and meet him. He offered the hero to eat together. The master smiled and asked what Hyung-hong was doing. Their table was bursting with delicious food and drinks. The head became serious and reached into his pocket. He put the bag on the table and asked me to take it. The guy looked at her in surprise and immediately recognized her as a space bag, but it still turned out to be a special type. The young man looked at the man warily, not understanding how the Bronze Guild could give such a valuable thing to an ordinary hunter. He smiled and said that they had noticed his abilities, but he was carrying a weapon with him. Hyung-hong looked at the master seriously and noticed that he had something to offer him. The man smiled and noted that he was quick-witted. He offered to get straight to the point. He asked their guild to help. Hyung-hong looked at him in surprise and reminded him that he was only a C-rank hunter. Taeming smiled and said that it wasn't a problem, because he had already shown them what he was capable of. The head bowed and once again asked for the help of their guild. The spirit of a mustachioed sinister man appeared in his head. He ordered to fulfill his request. The guy staggered. He had never heard that voice. He turned around in fright, but there was no one there. Then he smiled nervously and said that he was listening. The head folded his hands and revealed that they would soon have an unofficial war with the Echo Guild. Unofficial war is a battle between special units of both guilds. However, unlike the official war, where judges are present, in the unofficial war there are none, so you can kill your rivals. The unknown spirit in his head smiled sweetly. Reaper advised them to accept his offer. The hero put his hand on the table, deciding that he needed to find out the terms first. He said that he refused his offer. He folded his arms over his chest and explained that the space bag was good, but he would have to put his own life on the line. He decided that they were desperate to ask for the help of a C-rank hunter. The head nodded gloomily. He looked at the hero seriously and asked how about having their special forces help him whenever he needed it. That was a great suggestion. The hero smiled nervously and asked if Taeming was sure that he could be trusted. The man warned that the guild master had already given his consent. Hyung-hong smiled contentedly. He leans on the table and if everything is really so, he accepts the offer. The girl apologized to the main character with an awkward smile. Looking at him, she reported that due to the long waiting list, it would be difficult for him to get into a C-rank dungeon. Then the guy asked if it was possible to get into a dungeon of a higher rank. The manager bowed and clarified that according to the rules, he must be a hunter of rank A and above, or part of a professional group, in order to enter a high-rank dungeon. The young man with a calm face replied that he understood and thought about the professional group. He was holding an Ace Guild business card in his hand. He heard a voice behind him. Yoso waved to him and greeted him. The girl then sat down across from Hyung-hong and said that she was waiting for him to contact them. The protagonist furrowed his brows and decided to get straight to the point, asking if the Ace Guild had a professional group raid schedule. Raider turned away and said sadly that she was hoping that the guy wanted to join their guild. Then she slammed her hand on the table and shouted that he had to try it first. She announced with a smile that their group was planning a raid on a B-rank dungeon and invited the protagonist to join. Hyun-jung was wearing a black coat. He was standing at the door and waiting for someone. Suddenly he opened his mouth in surprise when he heard someone calling him. A man in a strict suit pointed to the car with his hand and invited him to enter. The protagonist crossed his arms and thought that things were different for professional groups. Yozio asked with a broad smile if he wanted to join them now, and the young man thought that she was very rude. The car was driving along the road. The hunter stood on the grass. He saw a crowd of people nearby and assumed that it was Ace's professional group. Among them was Hansak, an A-rank hunter who uses magic. The man stood with his arms crossed. Yoso raised her hand and called her elder brother. The mage furrowed his brows at the sound of a familiar voice. Then he ran to his sister, his hands raised happily, and the girl said that this was the guy she had told him about. Hansak stretched out his hand and said that he had heard a lot about the protagonist from Yosio. They shook hands, and the man introduced himself as the leader of Ace's professional group. His cheeks flushed and he asked with a sly smile if the protagonist had decided to join their team, and his sister confirmed it, although the young man had not yet said a word about joining. The siblings happily clenched their hands into fists, determined to try to do so. The hunter turned around when Dusik asked him to come up to him for a second. The leader smirked. The man raised his hand and took out his sword. Weapons were coming out of the inventory while a guild member was saying that dungeons ranked B and above were difficult to attack with normal weapons. He then firmly grasped the item and said that it was better than what Hyun-song had used before. The hunter took the sword and said it looked good, but he didn't understand why they were doing it for him. Dusik smiled and replied that they had received the order, and now they were a team. The young man thanked him with a smile and promised that he would try. Hansak looked to the side and said that since everyone was ready, they would go through the final briefing. He presented a scheme for the placement of warriors and explained that the main character would be in the rear. Putting his hands on his waist, the leader asked everyone to follow his orders, and the hunter thought that he would be Yozio's personal guard. The mage looked to the side and smirked. He raised his hand and created a bright light. Hyun-jung gritted his teeth and furrowed his brows. An entrance to a dungeon had formed right in front of them, and the young man recognized it as A-rank spatial magic. The leader said with a smirk that they should start with a cleanup. A crowd of monsters approached them, shouting loudly. The hunter opened his eyes wide and asked if these enemies were spirit realm monsters. Hansak raised his hand, and a blue glow appeared in the air. Streams of magic dispelled the fire. One of the guild members laughed and asked why the leader always uses useless magic singing, to which the man replied that it looked cool. The enemies were emitting flames. They were angry. The warriors gathered in a heap, deciding that it was time for them to gather. They began to fight the monsters. Suddenly, the mage furrowed his brows and warned of the danger. He let out a stream of light from his hand. Hyun-hong opened his mouth wide in shock and thought that he now understood what a professional group meant. Looking at Hansak, the guy thought that he didn't expect them to be so good. The man looked to the side and smiled. He turned around when Dusik reported that it was a small dungeon, so it would be okay if they just went forward. The mage stopped in the middle of the cave and said that they would cope. They went to the door and noticed that it was unexpectedly quiet. The doors were closed. Smoke was coming from the melted candle. Dusik turned around when someone shouted about the danger. Something flashed in the air. The shell crashed into Gwangi. There were white spots in the darkness. A new batch of shells was approaching the raiders, and the commander ordered everyone to line up. The guild member swung his sword, and the magus said that although there were B-rank enemies, there were too many of them. Suddenly, Dusik's sword trembled, and he gritted his teeth. Hansak lowered his head as a shadow appeared behind him. He furrowed his brows and asked Gwangbi to hold out a little longer. Then mana appeared around his arm. He slammed his fist sharply on the floor. Clouds hovered around him. Thanks to the leader, the number of monsters decreased. The man furrowed his brows and sighed heavily. Dusik and Mensu were already exhausted. Hyun-hong was covered in sweat and thought that this was not surprising. He took out his sword and shield and thought that they would have a hard time without it. Then he would let Danzig take possession of it to strengthen his resolve. Yoso opened her mouth wide and called for the guy, who rushed into battle. The mage furrowed his brows and ordered him not to disturb the formation. The main character did not turn around. He brandished his sword, thinking that there was no time to build. The young man turned around abruptly when he saw a shadow behind him. He immediately pressed the shield to himself. Suddenly, a flood of magic swept away the monster. Hansak raised his hand and said that he would help. The hunter smiled and thought that his skills were worthy of an A-rank hunter. The protagonist attacked the enemy. His face was determined. They were standing in a circle, and the magician said that the boss was still waiting for them ahead. Hyun-hong suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted that something was coming. A stream of black energy flew through the air. It crashed right into the shield of the main character. Hansak turned around and furrowed his brows, stunned that the youth was able to block this blow. The hunter gritted his teeth and let out a pained groan. His hand was trembling, and he thought it would be difficult to continue using it. Suddenly, he was able to clench his hand into a fist. When the Danzig essence helped him, he felt some kind of power. Having descended, the protagonist decided that he could not miss this chance. The mage looked to the side and asked how long Yoziel would be able to cover their newcomer. The girl furrowed her brows and replied that she could do it for a maximum of 5 minutes. Hyeonghong ran forward, and the leader shouted that this would be enough. The black energy was approaching the young man. He swung his weapon sharply while defending himself. Suddenly, a stream of dark substance crashed into his shield. The main character lowered his head and let out a sigh. Then he abruptly stretched his hand to the side. Looking at the enemy's face, he realized that it was too strong and he would have to strike at the core. The hunter's hand twitched. Then he ran swiftly forward. He cut through the dark mana with his shield and sword. Suddenly he saw a crystal. The hunter looked back. Then he struck another blow to the enemy. He gritted his teeth in exertion. The leader looked at him dumbfounded. As the protagonist stood with his back to him, he recognized him as the strength of the awakened hunter. The man furrowed his brows and thought about the likelihood of Hyunyoung joining their guild. Hansok then sat down next to Gwangbi and informed him that it was over and that he would call a doctor. The protagonist turned around and thought that this was a great chance to leave right now so that he wouldn't be forced to join the guild. The young man approached the mage and said that since he was no longer needed here, he would go, and reminded the commander to pay him. The hunter lay on the bed, thinking about the fact that he had been paid 50 million won, which was much higher than he expected. He closed his eyes and said with a sigh that he was very tired. He imagined massive doors, and someone's voice said that the last holy sword was waiting for him. The weapon sparkled brightly. The guy furrowed his brows and looked away. The holy sword emitted a blue glow, and Hingjong said that it didn't look bad. The weapon floated in the air. The hunter's body was studying the mana, and a voice told him to take the sword. He wrapped his hand around the handle. The blade flickered. The young man examined the object and said that it was magnificent. The stranger took a step forward and said that the protagonist had a keen eye for a beginner. Sidon introduced himself with a smile as one of the boy's past lives and a holy sword. The guy widened his eyes in surprise and thought that this spirit looked very familiar. Sidon asked with a smile if a hunter could use a sword aura. He remembered how Hyunsong swung his weapon and said that he remembered the times when he was in his body. The main character frowned and asked if it was then. He pointed with the blade of his sword at the spirit who told him to remember this feeling right now. The young man furrowed his thin brows. His sword emitted a blue light. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and realized that it was as if he was using a shield aura. The man winked at him and said that Karsago had trained the protagonist better than he expected. There was mana around the weapon. The guy sweated and said that this energy was more difficult for him to control than the aura of the shield. Sidon raised his hand and concluded that he would have to help. He put his hand on Hyunsong's back, and a large amount of aura immediately came out of the sword. The protagonist opened his mouth in amazement, and the spirit told him to memorize the flow of his magic. The guy wrinkled his nose, his eyes wide open. Suddenly he lowered his hand. Lightning pierced his body. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, and the man ordered him not to resist and accept it. The hunter turned to Shurden, who said that this was a magical resonance, and in reality, the young man would have already died. The protagonist gritted his teeth furiously. Thinking about whether this aura was perfect, he said that he didn't care and asked him to do it again. The spirit smiled contentedly. Then he put his hand on the hunter's back again. He furrowed his brows and said that the other past lives were right about Hyunsong really being good. The main character grabbed the sword, looking straight with confidence. Sidon looked to the side and said that the guy would even be able to become a master of using the sword aura. He took a brightly shining weapon. Then the man raised his hand and said that now he would show the young man what he was capable of. Spreading his legs wide, he advised the protagonist to look carefully. Then the spirit ran forward. He jumped into the air and began to swing his sword. Hyunghong watched him with a puzzled look on his face. Sidon continued to show attacks. He swung the blade of his sword, which sparkled. Then he stretched out his hand forward. The weapon was right in front of the protagonist's face. The spirit smiled and asked if he could repeat it. He crossed his arms, and the hunter thought that he had mastered Karsago's training. Raising his hand, he decided that he would be all the more able to cope here. Furrowing his brows, the young man said that he would try. The guy hunched over his back with exhaustion, and the man said that he was more capable than he expected. The spirit smiled and added that on that note, they would end their training. Hyunghong, whose face was covered in sweat, asked if they could meet again, and the master replied that it was only if he was ready. Then the guy walked through the door. The doors were closed. A shadow fell on Sidon's face, who said that perhaps this time everything would work out. There was a blue sky over the forest. The young man furrowed his brows. He stood in the middle of the clearing, asking if this would be enough. He then took out the sword from his inventory. Holding the weapon in his hand, he thought that he needed to remember it again. He closed his eyes tightly. He remembered the image of the spirit and his mastery of the sword. Then the main character abruptly opened his eyes. He began to brandish his weapon. The blade left a white trail in the air as the hunter thought that the unofficial guild war was coming soon, so he needed to continue training. Stretching his hand forward, he decided that this was the only way he could become even stronger. The car was parked near the forest. The day of the unofficial war came. Hyunghong crossed his arms and asked what their strength was. Taemin looked to the side and said that they had 2 B-rank and 4 C-rank hunters. However, their fighters didn't stand a chance against the Echo Guild. The man raised his hand and added that they would not be able to cope without the help of the protagonist. The guy closed his eyes. The guild leader looked at him and said that they were in a difficult situation, and they could only trust the young man completely. As the car drove along the road, Hyun asked if they could lend him some change of clothes. The main character looked at his uniform and said that it was as if they had been ambushed. He turned around and added that everything looked like some kind of performance, and he wasn't very happy about it. Taemin put on his mask and asked if the hunter was ready, because when they went inside, the official war would begin. All members of the guild were wearing masks. The young man clenched his hand into a fist and asked if he should use it. Then, he suddenly ran forward. Furrowing his brows, he thought that he should first get rid of those who were waiting for them in ambush. The protagonist took out a sword. Then, with a flick of his hand, he destroyed the two enemies. The allies watched him in shock. As Hyun attacked the opponents, they thought about him saving their guild. The masked man watched the sides, saying that the aces had taken a mercenary. He turned around and raised his hand, adding that it wouldn't help them. Then the leader of the enemies waved his hand and ordered everyone to advance. The leader stretched out his hand and shouted for the others to help the protagonist. Flashes of light from the collision of weapons could be seen in the air. Screams were heard. The enemy's eyes flashed, and he shouted that the hunter would die today. 3 warriors fought. Shuheng gritted his teeth and made a disgruntled sound. He clenched his hands into fists and walked forward, intending to do it on his own. The young man had killed another scoundrel and thought that their commander would also join the battle. But as soon as they could get rid of him, the rest would not be difficult. There was a golden and blue light around the protagonist. He said that he would fight with full force. Then he rushed forward, raising his shield. He turned, the enemy leader standing behind him. The guy waved his hand and thought that this man was different from ordinary soldiers. Shuheng smirked when he saw that the protagonist was using an aura at this level. Their swords crossed. White sparks flickered in the air every now and then. The others watched their fight, not believing that they were human. The enemy gritted his teeth and realized that Hyunjun was pushing him back. He turned around and shouted that without this young man, the Ace Guild is nothing, so his men must continue to fight. Someone created a flame in the palm of his hand. The fireball approached the hunter. He raised his shield. Looking out from behind the cover, he asked what it was. Suddenly he turned around and saw that the enemy was approaching him from above. The blade of the sword was aimed at Hyunsong's head. The blades collided with each other. The villain smirked and told the protagonist to surrender. The young man looked to the side. He saw that the rest of the allies had already been dealt with. Shuheng smiled slyly and said that he would spare the protagonist's life if he surrendered. The hunter looked straight ahead. He then replied with a smirk that he was really tired of it all. The enemy grinned, but did not have time to say anything. The hunter suddenly attacked him and shouted that he was tired of running away all the time. The scoundrel gritted his teeth and ordered his warriors to kill Hyunsong. The mages immediately created fire in their hands. An explosion thundered. The guy raised his shield. Then, he swung his sword sharply. The protagonist was breathing heavily through his open mouth. He gritted his teeth when he felt that his mana was running out. Standing behind, he began to shout the names of past lives, and the enemies thought that he had gone mad. The young man was sweating, not understanding why no one was answering him. The scoundrels looked at him and said that no one would help him, and this place was chosen for a reason. The hunter gripped his sword tightly and begged for help. With his mouth wide open, he shouted loudly, calling for someone. Suddenly, Reaper's spirit appeared, awakened by a thirst for blood. Red energy appeared around the protagonist, and the Reaper said that his crying can be heard in hell. He must raise his sword and kill everyone. Hyunhong looked up and realized that this was a past life from that time. He looked at his hand and felt that his mana had been restored. The sword began to emit a red light, and the young man concluded that it would be enough to continue fighting. The eyes of the main character sparkled. He rushed into battle and attacked. Gritting his teeth, he waved his weapon. Reaper grinned and said that the sweet smell of blood was exciting him. The spirit watched the hunter, saying that he would tell him the weaknesses of the opponents. His eyes lit up and he shouted that the protagonist had to exterminate them. Red dots appeared on the bodies of enemies. Hyunhong was covered in sweat and said that this battle would be easy anyway. He swung his sword. Then he struck several more blows. There were only 2 scoundrels left in front of him, and the young man thought that with the power of the Reaper he would quickly dispatch them. Shuheng opened his mouth wide and shouted that this could not be. The protagonist raised his sword while the enemy leader shouted for his soldiers to hurry up and attack him. The 2 scoundrels immediately pounced on him. The young man gritted his teeth and thought that they were strong. The sword smashed against the protagonist's shield, who realized that he could see their weak points. He looked away. He then pierced the body of one of the opponents with the blade. The guy grabbed his sword and said that he would break it into pieces. Suddenly he opened his mouth wide and screamed deafeningly in pain. The protagonist turned around and asked if this fool really thought that he would be able to grab the aura sword with his bare hands and stay fine. The enemy leader was approaching them. The man, whose eyes were white with rage, shouted that the protagonist had been caught. Hyunhong swept him off his feet with his shield and reminded him that he didn't only have a sword. The scoundrel flew back. He crashed into a tree, and a member of the enemy guild was terrified that this hunter had taken out their leader with a single blow. Steam was coming out of the young man's mouth, and the opponent had concluded that he had a rank, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to win so easily. The wounded soldier raised his hand and said that they had to leave. The guy raised his sword and asked if he was going to quit his guild. In the middle of the darkness, a voice was heard, saying that he was watching. Reaper, whose eyes shone brightly, said that one of the enemies was still alive and ordered the young man to kill them all. The hunter lowered his sword and thought that in an unofficial war between guilds, The battle lasted until one of the sides was destroyed. He looked down and thought that he had to kill them all, but this guy had already lost the will to fight. Juhung was sitting by a tree. The Reaper appeared in the air and shouted for Hyunjung to slit the rascal's throat. The enemy leader opened his mouth in shock when the spirit screamed that it was not the first time the protagonist had done this. But for some reason now he was pretending to be innocent. The guy raised his sword and said that he didn't want to do this from the beginning. Then, blood splashes appeared against the night sky. An ally approached the protagonist and asked if the war was over. He covered in sweat and asked stunned if they had a chance of winning. The young man, who had abrasions on his face, replied that there were, but he took them away. He hid his trembling hand behind his back. The main character looked away. The man was covered in sweat and thought that at least 6 people were alive. As long as Hyunjun was silent, he thought about the fact that he never imagined that he was so strong. Then they shook hands. Taemin closed his eyes and told the hunter not to regret killing these people, because he had saved someone's lives. Then he looked at the phone and said that he had transferred the payment to the mercenary. The guy also looked at the phone and decided that he would never do something so dangerous again. The message was about a monetary transaction of 150 million won. There was a knock at the door. The manager shouted with an excited look that he couldn't get in touch with Juhun. The director turned around and asked what he had said. He gritted his teeth furiously and asked if the subordinate was able to contact the others. The worker was covered in sweat and reported that he was unable to contact any of the raiders. The headmaster slammed his fist on the table and shouted that even if they hadn't sent their best people, they couldn't just disappear. The manager trembled and mentioned the mercenaries that Ace's guild had hired. The leader gritted his teeth and ordered his subordinate to get the name of the scoundrel immediately. He smiled madly and added that they didn't want to disappoint their patron, so the enemy needed to be taken care of. The guy looked at the phone and said that he had received 150,000 from one guild. He was lying on the bed. Wide-eyed, he said that he had to risk his life for this amount. Then he looked at the photo on the wall. There were members of the orphanage, and he thought that he could do even more for them. It was a sunny day. Hyunhong held the box in his hand, hoping that the children would enjoy it. He knocked on the door. When he opened it, he said that he had come to visit the orphanage. Seojin turned around. The guy smiled and said that they had not been seen for a long time, and asked where the director was. The girl replied with a smile that she was inside, and she had not been feeling well lately. The main character with a plaintive face asked if the head was getting worse, and the girl replied that she was not getting younger. Suddenly the old woman came up to them and shouted that she was very healthy. She opened her mouth wide and shouted that Seojin should work as a support hunter, to which the worker replied that the headmistress should think about her health. The head looked to the side and asked if the guy was okay. He lowered the box to the floor and replied that everything was fine with him. He then looked at the girl and asked if she was busy raiding. The old lady closed her eyes and said that she was also worried about it. Seojin closed her eyes and replied that it was okay because she was doing what she liked. The protagonist furrowed his brows and told her not to overwork herself. The worker's cheeks turned red, and she promised not to. Hyunjung scratched his head awkwardly when the headmaster said that he shouldn't have brought anything. He opened the box and said that he had just brought gifts to the children. The old lady furrowed her brows and noticed that he had gone too far again. The hunter shook his head and replied that everything was fine. Seojin and the head looked at him in surprise as he said that he had been promoted to rank C and given a generous payout. Tying the ribbon on the gift, he added that he was just lucky. He made a bow. The young man stood up, and the director asked if the hunter was doing anything dangerous. The guy with an awkward smile replied that everything was fine, and there was no need to worry. He stretched his smile even wider and added that he was not doing anything like that. He and Sachin then carried a gift for the children. The door closed. The old lady looked out the window and said that Hyunjun had once been such a baby, and now he had grown up to be a real man. The boy was sitting on the stairs. Then he played with the girl. The main character and his girlfriend were holding flowers, smiling. She covered his eyes with her hands. Members of the shelter celebrated the guy's F rank. He was smiling happily, his cheeks turning pink. The head stood at the window, saying that with age people begin to poke their noses more into other people's affairs. Seojin looked to the side and asked if the young man was doing well. The hunter stood in front of her, saying that he would take care of the debts of the orphanage. Suddenly the child furrowed his brows at the sight of the visitor. A crowd of children then ran towards the protagonist, shouting joyfully. He lowered the box to the ground, and the children asked him to open it quickly. They took out gifts. The guy leaned over to them and said that they were more happy with the toys than with him. The children looked at each other awkwardly. They then pounced on Hyunghong with an embrace, shouting that they were very happy to see him and loved him. The old lady came out of the room and shouted that everyone should go quickly to eat the pizza that the main character brought. The children immediately rushed inside, and the young man began to cry because he had lost the pizza. Looking at the fleeing pupils, he admitted his defeat. Then he looked at his girlfriend and asked if they would go eat too. Everyone gathered around the pizza boxes, loudly thanking the hunter for the treat. They began to eat. The young man bowed his head and said that he could buy more if it wasn't enough. He turned around abruptly when Kasashin warned that someone was watching him. The protagonist then opened his mouth wide and ordered everyone to hide under the table at once. Everyone looked at him in bewilderment. The young man managed to take out a shield. In the next second, a powerful explosion thundered. Dark smoke billowed in the room. Hyunjung was hiding behind the shield. Soot stains appeared there, and the guy thought that the situation was not the best. He stood up abruptly and opened his mouth wide. Karsago protected him, and the brave blade sighed and became one with the protagonist. The hunter gritted his teeth and raised his weapon. Si-jin folded her hands and shouted loudly that she would help her friend. He looked to the side and shouted that it was better for her to help the director and the children. He squeezed his eyes shut and thought that the girl was only a C rank, so he was the only one who could protect everyone. The strangers entered the room and concluded that this guy was at least B rank, since he knew how to use the aura. One of the scoundrels smirked and said that at first he thought that the reconnaissance corps had gone crazy, but he was wrong. The hunter took out his sword and thought that the enemies had sent as many as 20 men to capture the C rank raider. The guy furrowed his brows, and the opponent added that their boss wanted his head. The young man's shield shone and he shouted for the stranger to stop talking nonsense and attack. The enemy opened his mouth wide, shouting for his allies to attack. The raiders immediately raised their swords and used magic. The guy gritted his teeth and ran forward. He swept one scoundrel down with his shield. Then, with a mad expression on his face, he swung his sword. A bright light appeared in front of him. The enemy was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. The rest of the guild members looked at the young man dumbfounded. Their leader raised his hand and ordered them to aim at that girl and the children. Hyeonghong turned around as the fire projectiles rushed towards Si-jin. He gritted his teeth and realized that he would not have time to help. Suddenly he threw a shield. It shielded the girl from the blow. The villain with a big smile shouted that the main character is an idiot, because now he cannot use his defense. Suddenly, a crystal appeared in the guy's hand. He raised his sword, and white lightning appeared in the air. He attacked the enemy. Around the hunter on the floor lay the defeated raiders. He squinted one eye. His clothes were torn. The young man was breathing heavily. Looking at the crowd of opponents, he thought that he was unlikely to be able to defeat them. Then he opened his mouth wide and called out to Reaper. The protagonist threw his head back, his eyes turning red. Dark threads bound the bodies of the enemies. One of them gritted his teeth and asked what it was. Then, Hyeonghong destroyed them. He then fell to his knees and the leader of the scoundrels shouted that they should finish him off while he was exhausted. The hunter gritted his teeth as he was attacked. The enemy swung his sword with a smirk. He struck again. The protagonist leaned on his sword and cursed. Then he began to fall down. The young man sprawled on the floor. Si-jin stretched out her hand and called to her friend. She put her hands to his chest and said that he could not die. Her palms emitted a golden light, but the healing magic didn't work. The hunter's eyes were closed. The girl gritted her teeth. Hyeonghong opened one eye and felt faint. He saw the healer's agitated face. Suddenly he found himself in front of a large door, and someone told the young man to fight and protect those who were dear to him. The stranger promised to share his strength with him. The main character was standing near the building. He opened the doors and realized that this was another past life. Suddenly he covered his face with his hand. He saw a warrior sitting on a pile of bodies, and the knight lowered his head and said that the hunter had come just in time. The protagonist opened his mouth in horror. Danzig looked at him and reported that he was unable to protect everyone and ended up losing everything. His eyes were red, and he added that he didn't want Hyeonghong to repeat his fate. Clenching his hand into a fist, the warrior shouted that if the young man endured the pain he had experienced, he would give him the strength to protect those he cared about. The guy furrowed his brows and replied that he didn't care what it would be, and he would manage. He clenched his hand into a fist. With his mouth wide open, he added that he wanted to save everyone. Danzig smiled and said that he would show him his past. A yellow light appeared in front of the hunter. He touched on it. Then he found himself in the garden. The young man touched his throat and realized that he could not speak. He was following Danzig, who said that he could only observe in this place. Someone ran forward. The little girl jumped into her father's arms. The king picked her up, and she said she ran as hard as she could to see him. The man stroked his daughter's head, and she said that he would ruin her hair. Suddenly, someone came up to them and said that Irina didn't like it. The king's wife was smiling. Danzig looked at Irina and asked why Anna was always on her side. The main character stood aside, thinking that this family should be safe. He introduced this family and his loved ones from the shelter. Someone ran forward, shouting the alarm. The king turned. He knitted his brows and asked what had happened. Craig was sweating, saying that the enemies were preparing to invade and their target was this kingdom. Horror appeared on Danzig and Hyeonjin's faces, and from that moment on, hell began. There were several people in the cellar. The king ran there and saw his subordinates lying on the floor. He lowered his head and cursed. The hunter was covered with sweat and realized that this was what the spirit was talking about. He looked around the room. Anna was lying on the floor. Her eyes were closed. Irina was in her arms. The king straightened up and prayed that it would be only a dream. He cast a long shadow behind him. Looking up, he gritted his teeth. Tears flowed from his eyes. The hunter opened his eyes wide and thought that he would not be able to protect the shelter. He covered his face with his hand, asking himself to pull himself together. A girl was lying on the floor. 2 more people were on the sidelines. The man was unconscious. A fog appeared in front of the young man, and he thought that all this was not really happening. Suddenly Danzig opened his mouth wide and shrieked. The silhouettes became black and white. The king gritted his teeth and said that he would never forgive these scoundrels. He was lying on the floor, and someone told him that he couldn't do it. The man opened his eyes wide and asked loudly how he deserved all this. The warrior stepped on it and explained that it was just an order that should not be given much importance. Blood flowed from the prisoner's eyes, and he promised to kill the enemy, no matter what it cost him. The knight raised his sword and said that he would look forward to it. A puddle spread under Danzig's head. He looked straight and reported that his strength had been transferred to Hyunseong. He lowered his head and added that the hatred he felt right now would make him stronger. The young man looked at his hand dumbfounded. He then nodded as the king asked him to show them all. The hunter left the building. A shadow fell on Danzig's face. He closed his eyes and thought that their strength was now shared. A bright beam fell on the room. The bandit covered his face with his hand and asked if it was high-level magic. The villain looked at the main character and wondered how he managed to survive. Hyunseong clutched the sword in his hands. Everyone realized that there had been some kind of change in him. The guy raised his weapon in front of him and thought that the determination of someone who had lost everything would not allow him to surrender as long as he had someone to protect. The young man frowned sternly, sighed and saved his blade from breaking. The murderer raised his knife and asked if he should not have died. The hunter grinned maliciously. Reaper's bloodthirsty essence awakened and released some of his killing lust. Blood energy filled the space. The awakened one struck the opponent with his sword. The bandit deflected his blow with a dagger. The warrior looked up and asked them not to even think about the fact that they would be able to survive. The man opened his mouth wide and was indignant that his enemy was talking too much. The guild members rushed to attack. The main character raised one eyebrow in bewilderment. Flames fell on him. The scoundrel frowned furiously and was amazed that the opponent could withstand high-level magic with such a weak body. Hyunjung shook off his shoulder. The villain shouted that he was much stronger than the intelligence had reported. The guy took off his cloak. Lightning enveloped his body. The young man made a dash forward and dealt with all opponents. The bandit waved his hand and ordered the magi to kill him immediately. The wizards directed their spells at the hunter. The awakened man swung his sword. The warrior struck a powerful blow, but a guild member blocked him. The main character gritted his teeth and asked if the enemy really wanted to deceive him. Suddenly, the man shook his shoulders and a red aura enveloped him. The scoundrel repelled the blow and continued the offensive. Hyunjung jumped back and widened his eyes in amazement. The villain sliced through the air with his sword right in front of him. The guy fell to the floor. Frightened, Sachin shed tears. Danzig shouted that his comrade must protect her. The young man jumped to his feet and realized that such a thing could never break him. Hyunjung struck a strong cutting blow. The hunter knocked the weapon out of the hands of the enemy. The blade pierced through the bandit. Blood gushed out of his mouth. The guild member smirked and asked if the enemy thought their patron would leave him alone just because he had killed them. The awakened man gave him a stern look. The warrior cut open the man's body and said that they had contacted the wrong person. The main character lowered his weapon. The frightened scoundrels huddled under the table. They folded their hands together and begged for mercy. Hyunjung walked towards them and asked why he would save them. He swung his sword and said that it didn't change the fact that they had tried to kill him. Pools of blood appeared on the floor. The guy smiled and said that it was all over. The sword fell to the floor. The young man opened his eyes and realized that he was in the hospital. The hunter was lying on the bed, with a plaster on his face. Taemin and Seojin leaned over him and asked how he was feeling. The awakened man turned his head and asked what they were doing here. Bowing, the man apologized for not arriving in time and thanked his comrade for saving their guild. The warrior got up from his bed and asked his friend to fetch water. The girl headed for the exit. The head said that he would leave the guards here. The headmaster frowned and told him that most of their guild was guarding this hospital now, so he wouldn't be attacked. The swordsman looked at him and asked him to tell him what had happened while he was unconscious. Standing in front of the bed, the chairman explained that the police had questioned the woman and that she had testified about the attack, but no one had ever found any evidence. Taemin closed his eyes and said that it was hard to keep them because they were busy protecting his family from the orphanage. The main character turned his head and thanked him. Hyunjung looked up and asked where the children were now. The man raised his eyebrows and replied that they were in the guild office. The guy put his hand to his forehead and asked how the echoes were able to get information about him. The head assumed that there was a spy among them and expressed his condolences. The young man frowned sternly and said that he wanted someone to protect his family. The director bowed and promised to put a guard on them. The chairman's eyes widened in surprise when the hunter wanted to join their war with Echo. Taemin smiled broadly and stated that they would provide him and his family with everything they needed. The awakened one gave him a stern look and asked if the guild would be able to figure out the traitor. The man smiled madly and replied that he would find him and teach him a lesson. Rolling over on his side, the warrior asked him to leave and explained that he needed to rest. Subordinates ran up to the boss and reported that they had found a spy. The guild master looked sternly ahead and asked his companions to take him to him. A black car parked at the garage. The director got out of it and put on black gloves. The guard bowed and said that they had locked up the traitor. The chairman went into the garage. The soldier pierced the scoundrel with a spear. The villain opened his mouth wide and screamed. Bowing his head, the officer said that he had made a mistake and asked for forgiveness. Taemin asked why he did it at all if he was so afraid of death. The man took out his sword and offered to enjoy this time together, because no one could help him anyway. The spy looked up in fright. A dark aura filled the castle. The main character smiled and realized that this was a room of a past life. Someone came out of the darkness. Kasashin looked around and said that they had not seen each other for a long time and that his friend had not sat idly by. Hyunjung frowned and stated that he needed his power. The assassin asked if he should teach him the technique of disguise in the same way as the technique of assassination. A smirk appeared on his face. The ghost covered her with his hand and decided to teach his comrade a technique that would allow him to hide both his body and his presence in the pitch darkness. The guy rounded his eyes in surprise and asked if this was possible. After all, even S-rank people were not capable of something like this. Raising one eyebrow, the spirit asked not to be compared with them and called himself special. Kasashin lowered his gaze and suggested that we go straight to the point. The man clenched his fist and explained that this technique was magic-based, so it was the same as hiding behind a curtain, but it consumed a lot of mana like any other high-rank magic. Holding out his hand to his ally, the assassin said that he would now be in complete darkness, and added that he would need to become one with her in order to hide himself. The ghost turned into black smoke. The spirit bowed its head and warned that a person could lose his mind in complete darkness. The hunter looked up and suggested that we start. Dark energy enveloped him. Kasashin wished him good luck. The awakened man looked up and realized that he could not see anything. The warrior smiled and remembered that if you stay in pitch darkness for too long, you can go crazy. The swordsman looked around. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The main character wondered how much time had already passed. Hyung-hong's eyes widened in fear and asked when it would end. The guy opened his mouth in horror and felt as if the soul was leaving his body. The young man touched his eyes and asked his friend to let him out. Consumed by the darkness, the hunter wondered how long he would have to stay here. The awakened man covered his face with his hand and continued to repeat all these questions to himself. The warrior fell to his knees. She narrowed her eyes and wondered if this was the end. Doppelganger leaned towards him. The clone smirked and asked him to leave his soul to them. The double was reflected in the swordsman's eyes. The copies leaned over him and stated that their original was weaker than the infant, despite the fact that he needed strength to protect his family. The monster approached the main character's ear and said that this was his essence. Gritting his teeth, Hyung-jung replied that it wasn't true and asked them to stop playing with him. The man returned to the castle and said that he decided to help his comrade because he looked too helpless. The assassin congratulated his friend on learning the stealth technique. The guy frowned and asked if this was all. The ghost squinted slyly and explained that even though his dark control wasn't perfect, almost no one in this world could defeat him. The spirit smiled and decided it was time to say goodbye. The young man woke up in a hospital bed. The hunter stretched out his hand to the phone. The awakened man looked at the time and realized that not even a day had passed, but it seemed as if a whole year had passed. Someone outside the door asked if it was possible to enter him. Timon walked over to the bed, and the warrior asked what had brought him here. The man smiled and replied that they had taken care of a spy. The swordsman narrowed his eyes and was surprised that they had managed to do it so quickly. The protagonist looked up and asked what the Echo Guild was doing at the moment. The head said that they were preparing for a second attack. The director lowered his head and concluded that they needed to call all the soldiers. The chairman asked if his friend wanted to attack their main office. Hyun-jung put on a jacket and said that he did not intend to sit idly by. Temin's mouth opened furiously and shouted that even for him, this was crazy. Putting on gloves, the guy explained that he wanted to take care of their fighters, and added that he would not have coped with it yesterday, but today is another day. The young man opened the door and asked a friend to take care of his family. Clouds floated over the city. The hunter approached the building and concluded that this was Echo's office. The awakened man clutched a dagger in his hands. The merciless darkness of Kasashin enveloped him. The warrior frowned and realized that he would be invisible like a ghost. His eyes lit up. Dark energy enveloped the building. The swordsman decided that this would be the last day for the Echo Guild. There was a light in the windows. Someone asked why the sky was so dark. Standing at the door, the guard asked his colleague not to think about any nonsense. The bodyguard turned his head and said that he had heard something. His comrade had stated that the magic barrier was there for a reason, and that if someone invaded, the warning system would be triggered. Suddenly, the scoundrel fell dead. The villain grabbed his weapon and asked loudly what was going on here. At the same moment, the blade of a knife flashed at his neck. Blood spurted from the wound. The main character lowered his weapon and realized what it was like to hide behind a curtain of darkness. Smirking, Hyung-jung realized that even with the slightest shadow, he had the ability to hide his presence, and wondered if it wasn't magic. A sinister energy thickened in the air. The guy decided that everything should go easier than it seemed. Walking down the corridor, the young man remembered that the night guard around the perimeter of the building was part of the special forces, and concluded that he could kill them all because they dared to attack his family. The employee frowned and talked about how a mercenary from the Ace Guild had destroyed all the special powers. The girl asked if a strong person could really become part of such a small and weak guild. The hunter walked past them and thought that he had to put himself in an advantageous position to deal with all the enemies. The awakened man knitted his eyebrows sternly and realized that it would be much more profitable to fight in the dark. The warrior approached the electrical panel. At the same moment, the lights in the corridor went out. The swordsman realized that from this moment his show began. The building was de-energized. Someone asked what had just happened. The man looked around and assumed that an intruder had snuck into them, his colleague stating that no one would dare to invade the Great Echo Guild. The heroes dispersed. The guard wanted to look around. His comrade asked him not to linger. Suddenly, the main character struck down the villain. The villain opened his mouth wide and asked what it was. Hyung-hong swung his knife. The guy stabbed his opponent in the back. Blood spurted next to him. The young man remembered that the office was on the 4th floor. His eyes exuded a bright haze. The hunter asked the enemy to wait for him. People gathered in the office. Sung Min looked up and was indignant that it would take a long time to fix the electricity. The man crossed his arms over his chest and asked his subordinate to turn on the spare generator. Hyun-seok scratched his cheek and promised to contact the master. The head of the guild narrowed his eyes and said that it was strange because there was light in the neighboring houses, and the lower floors were suspiciously quiet. The officers drew their guns when the director ordered them to line up because they might be attacked. The awakened struck at the two enemies. The soldier shouted that the enemy was using a concealing technique and asked to turn on the lights. The mage lit a flash in his hand. The wizard looked at the corpses of his comrades and asked how this was possible. The chairman furiously opened his mouth and asked to report on the situation. The fighter stated that 2 people of the C rank were incapacitated and that they could not determine the location of the intruder due to the concealed equipment. Frowning menacingly, Sungmin realized that he hadn't even noticed anyone intruding on them, and wondered why someone with such a skill had come here in the first place. The warrior was standing at the door. The swordsman narrowed his eyes and wondered if the thug was the commander of the special forces. The main character made a dash forward and dealt with the magician. The soldier looked around and ordered the others to stand behind him. Light drones rose into the air. The man urged his subordinates not to leave the enemy a place to hide. Hyunjung killed every single opponent while dodging the bright light. The guy opened his eyes wide and said that it was useless. The young man struck a strong blow at the enemy. The hunter looked to the side and thought that there were still 3 people left. The head of the guild jumped up from his seat and asked why he was doing this. The officer raised his sword in front of him and assumed that the intruder was a rank. The director asked him to concentrate, because otherwise they would all die. The chairman frowned maliciously and decided that this was a real monster. Sungmin gritted his teeth and concluded that the opponent had S rank. Blood gushed out of the guard's mouth. The awakened man punched the bodyguard in the stomach. The man raised his blade in front of him and realized that there was no one left but him. The guild leader turned around and asked the intruder to show himself. The director cut through the air several times with a fiery sword. The flames illuminated the warrior. After wiping the blood from his face, the protagonist asked if the villain thought he could harm his family and survive after that, and asked him to prepare to experience the same. The chairman gritted his teeth furiously. Hyunjung asked what his last words would be before he went to his comrades. Sungmin flashed his glowing eyes and shouted out the name of his opponent. The guy smiled and asked how he knew him. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the man blamed him for Hejin's death and stated that he could not forget the one who was in the same dungeon as her, and the only one left alive. The young man narrowed his eyes and asked what he was talking about. In a flashback, the girl got into the car. On the day they parted, it was the guild leader Echo who was driving. Smiling broadly, the hunter said that his feelings for her had long passed, and asked why the enemy had attacked the shelter. Raising his weapon, the headmaster explained that the C-rank woman couldn't have died in that dungeon due to her mistake, and stated that she would kill the opponent even though he had an S-rank skill. The awakened man closed his eyes and said that he had come here to avenge his family. The chairman asked if he had killed so many people just because of some orphanage. Sungmin shouted that this was nonsense, and began to brandish a fiery sword. The warrior took out a blade and assumed that it was because of him that the shelter was attacked. The blade sparkled. The main character decided that the unofficial guild war was the catalyst. Past lives endowed him with their power. Surrounded by lightning, Hyunjun realized that his inaction was endangering his entire family. The guy looked to the side and thought that he had no choice and that he would have to kill this scoundrel. The man who was surrounded by fireballs was amazed that a person who had recently been promoted to rank C could use an aura. The young man held out a shield in front of him and shouted that he was already tired of this talk about ranks that Hejin constantly started. The guild master deflected the blow with his sword, the hunter declaring that right now his enemy was fighting a man whom he looked down on like a small bug. Smirking, the director realized that his opponent was not so simple, and asked him to underestimate him. The chairman struck a powerful blow. The flames fell on the shield. Breathing fire, the villain urged his opponent to look at it carefully. Flames enveloped him. Sungmin shouted that it was an A-rank skill. The man opened his mouth in shock when the awakened man called it a pitiful sight and asked what it meant. The warrior swung his sword and claimed that he could dispel his ability in one fell swoop. The guild leader furrowed his eyebrows in fright and shouted that this could not be. Pointing his finger at the enemy, the headmaster said that it was a fatal blow and assumed that someone had told him about it. The main character looked at his hand and remembered that he had already been on the verge of life and death about 100,000 times in his past lives, but it was still tolerable. Hyunjung raised his shield and decided that it would take a lot longer than expected. The chairman cut through the air with a fiery sword. The guy crept up from behind him and realized that he had to hurry up and kill him. The young man pierced his opponent's hand and explained that he would like to play with him longer, but their time was running out. The hunter smiled slyly and added that he had too many grudges against him. The awakened struck a slashing blow. The scoundrel fell to his knees. The villain clutched his stomach and trembled. Sungmin furiously opened his mouth and asked if his opponent knew who the sponsor of their guild was. The warrior pierced him with his sword and asked him to be silent. The man collapsed to the floor. The protagonist realized that his family could be in danger if their guild had a sponsor. Bleeding, the guild master said that they would definitely find him and make him pay for it. Hyunjung lowered his weapon and decided that he needed to become stronger. The guy clutched his head as the voice explained that they had shared their power with him, but now it was his turn, and asked his comrade to bring something that rightfully belonged to him. Red smoke rose into the air. The young man asked where and what he should look for. Reaper was all impatient. The hunter walked over to the table and assumed that the glow was coming from what he needed. The awakened one found himself behind the headmaster's workplace, and wondered if the spirit had helped him deal with the Echo Guild just for the sake of it. In the box was a wooden box. Inside were a dagger and a necklace. The warrior went out into the corridor and thought that he needed to use Hasashin's power to get out of here. The shadow was preparing to erase all traces of him. The corpses of the guards were enveloped in flames. A powerful explosion rang out in the building. The swordsman looked around and decided that since the building was no longer there would be no evidence that he had done it, so his family would be safe for a while. A strong fire was raging in the office. Local residents passing by noticed him. The girl looked up in fright and covered her son with her hand. The boy smiled broadly and shouted that it was a special police squad. People in military uniforms got out of the cars. The man narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The officer approached the woman and asked her to talk about what happened here to help the investigation. She explained that she heard a loud explosion and went outside to see what was happening. The investigator looked down and asked if there was anything unusual here. The local resident replied that she did not pay attention to everything else. The assistant ran up to his colleague and said that he had news. The policeman's eyes widened in shock when the private reported that there was absolutely no one inside the building and that not even bodies were left. The man looked at the burning building and was surprised at that. Smiling, the senior officer decided that this was too suspicious and asked the passerby to be more careful. At this time, the main character was hiding around the corner. The investigator thanked the girl for her assistance. Looking at his hand, Hyun-hong realized that he could relax because there was no evidence, and thought that he couldn't walk down the street like that because his burnt clothes might arouse suspicion. Putting the phone to his ear, the guy heard the voice of an excited Taemin and promised to tell all the details later when they met. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened. His body went limp and the hunter lost consciousness. The man asked what was happening. A member of the guild walked to the door and asked permission to enter. Holding the glass in his hand, the stranger concluded that something serious had happened, since he immediately came to him. The staff member bowed and reported that the Echo Guild had been destroyed. The old man tapped his finger on the arm of the chair and asked if they had been attacked. The subordinate confirmed this, and added that they had lost all their soldiers due to the fire. Frowning, the headmaster asked if they hadn't invested a lot of money in their guild, and remembered that the number of their soldiers had increased recently. The employee raised his eyebrows and said that they were not doing very well, but they deliberately hid it. Taking a sip, the chairman asked if his money wasn't enough, and resented that they were fighting against the Ace Guild. Introducing the hunter with a sword and shield, the guild member explained that Ace did not have enough strength to defeat Echo, and stated that the mercenary who was on their side had changed the entire outcome of the battle. The sponsor asked if it was his doing. The employee bowed and suggested that it was and that it would not be a problem for him to defeat the Echo Guild itself. The scoundrel gritted his teeth and concluded that the Ozing Company was definitely involved in this. The villain gritted his teeth and decided that there were no other possible sponsors who were capable of such a thing. The old man put his glass on the table and asked his subordinate to contact the Silver Rank Guild. The headmaster squinted slyly and stated that they should deal with the Ace Guild and this mercenary. The main character was walking through the library. Hyun-hong opened his mouth in surprise and realized that this was another room from his past life. Reaper, standing at the window, was glad to see him. The man straightened his hat and asked if his comrade had brought his things. The guy took out the box and wondered how long he had been holding it in his hands. The young man handed the box to his friend and asked if he was talking about it. The old man nodded silently. The spirit opened the lid. There was only a necklace inside. The hunter remembered that there was a dagger. Shedding tears, the ghost thanked his ally and told him that this was the last thing he had ever loved. The girl put her hand to his cheek and said that they had not seen each other for a very long time. A smile shone on her hand. Reaper raised his head and called her his love. The woman snuggled up to him and said that she had dreamed of finding him for a very long time. Butterflies flew around them. Florian was glad that she was able to find her beloved. The awakened man rounded his eyes in surprise. The girl promised to repay him for giving her this moment. The warrior woke up with tears in his eyes, past lives thanking him for being able to free one of them from excruciating pain. The swordsman jumped out of his hospital bed. The main character rubbed his eyes and suggested that he cried because of the growth of sympathy for the spirit. The doors of the hall were closed. Karsago held a spear in front of him as he entered the room of his past life. Hyunjun received its power. In a flashback, the guy raised his sword. In each room he had the opportunity to increase his sympathy for his past lives. The old man gritted his teeth and cried. As the coordination was adjusted, the strength increased. The young man froze in place and clenched his fists. A multitude of hands went towards him. Even the emotions they felt reached him. The hunter covered his face with his hand and realized that he had to stop crying before anyone noticed. There was a box on the table. There was a dagger inside. The awakened one assumed that it was a gift from Reaper. The warrior took the knife in his hand and decided that it was a great thing, since the executive director of the guild, Echo, kept it separately. The swordsman put the weapon in his inventory and wanted to go to the appraiser. The main character looked at the door when a voice was heard from behind it. Taemin entered the room and asked how he was doing. Hyunjun replied that everything was fine. The man sat down next to him and told him that his family was resting in the guild office. Smiling, the young man thanked him for his help and asked what had happened to the Echo Guild. Sitting on the chair, the guild master replied that it was a heavy blow and that people had begun to leave even though only one day had passed. The director put his hands on his knees and added that the police had launched an investigation, but no evidence had been found. The young man frowned and asked him to let him know if anything became clear. The hunter scratched his cheek and asked if his friend could find a new home for him and his family. The chairman closed his eyes and promised to talk to the Ace Guild, the awakened one wondering if there was any unofficial information about the Echo Guild. Bowing his head, Tamien apologized and replied that this was all he knew. The warrior pressed his hand to his stomach and stated that someone was behind the attack on Echo's office. The man confirmed this and added that this was not the end. The swordsman decided that revenge would surely follow. The head smiled, asked him not to worry about it, and promised to do everything possible to track their movements. The main character came to the appraiser. In the box was a dagger. Hyung smiled and asked to evaluate this thing. The man took the knife in his hands. Bright sparks appeared under his fingers. The old man adjusted his glasses. The guy asked if there were any problems. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise when the master said that this was a very unusual thing. An employee of the association looked up and said that it was a sealed weapon. The hunter asked what it meant. Holding the weapon in his hands, the worker explained that some important abilities of this artifact were sealed, and admitted to seeing such a thing for the first time. The awakened man put his hand to his chin and asked him to tell more about it. The appraiser presented a dagger with a lock and said that sealed weapons come in different types and that their true power will be revealed when certain conditions are met. The warrior rounded his eyes and asked if this knife was not activated now. The man beamed with joy and stated that even now there are options to absorb power and improve the user's physical condition. The swordsman smiled broadly and decided that this would be a very good piece of equipment. The old man ran his finger across his throat and explained that this artifact was called the Butcher. The protagonist squinted in displeasure when the employee doubted that he would be able to remove the seal and said that if he managed to do so, he would be assigned level S. The employee leaned on his arm and explained that this weapon has a recovery function in which it returns to the hand of the user who shouted the spell. The appraiser gave the papers to the visitor and invited him to take a look at them. The document said that this dagger was worth 1,000,000. Hyung scratched his chin and wondered if he should evaluate the rest of the equipment. The man put his hands together. The guy concluded that none of his weapons would be better than this knife. The old man blushed very much and offered him to arrange an installment plan. The young man handed him a gold card and said that he would pay for everything at once. The hunter put the dagger in his inventory and concluded that he should not have expected anything else from his past life. The awakened man took out his phone and assumed that past lives were using it to pay off old bills. The warrior picked up the phone and asked who it was, and Tamien said that he had found a suitable house for him and offered to go and see it together. The swordsman closed his eyes and agreed. The man said that a car would soon come for him. A black car parked at the gate. The main character looked around. The guild master smiled broadly and greeted him. The master asked if he liked the house. Frowning sternly, Hyung remembered that he should look as disinterested as possible and asked when he could come here. The broker replied that it would be difficult to do so now because the house was not yet ready. The realtor rubbed his thumb and index finger and said that things would have been different if the client had paid a little more. The guy stated that he didn't care how much it cost and asked him to make sure that the house was ready as soon as possible. The merchant bowed and said that the buyer would be able to move in within a week. Clenching his fist, the young man concluded that money decides everything in this life, and thanked his past lives for it. The spirits watched him from a special room. The fairy opened her mouth in shock. The girl began to beat Karsago and shouted that this reincarnation would definitely be able to win. The bodybuilder showed his biceps and said that with this money it would be possible to pump even more muscles. The woman's eyes widened in amazement. Waving his hand, the gladiator was disappointed in them and said that he would not allow them to train the hunter, and that they would only be able to take part in case of force majeure. The fighter gritted his teeth and explained that with such an approach, their plans would never be carried out. The light was on in the windows of the residential building. The child ran up to the awakened man. The warrior closed his eyes and asked if everything was fine. The girl told her that the guild members had bought her sweets. The swordsman looked up when someone asked where he had been all this time. Seojin put her arm around her shoulder. The main character asked if they could discuss something. The girl asked what happened. Sitting on the sofa, Hyunjun said that he had come from the house in which their family would live. The woman asked what it was about. Raider raised her eyebrows excitedly and explained that they couldn't just buy a new house because he wanted to. Lowering his head, the guy replied that he had a good income in the Ace Guild and stated that he wanted to spend this money to protect his family. Taking him by the hand, the healer thanked her friend and decided that the children would love it there. Looking down, the shelter worker said that she was worried about a friend who got involved in something dangerous, and recalled how the villains attacked the orphanage. Squeezing her hand, the young man said that he wanted to hire a bodyguard and install a security system in his new house, and told her that the Ace Guild would help them with the guards, so everything would be fine. Seojin smiled. The hunter explained that he wanted to be happy with them, and promised to protect his family. The girl grabbed him by the sleeve when the awakened man said that he had to go. The woman put her hand to her chest and asked if he would not stay overnight. Her cheeks flushed. Scratching the back of her head, the raider said that she felt calm around him, and thought that she shouldn't say such things suddenly. The warrior looked away and agreed to stay here. The healer smiled and offered to eat ramen together. The swordsman walked with his back to the door and said that he was very tired. The shelter worker threw up her hand and asked what it meant. The main character shouted that it was time for him to sleep. Seojin looked down in frustration. Memories of Hyunjun flashed through her mind. The girl knew that her friend wanted to take care of the orphanage because it was the only place where he was accepted without his family. The guy's clothes were covered in blood. The woman thought that her friend was doing a lot for his family. Raider bowed her head and realized that she didn't want him to lose himself with all this blood on his hands. The young man lay down on the bed and realized that he had never seen her like this. In a flashback, the healer lowered the corners of her lips and offered to have dinner together. The hunter opened his mouth in shock and suggested that he really just needed to go and eat with her. The awakened man tossed the pillow up and became angry, the sergeant's sly laughter alerting him to the danger, as someone was aiming at his heart. The warrior looked sharply to the side. The swordsman jumped out of bed and wondered who it could be. Knives pierced the pillow. Taking out his shield, the protagonist was glad that his room was closest to the exit, and decided that his family would be in danger if the enemies were not eliminated quickly. Gusts of cutting wind appeared in the air. Hyeonghong covered himself with a shield and concluded that there was one mercenary and one mage among the opponents. The stranger frowned and called on his comrade to attack. The man took out his sword. Looking up, the guy realized that he would not have time to pull out his weapon, and decided that first he needed to push the enemy with his shield. The young man made a dash forward. A dagger approached his throat. The hunter jumped up. The awakened dodged the attack and pushed the opponent back. The villain crashed into the wall. Blood gushed out of his mouth. The assassin stepped forward and asked where he got such power. The awakened man jumped off the ground. The soldier approached the murderer and wished him death. The villain opened his mouth in fright. The swordsman struck him hard with his shield. The stranger was lying against the wall. His comrade was at the door, but the main character was sure that there were three of them. Suddenly a voice warned him about the spirit of death, which enveloped the most precious thing for him. Dust was flying in the air. Han-young burst into his girlfriend's room at the moment when the man raised a knife to stab. Seo-jin was sleeping peacefully at this time. The guy frowned furiously and shouted. His pupils narrowed. The young man ordered the enemy to remove his hands from her. The dagger deflected the enemy's blow. The hunter jumped forward. The mercenary asked if his comrades in arms had failed. The awakened man swung his sword, blessed by Sidon. The warrior struck a crushing blow. The scoundrel sat down on one knee. The main character cut his body with a blade. Hyun-jung brushed the blood off him and was glad that his girlfriend wasn't hurt. Squinting, the guy was surprised that no one woke up even from such a noise, and assumed that something had been poured into their food. The young man looked at the door and wondered what the people of the Ace Guild were doing. With his eyes wide open, the hunter decided that this was their goal and realized that he needed to contact Taming. The awakened man put the phone to his ear, but heard the voice of the answering machine. The warrior looked away and realized that this was about to happen. The swordsman sent a message to the special police department, and wondered if the people from the guild would react to this. The shield shone. The main character got into a fighting stance, and thought that he would have to defend this place until the police arrived. There were traces of a battle in the Ace Guild building. An employee helped his colleague to his feet. Taming covered his face with his hand. Someone asked how serious the damage was. The man looked around and said that their boss had died. The leader turned away and said that he had guessed that the enemy was not aiming at him, but the leader was actually wounded. Hyung-hong scratched his chin and suggested that even if he was confused, his friend would surely grieve greatly. The director bowed his head. The guy looked down and said that he did not know what he should say. The chairman asked to listen to him carefully. Guild member Ace pursed his lips. The young man asked what he wanted to tell him. Taming turned to him and explained that he had already thought of the person who should become the next guild leader. The man approached his ally and reminded him of the day of the unofficial guild battle. In a flashback, the hunter entered the battle. Then the head rounded his eyes in amazement, and realized that this was not just a strong person. The awakened man lowered his weapon. Frowning sternly, the headmaster explained that his friend had never abused his trust and that all the guild members had already agreed to this offer, and asked him to become the new leader of Ace. The warrior opened his mouth in shock. The leader of the criminal organization decided that they should accept this offer. The swordsman pointed his finger at himself, and called himself an ordinary mercenary. The main character lowered his gaze and thought that he would be able to receive help from his subordinates, and ensure the safety of his family if he became a leader. The chairman bowed, and Hyun-jun asked if he would definitely not have any problems. Standing in front of him, Taemin said that they had no other candidates for the position. Looking up, the man announced that all the other managers had also died, and called himself the main decision-maker. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and agreed to become the leader of Ace. The head shed tears, and his eyes sparkled. The young man smiled and asked him to prepare all the documents that related to the guild. The hunter sat down at the table. The Black Mafia was pleased and was able to see through all the falsity. The awakened man flipped through the papers and concluded that their financial situation was quite good, but the number of permanent members of the guild was small. Holding the documents in his hands, the soldier noticed that the size of the executive body did not seem large. The headmaster raised his eyebrows and explained that this guild had originally been founded by the previous head to get all the benefits of the magic crystal, so the hunting corps had been established not long ago. The swordsman put his hand to his chin and realized that the calculation factor that the leaders adhere to increases depending on the level of the guild. The chairman held out his hand and said that every time guild members attacked the dungeon and sold the magic stone, they would receive an additional tax. The protagonist looked up and realized that the risk of being taken over by another guild must also be considered. Hyun-jung slammed his hand on the table and suggested changing the policy course to a more aggressive strategy. The guy put his elbows on the table and assumed that the people behind the Echo Guild were now furious. The young man closed his eyes and was indignant that they had sent assassins. The hunter turned his head and stated that there was no guarantee that what happened today would never happen again. Taming agreed. The full moon was shining in the sky. Smiling broadly, the awakened man explained that they should absorb the Echo Guild first, and said that he could no longer sit back and silently watch. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if it was possible. The warrior offered to do it through an official guild battle. Flags fluttered in the wind. According to the rules, 9 representatives from each guild competed against each other one-on-one. A mage has entered into battle with a knight. If one of the competitors wins or does not announce a replacement for another participant during the battle, then he can continue to fight with the next opponent on the battlefield. Chess pieces fell from the board. Victory was awarded when one guild defeated all representatives of the other guild. The swordsman grinned maliciously and stated that they would defeat the entire 9. The head rounded his eyes in amazement and asked if they were going to fight together. The main character raised 2 fingers and said that he would be able to deal with the rest of the opponents if his friend took on at least 2. Hyung-hong looked at the document and offered to discuss the composition of the Echo Guild before the battle began. The guy closed his eyes and reminded him that he only had AC rank. Frowning, the headmaster realized that he wanted Echo to be careless about the upcoming battle, and said that they had no reason to declare a guild war. The chairman clenched his fists and explained that their leader had been killed and the Hunter Corps had suffered significant casualties. The young man revealed that he had called the special police before they destroyed the evidence. Slamming his fist into the palm of his hand, Taemin realized that his comrade was proposing to file a lawsuit based on this evidence first, and decided that among the corpses there must be at least one that belonged to the executive body of Echo. The awakened man squinted slyly and stated that it would be wise to file a claim for damages for a larger amount. Closing his eyes, the warrior said that in this case, they would be able to declare war on the condition of absorption and merger, and added that there was justification and obvious evidence, so the main bureau would issue its permission to fight. The man approached him and asked when they should start acting. The swordsman looked up and suggested that we start right away. Clouds floated over the house. Children played with each other. The girl smiled happily. Holding the box in his hands, the head said that he had bought them gifts on the way here. The children took various toys out of the box and were very happy. The principal turned to the boy and asked where Hyunjun was now. The child replied that his brother was in his room. The chairman patted him on the head and said thank you. Sitting on the couch, Taemin revealed that Echo refused to pay compensation for the damage caused. The guy smiled broadly and decided that this was predictable because they had asked for an incredibly huge amount. The young man turned to his colleague and suggested that he act in accordance with the plan. Nain was sitting at the computer. Holding the documents in his hands, Leader Echo shouted that this was simply unthinkable. The scoundrel threw the mug against the wall and was indignant that this matter had reached a special police squad. The guild member repaired the broken mug with a flick of his finger. The villain frowned menacingly and asked what other news there was. His eyes lit up. The man asked if there could be anything worse than this. The officer handed him a document and replied that the aces had declared war on them. Nain opened his mouth in shock and asked if the General Bureau had approved their request. The worker closed his eyes and replied that the evidence was too obvious for them to have no choice. Scratching his head, Leader Echo became angry that they were of no use, and asked if they had the strength to wage war. Standing in front of the table, the subordinate explained that they still believed in the mercenary who had participated in old unofficial battles. The scoundrel looked away from the papers and asked if mercenaries could participate in the guild war. The member Echo assumed that he had temporarily joined them. The villain clutched the documents in his hand and wondered how strong this man was, since they were so invested in him. The officer raised his eyebrows and replied that he was rumored to have an A rank, but that information might not be true. The man dropped the papers and decided that they had nothing to worry about because they didn't have any financial problems that could prevent them from using A rank soldiers. The employee looked at the phone and reported that one person of rank B was on the list, and the rest had rank C. Nain knitted his eyebrows slyly. Smirking, Leader Echo said that he was shaking with fear and concluded that they didn't need to mobilize the last remaining A rank fighter. Sitting at the computer, the villain asked a colleague to send him on a raid so as not to waste time. The subordinate said that he would instruct 5 soldiers of the B rank to mobilize. The villain smiled maliciously. The man narrowed his eyes and realized that victory was already in their pocket. There was a lantern in the shopping center. People were resting on one of the floors. The guys looked at each other, and one of them asked if it made sense for the Ace Guild to declare war on Echo. The local raised his hand and said that their leader was only at C rank. His friend reminded him that until recently, he had an F rank at all, so he was lucky. Closing his eyes, the guy asked if it wasn't nonsense, and said that every time there was always some scoundrel who had leveled up only thanks to luck. Someone put the glass on the table and was indignant that such a weak person could take the place of the head of the guild. Gina leaned on her arm and called the rumors amusing. The young man approached her and asked if this person interested her. The girl denied this and explained that she was just curious to look at the one everyone was talking about. Seokyeon took an ice cream spoon and said that he thought she had too much interest in this person. Raising the glass to her lips, the woman replied that she was not at all interested in the bronze tier guilds, and stated that it was not unusual to rank up and get such a position. The hunter smiled and asked if he didn't originally have an F rank. The protagonist was walking through the cave. The man told him that he had a C rank with the only respawn bonus, and asked if he should continue. Gina nodded affirmatively, the awakened man convinced that her friend was interested in this guy. Seok-yeon smiled broadly and reported that this young man was rumored to have wiped out the entire group during the attack on the B-rank dungeon. He narrowed his eyes and said that the information from the administration was almost absolutely reliable. The girl leaned closer and was surprised that an F-rank person had single-handedly attacked the B-rank dungeon. Sitting at a table outside a cafe, the man added that his wounds were so severe that Parliament did not define him as reawakened. The woman pointed her finger at him and asked what his thoughts were on the matter. While enjoying the ice cream, the leader assumed that this warrior was actually a secondarily awakened one. The huntress asked if it would be suitable for their new guild. Seok-yeon wiped his lips and explained that they couldn't draw conclusions based on the information they knew so far. The man wiped his hands with a napkin and said that the department would not start acting soon anyway because of how much noise this situation had made. Looking down, Gina concluded that the other guilds had similar thoughts as well, and asked what would happen if their predictions turned out to be wrong. The awakened man raised his index finger and said that this was their chance to find out who that person really was. The girl confidently knitted her eyebrows and offered to start acting immediately after the check was over. The supervisor closed his eyes and explained that few people knew about his existence at the moment, but at the moment they were not the only ones watching him closely. The woman raised her hand and asked her comrade to find a way to contact him before the guild war ended. The doors of the hall were closed. It was the 10th day after the declaration of war, and since the last time past lives appeared. The main character trained in the fresh air. Holding a sparkling sword in front of him, Hyun-jung wondered why they never appeared. The guy cut through the air with his blade. The young man struck another blow, and realized that it would be too dangerous to win the war with such a force. The hunter took a leap forward and asked himself why his previous lives didn't appear in dreams, no matter how much he trained with the magical techniques Sidon had taught him. The awakened one struck a slashing blow, and was indignant that they only appeared when they pleased, and not when they were so needed. The warrior gritted his teeth and asked at least someone to come to him. The swordsman swung his blade furiously and asked if it was possible to mock him like that. Fallen leaves swirled in the air. Someone threw a stone at the main character. Watching him from the sidelines, the children laughed at the fact that he had no parents, and that he was brought up in an orphanage. Someone burst into the office. The reason why Hyun-jung was so hungry for the power of his past lives was to avoid repeating the same mistakes again. Si-jin swung her fist and urged the bullies not to touch her younger brother anymore. The girl looked around and offered to go home. The guy wanted to protect those who were next to him day after day and gave him the strength to endure all the hardships. The child smiled. The young man took the certificate and was very happy that his awakening was confirmed. The hunter looked at him and thought that he didn't even care that it was only an F rank. The guys were happily spending time in the shelter. The awakened finally had a chance to repay their family for their care and protect their loved ones. The warrior looked ahead. The swordsman ran towards his fate, thinking that he needed to try his best and work hard to achieve significant growth. The main character fell on the edge of a cliff. Hyun-jung rolled his eyes and wondered if he would be able to protect everyone without his past lives. People pointed the finger at him and condemned him. The guy asked if he should go back to his old life without skills and talent, and be completely ignored in this society. Holding the sword in his hands, the young man realized that he could not just sit and quietly wait for this to happen. The hunter swung his blade. With one blow, the awakened man cut all the disgruntled statements in his direction. The warrior struck a powerful blow, and the leaves flew into the air. The tree collapsed to the ground. The swordsman dropped his weapon. The main character lay down on the green grass. Hyun-jung stretched out his hand towards the sky. The moon shone above him. The guy clenched his fist and wondered if he would be able to handle everything he had gained if that was the power of his past lives. The young man gritted his teeth and thought about how the fact that his abilities were not developing due to his past life not appearing proved that he was still as low as before. The hunter slammed his hand on the ground and realized that he could not return to that time again. Clouds floated over the house. The awakened man climbed the stairs to the second floor. Si-jin opened her eyes. The girl got up from the sofa and wondered if it was her friend who had come. The woman looked out into the corridor and noticed that her companion was returning home later and later every day. An employee of the shelter sadly knitted her eyebrows. The warrior sat down on the bed. The swordsman put the towel on his shoulders and realized that there had been no progress today either. The main character bowed his head and decided that he was taking one step back. Hyun-jung lay down on the bed and remembered that he would have to participate in the guild war. The guy narrowed his eyes and wished that one of his past lives would come to him. The young man closed his eyes and wished to be taken to the room of previous lives. The hunter fell through the water. The awakened man woke up and looked ahead. The warrior began to wave his arms when he realized that he was in water. Clutching his throat, the swordsman felt that he was about to suffocate, and thought that he had to get out of here at all costs. 5 minutes later, the main character did not even approach the surface of the reservoir. Hyun-jung opened his mouth wide and concluded that it was too deep here. The guy rounded his eyes in surprise and realized that he could breathe. Squinting, the young man assumed that it was a room of a past life, and wondered why no one had appeared yet. The hunter looked up and made sure that he was inside a dream. Gritting his teeth, the awakened man declared that he did not have time to just watch dreams, and asked for a previous life to appear. A bright light appeared under his feet, and his body began to move towards him by itself. The warrior swam to the source of the light, and noticed that this warmth seemed familiar to him, and caused a feeling of longing. The swordsman approached the glow. The sun's rays were beating against the window. The main character woke up on the bed and wondered if it was already morning. Hyung-hung stood up and asked what it was. The guy stretched, trying to understand why his body was moving on its own this time. Suddenly, someone stabbed him in the back. The young man looked around and scratched his shoulder blades. Si-jin smiled broadly and was surprised that her friend had just graduated and was already sleeping until noon. Grabbing him by the throat, the girl asked him to stand up and asked if he didn't have the feeling that something amazing was going to happen today. The hunter asked what it was all about. The heroes ran out into the corridor. The woman asked her friend to follow her and said that then everything would become clear to him. An employee of the shelter ran forward. The awakened man lowered his gaze and realized that he had not experienced such feelings for a long time. Memories began to pop up in his head one after another. The warrior followed his friend and noticed that she was usually always very calm, but at that moment she looked very excited. The guys stopped at the door. The raider said that her brother should lock her in the room with his eyes closed. The swordsman asked if it was really necessary. The healer closed his eyes and said that it was time to come in. Si-jin removed her hands, and their family was sitting in the room. There was a cake on the table. The heroes congratulated their friend on waking up. The main character wondered why he forgot such a precious memory that he was supposed to protect. Smiling broadly, Hyung-jung asked what it was all and realized that it was a part of his past. The girl began to cut the cake. The guy concluded that good memories are erased in the first place. The guys sat down at the table. The woman noticed that his awakening occurred at an earlier age than usual. The young man displeased that he had not even been issued a certificate yet, so there was no need to focus on this. Closing his eyes, the hunter said that today was a wonderful day, and decided that it was one of his happiest memories. The awakened man fell through the water and wondered why he was so anxious. The warrior looked up. A monster swam past him. A huge shark closed its jaws. The swordsman assumed that this was a nightmare in which he would be eaten. The monster looked away. Suddenly, the fish opened its fanged mouth wide. The world around the main character turned red. His body was slowly sinking to the bottom. Hyung-jung woke up on the floor. The guy knelt down and wondered if this was just another dream. The young man narrowed his eyes and felt terrible pain and itching all over his body. Seo-jin defended her family while bandits smashed the orphanage. The old woman hugged the children. Dust rose above the floor. The sounds of blows were heard. The hunter opened his mouth in fright and realized that he remembered this day as if it had happened yesterday. The man smiled broadly and explained that those who borrow money should be ready to pay it back. The scoundrel threw the mug on the floor and was indignant that sometimes there are people who completely forget about their obligations. The director raised her trembling hand. The girl asked her not to do this. Bowing, the grandmother asked what would become of their children and asked for some more time. The villain's eyes were bloodshot. The bandit kicked the woman with his foot. The shelter employee frowned and promised to pay off the debt at any cost. The awakened man broke out in a cold sweat. The raider reported that she was making good money thanks to the C rank. The man lit a cigarette and got angry that their conversation did not make sense. The scoundrel narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The warrior bowed and shouted that he also had a rank. The swordsman opened his mouth wide and said that they would try to pay off the debt as soon as possible. The villain took a step forward and asked what kind of nonsense it was. The bandit put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and asked what he could do with the F rank. Squeezing his hand, the man said that such a thing would not work even in the lowest paying job, and asked if he knew how many hungry mouths there were in the shelter. The scoundrel slapped Hyung-jung in the face and ordered him to investigate the problem properly first. The guy fell on all fours. The villain ordered his subordinates to search everything here and suggested that money must be hidden somewhere. Outside the window he could see the city. Seo-jin used magic on her arm and was glad that both the children and the headmaster were unharmed. The girl smiled broadly and said that the only problem was that the orphanage was now a real mess. Sitting against the wall, the woman said that all together they would clean up quite quickly. The employee turned her head and decided to help her friend heal his wounds. The young man tucked his knees and hid his face. Raider looked at him sadly. Tears fell on the sleeves of his shirt. The hunter admitted that he felt absolutely useless. The awakened man began to cry and told him that he believed that with the F rank, he would have a chance to protect his loved ones if he tried his best. The moment the bandit hit his girlfriend, the warrior could not do anything. The swordsman smiled madly and declared that he was not capable of anything. Having plunged underwater, the main character suggested that until now helplessness had forced him to move forward, and realized that, in his opinion, such an incompetent person has no right to keep happy memories in the depths of his soul. Hyung-hung opened his eyes. The bright rays of the sun illuminated him. The guy decided that now everything would be different. The young man's eyes widened. The hunter resolutely knitted his eyebrows and realized that now he was driven by strength and confidence that he would succeed. The awakened one swam to the surface and concluded that he could no longer mark time, and that he needed to become even stronger. The warrior narrowed his eyes. He found himself in the middle of an open space. Karsago smiled and was surprised that his friend didn't bother to talk about his strength. The swordsman turned around and saw him. A joyful smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, the protagonist looked to the side as the man said that he thought they made a mistake in giving him power. Gladiator introduced his embarrassed comrade. Hyun-jung realized that he had also seen his dream, but the fighter lowered the corners of his lips in displeasure. The guy lowered his head and explained that he had become too presumptuous, since he finally had the power to change something. But now everything was different. The young man clenched his fist and said that great strength came at a high price. Standing in front of his past life, the hunter said that his family was in danger because of this power, and added that he could not sit back and watch his loved ones suffer. The awakened man opened his mouth wide and shouted that he wanted to become even stronger now that he had confidence. The ghost's eyes widened in surprise. Standing in the middle of an empty field, the warrior declared that he wanted to become stronger than those who threatened him. The spirit smirked and concluded that his friend was in despair. The swordsman took the weapon out of his inventory. Karsago raised his shield and decided to teach him the martial art of defensive counterattack. The main character looked ahead and asked what it was. The man replied that it would be different from hitting the shield. The fighter frowned and said that from his point of view, this was the most powerful counterattack skill. The gladiator took a fighting stance and decided that it would be much better to do without explanation and let his comrade experience it for himself. Hyeonghong's eyes widened. The ghost looked at him resolutely and urged him to unleash his best technique. The guy made a sharp dash forward. The young man jumped up and swung his sword. The hunter struck a crushing blow. The awakened man frowned and noticed that his opponent did not make the slightest move. Smirking, the spirit asked if his skills were still at this level and asked his friend to take a closer look. A powerful aura enveloped his shield. The warrior realized that he had absorbed all the damage. Standing in the distance, the swordsman concluded that this could not be called an ordinary absorption. Karsago clenched the handle and asked if he had noticed that absorbing the blow allowed him to release twice as much powerful energy. The man swung his shield and shouted that there was only one way to obtain this supreme skill. The fighter hit the ground with force and destroyed it. The blast wave hit the battlefield. The gladiator said that it was necessary to fully withstand this energy without experiencing any shortage. A cloud of dust rose above the ground. The ghost looked at her and assumed that the vessel was not yet ready to receive such power. The spirit turned away and declared that they had no time to wait. Suddenly Karsago looked away. The main character was able to stand on his feet. Hyeonghong opened his mouth wide and realized that he had managed to withstand his comrade's martial art. The guy looked up. Grinning, the gladiator realized that his eyes had failed him, and congratulated his friend. The young man smiled broadly. The fighter said that now the best counterattack technique belongs to him. People gathered outside the arena on Guild War Day. There was a sign on the door that read waiting room. The heroes were sitting on sofas. Timon raised his hand and offered to defuse the situation, because they had absolutely nothing to worry about. The hunter crossed his arms over his chest. The man said that their leader would figure everything out. The guild members bowed their heads, the awakened one noticing that the atmosphere had only worsened. The warrior looked away awkwardly and thought about how this was a natural reaction because they believed that a person who appeared out of nowhere couldn't be the leader of their guild. Suddenly someone opened the door. The stranger smiled broadly and called the atmosphere in the waiting room beautiful. He wore an echo bandage on his arm, and the scoundrel asked where all their fighting spirits had gone. The swordsman frowned tensely. The main character raised his hand when the director wanted to object. Hyeonghong stepped forward. The guy approached the intruder and asked him to leave, because coming to the opponent's waiting room is against any common sense. The villain raised an eyebrow and asked if he had to listen to him. The heroes looked at him in fear. The guild member explained that he had been entrusted with organizational matters, and said that he had only come to check on their readiness. The young man gave him a stern look and warned him that he would not sit idly by if he continued to say such nonsense. The stranger pointed his finger at himself, and doubted that a C-rank man with a captain's armband could show him anything special. The scoundrel put his hand to his chest and said that he was B rank. A sinister energy filled the room. Its waves crept up to the hunter. The awakened man waved her away and asked the intruder to know when to stop. The villain gritted his teeth and wondered how he had managed to escape the effects of his murderous energy. The warrior looked up. Reaper awakened his bloodthirsty nature. Echoes found himself in the darkness and wondered what was going on. His face was covered with sweat, and the assistant felt as if something was oppressing him. A huge eye opened above him. The stranger fell to his knees and coughed. He trembled with fear. The swordsman looked at him contemptuously and ordered him to leave. The scoundrel ran away in terror. The main character came to the door. Hyeonghong's eyes widened and realized that for a second, he thought about killing this person. The guy looked at his hand and concluded that he was becoming less sensitive to murder as his level of sympathy for past lives grew. The young man shuddered and looked away. His team members stared at him in shock. Smiling, the hunter said that everything was fine and asked them to stop worrying. The characters smiled back and looked at each other. The guys turned to their leader and shouted that they believed in him. The man brought his hand to his mouth and coughed. Approaching the door, the judge announced that the guild war would begin in 30 minutes and asked the participants to go to field number 4. The awakened man scratched his head in embarrassment. The warrior turned his head and said that they would definitely succeed. Yoziel stared intensely at the back of the guild leader. The fighters came out under the bright light of the stadium. Hyun-jung and his men looked at the gathered spectators in surprise. The young man's eyes rounded, and he expressed the opinion that even though this wasn't a major guild battle, there were a lot more spectators than he thought. At this time, representatives of the Hunters Association discussed the participants. Taemin looked towards the stands with a smile as the protagonist continued to marvel at the number of people. The captain leaned over to the leader and said that this situation only proved that the Hunters Society had paid attention to him, and he was sure that he felt it too. At this point, the man turned to the stands and noticed that the Hyeonghong family had also come to support him. Sejin looked at the elder man with excitement and whispered good luck to him. The main character smiled happily when he saw his sister and decided that he had to win, at least for the sake of his family. The voice of the host rang out above the arena, announcing the long-awaited event, the official guild war of Echo against Ace, and inviting the first participants to take to the field. Temin exhaled nervously. He turned to the master, clenched his fist, and promised to bring victory, and the master reminded him that he had only asked to defeat 2 opponents. The captain literally lit up, repeating the words of the young man, while he thought that he was still too ardent a person. When the man entered the field, the host announced him. An opponent came out to meet him, whom the commentator introduced as a B-rank Magus Jinsu, the first member from the Echo Guild. Temin could hardly help smiling as his opponent called him the human shield of that worthless C-rank hunter. While Jinsu was showing off in front of the audience, the host would notice that the tension was felt even before the start. From now on, the guild wars would be held under the control of the Dispute Resolution Committee of the General Guild Bureau. The captain drew his weapon as soon as the start of the battle was announced. The magician smiled madly, and shouted that he would not be able to resist his magic with this small dagger. But then his face stretched out in surprise. The man confidently jumped on the enemy from above. The blow hit the target. The enemy did not have time to react somehow. Taming's gaze was determined during the attack. Jeans had to summon a shield to repel the second attack. After that, the opponent grinned, mocking that this was better. But the next moment the captain was behind him. The mage waved his staff, summoning a fiery sword, and asked where the hunter was going. The dagger turned over in the man's hands, because he knew that his opponent was already too late. Temin swung for a shot, and the blade of the dagger tore through the side of the enemy. Jinsu pressed his hand to the wound and shouted that he was giving up. The referee had to stop the captain with his elbow. Frowning at the aggressive participant, the guy demanded that he stop. The hunter gritted his teeth furiously, muttering that the mage was lucky, but just let him try to get caught outside. After that, Taemin turned to the leader and smiled happily. Hyeonghong looked at the captain in confusion, wondering if he had spent too much energy from the beginning. The host announced the start of the second battle and invited the participants from both sides to take their starting positions. Blood dripped onto the ground. The opponent was lying face down. The hunter was breathing rapidly, and the judge was forced to ask if he could continue fighting. Taeming nodded. He turned to the leader as the judge expressed concern, for the man's wounds looked serious. The commander clenched his teeth, but Master shook his head, indicating that he was no longer worth it. Taemin lowered his head when it was announced that due to his injuries, a second participant would come out to replace him in the third fight. The protagonist patted his friend on the back and asked him not to lose heart, because he did everything in accordance with their plan. He handed the captain the phone and asked him to provide him with the rest, and let him make a good video for Tube. A commentator's voice sounded over the stadium, introducing the third member from the guild, Echo Hedge. Hyeonghong stepped onto the field, clutching his trusty sword. The young man activated the aura, thinking to himself that it was no longer possible to correct the list of participants anyway, so he would have to show the audience everything he could. At this time, the spectators were discussing that the rumors were true since a C-rank hunter could use the aura. Gina lowered her binoculars, suggesting that it would be fun. The girl smiled contentedly as Seokyeon crunched his popcorn. The third battle had begun, and the protagonist, fleeing from the alien attack, reflected that his past lives had been more difficult. He brandished his sword. For him this duel was sheer nonsense. The hunter rushed forward, thinking that he must win as the host noted his amazing abilities, and announced the start of the fourth battle. Another blow knocked the new opponent off his feet, while the swordsman decided that no one could threaten them anymore. At sunset, the guy looked at the stands as a voice from the speakers announced the long-awaited fifth fight. If he won this time, then the Ace Guild would win the final victory. Under the voice of the commentator, the hunter Sangyeon stepped onto the field. The man frowned at his opponent, thinking that he could not even imagine that there would be anyone capable of using the aura. Hyung-jung was waiting for him. Sung-yoon rushed into battle as soon as the start of the battle was announced, confident that no one could defeat his sword. The knight struck a crushing blow, but the next second, he saw that his enemy had disappeared. The master's hand touched his shoulder. The enemy did not even understand where the young man had come from. The protagonist swung his shield, concentrating his aura on it. But Sung-yoon shielded himself from the blow of the blade of his blade. The man smirked confidently, and asked if his opponent really thought that he could defeat him with such and such strength, although he managed to surprise him a little. The hunter grinned. As spears began to appear above the boy's head, the Karsago Guardian announced that he was conducting a fair counterattack, causing the unwavering shield to become a sharp spear that aimed at his enemies. Hyung said with a sweet smile that he didn't know how to fight at all. But the aura grew larger, gathering even more projectiles around. The light blinded the enemy. After that, the attack fell on Sung-yoon's head. He collapsed to his knees and admitted that he had lost. Standing on all fours in the arena, the swordsman begged for mercy. The stands roared. Gina leaned forward curiously. The judge looked at the frightened face of the defeated hunter in surprise. The master looked at the audience with a smile as the victory of the Ace Guild was announced. The roar of the audience seemed to rise to the roof. Guild leader Echo slammed his fist on the table, cursing loudly. The protagonist traced how they tried to stop the spiteful critic after he broke the furniture. The guy sneered, and thought that if the Echo Guild was defeated in the guild war, then there shouldn't be any merger and takeover problems in the future. After that, Hyeonsong turned around, remembering that he should hurry up. The young man went downstairs. He raised his eyebrows as he was praised for his good work. The protagonist saw Taemin smiling. The captain rubbed his neck in embarrassment, and when the master expressed relief that he was already well, he thanked him and invited him to return to the waiting guild members. The swordsman pointed his finger at himself with delight, not believing that everyone was waiting for him. The guys were already walking down the corridor, greeting the leader, even when the man reminded them that he had asked them to wait in the room. The hunters gathered around Hyunsong, talking about their impressions of the fight. Especially the last blow was cool, some still felt goosebumps. The young man looked down in embarrassment and thanked the guys. But then the protagonist was confused when questions poured in about his amazing technique and the ability to learn it. Taemin stopped the guild members with his palm. The master cleared his throat and asked the captain to give him some time. He turned around abruptly and asked him to wait, and the swordsman mentally wished him good luck. When they were alone, the guy asked if he had made a good video for Tube. The man showed Hyunjung his phone and said that he had already uploaded the footage. Tube was a video hosting service that was often used by hunters. Various types of videos were uploaded, from recommended weapons for raids to types of demonic creatures in dungeons. It was impossible to film properly inside the dungeon, so hunters posted a lot of videos to promote their guilds. The protagonist smiled as the captain expressed confidence that since this was his video, it would be a great reaction. If it continued like this, it was only a matter of time before their guild was strengthened, and he added that now that they didn't know who was behind Echo, it could be an effective shield for them. Suddenly, footsteps were heard in the hallway. Seokyeon turned to the guild master with a smile. Taemin covered the protagonist with his body, and clarified what business the stranger had come here for. The man furrowed his brows as he realized that the guy in front of him was A rank, and when he giggled into his palm, he found it strange. After that, the visitor pulled the captain's pocket to pour candies into it, and said that they had nothing to fear, because they had not come to fight. In the Hyunghong standing behind him, he realized that he apparently did not come alone. The young man turned under the disgruntled gazes of the hunters, when a voice behind the stranger's back told him not to talk nonsense, and asked for forgiveness, because his mistress did not like to be modest. Gina approached the men, and her assistant added that she really wanted to see Hyunjun. The silhouette of the girl was reflected in the protagonist's eyes, and he saw that she was S rank, which meant a difficult situation in the event of a fight. The heiress folded her arms over her chest, and greeted the young man, adding that he looked even more interesting in person. With a sweet smile, Gina introduced herself. The swordsman looked at her face, and recognized the daughter of the head of the corporation, Jael, whom he had read about in the news. The protagonist shook the girl's hand, remembering that he had heard about her. The huntress put her fingers to her lips and, when asked what she had to do with the guild master, asked if he had not guessed himself. The swordsman stretched out his hand, and remembered aloud that the Jael corporation did not have a guild under their direct control. Gina frowned slightly, and remarked that she hadn't seen much need for it before, but if you needed a guild, it was easy to create one. Hyunjin froze. He realized what the girl meant. The heiress handed the young man a business card with a smile, and offered him to take a leadership position in the guild, which would be directly subordinate to the Jael corporation. Taemin glanced sideways at the leader, mentally repeating the hunter's words. The protagonist's face seemed impenetrable, and the man thought that if he accepted this offer, then as soon as he got back on his feet, their guild would become dependent. The swordsman's eyes widened as a voice sounded in his head, warning that the ultimate Emperor Romanov was urging him to reject the offer. If he went against his will, he would not receive his protection, and he realized that this was another past life. The hunter narrowed his eyes. To his shock, Gina then refused the offer, deciding to himself that the offer was quite tempting, but he couldn't lose the protection of one of his lives in this war. Seokyeon raised his eyebrows and asked the reason for the refusal. The guy smiled and replied that he just didn't like it when someone led him. The captain was touched, and realized that he was not mistaken in choosing Hyunsong as the guild leader. The visitor got angry, and asked if it was really just because of this. The young man continued to smile as he added that if they offered him the position of guild master, he would still think about the offer, but just thought to himself that he would definitely not be offered such a position. Jean's face turned menacing as she expressed the opinion that the protagonist valued himself too highly. Taemin jumped forward, clenching his fists, and exclaimed that even though there was a high-ranking hunter in front of him, she went too far. The girl folded her arms over her chest and frowned. The master raised his eyebrows and stopped the assistant, after which he added that perhaps it was not so expensive now, but were they sure that it would always be? The huntress rubbed her chin, and noticed that the swordsman was very presumptuous, and seemed to have absolute confidence in his abilities. The guy turned up his nose and said that she was right. Hyun walked away and reported that today's and tomorrow's will definitely be different from each other. Taemin pressed his palms to his mouth, almost bursting into tears at the guild leader's words. The visitors saw the guys off with gloomy looks. Suddenly, Gina laughed loudly. The heiress wiped away her tears, and noticed that it was interesting. She looked at the backs of the departing men, and decided to watch the young man, since he was so confident in his abilities. The huntress turned around and invited the assistant to go home. They were walking down the corridor when the assistant finally asked if his mistress was okay. After all, their goal today was to lure Hyunghong to their side. The girl tiredly pressed her palm to her cheek, and said that of course it would be nice to get him. Because of his unreasonable demands, she had no choice but to give up on this idea. She put the candy in her mouth, and noticed that the reawakened could reach S rank. The heiress explained that in other words, no matter how hard the hunter struggled, it was possible to stop only at rank S. The girl chewed the candy in one motion, and added that she would definitely make this guy regret his decision. The document fell out of the weakened hand of the protagonist. Hyung-hong put his head on the table. Another paper was slipped to him, and he was told that today messages came from 3 places in the silver layer. Taemin stood on top of the guild master with a smile, holding a stack of documents. The young man took the document, asking him to tell him what he would think, and he thought that if he was going to switch to the silver layer, he would accept Jin's offer. The captain opened the folder, and when the protagonist asked if they had received messages from the jail corporation, he replied that they had not contacted them. The swordsman leaned back in his chair, and said that he was not going to become the leader of the guild himself, but was ready to accept any unofficial sponsorship. The man admitted that the head was absolutely right. If they did S-rank raids, with the support of the jail corporation, the reward would be huge. The guy tiredly closed his eyes, and asked how long it would take. Taemin shoved the folder under his arm, and replied that it wouldn't take much time. If the dungeon administration changed rank, then even Gina would change her mind. Hyung-hong grimaced. The protagonist propped up his face with his palm, and asked if anything would change if the rank changed. The captain shook his head, and corrected that it was not just rank. The young man arched an eyebrow, and clarified what he meant. The man returned to the table, and explained that the reason why the gold or platinum guilds didn't take any action was because of the official rank of guild leader C, even though he had an outward appearance. The swordsman frowned, and when Taemin added that there were very few cases where a hunter with a lower rank than themselves was hired as a leader or guild leader, he thought that he knew that the walls of each layer were very high, but he didn't think that much, which meant that he wasn't strong enough yet. The head frowned at the assistant, and said that if his rank was changed, then the guilds above the golden layer would also take action. The captain smiled, and said that his video had received a lot of good reviews, so it was worth just waiting a little. The man began to wave his hands, and said that, although this was just his forecast, he was sure that the administration would contact them during the day. All eyes were on the leader, so the verification department would definitely pay attention to him. Taemin held up a thumbs up and added that if they reacted quickly, they could get in touch within the next hour. The guy smiled and agreed with his friend. At that moment, the captain's phone rang, and he promised to answer the call and return. And of course, Hyunjun let him go. But after a couple of minutes, the man burst back into the office, shouting that a visitor had come to the head of the guild. The young man, without looking up from his work, objected that he was not going to meet with representatives of the guilds yet. The protagonist raised his eyebrows when he heard that this case could be called exceptional. Taemin took a deep breath when the swordsman asked which guild visitor he was from. The captain slapped his palm on the table with delight, and replied that he was from the Diamond Layer Guild, of which there were only 15 in all of Korea. The master's eyes widened. He couldn't believe the reality of what was happening. The hunter lowered his gaze and agreed to receive the guest. At this time, the visitor was drinking tea in the reception room with a satisfied look. The man looked up from the cup, and immediately jumped to his feet when he saw the head of the guild to greet him. The guest shook hands with Hyunyoon, introducing himself as Dong-hyuk, the HR manager of innovations, and he realized that he had a rank B. The young man smiled and said that it was a pleasure to meet him. Looking at the guest, the protagonist could not believe that the personnel manager of the Diamond Layer Guild would start acting because of him. After that, the visitor shook hands with the commander while he introduced himself, after which he invited him to sit down and talk. The man sat down on the sofa, and added that he had never imagined that it was a great honor for him to meet the super newcomer Hyun-sung in person. The swordsman scratched his cheek in embarrassment, and refused to admit that he was a super rookie, but the manager smiled, and assured the hunter that this was indeed the case. High-ranking guilds regularly exchanged news. Dong-hyuk added embarrassedly that when he was at the last general meeting, everyone called the main character a super rookie. The man held up his finger and continued that, among other things, if someone represented a guild that was very interested in discovering new talents, then they had definitely seen that video. Hyun-jung was surprised with a smile that everything was so large-scale, since the video had a great effect on everyone, and thought to himself that when the takeover and merger with Echo took place, the number of guild members would increase dramatically. It would be nice if he became a little more famous. The manager began to laugh, and assured that he did not like to exaggerate, so he could be trusted. After that, he adjusted his glasses and suggested that we get down to business. The guest put the contract on the table, and said that all the conditions offered by the innovations company were spelled out here. The young man took the document, and thought that if he was a member of a guild, then there would be a reduction in taxes related to magic crystals, and even the position of leader. Dong-hyuk held out a pen to the swordsman, wondering how he felt about their terms, because if he signed, he could immediately take a leadership position in their guild. The head narrowed his eyes, noticing that this was definitely a tempting offer, and even the conditions were quite good. The guy raised his head, realizing that in the end he would simply become a servant of the guild. If he made a pact, he would not be able to get Romanov's patronage. The manager's face stretched as Hyunjun put the paper on the table and expressed regret that he wouldn't be able to give him a definitive answer right now. Taemin almost burst into tears of happiness behind him. Dong-hyuk pushed the document back and reminded him that it was very difficult to get such a chance. The young man smiled a little guiltily. After that, he resolutely stated that he knew, but still his decision would not change. The protagonist straightened the stack of papers, and stretching, he was glad that he had finally finished everything. Then his eyes widened as his past life demanded to hear his voice. The bright light blinded the swordsman. When he opened his eyes, he saw huge golden doors. The hunter arched an eyebrow when he realized that Romanov had addressed him. The guy opened the door, looking inside, and his mouth opened in surprise. Dong Hyuk looked at the treasure in shock, immediately wondering how much it would cost. The previous incarnation beckoned the reincarnation with his finger, asking him to come closer. The young man flinched as the door slammed shut behind him. Romanov sat on a throne at the end of the hall, and asked not to be afraid and to come closer. The emperor looked at the protagonist with a smirk. The swordsman took a couple of steps forward. The next moment, he seemed to be pulled to the throne by force. The poor guy collapsed to his knees. The man lowered his hand and admitted that he was a little mistaken. The hunter began to shake something off his hair. Romanov was on the same level with the guy in one movement, and said that he was watching him closely. The emperor smiled, and added that when Karsago first appeared, most of the previous incarnations were against it. Hyun-jung looked at the man in surprise as he continued that Sidon Miller and Kasashin soon recognized him. Romanov smiled when he said that the room of the past life was only a special space, and he could not imagine that the young man would be able to absorb their training so quickly. The emperor chuckled, and admitted that in the middle of the game, the protagonist went a little astray, but in the end he was able to achieve what he wanted due to the fact that he had some abilities. The hunter remembered that moment, and clarified, so he told him not to become a servant of any guild, and Romanov confirmed this, because he represented his will. The emperor scratched his beard, and explained that since the young man practiced without hesitation, he could consider himself willing to accept it. Hyung-hong rose to his feet, and stated that for his patronage, he had refused all offers from other guilds. The man put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and praised him, since the one who was under his protection could not be someone else's servant, and asked him to take an oath that this would never happen. The swordsman took a serious look at the past incarnation as he added that in such a case, he would become his patron, as he had promised. The Roman's palm lit up. The emperor continued to smile when he asked to be patient if it hurt. A bright golden light enveloped the main character. Hyun-jun clenched his teeth in pain. It was as if he was torn apart. His head was thrown back, and the young man felt such pain as if his whole body had been pierced through. When it was all over and the emperor withdrew his hand, the protagonist could barely stand on his feet. The man looked pleased. While the swordsman was trying to catch his breath, Romanov asked if he was not already used to pain. The hunter wiped his chin and explained that it was somewhat different from the pain he had experienced before, but now everything was normal. The emperor returned to the throne, and advised him to clear his mind in order to use magical power, and the guy replied that he understood everything. Hyun closed his eyes, trying to focus on the currents of magic. The young man opened his eyes. A golden shard appeared in front of him, and wanting to know what it was, the protagonist stretched out his hand. His fingers touched the surface, and the shard began to glow. In the next moment, the swordsman saw the city burning. The fortress walls were flooded with fire. Several knights held the gate to the imperial castle. The soldiers turned around when they were told to leave. Romanov frowned and shouted that he would defend the imperial palace. The guys looked at the ruler in fright, and one of them exclaimed that this was unacceptable. His Majesty needed to take cover first, and they would defend this place at the cost of their own lives. The man smiled sadly, asked to stop, and added that it was enough if he died along with this country. The knights fled when their lord's last order sounded, to leave the palace immediately. The wall in front of Romanov was torn apart by an explosion. The emperor smirked, and decided that at least he could take a couple of fellow travelers with him. The man gripped the hilt of his sword, and he shouted furiously. Romanov rushed to the attack. A dark figure raised his blade over the emperor, announcing that it was all over. The man looked at his opponent exhausted. One swing of the sword, and the ruler's head fell to the ground. Hyung-hong's eyes widened, his face looking terrified. The young man looked at Romanov, and when he asked if he understood how to use his protection, he replied that he did not. The emperor rubbed the bridge of his nose, and realized that the protagonist's mind had taken him to a completely different place, and decided to explain everything to him himself, so he advised him to listen carefully, because the way to activate his support was quite simple. The man pointed to his eye, and explained that if only the magic in his eyes focused on a certain person, then everything would be over. The swordsman raised his eyebrows and wondered what would happen then. A seal lit up in front of the Roman's eye, and he replied that the hunter would be able to see the true name of this man. The guy stared at his past incarnation in surprise and clarified what it meant. In response, he heard that it was about another name that reflected the true nature of this person. The emperor closed his eyes, and added that with this support, Hyun-jung would be able to single out those people who were worth keeping close to him. When the protagonist smiled enthusiastically, the man expressed confidence that it would be of great benefit to him. Romanov shuddered when the young man, expressing gratitude, called him by name. He frowned, and noticed that he hadn't been called by that name for a long time, after which he let go of his reincarnation. The swordsman went to the exit with his head held high, while the emperor saw him off, saying that as long as he served him, he would remain by his side, but asked him to remember something well. The man looked after the hunter. He was already leaving the room when he heard that the ability to find out his true name could be a curse in some sense. The next morning, Sachin sat on the sofa, looking through the papers. Seeing her brother, the girl smiled, glad that he woke up. The guy, stretching his shoulders, asked if she was doing well. His sister smiled happily, and replied that everything was fine, and Hyun-jun decided that this was a chance to test the Roman's defense. When the seal lit up before the young man's eyes, a disembodied voice said, "Romanov is looking at you." His gaze with absolute penetration saw all beings. As Seojin tried to figure out what the protagonist was staring at, he saw the inscription "Loyal Assistant" above her head. The swordsman smiled warmly. Now he began to understand the meaning of the true name a little. The hunter landed on the sofa and asked what his schedule was for today. My sister took the tablet and told me that she had arranged for a 3-hour visit from a person from the hunter's department in the dungeon administration. And since she had a lot to do today, she thought she would have to go to work early. The guy scratched his head and said that he understood. The girl looked at Hyun-song in embarrassment when he suddenly expressed his gratitude, although he had said last time that she had taken on the duties of his secretary and for being by his side. Seojin looked away, and she didn't find anything special about it. Anyway, she did it because she wanted to, and she would only help him for a while, and then she would leave immediately, though she said to herself that she was able to help her brother in any way. Guild members were discussing in the backyard, debating whether winning the war had made absorbing Echo a done deal, which meant their guild would become even bigger. Taemin flinched as the leader walked by. Under the surprised looks of his colleagues, the captain finished his coffee in one gulp. Then he rushed to the head of the guild, shouting that he would accompany him. The gate opened. The protagonist looked at the man curiously, deciding to check his true name as well. Taemin straightened his tie. Above his head, the inscription "Blindly Believing Knight" appeared. The young man's face expressed puzzlement. He didn't understand what it even meant. The captain noticed the guild leader's gaze and tensed, immediately asking what had happened. Soon they went out of the gate, and the car was already waiting for them. Soon at the guild headquarters, the man showed the boss his phone with a smile, and said that the visitor was already on the first floor. The swordsman straightened the stack of documents, and asked to tell the guest to come up here. The hunter himself went out to meet the visitor. The man who entered looked intently at the audience when he was asked if he was the Kenho they had been waiting for. The visitor shook Hyunjin's hand, and said that he was a representative of the second team of the hunter department of the dungeon administration, and he suggested that they sit down. The protagonist took a chair and clarified whether the representative had come to him to discuss the issue of increasing the rank. Kenho tensed a little and confirmed that this was the main question. A little embarrassed, the guest added that he had come to their office in person because he had an offer for him. But the young man stopped the visitor. The guild leader tried to look calm, but he was glad to himself that he had finally received an official promotion to rank A, and now the guilds of the gold and platinum layer would contact him, and he asked aloud to provide him with a certificate. The panicked guy immediately reached into his case and asked for forgiveness. The representative handed the swordsman a card. The hunter glanced at the ID card and found that he was at rank A, as expected, and the boy handed the card to his assistant, while the guest said that the information had already been updated so that he could use the ID safely, and then he suggested moving on to the next question. Jiango clasped his fingers together, as Hyunjun reminded him that he wanted to make him some kind of offer. The young man looked at the representative in surprise when he said that they wanted to offer him the position of national hunter. The guest did not move when he explained that if the protagonist agreed, of course, he would be able to work not only in the dungeon administration, but also in other national organizations, so he came to ask him a question directly. The swordsman leaned forward. With a big smile, the hunter assumed that if he was made such an offer, then they had good conditions. Kenho scrutinized the terms of the contract, and mentally cursed the head of the department. The guy's hands trembled as he tried to figure out how to convince a rising star with such conditions in his hands. But the representative still put the contract on the table, saying that these are the conditions prepared by their party. The hunter ran his eyes over the lines. Hyun-song narrowed his eyes, and thought that even though he didn't know much about the matter, he immediately noticed that these were very low standards for hiring. He handed the document to Taemin, inviting him to take a look, as he could tell exactly how bad the conditions were. The commander frowned. He pointed his finger at the contract, and stated that it was absurd in terms of the guild leader's rating and potential. The poor manager flushed as the man complained that no one in their right mind would offer a B-rank job to an A-rank hunter. Taemin cleared his throat. Clenching his fist, the commander asked if Kenho's representative was really sitting in front of him. The guy lowered his head, and confirmed it. The man looked arrogantly at the guest, and said that yesterday the HR manager of the innovations company came to them. The representative's face showed shock. He even clarified whether it was really the Diamond Layer Guild. The manager lowered his head. He apologized to the protagonist, and admitted that he was not sure that he would be able to provide him with more favorable terms than these. The young man looked at the visitor with pity as he added that he did not have such power. Kenho remembered the first time he saw the video. The manager said that from the moment he watched the swordsman's video on Tube, he already had the thought that he would not be able to hire him. The guy looked in front of him with a guilty look, continuing that after seeing that the guild master had defeated a B-rank hunter being only a C-rank hunter, he really wanted to recruit him as a national hunter. The representative clenched his fists. He turned to Hyun-song, explaining that he had never intended to force him to do so. It was also true that the current dungeon management administration was not good enough to accept a hunter like him. Taemin looked at Kenho thoughtfully, and thought that he didn't seem like a bad person. The protagonist smiled when the representative said that before becoming a permanent employee of the dungeon administration, he would always wholeheartedly support him as a citizen of the Republic of Korea. After that, the guest stood up, deciding that he needed to leave as soon as possible, because he was insanely ashamed. The guy bowed and apologized for taking their time, so he left, but the swordsman said that he had done a good job. The door closed, and the head of the guild returned to his work. He looked at one of the documents with a smile, noting that there was not much time left before the takeover and merger. Sachin, going through the contracts, confirmed that the end was very close, and expressed the opinion that everything would be settled in just a week. The girl got to her feet, and when her brother offered to drink a cup of coffee, she agreed, but asked to wait. She headed for the door, not noticing that it was already being opened, and offered to go for coffee in a moment. The secretary crashed into the man who entered, who immediately apologized. Taemin immediately rushed to the chief's desk, and while he was trying to stop his sister, he said that he had an urgent message for the guild master. The commander's face expressed excitement as he began to reveal that in the process of accepting and arranging the documents of the Echo Executive Department, they had confirmed the existence of guild leader Neon's secret funds. The man gave Hyunjin the papers in surprise, saying that he had brought a set of ordered documents, and added that the leader would be abolished as soon as he confirmed it. The young man ran his eyes over the document, thinking that if the conversation was about secret funds, then how much money was stored there. The protagonist's eyes became round when he saw the amount, and exclaimed that for such money he could found one small guild, and there would still be something left. Taemin gave the leader an admiring look, as he realized that he was growing before his eyes. The swordsman's face showed shock, especially when he remembered Neon's reaction to the loss and understood why he was so angry. The leader tried to calm down when the commander asked what he was going to do. The hunter raised his eyebrows and asked what that meant. In front of his eyes, the man set fire to the documents, and said that he could report this to the general office of the guilds, but in the current situation, he would try to do everything possible. With a mad look, Taemin added that he would settle the matter without a fuss. The guy raised his eyebrows, realized that we were talking about a quiet absorption of secret funds, and clarified whether it was possible. The commander smiled, and explained that there were few internal documents left, but it would not be difficult for him to make sure that there was no leakage of information. Hyung-hong smiled enthusiastically, and decided that there was no need to report it to the general office then. The man nodded and promised to clean everything up in a safe way, while Barris, a selfish negotiator, welcomed the protagonist's progress. After a while, Taemin was standing in an alley. He raised his head and called to Jones. A man came out of the shadows. The combat hunter calmly asked if the captain had called him. The man put his hands in his pockets and clarified what was about his order, to which the interlocutor replied that he had conducted an investigation. With a calm face, Jonso revealed that they still hadn't figured out who was behind it, but the target's current security status left much to be desired, and it seemed that the secret customer had given up on it entirely. The man frowned and remarked that if he were him, he would have done the same, wanted to make sure that they could clean everything up. But the hunter nodded, and replied that it was possible. Jonso revealed that the leadership of the Echo Guild had been completely disbanded, and now the target had only a handful of bodyguards, and thought that he would be able to settle the matter without any problems. Taemin put his hand on his shoulder, and with a sinister look he ordered to clean it up. The hunter arched an eyebrow and asked if there were any instructions from the guild master. The commander patted his interlocutor on the shoulder, and admitted that the leader did not give detailed instructions, but everything was done solely for his sake. It was enough if only they got their hands dirty. Jonso glanced at the crow flying overhead, and said he understood. A crow covered the alley with shadow, and disappeared in a heap of feathers. Taemin lit a cigarette. The commander exhaled smoke, and thought that he didn't want the guild master to deal with such matters. It was raining heavily outside. There were 3 people in one of the alleys. One of them was on his knees and begged to be spared. Then the offender crouched down to him, and replied that it was useless to beg for mercy. Nain jerked back in fear and shouted, asking if he really wanted the money, adding that if he wanted the secret funds, he would give it all. With eyes full of horror and fear, he looked at his offender, and asked not to kill him. But despite these words, the man took out a knife. Seeing the weapon, Nain gritted his teeth in fear. He immediately fell at the man's feet and began to scream, begging for mercy, after which he asked if he knew at least who his patron was. Grabbing the offender's leg, the guy added that if he saved his life, then he would definitely be useful. With blank eyes, the hunter stared at the guild leader Echo and said to himself that if he let him live now, he could say with 100% certainty that he would stab him in the back, so this was the best option. After which he said that he thought he had misjudged the situation because they had already taken possession of their secret funds. As soon as he said that, Nain's expression changed completely, and he said quietly, "Just not that." After a few seconds, Taemin raised his blade and said that he would kill him quickly and quietly. The guy immediately raised his hand and asked him to wait for a while. But before he could finish, blood spurted in all directions. The man wiped the blood from his face, wondering if this was the end of the Echo Guild. Jonso came up to him from behind and told him that he would get rid of all the evidence, and now he thinks he can go back to his usual obligations. The hunter ran his hand through his wet hair and replied that he had, because he had done everything he had planned, so he could slowly return, adding that his subordinate had to clean everything up. With that, he left, leaving Jonso alone with the corpse. After a while, Taemin burst into the protagonist's office and happily announced that he had received a notification from the general office of the guilds about the completion of the merger and acquisition process. Hearing this, Hyunjung clapped his hands happily. Smiling broadly, he asked if this meant that the Echo Guild had now officially ceased to exist, to which his subordinate replied that it was correct, adding that they had finally been given all the necessary materials. Then the guy put his hand on the table. His expression changed, and he said in a low voice that although this was good news, the guild members had begun to resign en masse, adding that they seemed to be disliked by all the members of the Echo Guild. Taemin looked down and replied that it was, because the guild's general office had reported that the number of guild members leaving was increasing. For the next few seconds, they stood in complete silence. After it, the main character sat down on a chair and said that there was nothing he could do about it, after which he asked what their predictions were, to which the commander of the special forces replied that at least more than half of them seemed to leave. Hearing this, Hengzhong smiled through the pain and said to himself that their guild really wasn't that huge. Lowering his gaze, he asked if it was true that the members of the main team of dungeon invaders would also leave, to which his interlocutor replied that most likely they would, adding that unlike ordinary guild members, most of the invaders would immediately leave them. The guy then raised his head and said that even in order to attack the dungeon, it was necessary to prevent such personnel from leaving, so if it was necessary to update the contracts a little, he would need to do so, and then asked if he remembered correctly that the commander of the special forces mentioned that the only remaining A-rank hunter from Echo was Hansu. After drawing Hansu's dossier in his head, Taemin replied that it was so, adding that he was a combat hunter and the leader of the invader team, adding that there were not many A-rank hunters in the Echo Guild. Was Echo raised to carry out the shady deeds of a behind-the-scenes customer, to which his interlocutor replied that most likely he was. Upon receiving this answer, Hyunjun looked at his subordinate and asked if he could meet Hansu, to which Taemin replied that he had been told that he had just walked into the guild office, so he would call him right away. After a while, a guy was sitting on the sofa in the office. The commander of the special forces held out his hand to him and asked if he was Hansu. Then the guy shook the man's hand and replied that it was him. At this time, the protagonist used the power he had recently received from Romanov. Hansu sensed this, and his expression changed. He immediately cast a disgruntled glance at Hyunghong, who saw the inscription above his head stating that he was the commander of the vanguard of desperate great deeds. After a short pause, they shook hands, and the main character said to himself that he seemed to be a nature that stood out from the crowd. Then he said that he was glad to meet him. Taemin looked at the guy, gritting his teeth, and shouted in his head that he didn't think of the master as the head of the guild at all. Calming down, he pointed to the sofa and asked the hunter to sit down. The main character sat down in a chair nearby and offered to get straight to the point. Then Hansu took off his cap and accepted the offer, saying that there was no point in wasting time. Then, Hengzhong smiled broadly and said that he wanted him to stay in the guild. The hunter tapped his finger on the chair. Keeping his eyes on the guild leader, he asked what benefit he would have from this, since he was making a contract with Echo, not Ace. Upon receiving such a question, the protagonist leaned forward and, since he was helped by his deep knowledge of the absolute Emperor Romanov, asked in response that if they increased the terms of the contract, at the same time saying to himself that nevertheless, if he deigned to come here, then he definitely wanted something. Hansu folded his arms over his chest and replied that it was a good offer, but it seemed that it was not enough either. Then the guild master threw up his hand to the side and asked what else he wanted, adding that if there was no unreasonable request, they would try to spell it out as fully as possible in the contract. At the same moment, the hunter leaned towards his interlocutor. His aura changed, and with the utmost firmness in his voice, he said that he wanted to go to an S-rank dungeon. Glaring at Hyunjun, he continued to say that although an ordinary attack team or a group consisting only of members of the same guild could challenge a dungeon one level higher, in Echo, he had never had any experience of attacking an S-rank dungeon, and then asked if the other party understood him. The protagonist's face changed dramatically from these words. Hansu suddenly jumped up from his seat and shouted at the top of his lungs that he had never been there at all. Clenching his hand into a fist, he imagined powerful heroes and monsters, saying that in the end, a hunter is someone chosen by power, and a hunting group that roams the unknown world of dungeons and destroys demonic creatures. There is nothing left in his life but dungeons, so he drags out this divinely ordained fate. However, due to the policies of the former guild leader, who prefers to take no risks when it comes to capture. Before he could finish speaking, his hand shook with rage. Suddenly, the hunter kicked the table in front of him with all his strength and shouted that he wanted all these vile cowards to be cursed, adding that the dungeon was calling him. The guild leader stared at the guy with his mouth open in shock, saying to himself that he seemed to be going crazy about dungeons. In less than a minute, Hansu put the table back in its place. He gritted his teeth in anger and hissed through them that he couldn't stop at who he was now. After all, he had to attack stronger dungeons and thereby provoke his further growth. Raising his eyebrows slightly, the protagonist said that with Ace's current capabilities, it was impossible to attack an S-rank dungeon right now, while also saying to himself that it turned out that the hunter of the invader team had never gone to an S-rank dungeon. After all, it was a guild that cared about its rear. Hansu then held out 2 fingers and replied that he knew that, because in order to challenge an S-rank dungeon, he had to be at least A rank, but at the moment, only the 2 of them met the conditions. Hearing this, Hyunghong raised his hands and said that everything was correct, and he was not going to deny this fact. As soon as he finished, Hansu opened his mouth and firmly said that he had seen everything that day in the Colosseum. He remembered the insane force that came from the protagonist's punch, which was so strong that even he couldn't follow it. After all, it was a flawless attack, and it was on that day that he was finally convinced that the protagonist was indeed an awakened hunter. His face was shocked by what he saw. Leaving his memories, The hunter stretched out his hand and said that although he didn't know much about the reawakening of hunters, he was nevertheless aware that he had a fairly fast growth rate. Dropping his hand on his leg, he added that he was confident that the guild leader would be promoted to S rank very soon, and when that day would come. Putting his hand to his chest, Hansu loudly offered to join him in the raid on the S rank dungeon, explaining that he had to develop further. From these words, surprise appeared in the eyes of the main character. He suddenly remembered the many battles he had fought in. After leaving his memories, the guy closed his eyes and said that if he stayed in the guild, he would keep his position as the current leader of the invader team, and be on the list for Ace's first attack on the S rank dungeon. From these words, a satisfied smile appeared on Hansu's face. A few seconds later, Taemin came up to him and, holding out a paper, said that all the conditions mentioned earlier were spelled out here. Hansu began to read everything carefully. When he finished, he smiled with kindness in his eyes and said that he liked everything madly, so he would put his signature. In less than a minute, a signed document lay on the table. The main character and his subordinate looked at the hunter. Hansu looked back at them with a big smile on his face and said that he relied on the guild master from now on. A few months later, clouds floated across the blue sky. Taemin entered the guild master's office and reported that approximately half of the Echo Guild members had signed contracts and remained in the Ace Guild. Hearing this, the main character smiled contentedly and asked if there were fewer quits than they expected, at the same time saying to himself that he thought that more than half would leave. Suddenly, his interlocutor raised his thumbs up and said that he thought it was all due to the fact that the guild master had become an A-rank hunter, because starting from A-rank, people already see hunters as the main strength of the nation, and in a short time, he was promoted to A-rank, so everyone was looking forward to the appearance of a new guild. After saying that, the guy laughed contentedly and said that it was a relief for him, and then asked how the recruitment of additional guild members was going. Then, his subordinate stretched out his hand and replied that the size of Nain's secret fund was larger than they expected, so they could connect advertising, adding that some time ago, he had requested data from the executive department to be used to promote the guild, and the previous indicators could not be used due to mergers and acquisitions, so it seemed that the guild invader team would soon have to be reorganized. Listening to the man, Hyunjun folded his arms over his chest and said to himself that everything was going like clockwork. Suddenly, the commander of the special forces struck the board with his hand and exclaimed that he would explain something to him once again. As a teacher at school, he pointed to the notes on the blackboard with a pointer and explained that the performance of the guild was mainly measured by the dungeon clearing by the guild's team of invaders or by the indicator of defense against the raid. The main character looked at the man with a disgruntled expression on his face, who continued to say that now an effective way to increase productivity right now is. Pointing his pointer at the dungeon clearing label, he concluded that this was just a dungeon raid for one guild member. From this information, the young man's expression changed abruptly, and he exclaimed that he needed to start reorganizing as soon as possible, after which he asked how long it would take, to which he replied that although Hansu was going through a hard time because of the interview for the new invader team, it seemed that it would take no more than a day to reorganize. After saying that, Taemin imagined Hansu disgruntled answering the questions of the reporters who were chasing him. Hearing this, the main character smiled contentedly. Suddenly, he pointed his finger at his subordinate and ordered an immediate reorganization. After a while, Taemin entered the guild master's office and said that the reorganized team of invaders should attack the B-rank dungeon, so they needed to move out immediately. But before he could finish speaking, Hansu appeared behind him, showed an insanely powerful aura and asked if they were really planning to go to a B-rank dungeon. Then, Hyunshong closed his eyes, waved his hand and replied that the second team had a lot of newcomers, so it didn't reach the elite level, and as a test, he thought that it would be better to start at B-rank, after which he asked what the hunter thought about it. Hansu then snatched the papers from the squad commander's hands and replied that he also agreed with such tactics, and he also thought that if the first team attacked the A-rank dungeon, it would have a good effect on the performance of their guild. The protagonist put the cup to his mouth and said that he was thinking that it would be better to activate the second team first, and then combine it with the first, because the first team could start acting right now. Then his interlocutor brought his hand to his chin and replied that if he did so, it would be effective, and he thought superficially. The guild master looked at the guy and said, as for attacking B-rank dungeons, one A-rank hunter is enough, so he asked Hansu to stay in the office and start the plan of organizing a third team. After all, the size of the guild has grown, so it would be nice to have at least 3 attacking teams. Upon receiving the order, the hunter slammed his fist into his chest and stated that he understood everything, so he could rely on him. After these words, he began to leave, and the main character said to himself that it was time to move out slowly. Suddenly, Taemin left the office, shouting that it was time to go, because the second team was waiting for him in front of the entrance to the dungeon. A smoking man was standing in the street near the car. Seeing the guild master, he abruptly took a cigarette out of his mouth. At the same second, he opened the door to the main character and asked him to sit inside. Hyunjung laughed and said that he needed to smoke less, because it was bad for his health, but most importantly, it was not worth the money. After these words, he stuck his head into the car. At the same time, someone was running very quickly in his direction. His girlfriend, stopping a few meters away, shouted the guy's name loudly. The main character turned sharply in her direction. The girl with her head bowed was breathing heavily. The guild master ran up to her and asked what was wrong. Then Seojin looked away in confusion and asked to take her with him. Hearing this, Hyun-jung raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked in response what she had just said. His girlfriend did not raise her head, asking herself what was wrong with her. She had already made a firm decision. The protagonist did not take his eyes off her, full of excitement as she said to herself that in order to be more useful to him in the future, she needed to go to the dungeon and grow even more. After these thoughts, the girl raised her head and firmly stated that she also wanted to help. After these words, she closed her eyes. Hearing this, the main character opened his mouth in surprise. After a short pause, he turned around and asked if it would be okay if another hunter healer went with them. The squad commander then smiled and replied that all the power belonged to the guild leader, so he thought that if they added another person, it wouldn't cause any problems. Having received such an answer, the guy looked at his girlfriend and told her to get into the car, because they would go together. Si-jin looked at her friend with love and kindness in her eyes. After a while, the car drove quickly along the road. In front of the entrance to the B-rank dungeon, many hunters had gathered. The main character, along with his girlfriend and Temin, were walking in their direction. The guild master's subordinate saluted and said that he would be waiting for them nearby. The guy looked at the man and replied that they wouldn't have to wait long for them. With that, they moved towards the portal. Inho, the leader of the second team of invaders of the Ace Guild, bowed to the guild leader and said that it was a pleasure to meet him. Smiling broadly, the protagonist said that he was counting on him, after which he used his new ability. Above the guy's head, he saw a system screen that said that he was a diligent guard, so he immediately realized that he was a fairly ordinary hunter. After that, Hyun-jung looked at his girlfriend out of the corner of his eye and said that they would have another replenishment in the form of another person, adding that she was a C-rank hunter healer, but she didn't have much experience in conquering dungeons. Si-jin smiled confused and embarrassed. Looking at her, the commander of the second team of invaders smiled and said that a hunter healer had joined them, and besides, they were accompanied by the guild master himself, so he didn't think there would be any problems. Hearing this, the protagonist closed his eyes and said contentedly that it was time to proceed with the capture. The hunters began to get up from the ground. They were all walking towards the portal. The head of the guild led the people behind him and said that it was time to go inside. A minute later, the main character's team was walking through the dungeon. They walked through a fairly large cave. Inho suddenly raised his hand and ordered the drones to be launched. A few seconds later, several drones flew up to the ceiling of the cave, which illuminated their path. One of the hunters raised his shield, and the girl next to him grabbed her sword. Suddenly, shock appeared in the eyes of the main character when he heard an incomprehensible sound. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked to the side and realized that someone was approaching from there. And just as the guy thought about it, a huge green leg kicked into the floor. The monster's eyes burned brightly. The guild leader frowned tensely at what he saw. He raised his shield abruptly and firmly said that they were here. Drones from the ceiling illuminated the enraged orcs. In the only eye of one of the hunters, there was shock from what he saw. The girl abruptly drew her sword from its sheath and shouted loudly that there were 5 berserkers here, and the same number of orcs against them. The monsters, opening their mouths, rushed in their direction in a rage. Several hunters immediately stepped forward. A few seconds later, the orc swung and jumped at his opponent. Inho immediately put out his staff and used fire. The torrent of fire quickly consumed the orc. The magic attack swept past the rest of the monsters. At this time, one of them narrowed his eyes. Shock appeared in the eyes of the protagonist when he realized that the enemy was moving in his direction. As soon as he thought of this, the orc launched a quick attack. The guild leader's eyes immediately lit up. He jumped high, dodging the blow. Immediately after that, the guy landed on the monster's head. At this time, a club whistled in the air. Despite his opponent, the main character ducked, saying to himself that he needed to deal with them as quickly as possible, because protracted battles are dangerous. After these thoughts, he rested his hand on the floor. After a sharp turn, Hyun-jung struck a strong blow to the monster's face. Then it spun in the air again. Raising his sword behind his back, the guy said to himself that this was the last blow. As soon as he finished, blood spurted in all directions. His comrades looked from the sidelines and said that it was as if something had slipped past them, but they didn't even have time to squeeze into the battle. Inho stared at the guild master with his mouth open in shock and said to himself that he was on a completely different level, after which he asked himself who the hell was this person. There was no emotion on the protagonist's face. Without turning to his subordinates, he said loudly that it was time to move on, and everyone followed him. As they moved on, they killed monsters in their path. Skirmishes with the orcs took place every few minutes. Blades were constantly whistling in the air and magical traces were visible. At the end of the cave there was a huge gate. The protagonist team came to them, and the guy said that they had done a good job so far, and if they continued like this, then they would definitely be able to take over the dungeon without difficulty. And while Hyun-jung was looking at the guys and saying that they needed to take a little break, the door behind him abruptly closed through which they entered. He immediately turned around. The door was completely closed. Seeing this, the protagonist gritted his teeth and asked himself if she had closed, adding that he had already been through a similar situation. At the same moment, he turned to the leader of the second team of invaders and asked if it was so. But before he could finish speaking, Inho opened his mouth slightly and said that it seemed so. A drop of cold sweat ran down his face, and he added, "A hidden dungeon." They stood aside from the main team. The guild leader looked out of the corner of his eye at the leader of the second team of invaders and asked what the difficulty level was, while saying to himself that he didn't even know if they had a lot of experience capturing dungeons. Inho lowered the corners of his lips in fright, not answering. He nodded suddenly, closing his eyes as his interlocutor added that it was okay as they had to understand the current situation in order to be able to attack, and replied that the bloodhounds from the administration had reported that the dungeon was B rank, but it was at least A rank. Hearing this, Hyung-hong cupped his arms over his chest and said that he could breathe a sigh of relief, because the A rank dungeon might sound a little frightening, but they should try to capture it. As soon as the other hunters heard this, shock and surprise appeared on their faces. The leader of the second team of invaders turned to his men and said to himself, "But they are." Without saying a word, he lowered his head slightly and said that from a rank, the difficulty of the attack increases dramatically, so if they are unlucky, they may run into an S-rank dungeon. From what he heard, shock appeared in the eyes of the main character. Lowering his head, he said in confusion that first of all, it was necessary to reorganize. Then Inho, closing his eyes, smiled and said that he agreed with him, because in order to clear this dungeon, they needed to fight the boss in the best condition. After a while, the guys still continued to rest. Hyung-hong walked over to his girlfriend. The girl looked at him and asked with a smile on her face what it was. The guy sat down next to her and explained that in about 30 minutes they would invade the boss's room and it looked like they were in a hidden dungeon, so if possible, she should try not to leave Inho's side, while saying to herself that it was safer with him than with him, who should be standing in front. At these words, shock appeared in Sachjin's eyes. She immediately leaned over to her friend and wanted to say something. But suddenly, the main character put his hand on her. He looked at her and said she was a healer. He smiled and asked if she knew that a healer must stay alive to the very end. At these words, the girl pitifully knitted her eyebrows, lowering the corners of her lips. After a moment, she lowered her head. Sejin looked at the floor and said to herself that she was sure she would be useful to him this time. And when they talked, the leader of the second team of invaders rested his hands on his sides and said that it was time to continue the capture, so everyone should get together. The head of the guild walked over to the gate and said that everyone had to be extremely careful as they went inside. After these words, he pushed the door open with his hand. The massive door creaked open. In the complete darkness, the hunting team saw glowing eyes, and Kasashin's cunning laughter alerted Hyunjun to the presence of an ambush and a hidden blade that aimed at his heart. At the same moment, an orc's hand appeared from the darkness. At the very last moment, the main character dodged, jumping over the enemy. Inho knitted his eyebrows and shouted loudly that they were advancing, so a magic circle was needed. Some of the magicians used the opening wind. The leader of the second team of invaders used a wall of flames. Thanks to this, the orcs could not approach them. Everything around was covered with smoke. Inho breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he looked sharply to the side when he heard a strange sound. An orc with glowing red eyes came out of the darkness in their direction. Looking into the darkness, the guy said that it was a military leader. Then the protagonist raised his shield and said that everything was so, and he believed that this was the boss of the secret dungeon, because he did not think that he would appear in a B-class dungeon. Without moving from his seat, he stared at the black silhouette in the darkness, saying to himself that it was a high-level A-rank orc, a warlord. Suddenly, his equipment was filled with madness of powerful magical energy after the patron of the sword, Sidon Miller, and Karsago came to him and gave him a sword that could not be broken until his righteous wrath was crushed, and a shield of justice that would protect him so much that nothing could threaten him. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy screamed in his head that it was time to try. At the same second, he rushed to attack. The commander watched his opponent with glowing eyes. But unexpectedly for everyone, he took off, and it seemed to everyone that he had disappeared. At the same second, the monster appeared behind the main character. He carried out a quick attack, which the guy managed to block at the very last moment. A wide smile appeared on the guild leader's face, and he said to himself that his opponent was moving quite fast for such a stupid monster. However, he was still much slower than him. Immediately after these thoughts, he jumped high. Raising his shield above his head, Hyunjung transformed the unshakable shield into a sharp spear that would crush his enemies. Giant magical spears rained down on the orc. The commander was nailed to the ground. Before he had time to get up, the main character rushed at him. The boss did not raise his head. Suddenly, he let out a wave of furious screams. All this magical power fell on the guy. The orc sonic attack swept the enemy out of their way. The main character flew into the far wall of the room. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he said to himself that this was the first time he had encountered such an attack. The commander walked slowly in his direction. His eyes lit up even brighter, and he said in a harsh voice that it was time for him to die. From these words, horror and shock appeared in the eyes of the guild leader. At the same moment, the orc took off. While still in the air, he swung his huge broadsword. The guy looked at the enemy flying in his direction and realized that now it was all over. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared next to him, and a voice in his head loudly ordered him to defend himself. At the very last moment, Hyunjung jumped out from under his opponent's attack. Getting to his feet, he said to himself that he had to come to his senses. Immediately after these thoughts, the main character took off. With glowing eyes, he watched the warlord, saying to himself that he needed to deal with him quickly, because if everything continued in the same vein, his comrades could suffer. At this time, the second team fought the orcs, who attacked them from all sides. The commander stood with his back to his opponent all this time. Seeing that the monster had opened, the guild master attacked it. His attacks hit the boss perfectly. The commander began to shake from unbearable pain. The main character heard the monster fall and breathed a sigh of relief. His comrades at this time dealt with the rest of the orcs. Inho's mouth dropped open in surprise. Looking at the guild master, he informed him that they would take care of the rest. Then the guy turned to the hunters and said with a smile on his face that they had all done a good job, while also saying to himself that he had met a monster that could talk, adding that he suspected that there were a lot of varieties of these creatures, but in any case, it was amazing. One of the hunters sat down on the floor and asked if they were finally finished, adding that he was very hungry, and as soon as she asked this, the doors to the exit from the room opened. Seeing this, the hunter jumped up abruptly and shouted joyfully that the door had opened, which meant that the exit should be behind them. But at the same moment, a blade whistled in the air. It plunged into the hunter's body at great speed. Blood spurted out of his mouth. He fell to the floor, and Sijin immediately rushed to help. The hunter writhed in unbearable pain. The girl immediately began to heal her friend. Life quickly left the body of the wounded hunter. The main character looked at his comrade and realized that the wound was fatal, and the healing abilities of his girlfriend would not be able to keep him alive for long. But the attack was so fast that he did not even notice. And as soon as he thought of this, he looked up to the ceiling, for again he heard the voice that told him that he had already been warned of the danger, for someone was hiding in the shadows to strike at his heart. The doors leading to the exit were still open, and the guy said to himself that he didn't feel anyone's presence, after which he asked himself if it was some kind of trap. Looking at his comrades, the head of the guild ordered them to look around, because they did not know where they would attack them from. But at the same second, the comrades next to him were struck by exactly the same attack. The hunter fell to the floor with a loud scream. The orc's huge foot stepped on the floor with a loud stamp. An orc in white armor and white hair came out to the hunters. Seeing him, Hyunjung's eyes showed horror as he realized that he was an orc, a sword master. The guy was looking at the powerful monster that was standing not far in front of him. Suddenly the orc's eyes lit up. At the same moment, he was in front of one of the hunters. He carried out a quick attack, which the guy did not have time to block. Holding on to the wound, the hunter lay on the floor and said with the last of his strength that everyone should run, because this was an S-rank monster, at the same time saying to himself that he was sure that everything was over. Orc, the sword master, licked the blood from his sword. Suddenly he abruptly shifted his gaze to the side. Not far from him, Sachin tried to heal the hunter who was wounded first. Seeing this, the main character immediately rushed to help. But the boss rushed in the same direction. Shock suddenly appeared in the girl's eyes. An orc, a sword master, appeared in front of her, who swung and said hello to her. At the same moment, Inho's staff caught fire. Pushing away the guild leader's girlfriend, he erected a wall of fire. The girl fell to the floor nearby. The boss's powerful blow was blocked by a wall of fire. Seeing this, the monster narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Without hesitation, he roared furiously, destroying the defenses. At this time, one of the hunters blocked another attack of the orc and shouted that he would try to detain him, and everyone else should leave. The hunter, who was wounded first, picked up Saksin in his arms. With the last of his strength, he rushed to run. The girl looked at him with horror in her eyes and said that he was wounded. The hunter's eyes were full of pain, but he replied that now was not the right time to think about it. Suddenly the boss took off. He carried out a quick attack on the guy who was trying to detain him. In the next second, he hit the hunter who was trying to escape. Blood spurted on Sachin's face. A powerful monster was walking towards her with glowing eyes. Her pupils reflected the rapid swing of her sword. But at the very last moment, the main character managed to block this attack. Gritting his teeth, he looked behind his opponent. He saw his injured comrades lying on the floor and said to himself that this monster deliberately did not hit important points in order to leave them injured so that he could be distracted. The orc smiled broadly with his tongue out. Suddenly, shock appeared in the girl's eyes when she heard painful screams asking for help. The guild master protected her from the fierce blows of the enemy. Wounded comrades lay everywhere and prayed for healing. Seojin, breathing heavily, in a shaking voice, asked everyone to hold out a little longer. The guy saw the state of his girlfriend and realized that if everything continued in the same vein, then it would not end well, so he had to get rid of the orc as soon as possible and take care of her. Immediately after these thoughts, he struck a quick blow to the monster's head, because he realized that he needed to drive him away from the healer. Hyunjin slid between the orc's legs. Then he began to run. The monster immediately appeared next to him, saying that he was moving like a dirty rat. After these words, he grabbed the guy by the head. The protagonist gritted his teeth in pain and realized that the enemy was absorbing his powers, and if he didn't finish with him, then Sachin would die, so he had to get out of his clutches first. Immediately after these thoughts, he wrapped his legs around the orc's arm. In the next second, the guild master struck the boss on the head with force. Pushing off from it, he soared into the air. But unexpectedly for him, the sword master carried out a quick attack. With difficulty blocking the blows, the guy said that it was bad. After these words, both opponents began to exchange quick blows. The boss easily blocked his opponent's attacks and said that he saw that he had mastered special sword techniques that even high-level masters were not aware of, and then asked if he was a sword master's apprentice. The main character looked at the monster with some surprise and tension in his eyes and asked in response whether he should answer. As soon as he asked this, the orc carried out one of his strongest attacks and replied that he did not have to do so. Hyunghong blocked the attack and flew back. But suddenly, cracks crept across his shield. In the next second, it shattered into small pieces, and the guy realized that if nothing was done, he would die here. He didn't have time to dodge completely, and a sword blade passed through his leg. Seojin immediately stretched out her hand and used healing. The wound on the boy's leg began to heal, and he said to himself that the healing was not happening as quickly as usual, possibly because her mana was depleted and she was already at the limit. The girl used all her strength to help her friend. Blood suddenly flowed from her mouth and nose. Her eyes were full of pain, but she said that she would definitely help him. From this picture, horror appeared in the eyes of the main character. At the same second, he rushed to attack, begging his opponent to die. The orc easily blocked his every attack. Sword blades whistled in the air. They were followed by bright magical traces. Gritting his teeth, the guild master continued to attack non-stop. But suddenly he missed a powerful blow. After another quick attack, the boss said that he was just a little man. Blood spurted from the guy's mouth. From what she saw, primal fear and horror appeared in Seojin's eyes. Seojin looked up in bewilderment. The shelter worker abruptly rushed towards Hyeonghong. Blood was visible on the protagonist's face, and at the same time, the girl used the healing skill, and also realized that he had lost too much blood. The raider's palm emitted a bright light. The lady was sitting next to the protagonist. Holding her hand over the boy's body, the lady continued to use her ability. The young man looked exhausted. Suddenly, blood flowed from Seojin's mouth. Wiping her lips, the shelter worker wondered how the mana could run out at such an important moment, and why it would. Through her tears, the girl thought that while Hyunjun was suffering like this, there was absolutely nothing she could do. Unexpectedly, the orc lifted the main character. The lady looked up in bewilderment. A second later, the monster threw the protagonist. The monster grinned contentedly. Raider bared his teeth angrily. Standing opposite the opponent, the lady asked if the guy remembered. In the past, Seojin sat on the floor, and she reported that she was never able to say anything to him that day. Sweat ran down the cheek of the shelter worker. Holding a sharp knife in her hand, the girl added that although she understood that he needed support more than anyone else, she could not give him words of comfort. Turning her gaze to the side, the raider explained that after desperately searching for herself, she finally saw him. The lady was in empty space, after which she revealed that he hadn't thought about that day and continued to move forward. The lady jerked abruptly. Parting her lips, Seojin said that this did not mean that she would stand idly aside. Frowning seriously, the girl noticed that family members did not do this. After introducing the main character, the shelter worker said that from the moment she decided that she would be strong, she thought about it. Opening her mouth wide, the lady shouted that she could protect him for now. If he saw tomorrow, she would die for it. A bright energy surrounded her, and at the same moment she heard that she had sacrificed herself for the person she loved, and the absolute Emperor Romanov was forcibly skipping the test of a paladin with the highest imperial power. Clenching her jaw, the lady wondered if she was now having auditory hallucinations, after which the souls told her that she had obtained the essence of a noble paladin, and could use the sword to protect her loved ones. Seojin looked down in surprise. An unusual power appeared around her palm, and she realized that the mana was being replenished. The shelter worker raised her head sharply. Stretching her hand up, the girl muttered that if she had obtained this power, she must protect him at all costs. A bright light illuminated the dark room. Inho, lying on the floor, asked if this was a second awakening. The leader of the guild's second invader team, Ace, noticed a powerful flash. At the same time, Hyeonghong opened his eyes. The main character quickly lifted his body. Magic projectiles appeared above the raider. The spears were aimed at the orc. A moment later, magic bullets shot towards the enemy. Then there was a strong explosion. Looking down, the protagonist thought he had to get up. Opening his jaw, the guy turned to Reaper, after which he heard that the bloodthirsty essence of the Reaper had awakened, and part of his killing intent had been released. Suddenly, a dark aura surrounded the monster. Rushing from his seat, the young man realized that he had to act now. Squinting, the monster called him human scum. Suddenly, the hunter attacked his opponent. The orc quickly pushed him away. After landing successfully, Hyunjung asked Seojin if she was okay and what kind of power it was. Looking at her hands, the shelter worker replied that she didn't know either, and added that suddenly the mana began to replenish and manifest violently. Smiling, the main character exclaimed that it was like an awakening, and then left the healing for her. Sweat ran down the lady's cheek. Stretching out his palm, the raider used the healing skill. Bright energy appeared near the protagonist. The monster opened its mouth in bewilderment. Rushing from his seat, the orc said that all their efforts were useless. Lifting the corners of his lips, the guy said that he should close his mouth. Magic projectiles appeared above the monster, and then the young man added that he should die at last. Suddenly, a powerful flash rang out. There were many cracks in the floor. The evil spirits bent down. With her eyes rounded in surprise, the lady wondered if he was still alive. Then, Seojin frowned seriously. Behind her, unusual spears appeared. After a second, the magic bullets quickly flew up. Magic projectiles collided with the monster. The hunter touched his neck. Hyeonghong turned his gaze to the side. Opening her mouth wide, the shelter worker asked if he was okay. Scratching his head, the main character answered positively, and asked to heal others. Smiling contentedly, the girl muttered that she could also be useful now. Warriors were lying on the floor, and at the same time, the raider used the ability to heal. Suddenly the guy opened his eyes. After a moment, the young man got to his feet. Looking at the fighters, the teenager asked if they were all alive. He could see Hyunjung and Seojin. Inho was on his knees and wondered if they had defeated an S-rank monster. Touching his forehead, the leader of the second team of guild invaders, Ace, thought that it was not the time to sit back and do nothing. A moment later, the warrior ran towards the head. The main character, raising his eyebrows in surprise, called his name. Scratching his head, the fighter asked if he was okay, and then the protagonist was glad that he was safe. The hunter, looking away, replied that everything was all right, and then clarified about the others. The guy, holding his friend, noticed that thanks to him they were able to return from the other world. Suddenly, Inho blushed. Lowering his head, the leader of the second team of invaders exclaimed that this was what was called a miracle, and at the same time, Hyunjin muttered that he must be mentally exhausted. Suddenly, a magical portal appeared, and at the same moment, the young man announced that the gate had opened. Turning his gaze to the side, the main character heard that he would finally return home, and someone said that when he returned, he would eat 3 bowls of rice. Smiling, the protagonist offered to return home. The shelter worker rounded her eyes in surprise. Happily opening her jaw, the girl answered positively. After some time, the guys found themselves in the forest. The hunter helped the lady get out of the magical passage. Taemin, furiously waving his arms, said that Inho had told him everything, and then asked if he was okay. Biting his nails, the man wondered how the bureaucrats dared to misjudge the dungeon, and then Hyunjun replied that he was fine and also asked him to calm down. The main character clarified where the rest of the guild members were, which made the Special Forces commander turn around. The gentleman, sitting on the ground, said that they had been taken to the hospital, and then asked if they wanted to be examined just in case. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he would rather rest in his bed than go to the hospital. Stretching out his palm, Taemin noticed that he would then lead him to the car, and he and Inho would take care of the rest. The man was seen standing near the car. Looking out the window of the car, the Special Forces commander in the Ace Guild said that he would have a good rest, and tomorrow he would give them a full report. Happily opening his jaw, the hunter thanked him. After a while, a view of a large building opened up. The guy jumped abruptly on the bed. Lying on the pillow, the young man said that it was sheer chaos. Closing his lips, Hyunhong thought that meant that there was only one place left to go now. Unexpectedly, Romanov appeared. The gentleman opened his mouth wide. Suddenly, the main character burst into the room. Standing in front of the king, the protagonist said that he thought he was controlling him, because he felt his mana during the battle, and at the same moment he asked what had happened. The emperor, grinning, replied that there was nothing special. Introducing the terrible orc, the ruler added that there were already forces inside that dungeon. In the past, the girl was surrounded by a bright aura, and Romanov explained that he just intervened a little. Seojin raised her hand, after which the king remarked that it was to help his subject reach his potential. Frowning maliciously, the boy retorted that the shelter worker was not his subject. Crossing his palms, the emperor said that it was not so important. The lady appeared, and then the ruler added that more importantly, his forces and defenses perceived her as his subject. Looking ahead, the young man said that he had not asked for it, and then asked on what basis he had decided this. A golden coat of arms was embroidered on a red cloth. The master's gaze was serious, and he said that this was something he would know about when the time came. The hunter, biting his lips, heard the question if there was anything else he was interested in. Lowering his eyebrows, Hyunjin clarified if there were any other subjects besides Seokjin. The man looked down, and at the same moment, the main character added that someone he recognized as his subject. Romanov answered positively, which made the protagonist look up in surprise. The king explained that he could not tell him them, which made the boy sigh heavily and muttered that he did not expect anything else from him. Suddenly, the emperor stretched out his index finger. Grinning, the ruler remarked that he could tell how many there were, and so far there was only one besides the paladin. The young man was surrounded by an unusual aura, and then the man said that he should not be upset, because over time there would be more of them, and then he would be able to establish a monarchy. The gentleman wondered if he had not already received the subject with special fidelity, and at the same time the hunter, holding his chin, pondered. Looking to the side, Hyunhong wondered if he was referring to a blindly believing knight, namely Taeming. Sitting on her throne, Romanov said that he seemed to understand who he was talking about, and added that he should use him well. Looking towards the protagonist, the king asked if he knew his true name. Then the protagonist nodded his head. Suddenly, a view of the city opened up. You could see the entrance to the office of the dungeon administration. Jinhyun, adjusting his tie, asked if he had processed the dungeon data, as well as who had cleared it. Holding the tablet in his hand, the head of the 4th Dungeon Management Brigade of the Bureau of Investigation heard the answer that it was the Ace Guild, and then said that he had already heard of it. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed and he muttered that there was only one A-rank hunter for the entire team, but they were still able to clear the S-rank dungeon. Looking sideways, the man asked if his assistant was sure that the data was accurate, to which he said that it was, although it was hard to believe. Looking towards the entrance, the gentleman offered to go to the office and explained that he had to double-check everything. Taking hold of the doorknob, Jinhyun remarked that if this was true, there might be big questions, and his ward added that the Ace Guild still needed to be re-evaluated. A second later, the man entered the room. Through the sweat on his face, the man was very surprised. Holding his ID in his hand, the head of the 3rd Brigade of the Bureau of Investigation for Underground Management introduced himself. The gentleman frowned seriously and said that he had heard that he had just finished investigating the dungeon and needed him to provide all the materials related to it. The influential man, raising his palm, asked why, and if there were any problems, and then added that this was done by their team, and therefore let everything be as usual. With his mouth wide open, the big man replied that the information was confidential and therefore would not be able to tell him, and the only thing they needed to know was that the bureau needed these materials. After a moment, Jin Hyun clenched his fist. Smiling slightly, the head of the third team of the Bureau of Investigation said that he hoped that he would not interfere with the Bureau's requirements. Stretching out his hand, the man asked if he was ready to cooperate, to which he received a positive answer. After some time, a view of a tall building opened. Suddenly, the protagonist's assistant, looking in his direction, asked how Sachjin was doing. Hyung-hong looked away and replied that she would still need time to recover, but after a short rest, she would be fine. The front door appeared, and the protagonist said that it must be exhausted after a sudden surge of strength. The girl's room was visible, and then the guy explained that at first everything was confusing, and therefore it would not be easy for her to realize where the power came from, and to put her thoughts in order. The shelter worker clenched her fist. Sweat was dripping down Taemin's cheek, and at the same moment, the young man asked if he had any news. The hunter parted his lips. Opening his mouth wide, Hyunjun noticed that something seemed to have happened. Closing his eyes, the leader said that this was true. Putting the book on the table, the man asked to read it. The master said that here were the results of the investigation that came in the morning, after which the main character, flipping through the pages, said that it was considered a subclass of the S-rank dungeon. Suddenly, the protagonist's expression became confused. On paper, it was written that the preliminary result of the investigation was the presence of a hidden dungeon, and caution was required when attacking. The guy, examining the documents, asked if it was true. Abruptly opening his jaw, the young man shouted if the bureau really knew about the existence of the hidden dungeon. Holding his hands behind his back, Taemin replied positively and added that he was convinced of this in practice. Clenching his fist, the leader said that everything was exactly as he thought. Baring his teeth, the man exclaimed that there could be nothing other than that someone had deliberately falsified the results of the preliminary investigation. Then the hunter closed the book. Looking ahead, the guild master clarified who dared to do such an act. Introducing the important person, the master said that he still did not have a final conclusion, but it was obvious that this was the work of the sponsors of the former Echo Guild. Through the sweat on his face, Taemin noticed that he would never have thought if he hadn't personally contacted the bureau, and he still doesn't know what to do. After a moment, Hyunjun pushed his chair back. Sitting down on a chair, the main character laughed. The protagonist could be seen scratching his neck. Moving closer to the table, the guy explained that first, with the help of the money received from secret funds, they would strengthen the power of the executive and intelligence agencies. Looking at the leader, the young man asked to do it as soon as possible. Frowning seriously, the hunter said that they should be ready when their enemies decide to attack. Opening his mouth wide, the man replied positively and added that he would start right away. The guild master asked the master to stop, after which he turned sharply. Hyunjung clarified how much he knew about hidden dungeons, and then Taemin grabbed his chin. Jewels appeared, and then the question was heard that this was not a dungeon where hidden rewards could be obtained. Closing his eyes, the main character muttered that this could be considered a reward. Suddenly, the supervisor blushed, and at the same moment noticed that since he was asking him this question, he might have received a hidden reward. The man asked if these were rare materials, causing the protagonist to lower his eyebrows in bewilderment. The gentleman wondered if it was rare equipment, after which the guy frowned menacingly. Slapping the assistant's forehead, the young man exclaimed that Sachjin had received a second awakening. Turning away from Taemin, the hunter remembered being pushed by the orc and thought he looked like he had déjà vu. The head, holding a tablet in his hand, said that he thought that it was also necessary to strengthen the security of his house. The man explained that he could become a target as soon as rumors spread that he had received a special reward from the hidden dungeon, and at the same time, the guild leader said that it was for sure, because he could awaken other guilds interested in the reward and attack them. Smiling, the master said that he would hire proven armed guards, as well as place the main hunters of the executive branch of the guild around his house. At the same time, a fighter was walking down the corridor, and Hyunjun asked if he would even accommodate the main hunters, to which he was told that he was still thinking of appointing a bodyguard for him. Suddenly, the door opened, and then Taemin said that he was one of the people he trusted. With his hands behind his back, Janso asked to be allowed to introduce himself. An unusual particle appeared near the face of the main character, and then it was heard that he had acquired the eyes of the Romans, namely a look of absolute insight, revealing the essence of all living things. The protagonist used the sliding shadow ability, and at the same time, a B-rank combat hunter parted his lips, revealed his name and added that he was the head of the Ace Guild's intelligence agency. With his eyes rounded in surprise, the guy wondered if this was the person who moved without making any sounds or leaving any traces. The young man remembered how a guard rushed past him. The guild master thought that it was no wonder that his true name included the word shadow, and the man raised his hand and said that the head of the intelligence agency would now be in charge of the security of his house, and he was a B-rank hunter with a lot of experience, and could rely on him. Jonzo, with his mouth half open, remarked that he would not disappoint him. Hyung-hong smiled contentedly. The master opened his jaw and turned to the head of the guild and explained that since there was news that he had cleared the hidden dungeon, they would not be able to avoid battles. A chair could be seen through the glass, and at the same time, Taemin added that they were still considered the weak link. Looking out the window, the main character said that he did not have to worry, because as long as he was determined, it would not be easy to defeat him. The leader squinted sharply. The man looked in the direction of the protagonist, and he said that as soon as they began to attack, they would show them what they were worth, and at the same time punish them, showing the whole country how strong they were. Smiling, the guild leader remarked that he would soon see that no one would be able to resist them in the future. There was ice in the mug. The master, sitting on the sofa, asked if he was saying that the Ace Guild had cleared the S-class dungeon. The guy, through the sweat on his face, answered positively and added that they had an informant in the administration of the dungeons. The old man lowered his gaze and wondered if it was difficult for high-rank hunters to clear S-rank dungeons. The young man, introducing the terrible orc, said that judging by the rank of their group, they should have been destroyed, but not a single one died. Taking the glass in his hand, the man asked if they could all survive. The young man, closing his eyes, said that there were only a few assumptions. The main character appeared, and at the same moment, the assistant said that either Hyungjin was stronger than expected. The girl released a powerful energy, and the guy added that either inside the dungeon, one of the members of the group had a second awakening. The young man remarked that or some other possibilities that they did not know about, after which the chairman, sitting in a chair, said that in any case it was a threat. Opening his mouth wide, the young man explained that they had to destroy them before they became stronger. Then the man put the glass on the table. The gentleman, holding his chin, asked if they began to act on their own initiative, then the Osung group would not stand aside. The chairman, raising the corners of his lips, clarified that they did not need to do it on their own. Squinting, the head said that they would just inform the others, and they just needed to spread the rumor that the Ace Guild had found something in the dungeon. After a while, a view of a huge building opened up. Hyun-song got out of the car. The main character, turning his gaze to the leader, asked him if he did not feel his presence when they trained. The night sky appeared. In the middle of the field stood a fighter. The man brandished his knives. A dark force circled around the protagonist. The gentleman looked sideways in bewilderment. Suddenly, the guy, who was behind the assistant, frightened him. Closing his eyes happily, Taemin said that he had noticed the very moment he heard his voice. Lifting the corners of his lips, the young man said that it was good, and also thought that this was how it should be, because he had been training his stealth for a long time. Turning his head, the leader asked the head of the guild if he had lost his shield in the previous battle, to which he replied that he had turned to dust. Stretching out his palm, the man noticed that this equipment was not so high-end. Suddenly, Hyung-hong opened his jaw in surprise. A blue box with a bright ribbon appeared, and then the gentleman exclaimed that he had chosen it with all his heart. Taemin was holding the package in his hands. The main character was standing in front of him. The protagonist's pupils narrowed sharply, and he thanked his assistant, and at the same moment wondered how he could carry such a package. Pushing the manager with the box, the guy shouted what he would think. Noticing the soldier with a machine gun, the young man said that they must be recruits. Taeming's nose turned red, after which he replied positively and added that about 10 guards were hired from closed military units. Armed warriors appeared, and then the man explained that there were 9 people here who were E-rank to D-rank hunters, and 1 C-rank hunter, and although their rank was not high, they were much better than ordinary guards. The guy was holding a cannon in his hands, and at the same time the gentleman said that they were all armed with firearms, and it was desirable for hunters of D rank and below to have one with them. Smiling contentedly, the guild master said that this was true, and it was unlikely that whoever decided to attack would have a magical skin like a beast. Turning his gaze sideways, Hyun-young added that no matter what, they didn't know when or where the hunters would attack, so let his assistant be on the lookout, to which he replied that he would do everything possible to protect him. Looking ahead, Taemin said that he and Johnson would join the guards today, so let the head be calm. The main character nodded his head contentedly. After a while, the protagonist squinted thoughtfully. Suddenly, a magic door appeared in front of him. Touching it, the guy read that the shadow was behind. Lifting the corners of his lips, the young man understood what it meant, that it was Kasashin. Entering the magic portal, the hunter muttered that he would be glad, especially now, if he was unexpectedly attacked. Suddenly Kasashin appeared, and he said that the head of the guild could pass, and added that he had been waiting for him. The warrior smiled contentedly and noticed that it looked like a lurking enemy was aiming at him. Scratching his neck, Hyung-hong replied that measures were being taken, but it was causing a lot of trouble. Stretching out his palm, the fighter asked if his blessing, which he had discovered now, would not be enough to determine the potential danger. Lifting the corners of his lips, the main character explained that this is why he needed him. The guy abruptly grabbed his chin. The protagonist, clenching his fist happily, exclaimed that he needed a new blessing from him. Lifting his leg off the ground, Kasashin said that he liked his attitude, and it seemed that he trained a lot while he was under his command. Squinting, the warrior added that as a result, their compatibility had increased greatly. Suddenly, the hunter found himself in empty space. The guild leader lowered his eyebrows sharply. Grabbing the fighter's hand, Hyunjun clarified what blessing he would receive this time. Then the main character opened his jaw in surprise, and the guy wondered if he had really become stronger. A dark force was visible, and then the protagonist was at a loss. The guy, looking down, explained that this was his new blessing. Smiling, the young man said that if he accepted him, he would be able to send shadows to spy on enemies from afar. Stretching out his palm, Kasashin said that now he really needs this power. Through the sweat on his face, the hunter said that it was difficult to disagree with this, and also thought that with this blessing he would be able to observe the ill-wishers, remaining in the shadows. Suddenly, the warrior put his hand on his shoulder and asked if he was ready to accept his blessing. You could see how the guys hovered in the air. Opening his mouth wide, the guild master replied that he was ready. The veins of the main character sharply turned black, and at the same moment the fighter noticed that it would hurt a little. Hyung-hong quickly clenched his jaw. Suddenly a knight appeared. The protagonist, noticing the swordsman, realized that this was a memory. Then the hunter opened his jaw furiously. The warrior grabbed the hilt of his weapon. The fighter began to draw his blade. With a sharp wave of it, the soldier asked how dare he. The unusual shadow split in two. The knight stood in a fighting stance. The eyes of the unusual entity burned with a dark color, and the warrior exclaimed that this could not be. Kneeling, the fighter was sure that he had hit him. Suddenly, red spots appeared. Grinning, Kasashin said that this scene captures him every time. Hyung-hong frowned in pain. A dark force surrounded his body, and then he screamed loudly. Drops of sweat dripped down the face of the main character. Snapping his fingers, the guy announced that they were done. The protagonist shook his head sharply. The hunter fell off his feet, and the young man asked how it was. Closing his eyes contentedly, the warrior noticed that now the defensive skills were in his head. Sitting on the floor, the guild master thought that every time he met his past lives, he was going through such a thing. As he straightened his hair, Hyunjun said that he didn't even feel it, and then wondered if he was having fun playing with him. Leaning over him, the fighter exclaimed that it was a lot of fun. Stretching out his palm, Kasashin explained that as soon as he receives a blessing, memories from a past life come to him and a seepage effect occurs, and no matter how difficult the procedure is, it will seem quite simple to him. The main character turned his gaze to the side in surprise, hearing that everything would probably become clearer to him if he studied magic. Blushing sharply, the protagonist asked if he had been a magician in one of his lifetimes. You could see how the guy bit his lips. The young man clutched his chin thoughtfully. After imagining many white silhouettes, the warrior revealed that he had 990,000 past lives, and it was logical that the greatest archmages of the dimension were also there, and they were all studying different realms of magic. The hunter opened his mouth in a daze. Looking to the side, the guild leader wondered if it was possible that he could reach their level. Raising his index finger, the fighter added that if he continued to train, anything was possible, and suggested that he try to use the blessing without thinking much about it, and at the same moment, Hyunjun asked him to stop reading his mind. Then the main character stretched his palm forward. Dark energy appeared in front of him. Suddenly, a human silhouette appeared. Smiling, Kasashin said that it was excellent, and added that he should try to create another shadow. After a moment, the protagonist frowned seriously. The hunter lowered the corners of his lips. In the distance, an unusual accumulation of power could be seen. The magical aura began to evaporate in the air, and at the same time, the guild master realized that this was his maximum now. Holding his chin, the guy noticed that, as expected, 2 shadows were too many for a beginner, and at the same time added that this spell was the most difficult of all high-level magic, because it spent a lot of mana, and therefore there was nothing to be done. The young man said that creating at least one on the first try is a great result, after which Hyung-hong grabbed his wrist. Striking the main character with his fingers, the warrior said that he should not be greedy now and return. The protagonist, approaching the exit, heard that let him go and create a shadow of his worst enemy, because in his current state he is capable of this. After some time, the hunter was seen running down the street. The guild master quickly shuffled his hands. Opening his jaw, the guy muttered that the guilds of gold rank and above had excellent informants, and therefore they probably knew the rumors about him, and this would make the silver rank guilds do something. The young man imagined human silhouettes. Parting his lips, Hyung-hong wondered that if these false rumors had leaked through the background organizations, then which guild would decide to make the first move? Taemin, who was behind him, replied that he thought it would be the Anderson Guild. The main character turned sharply. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist asked where he came from, to which the leader explained that he had sworn allegiance to him. With a wink, the man exclaimed that he was ready to appear at any time if for his sake, and the guy thought that this was not the answer to his question. Closing his eyes, the young man clarified why it was them, and then the master said that it was because this guild was now leading any action. A drawing of a lion's head appeared. After presenting the red footprints, Taemin said that even among the silvers, the Andersons' reputation is not the best because they have used forbidden methods to reach the current level, and therefore it is rumored that there is always some kind of dispute within the top of the guild. Looking up, the hunter noticed that if they were known as villains, they were most suitable for this role. Holding his chin, the leader added that not only that, because their guild master is greedy to the point of horror, and it is rumored that they tried to steal an A-rank weapon, but failed. Shuffling his legs, the head of the guild said that he would then send a personal informant to them, and then the man asked about the informant. Turning around, Hyung-hong replied that he couldn't tell everything, but he was someone who could be trusted. Smiling, the gentleman said that if he trusted him, so did he. After some time, the main character found himself in a dark room. The protagonist stretched out his hand. A shadow appeared in front of him. The guy showed the servant the phone screen and ordered him to find it. A man appeared, and at the same moment the young man added that he should keep an eye on him. The unusual entity evaporated into thin air. The hunter smiled contentedly. The night sky was visible. The headlights of the car shone brightly. 2 vehicles were rushing along the road. Inside the van were soldiers in red suits. One of them, parting his lips, asked his partner if he had heard that the Ace Guild, to which they were now going, had received something special after clearing the hidden dungeon, to which he replied positively and exclaimed that since this rumor was only crawling at the bottom, he immediately reported to his superiors that he had found out. Happily clenching his fist, the warrior noted that although he did not know what kind of treasure was in this dungeon, it could be a quick way for their guild to reach gold rank. Suddenly, the man, holding a loudspeaker in his hand, said that everyone should pay attention. Smirking, the bandit said that their opponents were the leaders of the small bronze guild and a few guards, and therefore they could easily cope. Holding on to the handrail, the bully said that they would take this treasure by any means, and then asked if they understood it, and then the guys shouted contentedly. The leader, standing opposite the team, asked for silence. The master's shoulders were visible, and at the same moment he repeated once again that their task was to catch and escort everyone, because the boss said so. The guy, raising his palm, asked what to do if he couldn't capture them. The man's eyes lit up sharply red, and he replied that then they would kill them in the most brutal way, and therefore they needed to be instilled with fear. The young man, through the sweat on his face, said that he had heard that they had small children, after which he clarified whether this also applied to them. The bandit clenched his jaw angrily. The leader lowered the loudspeaker. Suddenly, the commander hit the teenager on the leg. Placing his hand on his head, the captain asked since when the assassins of the Anderson Guild cared about such trifles, and then he apologized. Standing up abruptly, the gentleman said that they were almost there, and therefore they had to leave. The hooligans, wearing masks, shouted that they understood him. A view of the roof of the house under the night sky opened. A guard stood near the high brick wall. Suddenly, the guy constricted his pupils. At the same moment, the soldier pointed his machine gun in the direction of the passage. A man in a red hood jumped down on top of him. Bending his arm at the elbow, the assassin from the Anderson Guild reported that they had taken care of guarding around the manor, to which he was told that it was great, and now they should go inside. A metal hook caught sharply on a ledge on the roof. The robbers simultaneously climbed over the fence. Raising his head, the fighter noticed that someone was approaching him. From the many blows, the guy felt pain and opened his mouth wide. Looking at the blood-stained bodies of the guards, the bandit wondered if they were them. Folding his hands behind his back, the thug assumed that the others had already made their way into the dungeon, to which his partner remarked that in this case, they should hurry. The outline of a room could be seen outside the window, and the assassin from the Guild Anderson ordered a second squad to be called, and they themselves would go inside. The robber lifted his leg off the ground. Holding the shield in front of him, the head of the squad asked if everyone remembered everything. The eyes of the animal-masked man shone brightly, and he clarified that they would kill everyone except for their target. Smiling broadly, the bandit announced that they were starting. A black-gloved hand reached out towards the door. The crushing blow left a bright mark in the air. The thug lowered his chin in fright. Suddenly, part of his limb fell to the floor. The rest of the crew continued to hold sharp blades. Turning his head back, the commander shouted that they were idiots and should figure out the location of the enemy, and not behave so stupidly. Looking around, Guild Killer Anderson screamed that he thought there was no one here at all. The head of the squad did not understand how this was possible, and the subordinate leaned down slightly and replied that he did not know this. Streams of dark magic rushed behind him as he talked about how there was absolutely no one here, as if there had never existed. Suddenly, the robber collapsed to the ground with a crash and began to shout loudly. The bandit covered his body with a shield while his partners exclaimed that he was dead with just one blow. Gritting his teeth tightly in pain, the man realized that this was terrible, because there was not a single soul here, and if they did not leave here, then everyone would be dead. Putting his hand out to the side, the thug told everyone to quickly leave through the window. Running towards the exit, the assassin from the Guild Anderson asked him to do it faster. At the same second, blood splashes splashed out of the guy's body. Stretching his fingers forward, the beast-masked man didn't understand how this was happening. Coming out onto the balcony, the robbers were indignant that this was impossible, because they did not see anyone here, but someone was doing it. In bewilderment, lowering his jaw, the man clarified whether it was him. Hyung-jung covered his face with his shield. Squeezing his eyes shut, the protagonist heard his past life inform him that Sidon Miller's valiant sword was with them, and it would not break as long as the valor of righteous people existed, to which he exclaimed that it was true. Bright currents of energy enveloped the equipment, and the spirit announced that Karsago's righteous shield would protect him, so that he would not be in danger as long as the great warrior was with him, when he suddenly declared that at the moment when the enemies decided to attack their guild, they had signed a death warrant for themselves, after which Danzig noted that he would live, and he would never fall, as long as he has someone to protect. Raising his sword high above his head, the hunter shouted that this was a meeting of the guild leaders of Ace. Suddenly, the soldiers put their machine guns forward. The guild members narrowed their eyes as they stared through the sights of their weapons. Smiling broadly, the young man exclaimed that it was a very beautiful night, and his colleague asked him to be quiet. A dark silhouette of a man appeared on the roof. Seojin held glowing particles of magic in her palm. The alarmed assassins from the Anderson Guild were surrounded by soldiers. Holding his shield in front of him, the robber asked whether they had been trapped in the first place, to which his companions suggested that they were. A smirk appeared on Hyung-jung's face, and the bandit said that this bastard must have sent all the supreme members here. Taemin furrowed his brows angrily and asked what they should do. Looking down, Janso asked the master the same question. Streams of dark magic swirled around the protagonist's face, and he asked his subordinates to make sure that none of them escaped from here. Putting his hand forward, the Special Forces commander ordered everyone to start attacking. The soldiers instantly began to fire at their opponents. Flying back from powerful shots, the bandits began to shout loudly. A golden bullet approached the head of the man in the beast mask. Behind the scattered fragments, the frightened face of a man appeared. His mouth wide open in alarm. The thug was indignant at what they were doing. One of the hooligans rushed to run back, and his partner shouted that it was necessary to get rid of the armed men first. Guild assassin Anderson exclaimed that they didn't die no matter how they attacked them, and his ally waved his hand and suggested that there was an A-rank healer or higher on the opponent's side. A golden glow could be seen near the ears of the warriors with machine guns. Furrowing his brows angrily, the leader of the bandit squad shouted that since things had turned out this way, they should at least get rid of Hyunjin, and first they needed to find him. The robber lowered his jaw in alarm when he was asked if he was looking for him. Pulling his fist behind his back, the thug declared that he was a rat-like bastard. At the same second, a bright trail appeared in the air from the impact. Smiling, the hunter remarked that it was a disgrace. The silhouette of the villain was enveloped in bright magical waves. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked his opponent not to worry, because he would not kill him immediately. Tilting his head down, the guy turned to the manager. Taemin folded his hands behind his back as his boss asked him to send a message to the Anderson Guild that they had taken hostages. Rubbing his chin with his palm, the fighter decided to see which of them would fall for this trick. A view of a tall building opened. Sitting on the bed, the girl called out to her older brother and asked how he felt after waking up again. The guy wrapped his fingers around the phone, when suddenly his sister clarified if he really felt that he had become stronger. Closing his eyes, the hunter replied that this was not entirely true, after which he asked her to eat faster and not to worry about him. With her eyes rounded enthusiastically, the little girl asked if she could skip at least one breakfast. Putting a spoon to his younger sister's mouth, the young man shouted that she had only skin and bones, and then forced her to quickly eat everything by force, to which she objected that she did not want this. Suddenly, the cutlery sank down. The guy turned his gaze to the floor and explained that even if she didn't want to, she had to eat, because this way she would be able to recover faster, after which he added that she needed to rest more and eat well. The child raised her eyebrows in surprise when her older brother said that there was no need to worry about money anymore. Suddenly, the little girl pressed her lips tightly together. Pulling the spoon from the awakened man's hand, the younger sister stated that he always looked like he was carrying the whole world on his shoulders, and then added that he would eat it all herself. A satisfied grin appeared on Gyuwon's face. Rays of sunlight fell on the window in the hospital room, and the child admitted that she was still jealous of him, to which he asked why. Bringing the cutlery to his mouth, the child explained that after his second awakening, he could become a hunter, as he had always dreamed, and now he would be able to help people and become known as a cool hunter. Gyuchwan scratched his head in confusion. Sitting on a chair next to the hospital bed, the guy called out to his younger sister. Lowering his eyebrows, the awakened man promised that he would try to become a great hunter, and she would be proud of him. A view of the headquarters of the Anderson Guild opened. The manager put his hand in his pocket when suddenly he was called. Someone called out to the executive manager a second time as he looked down assiduously. The hunter's pupils noticeably narrowed with fright when he heard a loud scream. The assistant lowered his hands and noticed that he had been often distracted lately, and asked if he was doing well, to which he replied that everything was normal, so there was no need to worry. Lowering his jaw, the young man asked if he would provide a report right away. The hunter furrowed his brows angrily and said through a sigh that he would have to, and then added that their subordinates had suffered a lot, so he would be back soon. It seemed as if the girl put her hand on the man's shoulder. When the door to the room opened, she jumped to the side in fright. The manager looked up and turned to the guild leader. Sitting in the chair, the boss said that the director could go, to which she agreed. The guy looked disdainfully after the fleeing lady. Turning her head back, guild member Anderson asked what he was staring at. The executive director lowered the corners of his lips in bewilderment. Reaching for the wooden shelf with alcohol with his fingers, the man clarified why he had knocked so early and did not even knock, after which he offered him a little drink, because he had bought good wine yesterday. Standing across the room, the subordinate reported that the team that had been sent to Ace's guild had been almost completely wiped out, and only 4 survived, and they had been taken hostage. Furrowing his brows angrily, Sungjin was indignant at what he heard. Folding his hands behind his back, the guy also revealed that they had received a message from the Ace Guild that they had somehow figured out that they were behind the attack. While pouring alcohol into a glass, Guild Master Anderson inquired about what was written in the message. Lowering his chin, the awakened man noticed that he might not like to hear this, but he would repeat their message exactly. Standing in front of the couch in the boss's room, the manager said that they had written that they needed to hold a press conference and make an official statement that they had attacked them, and then added that only then would they return the hostages to them safe and sound. A wicked grin could be seen on Hyeonghong's face. Gyuwon narrowed his eyes and continued to say that otherwise they could prepare for them by enemies. Guild Master Anderson began to drink alcohol. Suddenly, the boss abruptly put the glass on the table. Gritting his teeth tightly, the man exclaimed that they were arrogant bastards, and didn't understand how a bronze rank guild would dare to threaten a silver rank guild. Stretching his palm forward, the guy stated that his boss should make a deliberate decision. After all, they had killed many of their subordinates, so they might have some other secret trick that they didn't know about, and then added that this was why they should be careful. Furrowing his brows angrily, Sungjin ordered all the leaders to be summoned to prepare for a second attack. The hunter's pupils noticeably narrowed from fright. Lowering his jaw, the young man tried to object and did not understand what to do with the hostages, because if they attacked, they would definitely kill them. Pointing a finger at the chest of the awakened, Guildmaster Anderson explained that sometimes sacrifices had to be made, and then added that their guild's reputation was at stake, so they should be willing to sacrifice a few subordinates for it. Gyuwon clenched his palms tightly behind his back when the boss clarified whether this was true, to which he replied that he would call those who were free. Suddenly, Sungjin threw the contents of the glass into the executive manager's face. Alcohol dripped down the skin of the awakened man, and the chief asked if he understood what situation they were in. The hunter pursed his lips as Guildmaster Anderson told him to mobilize all of their forces and cancel all previous quests. Turning away from his interlocutor, the young man remarked that if they did this, then many important tasks would be suspended, to which he shouted that it didn't matter, because their number one task was to get rid of those bastards from the Ace Guild. Holding out a finger forward, Sungjin stated that he could not believe that he did not understand orders so much, and then clarified whether he looked down on him, and whether he had forgotten who the head was. The guy tilted his head down and agreed with the boss when he cried out that if he told him to do something, then it had to be done. Looking at the floor, the awakened man thought that if this was indeed a trap, then Hyunjin was indeed a creepy person. On the table was a white cup on a saucer. The main character was carefully looking at the tablet. A message appeared on the screen stating that the income from rank A was almost 1.5 billion and had been sent to the account of the guild master. A satisfied grin appeared on the hunter's face. Raising his eyebrows happily, the guy said in his mind that this was not bad. After all, they had only received such compensation for the cleanup squad, while he had been told that he was obsessed with money. Bending down, Taemin addressed the head of the guild and reported that the special affairs investigator had arrived, to which he replied that it was excellent, after which he allowed him to let him in. Inside the guest's mouth, his tongue appeared during a yawn. Scratching his neck, the officer revealed that he was a member of the special forces, and then asked if the head had been informed of his arrival, and he was mentally indignant that he appeared during a loud yawn. The man was holding a suitcase in his hand, and the protagonist greeted him and invited him to sit down. Taking the documents out of the bag, the investigator began to speak. Getting up from his chair, the man from Special Cases said that the investigation had concluded that it would not be difficult to prove that it was self-defense, but as for the culprit, he needed to investigate further, to which he was thanked. Putting his finger to his cheek, the officer asked if there were any surviving witnesses, because they should be reported, if any, and then added that he would send them to the appropriate department where they would be taken care of. Rounding his eyes, Hyunjun expressed his gratitude for the question, but said that there were no survivors, because they had all been killed. The man replied that everything was clear to him, and in this case he would go, when suddenly the door to the room slammed loudly. Falling into the chair, the main character noticed that judging by how quickly he went through the case, then someone was putting pressure on them. The hunter put his fingers to his chin and said that he didn't think it was Anderson, and then asked if there was any news from them. Narrowing his eyes, Taemin said that not yet, but they had gathered the leadership instead of holding a press conference. The assassins appeared strapped to chairs, and Guildmaster Ace asked what about the hostages, and if they were still silent. The Special Forces commander looked straight ahead and said that they had been kind to them all along, but it was time to take them seriously, to which the protagonist said that he was right, because they were as polite as possible to them, but it was time to get a little rude. Grinning, the young man noticed that this was necessary in order to knock information out of them. There were almost no clouds visible in the night sky. Looking up, the hunter suggested that he could not have a day off. With a tool hanging from the man's apron, Hyunjun thought about hoping the inmates would start talking soon. Blood suddenly spilled out of the mouth of the killer of the Anderson Guild, and the main character said in his mind that no matter what they do to them, they are still silent. Squinting his eyes, the hunter did not know if there was no better way. Suddenly, the guy found himself in the middle of a dark room. Putting his hand to his mouth, the awakened man said that he had fallen asleep, although he still had a lot to think about. 2 magical doors were visible. Turning his head back, the protagonist wondered if there were 2 options for him today. Metal bars shrouded the bloody chains, and it turned out to be the place of the Lord of Pain. A bright glow appeared behind the wooden door, and it was the room of a selfish negotiator, after which the young man said that he had a rough idea of what it was. Imagining the silhouette of a monster with a chainsaw, Hyunjung was frightened to wonder if it could be something like that, even though he could feel danger coming from the door. The main character clenched his fist tightly with his other hand. Grinning maliciously, the awakened man declared that since he could not bring the members of the Anderson Guild to reason, all that remained was to beat them. Suddenly, the shackles on the grate broke. Closing his eyes, the hunter began to count. Human feet ran across the ground, and someone was heard counting as well. Lowering the corners of his lips, the guy did not understand what the sound was. Red hair and a cloak fluttered in the air, and the creature said it was a natural twist. The stranger said that he was going there, when suddenly the protagonist turned back. At the same moment, the stranger appeared in front of the guild leader Ace under the spotlight. Smiling broadly, the creature greeted him. Hyunjung's pupils bulged in alarm when he heard that he had been called a rebirth. In the eyes of the main character, you could see the reflections of a table with medical instruments. Things were scattered on the tiles. A skeleton sat in the corner of the room. In a metal tray was a hammer and a syringe. Looking at the dancing stranger, the hunter realized that no matter how he looked, he was definitely mad. Holding the bone structure of a man, Pierre told his guest his name. The skull of the skeleton tilted to the side, and the creature exclaimed that it was Ilias, and that it was his best friend. Smiling broadly, the awakened man said that it was a pleasure to meet him. Lowering his head, the guy said that he would like to ask something, to which the past life replied that he could ask anything except his hand and heart. A bottle and a syringe lay on the floor, and the protagonist noticed that his interlocutor was called the Lord of Pain. Pierre narrowed his eyes, and the young man clarified whether this pain could be from torture. Smiling broadly, the creature began to laugh loudly. Gripping the hammer with his fingers, the Lord of Pain revealed that when he was alive, he had worked as a master of torture in the Empire. Hitting the skeleton on the head with a sledgehammer, the past life said that as he could see, they only worked with such tools. Placing his fingers on his chin, Guild Master Ace asked if he could teach him how to torture people, to which he replied that he couldn't teach him anything he didn't know himself. Lowering his jaw in alarm, Hyunjun was indignant that his interlocutor had previously said that he had worked as a master of torture. Pierre's eyes began to radiate a bright glow, and he informed Mr. Reborn that there were many more absurd things in life than he thought, and then added that it was just like at this moment. Stretching his hand high to the ceiling, the Lord of Pain told him that God had once given him this exceptional ability. Suddenly, the creature snapped its fingers. At the same moment, the master of torture rushed behind the young man. After a moment, the hunter began to fall forward. The awakened man collapsed on a wooden chair with a crash, and his past life asked to be allowed to introduce himself again. Stretching his palm forward, Pierre explained that he could control the suffering of others, and if he was done, he could inflict hellish pain using any objects. But the only limitation was that he had to put magical power into his opponent. Suddenly, the Lord of Pain poked his finger into Hyunsun's body. Squinting his eyes, the creature noticed that he usually used a needle to transmit magical power. Raising one eyebrow in bewilderment, the protagonist thought that it was a little strange, when suddenly the interlocutor interrupted him and asked if he thought that it was a little strange, to which he replied that it was not, and asked what blessing he would be able to receive. In the darkness I could see the sharp fangs of the master of torture. Passing by the huge cage in which the skeleton was imprisoned, Pierre said that this would be pain management. Smiling broadly, the hunter thought about how controlling the opponent's pain was a terrifying ability, and then asked what the activation and awakening conditions were. With a wink of one eye, the Lord of Pain replied that he only needed to pierce his body 3 times with his needle, and if he could endure it, he would receive a blessing. Lowering his jaw, the awakened man wondered what would happen if he did not succeed. The creature raised its eyebrows and said that it would have to wait for the next opportunity. Approaching the protagonist's face, the torture master clarified if he urgently needed his blessing and then told him not to dare to miss the chances he was given, simply because he was a reincarnate, as not all of them were good at will. Gritting his teeth tightly, the young man agreed to try, but he did not like that the interlocutor was too close. Stretching a thick rope, Pierre asked if he should be tied hand and foot, to which he replied that it was not necessary, and that it would be better to just start, when suddenly he was told that it was sad, and then he was asked about his readiness. Suddenly, streams of red magic appeared around Hyunjun's wrist. A drop of sweat flowed down the protagonist's face, and the Lord of Pain said that he would pierce the 3rd count. With a wave of its hand, the creature continued to count. Streams of dark magic hovered around the chair. The main character's legs flew up sharply. His mouth wide open in pain, the hunter began to scream loudly. Through the creature's smile, his sharp fangs could be seen, and he laughed at what was happening. Bulging his pupils, the awakened man cried out that it was now 3. The master of torture furiously waved his hand, and the ward cried out in fright. Looking up, the past life began to remember Nietzsche. Holding his palm high to the ceiling, Pierre exclaimed that the German philosopher had said that what did not kill them made them stronger. The exhausted protagonist threw his head back. Putting his fingers to his mouth, the Lord of Pain exclaimed that it was very beautiful. Smiling broadly, the creature asked if the guy thought this quote was perfect for him. At the same moment, Guild Leader Ace tilted his torso forward. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, the young man thought that he was a mad bastard. The master of torture spread his hands to the sides, and Hyunjun didn't understand what Nietzsche had to do with it, and he didn't want him to use the phrase as he pleased. And besides, he had to pierce with a needle, and count to 3. Pierre could see the silhouette of the protagonist on a chair between his palms, and he wondered why he had to be like this in his previous life at all. After a moment, the Lord of Pain spread his fingers. Suddenly, there was a powerful surge of blood. Lowering its head down, the creature began to sigh heavily. Rubbing his cheek with his finger, the torture master asked if the reborn had enjoyed the incredible pain, and then added that now his blessing would be with him. A loud cry was heard, and suddenly it seemed as if the young man woke up on the floor near the bed. Squinting his eyes wearily, Guild Leader Ace thought that if he hadn't recovered, he would have gone mad long ago from all his past lives. Hyunjun decided to drink a glass of water. Holding the phone to his ear, the main character wanted to answer his call. Furiously furrowing his brows, the awakened man called the CEO and asked where the hostages were now, to which he replied that they were locked in a secret house outside the city of Anyang. As he walked around the room, the hunter said that he wanted to try something, so he would be there soon, when he suddenly remarked that he didn't have to be involved in such matters. Taking the blanket in his hands, the protagonist asked to tell Juniso to guard his family well during his absence. The guy's close people slept on the sofa, and the man replied that he understood the director of the guild. Temin stretched out his hand to the door. Closing his eyes, the Special Forces commander said that it was here. The light from the crack fell on the body of the main character. There was a bright lamp on the ceiling. The assassins from the Anderson Guild were tied to chairs. The bloody robber furrowed his brows in displeasure. The memory of the man opening his mouth wide in a rage came into view, and the hunter remembered that he had given the command to retreat. Sitting down next to the hostage, the awakened man asked if he was one of the leaders, after which he added that he was just asking it to make sure they didn't say anything. Bulging his pupils, the bandit was indignant at whether they thought he would say anything to them. Running his fingers through his hair, the protagonist mockingly said that he was very scared. Towering over the thug, the protagonist said that if so, it would hurt a little. Clenching his jaw tightly in rage, the bandit said that torture would not work on him. The young man's brush was enveloped in streams of red magic, and Hyunjun noticed that it wasn't as impressive as torture. Standing in front of the hostages, the main character clarified whether he should first test it on his comrade. The hunter furrowed his brows angrily, and his past life told him that this was the beginning of a dangerous collaboration with Pierre, and as long as he was with him, the pain was under his control. The awakened man squeezed the human heart with his fingers. With his mouth wide open in pain, the Anderson Guild assassin began to scream loudly. Blood splattered sharply from the protagonist's hand. The robber and his chair collapsed to the ground. Drops of sweat flowed down the hooligan's hands, and he shouted that he would tell everything, only asked not to approach him. With a wicked grin, Guild Leader Ace said that it was excellent. Turning his back on the hostages, the young man ordered his testimony to be written down and handed over to him. Smiling broadly, the main character asked to do it as soon as possible. There was a view of a tall building under a clear sky. Putting the paper on the table, the man said that he had collected all the information that had been received from the prisoners. Touching his chin with his fingers, the hunter clarified if this was enough, to which he was told that it would be easier to gather more information using what they already had. Taemin closed his eyes and explained that there was very little information about the Anderson Guild, so it was problematic for them to get data about her. Resting his head on the palm of his hand, the protagonist asked if there were still any ties to the Anderson Guild, to which he was told that they continued to deny guilt. Slapping his palm on the table, the young man said that it looked like that. Lowering his jaw, the fighter said that he would have to meet them in person. Turning his head towards Guild Leader Ace, the Special Forces commander didn't know if it was necessary because it was too dangerous, to which he replied that it was okay because he was just going to talk to them and put a little pressure on them. Suddenly, the guy stretched out his hand forward. Covering the doorway with his body, the subordinate exclaimed that no one knew what this hot-tempered guild director Anderson was capable of, and then added that he would definitely continue to deny his involvement in the attack. Leaning his torso forward, Hyunjun said that everything was fine, and then added that if things went wrong, he would be able to leave even if all their leadership attacked him, and he thought that as long as he had Hasashin's blessing, he was sure that he could leave. Giving a thumbs up, the protagonist explained that if Anderson's guild was defeated, then the other guilds would not be able to take action easily, and they would set an example for others by using Anderson's guild. Furrowing his brows in displeasure, Taemin tried to object, and faction director Ace shouted that this was perfect. Taking one step at a time, the hunter said that in that case they would set off tomorrow night. Suddenly, the Special Forces commander put his hand to his face and shouted that he would increase the security of his estate in case of unforeseen dangers. A view of a tall skyscraper opened up. Peering out from behind the wall, Hyunjun asked if his interlocutor was sure he was inside, to which he replied that he had confirmation that Sungjin was inside the guild office right now. Holding the phone to his ear, the protagonist revealed that he had one reliable observer for Gyuan, who told him that he was not in the building now, but since the head was here, he would come in, after which he asked to take care of his family. Behind the hunter, the silhouette of the manager appeared, and he thought that it was the managing director of the guild, Anderson, as well as one of those people that the chief keeps with him for profit. Outside the window, he could see the awakened man sitting in the hospital room next to his younger sister. Looking down, Guild Leader A said in his mind that it was very touching that he cared about her. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist decided that even if so, he could not afford to express sympathy in any case. Tilting his head down, the fighter realized that he had no intention of causing any direct harm, but he was interested in Sungjin's reaction. There were guards on either side of the front door. Suddenly, the man stopped the guy with his hand and asked if he was a member of the Anderson Guild. Lowering his chin, Hyunjung asked them to deliver a message to the headmaster. Bulging his eyes, the protagonist stated that Guild Director Ace was here. The second bodyguard grabbed a walkie-talkie in his hand. At the same moment, the man pursed his lips and then announced that he was allowed to enter, and he escorted him to the Guild Director's office. A moment later, the doors swung open in front of the hunter's face. The young man took one step at a time behind the guards. Approaching the elevator, the bodyguard explained that this way he would be able to get directly to the 5th floor, where those who would guide him further were waiting for him. When the silhouette of the awakened man almost disappeared behind the elevator doors, the men said goodbye to him. At the top there was a small screen on which the floor numbers should be displayed. Blades flashed brightly in the hands of the fighters. Furrowing his brows, the protagonist was musing that everything was going too smoothly, although he knew it, when suddenly he was asked about his name. Looking straight ahead, Guild Leader Ace asked if they were showing such hospitality to members of the other factions, and stated that they should have been informed of his visit, but for some reason they were holding weapons. Gripping the handle of the knife tightly, Sungjin's subordinate explained that this was the Anderson Guild, so he would have to follow their rules if he wanted to live. Lowering his chin, the young man noticed that this was very stupid. The soldiers didn't understand what the guest had just said, and then shouted that he needed to know his place and follow his manners. After all, He started out as an ordinary F-rank hunter, to which he scratched his head and was indignant that this eternal talk about ranks had begun again. Tilting his head to the side, the main character said that this was enough. At the same moment, streams of dark magic appeared behind him. Hyung-hong's eyes began to emit a bright glow. The soldiers were sweating from the torment they were experiencing. Suddenly, the guy fell to the floor with a scream. Sitting on the ground, the subordinate of the guild director shouted that their partner must have had a heart attack. Lowering his head, the young man did not understand what was happening. Furrowing his brows angrily, the warrior shouted that the protagonist could not enter until he said what he was doing here, to which he was ordered to remain silent. Part of the awakened man's face was visible from under the hunter's cap, when suddenly the head of the guild, Anderson, noticed that he was a very entertaining person, and asked if he was the head of the Ace Guild, after which he invited him to come into the office. Moving forward, the protagonist pushed the enemy in the shoulder. Raising his head up, the guy said that in front of him was probably the office of the head of the faction. Suddenly, the main character threw open the doors with his hands. Sungjin stood in front of the panoramic window. Smiling broadly, the man said that the guest was very impudent, after which he asked if it was because he was still young. Lowering his chin, the awakened man suggested that he give his subordinates a lesson in etiquette before telling him anything. Yellow fangs were visible in the director's mouth. The hunter clenched his hand tightly into a fist, when suddenly the interlocutor asked him to sit down first, and asked if he would drink. Frowning, the protagonist said that he had not come here to talk idly. The head of the guild sat down on the sofa and said that he could stand if he wanted to, and that he would rather sit on a comfortable sofa if he did not mind. The back of the young man appeared, and he reported that his house had recently been attacked. Cupping his hands, Sungjin noticed what he had seen on the news, and it was terrible. Hyung-hong bit his lips in displeasure as the man said that attacking the Bronze Guild was not uncommon, and then began to laugh loudly. A huge window appeared behind the protagonist, and he said that he had sent him a message and then clarified if he had received it, to which he replied that he did not understand what it was about and that he wanted to tell him. Coming closer to the sofa, the hunter asked if the man claimed that he had nothing to do with the attack. Slightly squinting his eyes, the director asked what would happen if he had. Smiling broadly, the awakened man thought that he needed to retreat, because if he dealt with him now and found out that he was here, he would fall under suspicion, and then asked if this meant that he could do with the prisoners as he saw fit. Sitting in his chair, the faction leader didn't understand why he was being asked about people he didn't know, or if the guest was too reckless because his guild was on the rise, and then added that he was sorry to say this, but they were only a bronze rank guild. Gritting his teeth tightly in rage, the man told the guy to know his place and not jump over his head if he wanted to survive. Keeping his hands in his pockets, Hyun-young clarified if it was a threat, to which he countered with a question about whether it sounded like a threat. Smiling broadly, Sungjin noticed that his interlocutor was still a cute puppy who had not grown up. The young man had a grin on his face, and Guildmaster Anderson asked if he was amused. Walking towards the exit, the main character replied that he just wanted to capture this expression on his face. Grabbing the door handle with his fingers, the hunter said that he wanted to check it in a week. Leaving the room, the awakened man finally explained that they would see if he would also have fun. Outside the windows of the room, a view of the road opened, and people congratulated their comrade on his return. Putting his palm out to the side, Taemin admitted that he was pleased to see that his boss was not injured, and then asked how it went. Throwing one leg over the other, the chief replied that everything was as expected. The subordinates closed their lips in alarm as Hyun-jun revealed that he had given them a warning, so all that remained was to start a war with the Anderson Guild as they had planned. The dark silhouettes shifted their gazes downwards, and the protagonist explained that several guilds were watching them because there was a rumor that they had obtained a special treasure from the hidden dungeon. Against the background of purple clouds, a magical weapon appeared. Folding his hands behind his back, the Special Forces commander said that if they wanted to go against the Anderson Guild, they had to deal with them first. Lowering his chin, Johnson added that they had also failed to identify the corpses that had been found in his home. There were bloody footprints on the grass, and the head of the intelligence agency said that this was just speculation, but there was a possibility that whoever was behind the attack deliberately made it difficult to identify the corpses by pressing on the authorities. The combat hunter admitted that he did not like the attitude of the Special Forces investigator they sent here, and there was definitely something wrong, to which Taemin turned his head in the direction of the interlocutor and exclaimed that it was impossible, and asked if they were really in control of the Special Forces department as well. Two men in business suits appeared. Frowning angrily, the guy thought that in this case, the organizer must be at least a high-ranking politician or the president of a large corporation. Clenching his hand tightly into a fist, the leader said that if this was true, then they were unlucky with the executive force. Taeming's powerful back could be seen, stating that even though their funds were protected with the Nain secret fund, they had barely expanded their executive branch. Raising his head, Hyung-jung was silent. Gritting his teeth in rage, the subordinate said that in the current situation, it was too risky to go to the police for help, as it might be counterintuitive, but he believed that their only option was to hold an unofficial battle. Suddenly, the phone in the guy's hand began to make sounds. Raising his hand to his ear, Jonso apologized. The head of the intelligence agency was standing in front of a shelf of books. At the same moment, the young man lowered his jaw in bewilderment. Stretching his palm forward, the combat hunter reported that they had a problem. Bloody hands lay on the ground, and the young man said that 4 of their members had been brutally murdered the previous night. The protagonist rounded his eyes in fright, and the subordinate explained that the special police department believes that this is the work of hunters, and began an investigation this morning, but they claim that no evidence was found at the crime scene. With his head down, guild leader Ace didn't know if they were trying to instill fear in his faction. At the same moment, Hyunjun slammed his fist on the table. Looking up, the main character muttered that they were looking down on him. A moment later, the hunter grabbed the executive director's shoulder with his fingers. Standing next to the subordinate, the awakened man asked if it was true that he had said earlier that they would lose if they relied on executive force. Looking at the interlocutor from under the cap, the protagonist asked him not to worry, because he would take care of their leaders, and then told him to tell everyone to focus on protecting people. Closing his eyes, Taemin realized that he was ashamed that he had given up back then. With his mouth wide open, the Special Forces commander thought that it was his duty to do everything he could to help the guild leader, and then exclaimed that he would do everything in his power. Approaching closer to Johnson, the chief asked him to get a photo of the entire leadership of the Anderson Guild and their names, after which he asked if he could do it. The head of intelligence narrowed his eyes and replied that he could do anything, but he needed 3 hours to do so. Suddenly, Hyun-hong held out a note with the address of the Murray University Hospital. The main character explained that he needed him to do something else for him, after which he said that he needed information about this place, to which he nodded his head and said that he understood him, and would deal with it at the same minute. A memory appeared in which the hunter saw outside the window how the elder brother was visiting his sister in the hospital room. Hyun squeezed her eyes shut happily, and the protagonist explained that this could be the key to the weakness of one of the guild leaders, Anderson, so they needed to act secretly. 2 men were standing under the bridge. One of them was holding a cigarette when he asked a colleague if he had heard that their team had received a list of objectives from the Ace Guild yesterday. Now they were at war with them. Rascal stretched his shoulder and said that they would finally relax after the stagnation, but his interlocutor expressed doubt that they would have fun with such a small guild. The guy smirked and said that he had already killed one member of the Ace Guild, a D-rank hunter in his 20s. Today, it looked like he had just awakened. Kyonjin slapped his subordinate's shoulder, amazed at his speed, since the order had only been sent yesterday, and assumed that he had been holding back too much, and he added that he had also worked a little on the corpse so that they could wet their pants there. The man shook off the ashes, and praised his subordinate for his good work, and decided that they would still have a little fun. In the next moment, blood gushed out of the villain's belly. It also squirted out of his mouth, and the hunter's eyes rolled back. Rascal rushed to the river where his superior had fallen. The guy flinched when something flashed behind him. He turned sharply. The killer clenched his teeth. He did not feel anyone's presence, and he did not understand where they were attacked from. The main character stepped out of the shadows, and noticed that it seemed that the villains had a funny conversation. Jumping on top of the enemy, Hyun-jung expressed hope that he hadn't interfered. The young man kicked his opponent on the back. Rascal emerged from the water, and recognizing the attacker, asked how he ended up there. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket, and announced that the first target had been eliminated, and the villain clenched his fists, and shouted that he had nothing to do with his goal. But the swordsman poked his finger at the murderer's forehead, and wondered if he had killed their newcomer. The guy staggered back. The face of the scoundrel expressed panic, and he begged for mercy. The head of the guild waved his hand, and when the dangerous relationship with Pierre subdued the very concept of pain, he noticed that the victim also asked Rascal, but he mercilessly killed him. As a wave of red energy soared towards the sky, Hyun-hong added that he would do the same. The murderer's body was pierced by scarlet spears. As blood spilled over the water, the young man muttered that he seemed to have eliminated all of the Anderson Guild leaders who were keeping an eye on his men. The protagonist looked at the scarlet spot, and assumed that the enemies were now in a panic. The swordsman smirked, and concluded aloud that this scoundrel Sungjun would be furious. Anderson's top gathered in the guild master's office, where Jia read out that Ace's guild had lost 4 core members and 6 rookies, and they had lost 20 senior members. The director looked at the tablet, and added that this includes 5 managers and 2 managers. Sungjun looked at the girl with displeasure, and could not believe that this had happened and demanded proof. Jia placed the tablet on the table, and reported that there was nothing left. The department said that it was the first time they had seen such a masterful cover-up of evidence. The man clutched his head, not understanding how the enemies were able to kill 20 people in 2 days, and 7 of them were managers. Gyuwon shook his head as the guild master asked if it made sense, and the director added that she had no assumptions. The scoundrel gritted his teeth and pointed his finger at the manager before saying that he had heard that his men had attacked the opponent yesterday, and wanted to know what had happened, why they couldn't win, and if he had excuses, then let him lay it out. The guy lowered his head and apologized. All their means were mobilized for the attack, but the enemy's stealth skills were incredible. They couldn't even detect them, let alone attack. Jia folded her arms over her chest as the young man continued that leader Yanjia had even set a trap to attack at dawn, but nothing worked. According to the survivor, they were ambushed when he regained consciousness. Everyone, including the leader, was killed. Sungjun clenched his fist, and clarified if the mentioned one wasn't A rank, wasn't his group B rank, as they were destroyed in an instant. After that, the man broke the table with one blow. The scoundrel shook off his hand, and said that he would not believe in this nonsense. Gyuwon gave his boss a gloomy look as he exclaimed that those bastards from the Ace Guild were made of bronze at best, as his men couldn't handle them, and reminded him that their guild master had woken up twice, and according to the informant, there were many more powerful hunters. Sungjin's face contorted with anger. He barked about the hated double awakening. Why couldn't his subordinate understand that the most important thing now was that they were being attacked? The young man frowned and asked the guild master to calm down. The man looked at the manager with displeasure as he clarified that the A-rank hunter and the 2 B-rank hunters had been defeated in the blink of an eye because he felt stupid about being used. The guy raised his palm and added that it meant that at best someone of A rank or higher had intervened, at worst S rank, to which the boss asked what he wanted from him. Gyuan sighed tiredly and replied that they had never lost like this, because everyone they had encountered before was weaker than them. In this hunt, they were not predators. Jia put her palm on the couch, noticing that more than 9 executives had died in the past 24 hours. The situation was getting too escalated, they had to do something. The manager swallowed. The chief leaned over the girl and noticed that she thought the same way as he did. To the young man's horror, the director said with a smile that they could not allow themselves to be trampled on. They had to do everything possible. Gyuan jumped to his feet and shouted that their strength had weakened. If they fought the leaders of the enemies in such a state, they would definitely lose. Jia gave the manager a sinister look and clarified when she was saying that they needed to fight their bosses. The guy went back down, not understanding what she meant. His eyes widened as he realized what he was talking about. The headmaster leaned forward and said that he guessed right. They were directing forces at ordinary guild members. Looking through the records, she realized that it seemed that they hadn't mobilized all of their top to fight terror. The young man clenched his teeth in horror. The girl clapped her hands. Jia rubbed her palms and added that they would be able to handle them. Gyuan's eyes expressed panic as he recalled that if they continued to carry out terrorist acts, the department would definitely intervene. And then he froze when the manager reminded him that it was his job to make them sit quietly, or he was not competent to do so. The manager gritted his teeth. He didn't notice the dark fog behind him when he promised to do his best. The fog slowly floated to the side. Then he flew out the window. The next morning at Ace's guild headquarters, Hyung-jung looked out the window and thought that the enemies were going to chase down the guild members regardless of whether they posed a threat. The young man smirked, deciding that this was a great opportunity. The protagonist continued to look out the window, thinking that if they took advantage of this situation correctly, then it could lead them to victory. Even if the special police squad didn't take care of it, they still had a chance. There was no guarantee that they would get conclusive evidence of the Anderson Guild's involvement in this matter. If they make at least one mistake, admitting everything, they will be broken. The swordsman put his hand in his pocket and mentally added that he did not expect the next decision in the form of a terrorist attack. The guild master looked at the phone screen, deciding that his opponents should feel cornered. The phone rang in Tenen's pocket. The captain pressed the documents to his chest and answered the call of his superiors. From the phone, Hyunjin's voice revealed that he had just received a message from his informant saying that the Anderson Guild would increase its offensive by targeting the guild's permanent members. The man tensed up and replied that in this case, it would be difficult for them to repel their attacks with the help of the executive department alone. The protagonist came to the table, and to the remark that it was impossible, he said that they did not need to confront them, they should only show the enemies that they were trying their best. Taming's face took on a puzzled expression when asked what the chief meant. He heard that it would be enough to simply scale up the case to involve a special police department. The captain put his hand on the papers, and when the swordsman added that the managers still had to protect their comrades at all costs, he promised to contact the special police department just in case. The attack took place the same night. Janso looked up at the guild leader and reported that 5 permanent and 8 temporary guild members were dead. Hyung-hong frowned when he realized that the losses were greater than he thought. While the hunter was covering the dead man with a sheet, the protagonist asked if someone from the special police department had come. He replied that he had not and added that if we had retreated, they would not have suffered such losses. The young man turned around to leave in order to help the executive director, and he took care of the problem of the special squad. The swordsman stared gloomily in front of him. He knew for sure that his subordinate had contacted the police, which meant that they were frankly ignored, and he decided to see how long they could continue to do so. The guy accepted the incoming call. With the same gloomy look, he put the phone to his ear, but a familiar voice came on the other end of the line. Hyun-hong's face immediately turned to a happy expression, and he asked how his friend was doing. With a smile, Seka asked not to ask, since he had been up to his ears in the work since the moment he was enrolled in the 3rd Investigation Department. The protagonist kicked a pebble, and apologized that he was making a request to his friend, although he had not called him for so long, but wanted to ask for a favor, and he was surprised by the serious tone, and reminded that he could ask him for anything. The guy stopped the employee from making a mistake with a gesture, and answered positively to a friend's question about journalists known to him who work in popular radio stations or newspapers, and heard that he would soon receive a sensation. With a satisfied look, the swordsman read how the media was bursting with news of the attack. Tamim tucked his hands behind his back, and said that a special police department had sent a search party. It should be difficult for them to sit idly by and continue to do nothing, after everyone paid attention to what was happening. The guild leader turned to the commander, and asked how many men they had sent, to which he replied that they had sent 2 squads and a platoon, for a total of 120 men. With a smile, the man added that the platoon was located in the guild building, and the 2 squads were divided into groups and directed to the highways and underground tunnels that their guild most often used to move. Hyun-hong rubbed his chin with his finger and said that in any case, since they now owe their reputation to the public, the Anderson Guild would stop attacking for a while. The young man tapped his finger on the table, mentally admitting that they still did not have conclusive evidence, and he would have to look for it on his own. The protagonist released the shadow of Kasashin, deducing to himself that he was the only one who could attack the enemies, knowing that their hands were tied thanks to his blessing. Taemin closed his eyes, and when the guild master announced that he would stay at home for a while, he nodded, and promised to prepare everything necessary for his alibi. The young man flinched as the captain handed him the morning plan of the Anderson Guild executive meeting. The man showed the top document with a smile, and asked that although he had been able to obtain this information thanks to the informant with whom his boss had introduced him, he had been impressed. The swordsman bowed and thanked Taemin. The guy headed away, and while the merciless darkness of the previous incarnation enveloped him, he announced that he was leaving and asked to take care of everything. The captain saw the leader off with a smile, and mentally admitted that he was really amazing, and he had to hurry up and prepare everything. The elevator stopped. Hurried steps were heard outside the office door. Gyu-won burst into the office, addressing the guild director. The manager's face panicked as he demanded to know if he was really going to use it. The wine in the glass swayed. Sungjin was surprised with a smirk that his subordinate had found out about this so intimately. The guy slapped his palms on the table with all his might, and shouted that it was controlled by his people. It would be strange if he didn't know about it. The master put the glass on the table, and admitted that he had not thought about it. Gyu-won looked angrily at the villain, and recalled that he had promised not to use this thing. Moreover, even the special police department intervened in the situation. Sungjin took a sip from his glass, and stated that a lot had changed since then. The manager was shaking with anger. He asked if the chief had watched the news. Even though their guild was not mentioned, it looked like they were the instigators of this indiscriminate terrorism. But things would get worse if they staged a massacre just by using it. The head of the guild frowned, and stated that like last time, the guy was saying things that should not have been said in his position. All witnesses should be killed. Gyu-won arched an eyebrow and asked if the villain really meant even civilians. But he refused to explain and ordered him to leave. Sungjin put his glass down on the table as the manager shouted that even the guild stewards of Anderson wouldn't get away with killing so many people. The young man's face twisted as the guild leader asked how his sister was doing. The scoundrel narrowed his eyes, and reminded him that he was doing a lot for him. The man's gaze became menacing as he demanded to do his job. Then he returned to the wine, and told him to leave, since he had nothing more to say. Gyu-won was furious, and barked that the evidence would remain regardless of the quality of his work. Suddenly, the young man was picked up by the boss's guards. When he was dragged away, the manager shouted that he could not do it, asked to be released. And although the manager tried to break free, he was still taken out the door. Blood spilled high up. A dark mist was descending. Hyun-hong stretched his neck tiredly. The young man threw the corpse aside, noticing that they weren't even of high rank. He had been told that he needed to deal with 20 people, but they were all nothing more than weaklings. The protagonist turned around abruptly when he heard the pleas for mercy. A hunter was beating up civilians, demanding that they shut up. The killer's face twisted with anger, and he began to curse that because of weaklings like them, he had been summoned here in the middle of the night, while the poor fellows begged to be spared in exchange for silence. One of the victims clasped his palms in a prayerful gesture, swearing that they would say they had not seen anything. But the scoundrel grinned, and offered to look at this fool. With all his strength, the hunter kicked the guy on the head, saying that he had seen too much. Hyunjin frowned at this, realizing that this psycho was trying to get rid of even the witnesses while he offered to kill the impudent ones. The young man's eyes widened in shock. A huge foot stepped on the asphalt with force. A pair of syringes remained in the hands of the mutated killer, and throwing needles down, the creepy-looking monster decided to break the civilian skulls. When the mutant grabbed the poor fellow's head, when the protagonist realized that it was a berserker action, the villain lifted his victim above his head, and stated that he couldn't kill them quickly after finally getting out of the basement for the first time in a long time, as it would be too boring. Spikes came out of the monster's back, and the swordsman figured that these strange physical mutations were side effects of the drug. The swordsman's face expressed delight. He realized that the Anderson Guild had used the illegal drug berserk, and this was the decisive evidence he was looking for. Tears streamed down the face of the civilian as he begged for mercy. Lightning flashed. With a determined face, the guild leader rushed forward, destroying all opponents. He flew straight at the monster, figuring out what he had to do. With a blow of the sword, the guy forced the mutant to lower his victim, but he grinned ugly, and noticed that the rat had come uninvited. The assassin threw Hyunjun aside, shouting that he had not been informed of this sudden visit. The young man managed to stay on his feet, and he demanded to know if the Anderson Guild had really drugged him. The mutant moved towards the protagonist, laughing that it seemed that the visitor did not share something with the Anderson Guild, but he had already beheaded all these scoundrels. And looming over the enemy, the monster asked not to worry, because he would be next. The guild master gritted his teeth as he was forced to activate Karsago's shield of justice to defend himself with the power of the great protector. But Hyunjung was still thrown back. Blood spurted from his mouth, and the young man cursed in his mind that the blessing had no effect on the mutant, and the enemy jumped on him from above. The protagonist barely managed to get away from the blow, which broke the concrete. The swordsman gripped the hilt of his blade, summoning Sidon Miller's sword of courage. The guild master attacked the assassin, but even the sword of the previous incarnation did not penetrate the thick skin of the monster. The enemy grabbed the guy by the leg, and he slammed it into the ground. Hyun-jung felt his breath go out of his mouth, and the mutant mockingly asked if he was exhausted. The scoundrel bent over the young man, and wondered why he decided to come here and run into trouble without even bringing reinforcements with him. The mutant lifted the swordsman from the concrete, and added that it would be a pity to kill him right away. For a start, he could cut off his hands. The guild master looked at his opponent gloomily, realizing that due to his physical changes, the blessings were not working. He looked at the wounded lying on the ground, reminding himself that he still needed to protect witnesses and members of the Ace Guild. Members of his family flashed before the guy's inner eye. The bright light blinded the scoundrel. Hyun-jung turned around in surprise to see a new past incarnation. Durendal, the defender of justice, paid tribute to his just sentence. The light touched the young man's forehead. He stared at the light in surprise and was promised that as long as the protagonist remained on the side of justice, the protector would not abandon him. The monster looked at it angrily, not understanding how it happened. The swordsman rose to his feet, and his opponent did not believe that such a wound could heal in an instant. The head of the guild clenched his sword, and reminded him that the scoundrel had asked him why he was running into trouble without reinforcements, and expressed regret that he had to inform him, but he had reinforcements. And pointing his sword at the enemy, the young man added that it was an army of 999,000 warriors. A golden light flashed in the darkness. A bright stream of this light fell on the enemy's head. A whole crowd gathered around the police car. While the victim cried and thanked the police, they reassured him that he was safe, but asked him to try to explain what had happened. Hyun-jung watched the guy's attempt to testify with a smile, and was glad that the witnesses had survived, which meant that the Anderson Guild would soon be closed. The young man lowered his head wearily, and at that moment he was called. Taemin offered the boss coffee, and said that he had been through a lot, and he had already contacted the department. The protagonist passed by, and when the captain asked where he was going, he reminded him that if he stayed here, the alibi they had worked so would become useless. The man turned around with a smile and expressed the hope that the guild master would return in one piece, and asked to check the internet tomorrow. The swordsman turned to the director in surprise, and he added that there would be some cheerful news there. The glass smashed on the stone floor to loud swearing. Sungjin clenched his fists, shouting that these fools could not deal with a single witness. Gyuwon shuddered when he heard his name. The scoundrel hit the young man in the face, wondering if he didn't feel sorry for his weak younger sister, and offered to see how bad everything was. The man looked at the manager with anger, saying that this was his last chance. He wanted him to bring him Hyun-sung's head. The main character enthusiastically flipped through the news and thanked his subordinate for his work. He did not even think that the news would take off so much. Taemin pressed his palm to his chest in a graphic manner, and stated that although he was a B-rank hunter, his writings were fit for SSS rank. The young man watched his friend with a smile, while he laughed that he was capable of anything for him, and noticed that for some reason he was much more enthusiastic than usual. The commander cleared his throat into his fist, and said that in general, they had contacted a special police squad, and they said that they would act if they gave them their evidence unofficially. The swordsman broke into a smile again, and when Taemin added that even without them, the police would start an investigation in 3 days, he suggested that he not hand over anything to them, especially if there was a chance of negotiations with Anderson. The captain clenched his fist, and added that they had asked for everything to be given to them unofficially, in order to take credit for all their merits. The guild master watched in confusion as the man, getting more and more inflamed, added that this was despite the fact that they ignored all their requests to copy them, but then he remembered something else. Gyuwon stamped his foot impatiently as Taemin informed his superior that he had requested an official meeting. At this time, the executive director flinched and looked up. The young man saw 3 children running around the hall. Gyuwon's face expressed regret. At this time, the protagonist smiled and asked to invite a visitor. The door opened ajar. The executive director bowed, thanked him for accepting his sudden request for a meeting, introduced himself, and added that he was honored to meet them. Hyun-jung activated the Roman's eye, and responded in a similar way. Above the head of the tense guests, the inscription Honorary Assassin appeared. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, and mentally noted that this guy was different from Sungjin the greedy slaver. They were clearly on bad terms. The swordsman looked at the manager and asked him to go straight to the purpose of his visit, and he explained that he had heard about the department's future performance at the intervention, and believed that they had information related to their guild. The guild master's gaze expressed boredom as the visitor continued to say that their master had said that if they agreed to the deal, they were willing to give them 3A rank weapons and establish a relationship. The young man demanded that they stop. Gyuwon looked at Hyun-jun in shock as he stated that there was nothing to beat around the bush, as he guessed what Sungjin really wanted. The dagger in the young man's hands trembled, and he lied that he had come to negotiate, but the protagonist demanded that he stop lying. The swordsman calmly offered to guess why the guest had actually come. The manager gritted his teeth when the guild master suggested that his boss was holding his sister hostage as he had previously helped with the bills for medical treatment. The guy panicked, and when Hyun-jun added that he had come for his head, he asked how he knew. Gyuwon flinched when the protagonist said that he saw his blade, and it was better to put it away and not do any more stupid things. The young man closed his eyes, and asked if the interlocutor knew that even if they did not have evidence, the department would have acted in 3 days. The swordsman squinted his eyes to the side, and warned that if the department intervened, then the unofficial war would have to stop, after which he suggested remembering how many enemy hunters had died in those 3 days. It would be difficult for them to do anything because of public opinion, but everything was different for them. The manager frowned, and decided aloud that this man wanted something from him. The guy's eyes widened as the guild leader demanded that as many higher-up hunters as he could be brought to their guild and join him in the guild, and added that he did not believe that the stupid Sungjin could build such a structure, expressing confidence that someone else was doing some of the work. Hyung-hong held out his hand to the young man, offering to take his hand. Gyu-won clutched his head and shouted that in this case, the guild master would definitely kill his sister. He was crazy. The protagonist slammed his fist on the armrest, and barked that nothing would change if he just stood there. While the Anderson guild was in turmoil, the swordsman added that he wouldn't just sit there despite having an informant keeping an eye on their master, which surprised the CEO. The head of the guild noticed that without him, he did not know the plans of the enemies with accuracy. Gina sat in the corner in horror as Hyun-jun suggested that the guests think about it. He would work in the current campaign for a maximum of 3 more days. The young man went on to say that Gyu-won had to make a choice, either stay there and die with most of the leadership, or join them and protect the people he loved. The manager asked in a trembling voice about his sister, and with tears in his eyes he prayed to protect her too. The protagonist nodded. This shocked the guy. The executive made a move, admitting that he didn't know what the swordsman's intentions were, but he replied that he was just protecting his guild from Anderson's attacks. The young man trembled slightly, reminding them that he was the one who had sent the soldiers to them, and that if they wanted to, he could climb the guillotine on his own. The manager clenched his fist and added that if they were still offering him their hand in spite of this, then he agreed. The guy flew out of the office, wiped away his tears and promised to return soon. The door slammed shut. Temin frowned at her. The guild master looked at the captain questioningly, and he asked if this was really normal. Hyung-jung stretched, and when the man noticed that Gyu-won had said that his relationship with his boss had deteriorated, but doubted that he could be trusted, he said that of course. The visitor walked down the hallway while the protagonist asked him to remember what he said. At that moment, the CEO's gaze fell on the children sleeping on the couch. An image from his childhood flashed before his eyes, how he slept with his sister in the same way. Taemin pursed his lips as the guild master reminded him that the guest had said he would be back soon. That night in Anderson's office, the guys from the executive department stared at their boss in shock, and asked if his words were true. One of the guys shoved a colleague in the shoulder when he asked too loudly if Ace's guild really wanted them to join them, and asked them to speak quietly. The employee's eyes widened as Gyu-won confirmed that this was true. The young man folded his arms over his chest, and explained that the guild wanted him to bring as many hunters as possible. The boy's eyes were surprised when the supervisor added that was why he had told the two of them about the offer. Sweat poured down the face of one of the guys when he asked if it was a trap. The executive director frowned as the staff reminded them that they were the ones who attacked the Ace Guild. How could they take them in after that? Which meant it was too dangerous. The young man wondered if the staff knew about the situation of their guild and revealed that Seongjin had lost all common sense and succumbed to Hyunjin's provocation by committing a reckless murder. And that was not all. He had even killed a member of the Ace Guild and ordered the witnesses to be captured and killed. Gyu-won remembered how Jia had proposed to increase the terror against the permanent members of the Ace Guild. The guys opened their mouths in horror when the supervisor added that the guildmaster's worst decision was to use the berserker. One of the employees stretched out his hand to the young man, unable to believe it, because the drug was strictly forbidden by the rules of the guild association. The executive director nodded, confirming that Sungjin had broken this rule, but in the end, berserk didn't kill anyone because someone had incapacitated him. The second guy was confused and asked who was capable of killing this monster, but Gyu-won shook his head impatiently, demanding that they stop chatting since they didn't have much time. The Ace Guild had evidence that their guild was behind past attacks. Moreover, in 3 days, the DPS would launch an invasion, and Anderson would hardly be able to hold back until then. The Anderson Guild was nothing more than a tower made of blood. The young man narrowed his eyes and reminded him that their headquarters had turned into nothing more than a vulnerable, uninhabited house. The staff looked panicked. It dawned on them that the other guilds that harbored a grudge against them would not be able to stand aside either. And at that very moment, an explosion thundered behind the guys. Gyu-won clenched his teeth, and while cries for help rang out around him, he swore that he was light. The hunter summoned water magic in the palm of his hand. While the water jets enveloped him, the young man ordered as many leaders as possible to be taken away from here. The employees rushed to run, but one of them looked back, and the director added that he would buy them some time to escape. The guy enveloped himself in water, rushing forward, shouting after his subordinates to save only those who would be useful to them. They were unable to save everyone. He did not believe that things had turned out this way. Gyu-won clenched his teeth, realizing that he was slowly soaking wet with blood and didn't even realize he was drowning. His death will be the atonement for all sins. And if he survives... Sungjin shouted loudly into the phone for the executive director, this scoundrel, to come out at once. The man huddled on the floor, trembling and muttering pleas for mercy. When an employee burst into the guildmaster's office, he continued to swear at the phone. The blade pierced the assistant's chest as soon as he could say that they were in trouble, and the guild was suddenly attacked. Blood gushed onto the floor. Someone stepped on the back of the murdered man, and noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. The scoundrel looked up at the man and asked who he was. The man gritted his teeth, asking if Sungjin had forgotten about him as he vividly remembered his face as he looked in the mirror. The assassins went inside, and their leader added that he was not alone. He did not even suspect that there were still so many people eager to see him again as much as he did. The man's face was swollen. The scoundrel folded his hands in a prayerful gesture, asking for mercy. The assassins approached inexorably as the guild master announced his willingness to beg them for as long as they wanted, only to spare his life. Sungjin's eyes widened in horror. Soon, the guild building was shaken by his scream. Disheveled, Gyuwon arched an eyebrow when he heard the remark that he had managed to bring back 36 hunters with him, and replied that this was all that was left of the main management force of the Anderson Guild. Hangjing peeked out from behind the folder and said that he was aware that the enemies had been attacked by other guilds that still harbored a grudge against Sungjin. The manager furrowed his brows and loudly demanded to explain how this man knew about what had just happened. A black mist rose from behind the chair. The protagonist smirked and recalled that he was talking about his personal informant. The guy arched an eyebrow and thought that this man was impressive when the guild master clarified that Sungjin and Jiao were the leaders at the time, and after Anderson lost his leader, it would be disbanded very soon. With a smile, the young man asked his interlocutor to be sure that he was no longer in danger, and then greeted him to the Ace Guild. Gyuwon's mouth dropped open in shock when the protagonist said that he might no longer feel guilty for joining them. Looking at the head, the guy asked why he was so polite, who, leaning his head on his hand, replied that he had become his ally, so he should not talk to him informally, and he had shouted before just to set the mood. Taemin pushed ahead and asked if it was just for that. The young man stood up, telling Gyuwon that he must be at a loss, but he returned as soon as all the problems were settled. He put his hand on the guy's shoulder, saying that he had been a little busy lately. Grinning, Hyunjun said that he had not slept at night, trying to lure someone away without further trouble. When Gyuwon flinched in fear, the protagonist said that they would talk about transferring the rest of the staff tomorrow. The young man smiled nervously, not noticing the man who approached him. Taemin, tilting his head, frightened the newcomer. He pointed at him, telling him to wipe that grin from his face. Frowning, the man said that the guild master had done a lot for him, but he was still the most outstanding member of the guild, and that should be understandable. The guy chuckled, saying that he would try to remember it, but in his mind he said that this is the so-called local ruling hierarchy, he needs to be careful. Turning to the exit, the commander asked the newcomer if they should go out on the roof for a minute. Gyuwon frowned, suggesting that this place was the same as the Anderson Guild. Looking at the roof space, Taemin said that the guild master is a good person. Lowering his eyelids, he added that although there were many obstacles, but the head had not broken under their onslaught, it was very likely that he could not resist shaking hands with those who were suffering for the safety of their loved ones. The young man frowned as he listened to him. Stepping forward, he said that he was not a fool, and understood the meaning of the favor they had done him. Since his subordinates were moving here with him, he planned to keep his personal feelings in check as much as possible. Taemin opened his eyes. Taking a pack of cigarettes in his hand, the man asked the young man why he stood up like that. If someone saw them, they would think that he was mocking him. Taemin lit a cigarette, saying that it was obvious that such methods were used in the Anderson Guild, but that was not the way the Ace Guild did. He grabbed Gyuwon sharply. The commander abruptly pushed the guy to the edge and held him. Holding the young man by the shirt, he said that apart from the mercy that the head had shown him, he was personally not happy about the situation, for trying to recruit someone who was against their guild by sacrificing so many funds and people was too high. Gyuwon gritted his teeth as Taemin asked him what would happen if, after everything they had done, he decided to betray them. Smiling, the man said that if he could do it his way, he would unclench his hand. He threw the guy on the floor of the roof. As he left, Taemin told the rookie that it would end badly for him if he disappointed the head. Even if the head decided not to interfere, he would not stand idly by, he would keep a close eye on him. The man stopped. Smiling, he said that he had better not engage in bullying on the roof. The head hates this. Gyuwon frowned, wanting to scream in anger. Looking at the departing commander, he was amazed at his vile character. Clutching his head, the guy said that Taemin was scary but different from Sungjin. He thought it would be decided once he left the guild, but faced a new challenge. The young man smiled broadly. Looking at the beautiful sky, he said that in any case, his connection with the Anderson Guild was over here. Events take us to the protagonist's house. The guy examined the blade in his hand. As he studied the blade's aura, he realized that the butcher was pleased to absorb the blood he so desired. The young man frowned slightly. When he encountered the berserker, this dagger constantly vibrated during the fight. Standing up, Hyunghong said that this sword seemed to grow stronger as it grew. Chuckling, he said that since the appraiser had said that he was satisfied, it was time to discover his new power. The employee, smiling broadly, greeted the guest. The protagonist, putting the dagger in the case, said that he wanted to order an evaluation for this item. The worker released the mana from his hand and said that judging by the amount of mana in the sword, the item had reached a rank. The young man in front of him was surprised, said that the item was only B rank when it was evaluated for the first time. The worker thought about it, and said that this item probably gets stronger as it grows. It seems that he has used it well, and his rank has been promoted. Holding out the paper, the man said that it was an evaluation report. A new ability seemed to have arisen in the dagger. Suddenly, the blade flew upward. The dagger was transformed, having passed the stage of evolution. The protagonist grabbed his new dagger, saying that it was more than enough. Walking down the street, Hyunjun asked the executive director why he had called him, who replied that he had heard the news that the Ace Guild had been awarded silver rank. The guy's eyes widened in shock. He covered his mouth as he listened to the CEO's words. Hyung-hong froze as he stood in the middle of the street. He stepped forward when the director said that he would clarify the details when he arrived, and if he told him his location, he would direct the car to him. The guy ran. He had long ceased to understand what his subordinate was saying. The protagonist burst into the room. Smiling broadly, he asked if their guild had become silver. The guy straightened up when Taemin said that they only became silver for 2 weeks. The spot occupied by the Anderson Guild became vacant after they disbanded. Stretching out 2 fingers, he said that in order to secure a place for them, it was necessary to clear 3 A-rank dungeons. A period of 2 weeks was given. The protagonist, hearing him, said that he needed to talk to the captain of the cleanup team. The man frowned sharply. The guy, summoning his weapon, said that it so happened that he had a new ability that he would like to try. Hansu, holding a marker in his hands, said that if they captured the dungeon with him and Sajin in the first raid group, then there wouldn't be much trouble. After circling the dungeon, he said that 2 weeks would be more than enough. It wouldn't take long to get to the dungeon, and since it was close, they would be able to ask for support if needed without any problems. The young man stood up and told to inform the first raiding group about this strategy and be ready. The man smiled and asked when he planned to start. The guy, grinning, said that everything would begin in 2 days. Events take us to the park. Seojin turned when she was called. The protagonist, approaching her, apologized for keeping her waiting. Sitting down next to the girl, he said that it was getting quite cold, they should meet in the guild building. Seojin replied by saying that she loves a cool and refreshing autumn. Looking at the sky, she said that she had heard from the raid group commander that they were going to take over A-rank dungeons this time. Bowing her head, she said that she had also learned about her participation in the seizure. Hyung-hong turned his head to her and asked if she was worried. Shuffling her fingers, Seojin said she was worried. Recalling the torment in the shelter, she said that they were always outsiders in the shelter. They were beaten, humiliated and tortured with threats. Maybe because of this she continues to think about the bad. The protagonist looked away. The girl, lowering her eyelids, said that at the same time she had other thoughts. Smiling, she asked what kind of happiness would await her if she overcame all this. Hyung-jung's eyes widened in shock as Seojin said that if they were doing what they had dreamed of before, then they had to overcome all this. She opened her eyes, saying that they needed to put aside their excitement and fear. Patting the boy's hair, she said that he had come a very long way. The girl suddenly hit him, calling him a scoundrel. Smiling, she said that they had to clear this dungeon at all costs. The protagonist, clutching the back of his head, was embarrassed. The couple stood in the park for a few minutes, looking up at the sky. The protagonist, putting a towel on his head, was thoughtful. He remembered how Sachjin had patted his hair. The guy ruined his fantasy, saying that it was completely unexpected. Falling on the bed, he asked why she did it. It didn't look like her so much. Blushing slightly with embarrassment, he told himself to calm down. Narrowing his eyes, the young man tried to think only of reaching the silver level, of becoming stronger. The blanket under him crumpled. Romanov, grinning, said that the boy had grown up enough. It seemed that they could no longer treat him like a child. Karsago, who was standing beside Sidon, thought for a moment. Glancing at Romanov in front of him, he asked what if he didn't intervene himself, even after they told the guy about the real goal. Pierre, lowering his eyelids, said that since they were only outside support, he would like to ignore this desire. Leaning against Sidon, he asked if Durandal had fallen asleep again, if when the man appeared, their adventure would begin. Grinning, Pierre said that this would be their flaming flower road. Sidon pointed to the sky and said that it was late. This guy had just appeared. The hand was formed from a bundle of energy. One of those who defy fate. Deus appeared in the middle of a dark space. The heroes looked up and said that Deus had arrived earlier than they had expected, but that he had to come that day anyway. Sidon looked at the tan man and said that they needed to talk. Looking at Kasashin's back, he told him not to use any more improvised means than is required for Hyunjun. He says he is preparing for that day, but he is not enthusiastic about his methods. The knight raised his eyebrows as Kasashin said that neither he nor Durandal would be able to stop Hyunjun as long as he was strong enough. After thinking about it, the knight said that Estel could very well handle the current situation. Stepping forward, the assassin said that with Hyunjun's current strength, even if he learned the magic of the Red Wizard, he wouldn't be able to use it properly. Standing beside Sidon, he told him that when that day came, they would have to become a little more violent in order to win the war. After all, so many righteous reincarnations had already been performed. Narrowing his eyes, he asked what the result was. Sidon also narrowed his eyes at his opponent. The protagonist suddenly found himself in the middle of darkness. Looking around him, he asked who had come to see him this time. Suddenly, Deus appeared in front of him, saying that he was the absolute will, representing 990,000 past lives. The guy's eyes widened in shock, then Deus said that he was here to check one thing before interfering with his fate. The creature stretched a finger to the young man's forehead, saying that it wanted to test something that might give him a tiny hope before the absolute despair that was coming. The guy clenched his fists when he heard him. Looking down, Hyung-hong mentally said that he was thinking that he would have to pay for the power of past lives that he had obtained so quickly, and it would probably be absolute despair. Deus, wearing a mask, said that they were coming, and who they were, he could not say now, but he could inform him that he would not have the slightest chance of surviving this disaster without a blessing, and if he received his blessing, he would have a small chance of winning. The young man raised an eyebrow as the creature said that on the other hand, they would find out about his existence. The young man asked what would happen after they found out about him. Deus replied saying that they would send out at least S-rank fighters that he would have a hard time dealing with. Frowning, Hyunjun asked what would happen if he didn't receive his blessing. The will of past lives replied, saying that the fighters would not come, but the day of reckoning would definitely come. One day, the whole earth would be ablaze. They couldn't know when it would happen, but if he escaped, he would buy himself some time. The young man's mouth dropped open in shock. Bowing his head, he asked if he would become stronger with his blessing. Deus replied by saying that his strength was not comparable to what he possessed now. The protagonist grinned. Looking at the creature in front of him, he asked to be blessed. The space around him was flooded with white light when the system announced that from now on the absolute will of Deus would interfere with his fate. He would have a chance to win, but they would find out about his existence. Looking at the planet in the middle of space, the creature felt a magical power that changed its fate. The creature grinned, saying that it didn't expect that someone already met the requirements. Blood was spilled on the ground. When the protagonist got down on one knee, the subordinate said that it would be dangerous if this continued. The guy, frowning, told the manager that he had an important job for him. Pointing to Sachjin aside, he said that he needed to defend her with all his might. Jiniso frowned and roared, saying that he would protect her no matter what. Hyunjum gritted his teeth. Someone on the artifact flew up to them. Yuri, standing on her side, asked the boy if he understood now that he shouldn't have dug in without knowing his place. She sneered, saying that he should have stayed in the bronze-level guild. Why did he bother so much and bring himself to such a point? The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Clenching his jaw, he realized that he had been too naive before. A week earlier, the young man, looking at the sky, had been thoughtful. Sitting at the computer, the protagonist listened to the news say that there have been non-stop disappearances of low-ranking hunters lately. Sachjin, approaching the guy, said that lately all the news was about the same thing. Hyunjung raised his cup of coffee and said that they should strengthen the guild's defense system. After all, the Lace Guild had not yet reached a high level. Temin burst into the office with a scream. The pair stared at him, puzzled. The man raised his hands to the sky and said that their guild had finally officially reached the silver level. He covered his face with his hands, saying that he had previously thought that he wouldn't live to see this day. Hyunsong patted him on the shoulder, saying that he had done an incredible job. It was all thanks to him. Smiling broadly, Taemin said that due to their promotion, Paldagu and Sion had been designated as their special raid zone. The guy scratched his head and said that it was in their best interest to clean up the area, but of all the places, it had the fiercest competition. Taemin agreed with him and said that it so happened that the raid administration had requested their presence. The protagonist, opening his eyes, asked if a gate had appeared there. The man replied, saying that it seemed to be so. They even contacted other guilds. The protagonist frowned, deciding that perhaps this was the very chance that Deus was referring to. Events take us to the headquarters of the Sion Tower team. Sijuin, standing at the head of the table, introduced himself and said that since they were short on time, it would be brief. Looking at the protagonist on the left side, he said that the urgency of the raid was that the intended location was located in Paldagu and Inidong. The approximate difficulty of the raid was a record A rank. Taemin looked at the head and said that the people here were the other guild masters and representatives from Paldagu, as well as the rest of the retinue. In other words, for the Lace Guild, the raids would be different from the dungeons. The screen in the room lit up. Sungjin parted his lips and said that monsters would appear from behind the sudden appearance of the space gate, in which case, fortunately, the raid detection system would notice him in advance. Yuri sneered and asked if the Lace Guild had also been sent to their special zone. Sungjin replied by saying that the Lace Guild was suitably qualified since it had been promoted to a silver-level guild. Tilting her head slightly, Yuri said that he could definitely ask the guild master if they were going to exercise their priority rights. The young man, frowning, said that they would use them. After all, these rights were granted to them quite justly. Raising her hand, the girl said that in that case, their guild wouldn't use its priorities. She just wanted to see how good Lace's guild would be. The people around the table followed suit, abandoning their priorities. The leader frowned and shouted, asking Yuri if she was going to play with human lives. Throwing one leg over the other, the girl said that she did not say that they would not block the raid, just that Guild Master Lace said that he was going to use priority rights. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He was sure that there was a bad intent in this. Smirking, Yuri said that when the kids with great dreams who had just come out of bronze said that they wanted to face the raid, they couldn't stop them. Hyunjun heard her and said that in that case, they wouldn't declare their priority rights. He smiled, saying that they would instead use exclusive rights. Yuri's face twisted with anger. A magic rune appeared in front of the young man's eye. The girl who had been designated as a greedy ally jumped up, saying that he needed to learn to read the atmosphere and keep quiet. She kicked the table. Hovering over the young man, Yuri said that if he continued to be so tactless, she might get angry. The protagonist, unleashing his killing lust, told the girl not to speak down to him. The girl shuddered all over. She walked away a bit when the head said that since the other guilds had already given up on using priorities, Lace would have an exclusive position. Yuri clenched her fist until it trembled. She bit her finger. The members of the guild walked up to her, agitated. Yuri sneered and said that she would use this opportunity to teach him a lesson. She would show him what it was like if he was disrespectful to a gold-level guild. Looking up at the sky, Sungjin asked Hyunjun if he would really use his rights. The guy turned around and said that even if so, wouldn't it just give them control over the frontal position? The fact that the other guilds would be a little behind wouldn't turn the raid into a disaster. He shouldn't worry, they would succeed. Sungjin smiled and sighed, saying that awakened hunters had always achieved what others thought impossible, and he would trust him this time as well. The protagonist took a sip of water, telling the leader that he was quite friendly. The guy shuddered, stopping smiling. He began to nervously shuffle his fingers when Hyunjun said that he was allowing the Lace Guild, who was seen for the first time, to enjoy exclusive rights without objection. After thinking about it, Sungjin said that out of all the guilds that were already in the special raid zone, the Great Demon Guild was the only one that had a gold level. Imagining the guild head and vice heads, he said that they didn't know who was behind them, but they were constantly holding their ground. Slapping his forehead, he said that he had a bad feeling about these people. Their actions were quite suspicious. The protagonist smiled and said that they had therefore decided that it was time to overthrow the Greater Demon Guild. Squeezing his eyes shut, the manager said that he had no choice if he had such an opportunity. With a shudder all over, he asked the guy if he knew that this dialogue should remain a secret. Clutching his head, Sungjin said that in case the guild fell during the raid, he would have to make up for all the damages. Due to the attention of the Great Demon Guild, they had no way to support them in this area. Smiling, the protagonist said that they would do without failure. Soon, Hyunjung and Taemin walked out of the office. Gyuwon frowned and asked if this was his plan that he had been hatching. He approached the protagonist, saying that this is the highest A-ranked raid. There are not many specialists who are capable of participating in such a raid. The guy took the phone in his hand, saying that he was aware. He stretched out his finger, saying that he had an ace up his sleeve. That raid would definitely be successful. A projection of Deus appeared behind him. A revelation of Deus descended on him. Accepting the consequences, he takes upon himself the fate of disobeying the predestinies of fate. The man's phone rang. Hansok held the phone to his ear and said that it was unexpected that Hyunjun himself had contacted him first. Events take us to the guild headquarters. Hansok smiled and said that this was their first meeting since the last raid. After shaking hands with the young man, he asked if he had finally decided to join their guild. The protagonist smiled and thanked the Magus for coming so quickly. Gyuwon approached Taemin and asked if this was the head of the popular raiding team, Ace. Hansok clapped his hands and said that he was sorry to say this as soon as they met, but they needed to get down to business, after which he asked if the conversation about what he had offered him on the phone would go. Looking at the window, he said that most likely it was not so. He would try to guess. Stretching out his finger, he said that they probably got a chance for priority, then he probably wanted support from the raid teams. The protagonist, smiling broadly, said that they had put forward an exclusive chance, not a priority one. Hansok froze, sitting across from the guy. He clutched his stomach and laughed, asking how difficult the raid was. The guy replied by saying that it was the highest A rank. The man looked at the young man who had lowered his eyelids and asked if the rest of the guilds had gathered to sit and watch, and he replied by saying that all he could say was that the gate should be closed. Raising his eyelids, he said that he and his guild would be rewarded with a lot of interesting things, including friendship with their guild, as well as magic stones. Frowning, the Magus asked how much they were willing to give them. At this moment, the system reported that Hyunjun had created a bond with the person that would overcome their absolute despair. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was ready to give 20%. The man, bowing his head, said that they had agreed. The next day, Hansok approached the protagonist and said that the mentioned B-class hunter troops would arrive as soon as the gate opened. The protagonist, closing his eyes, thanked for the timely preparation, despite the fact that the request was made in a hurry. But why did he travel all the way to their camp to inform him of this? The man tilted his head and smiled. He abruptly grabbed the guy's shoulder, saying that friendship with the Lace Guild was indeed pleasant, but it didn't matter how much he thought about it. He was too valuable to let him go so easily. Hyunghong's face twisted in pain. Raising his hand abruptly, he said that it was never too late to join them. The man, hugging the young man, said that he needed to leave the heavy lot of the guild master and raid the dungeons with them. The protagonist immediately refused. As the man shook him, he thought that all the raid leaders were too reckless. Hansu once almost jumped and suggested that he clear the S-class dungeon. Hansok said that he didn't have the concept of surrender in his vocabulary anyway. He would come later, so he needed to be ready. Taemin abruptly approached the head and said that the mage had a heavy hand. He could feel it in his bones. Hyunghong told him not to say that. He knew it was rude to say that to someone who came to them with help. A rune appeared in front of the guy's eyes. The name given to the smiling Hansok was not bad. He was a believer in justice. Touching the earbud, he ordered to try to keep the earpiece even during the fight. The first team, the leader, and Sijin would go forward. If they stopped receiving an answer about them, they should retreat. The girl and the others nodded, accepting the order. The gates opened. The system announced the imminent restructuring of the area. Yeri was standing behind a tree. She grinned as she watched the gate. Fog filled the space. In the young man's earpiece, the voice of the leader was heard, saying that the fog was too dense. Looking around, the protagonist ordered to protect his eyes. At this moment, Kasashin warned him of the danger. Someone aimed at his heart. Hyunghong's eyes widened in shock. A knight suddenly appeared behind the group. The young man's mouth dropped open in shock. Right in front of him was a living armor, a monster that was difficult to fight against without magic. Looking at the approaching group of monsters, Hyunghong said that he would go to the first front. He would create a path to the center of the gate, so they needed to defend Sijin. The guy rushed forward, saying that they would attack at the same time. Sidon supported the protagonist, saying that the sword would not break unless righteous valor fell. The protagonist began to move in a zigzag pattern. Hyunghong slashed the monsters in an instant. Frowning, he shouted, ordering him to act now. The warriors rushed forward. Temin, gritting his teeth, attacked the monster. The protagonist cut the knight with a swing of his sword. Mana swirled around Seokjin. Using the holy shield, she threw her enemies away from her. Hyeonghong jumped up. He lowered his hand with his sword. Looking up, the guy said that it seemed to be here. A sphere of electricity gathered around the center of the gate. Temin, smiling, announced that they were fine. It became easier to defend themselves as the monsters gathered around them. The pentagram on the helmet lit up. A sinister mana manifested around the knight. Seokjin flinched, not understanding why she suddenly felt a surge of mana. The monster raised his sword. The protagonist, abruptly moving to the girl, cut it. The monsters around the hunters have been resurrected. Yuri flew up to the protagonist and asked if he remembered her. The young man opened his mouth in amazement. Smiling, the girl said that she was dying to see him again. The protagonist abruptly tilted the hull back and displeased asked what was the reason for her visit, since his guild was using exclusive rights. But before he could finish, the girl clutched her stomach and laughed loudly. Her eyes were shining brightly as she asked if he really thought she had come here for this trivial raid, adding that she wasn't going to turn a blind eye to the fact that some piece of shit that had just entered the silver level had behaved disrespectfully in front of her. Hearing this, the guy smiled and asked if she was there because of what happened in the administration. Then his interlocutor bit her finger and replied that at that moment she was unpleasant, and she was the kind of person who would be satisfied only if she returned what she received, so she came for revenge. After saying that, she waved her hand to the side. Strong magical energy began to be released from her eyes. The guild leader's friend knitted her eyebrows tensely and said that her mana was rapidly recovering, so you should be careful. Taemin looked at his opponent with a displeased expression on his face and reported that according to the information they had, Vice Guild Master Yeri was an awakened one who specialized in support, which meant that her combat capabilities should not be too high. At this time, the main character was tightly gripping a sword in his hand, because he heard a voice inside him, which warned him of danger, and said to himself that she was trying to kill them only because they used the exclusive right. An earpiece was inserted into his ear when he suddenly said that the rest of the guild members should retreat, because the situation in the heart of the gate was not too good. Grabbing the earpiece, the guy added that they shouldn't go inside no matter what, and they would follow their example and hit the road soon, and for now, they should stay outside. With that, Hyeonghong took the earpiece out of his ear. After a while, one of them was easily blocked. The main character and his comrades fought with living armor. Yeri raised her hand and used the ability to respawn and then empower. Her monsters immediately recovered. After the order to attack, they rushed to attack. The guild master barely blocked the quick strike. He suddenly launched a circular attack, destroying several living armor around him at once. After that, he turned sharply at his girlfriend and shouted her name. The girl immediately stretched out her hand. Under the influence of strong magic, the guy took off. In the blink of an eye, he had risen to the level of his main rival. He attacked her with force, but she blocked the attack with ease. For the next few seconds, Yeri dodged the next punches. Suddenly, the main character saw a flash of light above him. Immediately afterward, he collapsed to the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth from the collision with the hard surface. Seokjin looked at him out of the corner of her eye and shouted that their opponent was using amplifying magic, so they wouldn't be able to fight off the monsters while dealing with her, adding that the mana of the living armor had increased significantly in this case as well. Before she could finish, the main character destroyed the monster in front of him with a quick blow. His eyes were filled with anger and hatred, with which he shouted the name of his opponent. Blood suddenly poured onto the ground. He was on his knees, surrounded by living armor. Out of the corner of his eye, the guild leader looked to the side and said that he had an important job to do. No matter what happened, he had to protect his girlfriend with all his might. Seokjin was standing nearby with her hands raised to the sky. Upon receiving the order, Taemin frowned and shouted loudly that he would protect her no matter what. The main character suddenly lowered his head due to severe pain and thought that he seemed to be losing consciousness. Yuri stood on a side that was shrouded in powerful magical energy. She went down a little lower and asked him if he understood now that he shouldn't dig in without knowing his place. She smiled and added that he should have stayed in the Bronze Guild, and then asked why he was so bothered and brought to such a thing. Hyeonghong stared at his opponent from under his brow. Gritting his teeth in anger, he said to himself that he had been too naive, when suddenly he heard a voice inside him that said that Dancing's will was with him, and as long as he had someone to protect with him, he would not lose. At the same second, a bright flash appeared in front of the guy. Using his blade control, he destroyed the cores of the living armor. The blade quickly returned to its master, who said to himself that it was too dangerous to continue like this, so he needed to hit her with a single jerk, using the blade's aura. Suddenly, he turned his head sharply when he heard a painful cry. Taemin fell to the ground. With a shaking hand, he reached for his sword. His eyes were full of pain, and he said with all his strength that he needed to protect the girl on the orders of the guild master. But before he could do anything, living armor fell on top of him. Their owner smiled contentedly and said that from time to time, people awaken special abilities when they reach a certain level. In her case, it's monster control, so she has the opportunity to have so much fun. Raising her hand above her head, she added that the jokes were over, so she would end him peacefully, and for the others, he would be considered dead in the center of the gate during the raid. After all, they were only amateurs who did not know their place. Seokjin stared at the bright light in front of her. The living armor, full of magical energy, rushed to attack. Suddenly, fire appeared in the air after using the ability Wall of Flames. At the same second, a huge fire tornado engulfed the living armor. At what she saw, Yeri furrowed her eyebrows and screamed loudly, asking what it was. Surprise appeared in the eyes of the protagonist's girlfriend, and she asked if it was her. A powerful huntress stood before her and replied that she had heard of Yeri's notoriety, but she seemed even more hopeless than she thought. The girl smiled and asked the guys if they were okay, adding that they looked rather crumpled, but tolerable, and it was very good that they were still breathing. She turned to the guys and said that it would be a little sad if they died in such a place. Some time ago, Gina ran ahead of her friend and said that she heard that Ace had taken advantage of exclusive rights. So she came to take a look, but instead of the main character, she came across only a strange old man. In the cave there was a team of hunters, among whom one of the guys asked if the commander had given the order for such an unexpected retreat. But what happened? The girl looked at the guys with her mouth open in surprise. Currently, Gina and her companion were standing in front of the protagonist and his girlfriend and saying that she had looked around and found a familiar flow of mana coming from within, and following the flow, she had come here. A flame suddenly appeared on her hand, and she said that it would be sad if the person she planned to observe died, so probably no one minds the exception to the rule. When Gina turned to the healer, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked what it was. The rescuer winked at her and ordered her to protect the guys, otherwise they could burn accidentally. At this time, Yeri bit her finger. She gritted her teeth in anger and said that they were just cheeky bastards. Raising her hands to the sky, she summoned reinforcements to the monsters and ordered them to attack. Gina immediately got into a fighting stance. With a wave of her hand, she created an incredibly strong wave of flames. After destroying the opponents, she smiled and mockingly asked what she was going to do now. All her dolls were burned, adding that now it was her turn to show off. From these words, shock and horror appeared in the opponent's eyes. At this time, Gina created a circle of fire around herself and her comrades. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in her eyes, as if she had ever seen with her own eyes the magic of an S-rank hunter that could only be applied using an abnormal amount of mana. Yeri kept her frightened eyes fixed on the girl. The girlfriend of the main character looked at the fire and said to herself that at this rate they would be consumed by the flames. Realizing this, she slammed her hands into the ground, creating a healing barrier. Smiling madly, Gina screamed, "Hellish!" Hearing this, Seojin turned around abruptly and shouted that she had to stop, because her shield wouldn't be able to withstand so much. But while she was screaming this, her rescuer rushed to attack. A huge fiery tornado rose to the sky. The ceiling was painted completely white. The main character opened his eyes and said to himself that this was an unfamiliar ceiling. Sitting down on the bed, he asked himself where he was. Remembering his rival, the guy added that he had collided with her in the center of the gate and lost consciousness after Gina's arrival. As he said that, he remembered the S-rank huntress who had come to their aid. Suddenly, the head of the guild felt her hair with her own hands. Sitting next to the bed, his girlfriend slept. Seeing her, the main character smiled warmly and said that it was very good that she was alive and well. The door to the room was closed, and suddenly a familiar voice was heard from the corridor, asking if he could enter. When the guild leader gave permission, Johnson walked over to the bed, bowed and asked how he was feeling, as he had been unconscious for almost a week, to which he shouted in shock, asking if it was a week, and then asked how the leader was doing. At this time, Taemin was lying in a separate room, and Johnson reported that he had quite severe injuries, so he was only in the middle of treatment, and most likely his recovery would be delayed. Keeping his eyes on the head of the guild, he added that the deputy manager was currently acting as the leader, so there was no need to worry, because all important issues were resolved directly through him. Hearing this, Hyunjung raised his hand to his lips and said that it was a relief for him, but it was better to talk outside, to which his interlocutor replied that the supervisor was currently resting in the room next to him. The door to Taeming's room was closed. A man with a bandaged head was lying on the bed, but as soon as he saw the main character, he immediately tried to get up. Seeing this, the guy smiled and said that you shouldn't do it until he got angry. Then Taemin closed his eyes and asked for forgiveness, because he fell first, and now there is no excuse for him. The head of the guild leaned on his bed and said with a smile on his face that he was still touched, because he told him to protect his girlfriend, but he did not even expect that he would literally bet his life on it. From these words, tears appeared in the man's eyes. There was no one else in the ward, and the main character asked which hospital they were in, because the hospital equipment here is quite good, to which the subordinate replied that they were in Zhao's hospital. As soon as the guy heard this, shock appeared in his eyes, and he asked in confusion if a moment ago he had been tracked in the VIP ward of Zhao Hospital, to which his interlocutor replied that it was so. Hyunjun then folded his arms over his chest and said that he ended up being indebted to Zhao's group for failing, and he wondered what Gina's next move would be. Suddenly, he abruptly raised his head when he heard a familiar voice that said that it was very indecent to discuss people behind their backs. Gina and her companion entered the room. The guy immediately bowed and thanked for the help, to which the girl repeated his words, how interesting her next move would be. The guild master put his hand to his face and said that if she didn't help them, they might indeed die, and he says it seriously. Hearing this, Gina began to twist her hair around her finger. Closing her eyes, she explained that she had only come because she was interested in seeing Ace's first exclusive raid, because the situation called for it. Suddenly, she clenched her hand tightly into a fist and added that she thought it would be nice if he moved to Zhao's group in the heat of emotion. The main character, hearing this, knitted his eyebrows and offered to use this meeting as an opportunity to discuss something, because he actually had a proposal for her, after which he asked if she would listen to him. The girl sat down on a chair and replied that she was attentive. As Seokyun stirred the smoothies, Hyunjun said he had many enemies, to which Gina replied that she knew he was sticking his nose into his own business, and asked if he wanted to seal his alliance with Jael and clean them up. The main character sat opposite his interlocutor and replied that he had thought about this as well, but above all, he believed that the union with Jael was really good for them. The girl smiled and replied that she certainly wasn't, and the guy went on to say that he wanted Jael to be a shield for the Ace Guild. As soon as Gina heard this, she tilted her head in surprise and asked if he even understood what he was talking about. Then the guild master lowered his head and firmly replied that he understood. His interlocutor folded her arms over her chest and asked him if he understood that such an offer put Jael in a risky position, and whether there was any good reason or advantage from such a risk, and what benefits Jael would receive from this cooperation. As soon as the protagonist received such a question, a huge smile appeared on his face, and he replied that he had been waiting for this question. Raising his hand, he asked if the offer of an implied relationship with a future SSS class hunter would be suitable for her. Gina sat silently on a chair. Her mouth was open in shock. Her eyes were wide open. Suddenly, she tilted her body towards him and shouted loudly, asking what he had just said. Smoothie was standing on the bedside table, and the girl was saying that moving from F rank to C rank and then getting a rank in just 6 months was a great achievement. She suddenly pointed her finger at her interlocutor with glowing eyes and asked if he understood that there was nothing special about this for the reawakened, and although reawakened people were indeed rare, they did not have such unjustified requests as he did. The young man, hearing this, put his hand on his neck. Suddenly, he looked at Gina with his eyes wide open and asked what if he became an S-rank hunter. The girl then lowered her head slightly and asked back if he really thought he could rise to S rank by the next reassessment. The protagonist clenched his hand tightly into a fist and firmly replied that everything was so. He was more than sure that he would be announced as S rank at the next reassessment. At these words, shock appeared in the eyes of his savior. She looked at the guy smiling broadly and wondered if she had been prying for the idiot all this time. Perhaps she had just lost her grip. After a short pause, she put her hand on her head and said that as far as she already knew, he had been promoted to a rank not too long ago, after which she asked what the promotion requirements were now. Hyunjung put his hand to his chin and replied that he knew that the demands could be circumvented if he had monstrous strength, and if he had it, then his interlocutor would definitely help him, to which she raised her head in surprise and asked who said that she would help him. Upon receiving such a question, the guild leader looked at his interlocutor in surprise. Suddenly, he clenched his hand into a fist and exclaimed that she would have no choice but to help him, to which she screamed in shock, asking if he was already living a second life. How could he be so self-confident? The main character lowered his head and replied that this was not so, at the same time saying to himself that this was his 100th life. At this time, the girl tilted her head forward and said that she thought highly of him, but that he would be a real walking problem if he acted so stupid. Getting up from her seat, she added that first he had to show what he was capable of, and then she would think about investing, to which he asked in response if he could really show what he was capable of. Gina threw him a business card and replied that when he was ready, he should write to this number. It was the contact number of their office, and if he contacted them personally, the company would call him back. While she was explaining this, the guy caught a business card. When his interlocutor finished, he gritted his teeth and asked how uneducated he was. In her opinion, he was also a guild master and knew it. Suddenly he folded his arms over his chest and asked what had become of Yeri. Such a question made a drop of cold sweat appear on Gina's face. After a short pause, she turned to the guy with a fussy smile and asked if he knew that she was a hunter who was famous for the best fire magic in Korea, adding that she really didn't want to trample on the growing escape. But to be honest, she had too much stress at work lately, and after all, she was only human and could make mistakes, therefore, she could not cope with the flames. Hyunjung looked at his interlocutor with surprise in his eyes. But before Gina could finish speaking, Seokyun stuck out his finger and quickly said that they had closed the gate in front of her while she was alive. As soon as the protagonist heard this, his mouth involuntarily opened in shock. The guy smiled broadly and continued to say that if luck was on her side, then she survived. If not, then she died due to a break in the spatial rift. Putting his finger to his lips, he said that it should stay between them. Closing his eyes, Gina's companion said that it would not end well if he told anyone about it. Frowning tensely, the guild master replied that he would mean it. The door to the ward was closed. Janso stood next to the protagonist and said that there were probably no official raids planned for Yeri, which means that she acted of her own free will. Lowering his head slightly, he added that the Great Demon Guild would probably think that it had just suddenly disappeared, and it would continue to be so if their secret was not revealed. The guy was sitting with his head down, when suddenly he asked if he was asking for help from the wrong person. He suddenly put his hand to his face and asked if he could also suddenly end up disappearing or finding himself on an unknown lonely boat at sea. Because if he didn't live up to Gina's expectations, then it was quite possible. Before he could finish speaking, Taemin, who was lying on the bed in front of him, said that when she spoke of showing what he was capable of, she probably meant a duel. Hearing this, the guild leader looked at the squad commander and asked who his opponent would be, to which he replied that Gina would most likely be his opponent, and since Jael's group did not have an official guild, there were not many S-rank hunters in it. Without raising his head, Hyung-hung suddenly said that then he had only two options: either he showed what he was capable of, or he lost and disappeared from the face of the earth. After these words, all three were in silence. After a few seconds, the guild master took out his phone and said that he was unlikely to lose anyway, so there was no need to worry, adding that Gina seemed to be very ambitious. If she found out about his merits, she would definitely make her contribution. The girl was walking down the corridor. Having received a message on the phone, she suddenly stopped. Gina took her phone out of her pocket. She received a message from the main character, which said that he would show her what he was made of. After reading the message, the girl smiled broadly and said that he was witty. Continuing to move, she said that she needed to invite the guy to the training grounds, and she needed to choose her day off this week as the date, and at this time, the main character heard a voice that informed him that Deus had interfered with his fate, and every time he defied fate, he would get the opportunity to meet another. A small room was lit by a lonely lamp. In the center, three people were sitting at a table. One of the guys looked at his comrades and asked if she recognized her. Sung Yoon tried to light a cigarette, answering that of course she found out everything, because she knew the manager from the settlement center, and he told her everything. Exhaling tobacco smoke, she said that apparently the amount of compensation for the guild that used the exclusive right was tens of billions of won, to which her friend suddenly shouted that he could not believe that all this would go to them, adding that if this bastard hadn't claimed the exclusive right, they could have gotten their share. As they spoke, the door opened. The guy's neck was covered with tattoos. With glowing eyes, he stood behind one of the guys, who said that it was Yeri's own fault, because it was because of her that Ace was claimed the exclusive right, and now she is missing, and it seems to him that she is just ashamed that she was put in her place, so she is hiding somewhere like a dead rat. As he finished, he turned around. Shock appeared in his eyes from what he saw. Henjin hovered over him, angrily saying that they seemed to be having fun here. The young man immediately bowed his head and asked for forgiveness in a shaking voice, and Hyung walked by and ordered everyone to be ready, because his younger sister should soon be found, and then she would hang the heads of the members of the Blade Guild in the main square of Suwon City. One of the people present looked at him and asked what had brought him here. Immediately after this question, Henjin slammed his fist on the table and firmly replied, "It's this." Henjin put a small shard on the table and said that he needed to use it. The main character was sitting in his office. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice, which raised his head. Hansok slammed his hands on the table and exclaimed that he was the most reliable assistant before asking if he knew why he had come here. Then the guild master, closing his eyes, nodded and replied that it had not been even 5 minutes before he had contacted him. Handing him the paper, he explained that it was a bill for him and his guys to help them in the raid. Closing his eyes, his interlocutor replied that this was very good, which meant that it was time for confirmation. Before he had time to finish, he saw the amount that the main character provided him. Speechless, Hansok looked at the paper, then looked up at Hyunjun in surprise and asked if it was really 500,000. The main character sat with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the hunter covered his eyes with his hand and shouted that it was brilliance, this majesty, and he could not look, his eyes were blinded by this light. Suddenly, he rushed to hug the guild leader, continuing to say that he would always treat him as one of his own. He began to pull him along, saying that it was necessary to celebrate it together. Hansok led the protagonist out of the office, continuing to say non-stop that there was no need to sit here, because you had to go celebrate with him on Friday night. Jonso exhaled heavily, and said quietly that he should just go home. Night fell, and the moonlight lit up the city. A man was walking along the alley, moving his legs heavily. The main character was holding on to the wall, saying to himself that this guy was crazy, and Hansok was staggering from side to side, asking if he was already running away. Some time ago, they arranged a corporate dinner, where they made a fuss. Suddenly, Hansok fell to the ground and said that he had already said countless times that he was very grateful to him, adding that they were just mindless idiots who had nothing but passion. Hearing this, the guild master turned to his comrade. Lowering his head, the guy continued to say that that's why, to be honest, the aces were poor until recently, and thanks to him, they got rid of a big burden. Then Hyunjun leaned over to the interlocutor and said that he was very glad that everything went as it should. Suddenly, Hansok stuck out his finger and asked what about him becoming a member of Ace. Closing his eyes, he smiled broadly and added that he was just joking. After all, he couldn't lure him away when his eyes sparkled so much in Ace. From these words, surprise appeared in the eyes of the main character. After a short pause, he turned away with a smile on his face. The guy got up from the ground and said that if there was an opportunity for a raid, then let him call him. The guild master frowned and wanted to say something, but before he could do so, he abruptly shifted his gaze to the side, because the voice in his head warned him of the danger, because someone nearby was plotting something evil. Both hunters looked into the dark alley. Hansok drew his weapon. Footsteps came from the dark alley. Suddenly, the guys saw a monster that came around the corner. Shock appeared in their eyes and they asked each other what it was. The monster's body was shaking. There was a mark on his forehead, and with glowing eyes, he asked to be given another chance. Drops of cold sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, and he asked in confusion if it was a human, to which his comrade replied that he did not know how to call this creature a human, but judging by his mana, he seemed to be at least rank A. Suddenly, a black silhouette appeared in front of the monster, which said that he had to make a sacrifice to the law enforcement officer for the ceremony. Suddenly his eyes lit up even brighter, and he begged him not to do it. At the same second, the hunters saw the monster's body tear apart. Han-sak, whose eyes were full of shock, began to laugh and say that he seemed to have had too much alcohol, because now he sees strange things. But the main character silently walked forward, saying to himself that something was happening here, because this was not an ordinary case, because he was warned of the danger. Only a stain remained on the ground. Coming closer, Han-sak covered his nose with his hand and said that the smell had sobered him up, and then asked if they should contact the special police department. The guild master glanced at his comrade out of the corner of his eye and replied that it wasn't a dungeon, and then asked if he really wanted to take part in the investigation when things like this were wandering around. Standing up, he added that he thought it would be better if they just left here. Han-sak kept his hands in his pockets and said in a low voice that this made his mood suddenly drop. Suddenly, what he saw made him very surprised. Something glittered on the black spot, and the hunter said that there was something there. Looking closer, the guys realized that it was a mana stone, but its color was black. Suddenly, a shock appeared in Hyunjung's eyes as dozens of his past lives began to speak. After a few seconds, he lowered his head and said that it was too late, so he had to go back to the guild office. His companion smiled broadly and exclaimed that it was an honor for him. Before leaving, the protagonist took the mana stone and said to himself that this is the absolute despair that Deus was talking about, and now he is sure that it is a big deal since his past lives reacted in this way, which means that there is not much time, so he needs to become stronger as quickly as possible. After these thoughts, the hunters began to leave. At that time, there was a man on the roof of the building. His face was hidden under the hood, when suddenly he said, "Found a suitable one." With that, he looked away. The next day, clouds floated across the blue sky. The main character went out of the gate to a white car. The window immediately opened, and the girl asked how long he had to wait. Lowering her glasses, Gina added that it wouldn't be good if he ran out of energy already. The guy smiled silently. As soon as he opened the car door, the girl leaned out of the window and asked who was the guild master who didn't have a driver's license, to which he replied that it was because he didn't have any free time. Raising her glasses, Gina said that it seemed to be because of this, but what was more important was what would happen from now on, as it was time to check if he had S-rank hunter skills or not. And while she was saying this, Hyunjun buckled up. Gina walked through the open doors and asked her friend to follow her. The guys found themselves in a large empty room, which the girl called her personal training ground. The protagonist looked around and said that he couldn't believe that it was possible to train in such a huge space alone. The woman replied that this was one of the privileges of Giles' guild planning director. Stretching her shoulder, the huntress warned her that he would have to wait a long time to be able to retake the exam for S-class, and added that she could help if their duel lasted 30 minutes. The manager raised her eyebrows and said that she would consider all their previous agreements invalid if he did not succeed. Hyunjung squinted slyly and asked if she was underestimating him too much. Gina smiled and told me what the chairman had said. The man was walking down the street of the city. For him, the world is a battlefield where only those who can survive to the end will be considered worthy people. Hands rushed up. The girl said that it was actually good that those who had no value were dying. Ashes rose into the air. The woman admitted that she had honed her strength to prove her worth. The director opened her eyes wide and asked her ally not to underestimate this position. She was enveloped in flames. The manager urged her friend to prove that he really needed Jail's power. Seokyun was standing behind the glass. In his hands was a phone with a timer on. The guy jumped to the side to dodge the blow. The young man covered himself with a shield and used the manifestation of the sword. Throwing up her hand, Gina noticed that this was a new skill and asked where her friend got them from. An explosion rang out in front of the hunter. The awakened man bounced off the wreckage and realized that this was not the time to relax and ask questions. The warrior approached his opponent. The girl grabbed him by the collar of his t-shirt. She waved her hand. The swordsman realized that it was his mistake. A fiery fist slammed into his face. A powerful blow threw him to the ground. The main character got to his feet and thought that he almost died. A magic circle appeared under it. Hyunjung lowered his gaze and wondered how the opponent could be so fast. The woman used the skill, and a fiery vortex appeared in the room. Once under Karsago's protection, the young man bowed his head and realized that he was wrong when he thought that mages were weak in close combat. The headmaster stepped forward. Not only did she have a natural talent, but she also knew how to successfully use power to her advantage. The young man smiled confidently and realized what his ally meant. There are 10 minutes left on the timer. A dark aura enveloped the hunter's feet. Kasashin and Reaper rewarded him with their blessing. The director rounded her eyes in surprise and felt that the presence of her opponent was gone. Looking around, Gina asked if he had decided to use stealth this time, and stated that she admired his skills in this business. Her hand lit up. The girl said that the power was not in flaunting it. The woman waved her hand and shouted that force must be used. A jacket soared into the air. The manager raised one eyebrow and said that it was a pretty nice move. Lightning approached her from behind. The awakened man took a leap forward. The director asked if he was too cowardly, because there was no elegance in such an approach. The warrior ran forward, dodging the attacks. Gina frowned and assumed that her rival was using a trick to distract her. A cloud of dust rose above the ground. The girl gritted her teeth and looked around. Pounced on her, the swordsman admitted that he had underestimated this battle and called it truly incredible. The woman stared at him in surprise. The main character explained that he was deeply thinking about how to defeat her. The manager fell to the ground. and Hyun-jung asked if a person who had fallen on the battlefield was worth anything. The guy narrowed his eyes and stated that it was about a person doing everything in his power to survive, even if he had to use cowardly methods. Gina widened her eyes in amazement. The young man asked her not to say that only her methods were correct. In a flashback, a man put his hand on a child's shoulder and asked her to become a valuable person. The man leaned over to her and said that there was no place for useless people in jail. The girl frowned angrily. The hunter raised his shield and thought that he had taken on all these ruthless attacks in order to use Karsago's powers. Spears appeared in the air. The awakened man decided that this would allow Jail to come over to his side, and Ace would prosper. The woman opened her mouth wide and used a blast of dust. The warrior looked around in fright. A huge amount of energy burst out and lifted the debris of the walls into the air. The timer has expired. The manager stared at the ceiling as it began to rain. Smiling, the director thanked her friend for the lecture and promised to keep his advice in her heart, even though they would have no more reasons to meet. Suddenly, the swordsman rose to his feet and stepped out from behind the wreckage. The protagonist bowed his head. Gina asked how he managed to stand after all these attacks. The girl knitted her eyebrows tensely. Hyun-jung imagined himself surrounded by people and said that he was one of those who could be called a useless person. The guy looked up and said that now the same man was standing on the battlefield on his own feet. The young man smiled confidently and explained that the ability to persevere by any means, no matter what adversity might come his way, was the value he had proved today. After that, the hunter fell to the ground. The woman smiled nervously and laughed, calling him quite interesting. Leaves were falling in the forest. The awakened man wondered if they had just been to the training ground. On his hands were heavy golden bracers. Kasashin looked ahead in fright and was amazed that the invader had finally come. A black silhouette stood in front of him. Gritting his teeth, the guy decided that now was the perfect time to end it all, and reported that the invasion command had classified him as a risk factor. Summoning lightning bolts in his hand, the villain concluded that the universe was actually huge, and was surprised that his opponent managed to survive all the time. The villain clenched his fist and was indignant at this. The man smiled slyly and said that this was why he should die. The young man opened his mouth in horror and screamed. The hunter woke up in a hospital bed. The awakened man tensed his fingers and assumed that these were Kasashin's memories. There was a black crystal on the pedestal. The warrior wondered what this dream meant. A car was driving along the road. Someone told me that in order to increase to S rank, in addition to magic power, a person must have a recommended level of dungeon completion. The guild employee looked up and said that his magic abilities were suitable for the conditions. The swordsman frowned and concluded that he lacked a dungeon level. Sitting on the phone, Gina said that she would go with him for this very reason, and added that she asked the association to reconsider the conditions. The girl clenched her fist and explained that judges are very strict, especially when people come to them for S rank. The main character clutched his head in front of the red button. The woman with sparkling eyes said that her reputation would suffer if her friend got confused. Hyun-jung reminded that he was also the head of the guild. The car stopped in front of the building. The manager asked a friend to mentally prepare himself, because they do not know what the judges can do. Seok-yeon saluted when the principal asked her colleagues to wait here. The heroes headed for the door. Walking down the hallway, the headmaster warned me to be on the alert from now on, and told me how she had been reprimanded for having curly hair. The guy asked how it felt about rank. The young man looked to the side when he was hailed. The man put his hand in his pocket and said that he would help him with determining the rank. The hunter smiled and replied that he understood everything. Adjusting his glasses, the examiner asked him to keep quiet in the corridor and decided to show him where to go. The awakened man pursed his lips, and Gina frowned in displeasure. Monitors hung from the ceiling. The warrior approached the button. The member of the association suggested that they start by measuring their magic power, and asked the member to put their hand on the sphere and use the mana. The swordsman smiled confidently, and decided that his strength must be in its prime. The main character put his hand to the magic circle, and wanted to know how far he could go. Heng-jong looked down tensely as Gilder suggested that he destroy the measuring spheres so that the mage would notice him. Magic circle shone. The girl crossed her arms over her chest. The guy wondered if this sphere could be destroyed at all. The woman gritted her teeth and asked him to stop hesitating. The young man summoned lightning bolts and assumed that the device would break if he used it. The circles began to rotate. A crack appeared on the device. The worker ran up to him and asked what had happened. The hunter smiled and suggested that this sphere had been used for too long. The man shouted that it was designed to withstand the magical power of an SSS rank human. The woman frowned menacingly and reminded them that they did not have such strong soldiers in Korea. The examiner fell to his knees and was upset that such an expensive thing had broken. The awakened man concluded that they did not take care of the device properly. The manager turned a blind eye and promised to compensate for this. The director snapped her fingers. Seok-yeon opened a suitcase containing 150 million won in cash. The warrior opened his mouth in shock and wondered if a healthy person would carry such money with him. The heroes headed to the elevator. Gina asked her colleague to take care of the level requirements of the completed dungeons on her own. The girl looked around menacingly and warned that otherwise the fact of their irresponsible attitude to the equipment would come to light. Glasses flew out of the employee's glasses. The swordsman looked away and thought that his girlfriend was too harsh. Gilder turned his attention to him. The protagonist asked if the S-rank exam was really so quick and easy. The woman scratched her head and replied that all the people in the association were very busy. Hyung-jung raised his hand and wondered how an S-rank grade could take less than half an hour. The manager asked him to stop whining and stated that they were coming back. The phone, which was in the pocket of his jacket, vibrated. The director looked around and asked why it was so loud. The guy said that he did not turn on the vibration. The young man put his hand in his pocket and wondered what was wrong with him. The hunter took out the crystal and said that this had never happened before. Gina rounded her eyes in shock. She grabbed her friend's wrist. The girl opened her mouth furiously and asked where he got this thing. The woman gritted her teeth. The awakened man frowned and asked if she knew what it was. A dark aura enveloped the stone. Clouds floated over the building of the Special Police Department. Teshik brought his hand to his chin thoughtfully. The crystal lay on the table in front of him. The warrior asked what it was. The manager sternly knitted her eyebrows and said that they called it a black mana stone. The swordsman looked at the man as he explained that the highest authorities had ordered them to report his discovery immediately. The main character's eyes lit up. The boss told him that he had been involved in the investigation of this problem since he was a rank. The director crossed her arms over her chest. The system called her addicted to attachment. The righteous agent said that this was not disclosed to the public and was top secret information. Gina closed her eyes. Hyung-jung looked at her puzzled. Casting a stern look at him, the girl said that she did not know where he got this thing, and added that now he would not be able to get out of this situation so easily. The guy asked if this case was related to Zhao's guild. The woman turned away and asked him not to ask personal questions. The crystal glowed. The manager concluded that it was not a fake, and remembered that the investigation team had also recently discovered the same stone. The officer confirmed this. The young man frowned and asked what it was about. The policeman asked if anything had bothered him while he had this thing. A dark haze enveloped the crystal. The investigator explained that everyone who kept this artifact either died or became incapacitated. Standing at the table, the director added that there were no exceptions. Hansok bowed his head and trembled. The man opened his mouth furiously and shouted that his friend should have called him right away if something like this had happened. Tashik looked at him and asked who he was. The soldier punched his chest and identified himself as the right hand of Leader Ace. Gina raised one eyebrow in puzzlement. The fighter stated that it was just a crazy Friday night. The chief smiled and assumed that they had entered the alley after enjoying that crazy evening. At that moment, they saw some strange humanoid creature turn to dust and crumble. In its place, a black mana stone remains. The girl narrowed her eyes and said that it sounded similar to their previous reports, and that it was a fairly accurate description. The guild member scratched his head when the woman asked if anyone had attacked them. The speakers hanging on the wall hissed. The heroes looked around as the emergency alert went off, a voice asking all the personnel who were inside the building to be ready for an ambush. The manager clenched her fist and reminded her that something would happen to those who had the black mana stone with them. The guys looked at the door. The agent took out his sword and asked his comrades to get ready, because they would arrive here at any moment. The director said that this always happens. The main character opened his mouth wide and asked why this had never been talked about in the news. Cracks crept along the wall. The officer asked if his friend knew about such a term as information blockade. Gina frowned sternly and stated that the current state of the Republic of Korea is not as good as it may seem. The girl covered herself with a shield so as not to fall under the rubble. A black silhouette appeared in the cloud of smoke. Hyung-hong looked ahead and warned that something was coming. The stranger stepped forward and said that he was not alone. Hansok clutched his staff in his hands and noticed that the intruder looked like an ordinary person. The woman asked him not to let his guard down, because these are those who have given up on humanity. On the assassin's tongue lay a piece of black mana stone. The killer saw through him. The darkness-shrouded scoundrel explained that they would not be able to face those who had been chosen by the creature because they were special. A giant lightning bolt shot forward. The scoundrel easily dodged her. The villain got on all fours. The monster bounced off the ground. The manager summoned a shield above her head to escape his attack. The monster tore through the barrier with its claws. The director rounded her eyes in fright. The stranger's hand turned into a kind of cannon. The guy knitted his eyebrows tensely. The assassin doused him with a strange black liquid. The young man's jacket immediately melted. The investigator looked around and warned that the damage received from this liquid was very dangerous, so it would be best if they could avoid close combat. The hunter gritted his teeth and wondered how he could do this if even his blade control had no effect on the enemy. Gina held out her hands in front of her, her mana at its limit. The killer smiled slyly, waking up and asked how he had managed to find them. The girl frowned furiously and asked her comrades to do something, because soon the shield would collapse. The awakened man asked if they had ever managed to capture this creature. Teshik looked to the side and replied that so far they had not been able to obtain a single sample. The warrior smiled and decided to show his worth right here and now. The woman asked him to hurry up. The protective barrier cracked. The monster attacked the manager. The director deflected the blow with a wave of fire. The swordsman's eyes widened. Reaper's ruthless killing intent awakened. A giant eye opened behind the monster. The stranger bared his teeth and called the qualifier too persistent. The main character raised his sword in front of him and called him to attack. The assassin released black tentacles from his back. Hansok summoned strong gusts of wind around him. Hyung-jung sliced through the air in front of him with his blade. The blade was covered with blue lightning, and Sidon blessed it. The guy struck a blow and found himself behind the enemy. The boss rounded his eyes in surprise and thought that this could not be. Gina opened her mouth in shock. The agent couldn't believe that this person had an F rank just a couple of months ago. The young man looked up. The girl asked him not to injure the opponent too much, because they needed a sample. The hunter put a sword to his throat. The monster noticed that the qualifier had grown noticeably, and asked him not to be conceited. The awakened man looked at him from under his brow. The monster was covered with thorns. The heroes watched him dumbfounded. The stranger asked the bishop for another chance. The officer frowned menacingly and shouted that it was an S-rank magic reaction. A bright flash appeared in the room. The policeman asked everyone to be careful. The woman covered her face with her hand and asked what it was. The warrior opened his mouth in fright and felt something strange. Hansak fell to the floor. The others staggered and lowered their heads. The swordsman realized that this was some kind of attack that manipulated the mind. The heroes collapsed to the ground. The main character wondered what was going on here at all. The absolute will of Deus intervened in his fate. Hyun-jung woke up and opened his eyes. The guy knelt down and realized that this was the hall of his past life. The young man bowed his head and remembered how he had fought someone who had eaten a black mana stone. Black smoke appeared in the air. The hunter was attacked by the owner of the magic stone, who turned into a demon. He began to be overcome by doubts. The manager's hair was blowing in the wind. The awakened man assumed that she was hiding some important information about the black mana stone from him. The stranger smirked. The warrior wondered why the enemy called him a qualifier, and what that could mean. Lying on the floor, the swordsman asked who this bishop was. The main character turned his head and looked away. Tall wooden doors appeared in front of him. As he approached them, Hyun-jun thought of the madman who was standing on the threshold of the door of truth, and wondered what it was all about. Rolling his eyes, the young man remembered the battle and hoped that this time would be different. The young man swallowed nervously. The hunter opened the gate, and a bright light illuminated him. There was a table in the library. There were many books on the shelves. Magic circles were drawn on the floor, and the awakened man assumed that it was the room of an alchemist or sorcerer. A man in a robe appeared in front of him and greeted him. Smiling, Gilder introduced himself and said that he had been watching him. The warrior raised his hand and decided that his past life knew what situation he was in. The man picked up a black mana stone and claimed that his friend had become addicted to magic with it. The swordsman asked what he knew about this crystal. The mage scratched his chin and told him that he had suffered from it many times. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist asked what was going on, and explained that all of his past lives had immediately reacted when they first encountered the black mana stone. In the flashback, the stranger turned into a demon, and Hyun-jun asked why this was happening. Folding his hands behind his back, the ghost replied that this was a task that everyone, including himself, should take care of, even at the cost of their own lives, and added that he could not go into detail just yet. Putting his hand to his head, the young man said that past lives had never told him about them or this day, and was indignant that an ally could not tell him anything about the magic crystal. Chains enveloped the castle. The spirit explained that he wanted to do it, but could not, because they were all bound by the prohibition, and declared that from that moment his probationary period began. Standing in the center of the room, Gilda reported that Deus had politely asked him to lend his power to reincarnation. The young man asked what that meant. Smiling, the man asked if he didn't want to become stronger, and told him that he, under the influence of the black mana stone, would soon die and that everyone who related to him in one way or another would also die. The hunter knitted his eyebrows tensely. The mage reached for the top shelf and promised to reward him with an annulment magic blessing if he managed to pass his test. There were various books in the closet. The sorcerer began to look for the right one, as his friend needed to deepen his knowledge. Taking a pile of books, the awakened man asked him to stop and asked what it was. The ghost looked around. The warrior wondered why he needed all these books if his past life wanted to put him to the test. The spirit smiled broadly and stated that it would be useful for him to pass the school assessment test. Gilder put a few more books in his hands and said that he had been a fairly famous professor at the luxury academy in the past. The man closed his eyes and explained that he was not even going to sit down at the same table with someone who was stupider than him. The swordsman asked what kind of test it was. The magician, scratching his chin, replied that it was something like an intermediate or final exam, and added that there was something similar in his world. The books were enveloped in a dark aura. The sorcerer asked his friend to memorize all these books and get an A grade with a plus or higher. The ghost raised his index finger and promised to share with him how to get rid of the black mana stone's influence if he succeeded. The protagonist's face was covered in a cold sweat. The spirit said that it would teach him how to dispel magic. Hyun-jun thought that even torture would be better than this. Hyun-hong stared frightened at the piece of paper flying in front of his face when suddenly his past life declared that it was garbage. The protagonist was frantically holding a pen for writing, and Gilder said that it was terrible. Awakened from exhaustion, his eyes narrowed when he was informed that this was a failure. Suddenly, the hunter hid his face from the sheets approaching him, and the interlocutor asked if this was all he was capable of. With trembling hands, the protagonist held out the document. The guy muttered that he had decided everything, and the magician began to thoughtfully examine his work. Smiling, the sorcerer noticed that this was not so bad. Suddenly, the entity lifted its fingers up. His pupils bulging in fear, guild leader Ace exclaimed that he needed to repeat the material. The young man's jaw dropped in disbelief when his past life asked him if he knew that it wasn't just test scores that counted in his report card. A gleam of light appeared in the awakened man's eyes, and Gilder explained that 70% for testing, 20% for attendance, and 10% for approaching counted. Magical streams flew near the shelves with books, and the wizard said that he had the highest marks for attendance, and the approach was perfect 100 out of 100. Closing his eyes, the mage noticed that this was an excellent job. The hunter opened his mouth wide in surprise when the entity reported that he had managed to earn rank A with a plus. Hovering in the air, the sorcerer explained that all the knowledge that was related to the magic circles would be passed on to him as soon as he woke up, and then added that he would wait for the day when they would meet again. A drop of sweat dripped down the protagonist's cheek, and his past life had told him that Gilda's dark knowledge would help him, and the analysis of the magic circle began. Suddenly, it seemed as if Hyunjun was sitting on the floor near the window. Placing his hand on his knee, the main character realized that he had managed to wake up, but assumed that he was still poisoned. Narrowing his eyes, the awakened man thought that he would definitely die at this rate, so he urgently needed to use the mage's dispel circle. Streams of dark energy spread near the hunter's ear, and he heard the soul say that the sorcerer's mana had begun to destroy the magic circle, and using the name of the dark truth, she gave the order to forcibly extract the mana, after which they added that the harmful mana was deeply rooted in his heart, so he needed to circulate mana to heal it with extraction. In the darkness I could see a bright magic seal. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist was surprised that this was right on his heart. Guild Master Ace raised his hand to the glowing symbol. At the same second, the guy ran his fingers over the type. A moment later, blood spurted out of his mouth. Drops of red liquid began to fall to the floor. Closing his lips, the guild master didn't know if it was so useless to dispel. Resting his palm on the tiles on the ground, the young man said that all that was left were 3 people. Teshik's eyes were tightly closed. Gina lay humbly on the floor. Hyunhong began to shake off his shoulder with his hand and stated that they would do it. The girl's legs appeared in the darkness, her pupils bulging in fright. The daughter of the head of the corporation, Jael, did not understand what was happening. Standing in the middle of an unfamiliar space, the lady wondered where she was. Putting her palm forward, she cried out that she saw the light. Suddenly, Gina lowered her jaw. Her pupils bulged in alarm, and she muttered that no one was there. Touching one palm with the other, the daughter of the head of the corporation, Jael, asked if there was anyone here. At the same moment, the lady collapsed to the ground and said quietly that this could not be. A teenager appeared to be standing on a balcony and was told that her sister had already become a member of the group, after which she thought that this was no different from when she was younger. A moment later, tears streamed down Jin's cheeks. The girl's hair fell on her shoulder, and someone could be heard asking when she planned to prove her worth. Lifting her chin, the daughter of the head of the corporation, Jael, began to answer the question about what the ideology of the Jael group was. In the past, the lady had folded her hands in front of her and muttered that useless people had better die. Clenching his fists tightly, the man remarked that she was well aware of this, and in that case it would be better for her to just die. Suddenly, the huntress clutched her neck, and her mind sounded like she was talentless, pathetic, incapable, and inferior. At the same moment, her pupils noticeably narrowed with fear. Clutching her hair with her fingers, Gina didn't want to hear any of this. Tears flowed from her eyes, and she talked about how she wanted to be a better person. A moment later, a bright lightning bolt struck her from above, and the girl begged for someone to help her. A magical glow appeared over the head of the corporation. The lady raised her head sharply. A peal of white energy rays erupted in front of her. Hyunhong shifted his gaze to the side when suddenly someone said that he was good. Hansok put his hands on his side and inquired about whether it was okay, while Teshik advised against using such a word when referring to a person. Gina slightly opened her eyelids, and the main character said that he could not concentrate, so he asked the others to be quiet. The silhouette of the awakened man seemed blurry in the girl's eyes. A tear was running down the cheek of the daughter of the head of the corporation, when suddenly she was called out loudly. Lowering his jaw, the hunter asked if she had regained her senses. Suddenly, the lady jumped up from the floor. Gina began to examine the fingers on her hand. The protagonist looked at the interlocutor in surprise while she talked about the fact that she had returned. Guild Master Ace asked why she was sweating from her eyes, to which she punched him in the chest and asked if he really thought it was the right time for jokes. Around the hero, you could see fragments of asphalt, and the girl thanked him for saving him. A view of the building opened up under the night sky. Stretching his palm forward, Teshik said that he thought they were almost done, and they had all done a good job. Hyunjung was sitting in a chair, and the head of the investigation department said that he would report this to the top, so he asked to wait for him, and at the same time rest. The guy with the white tie closed his eyes and called out to the miss. Holding the food in his hands, the assistant exclaimed that she just had skin and bones, so he should have come earlier, to which the main character thought that he looked like he had a good time outside. The girl brought the fish pie to her mouth, and the young man exclaimed that she needed to eat as soon as possible, because it was baking season. The door to the room abruptly opened, and someone called out to the main character. Grinning in alarm, the awakened man responded. The guy in the blue cloak took one step at a time and asked if he wanted to make a deal with a special department. Lowering his jaw, the head of the investigation department noted that, to be more precise, it was with the Republic of Korea. The hunter bulged his pupils in bewilderment and asked what he meant. Looking down, the young man said that now, due to his connection with the dark magic stone, he himself had become a target, and in fact, a special department was constantly tracking the dark magic stone. Stretching out his palm forward, the officer of the police department explained that the purpose of the special department was to track down all dark magic stones and punish their owners. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips as his comrade said that they would let him in on the details as soon as he promised to work with them, and then added that since this was a top-secret mission, they would provide him with an S-rank weapon and a tax exemption for his guild. Resting her head on her arm, Gina said that unfortunately she didn't have a guild and already had an S-rank inventory. As Hyunjun quickly moved his torso back and forth, his subordinate shouted that they had just been told about S-rank weaponry, and on top of that, it was a top-secret mission. The girl brought the pie in the form of a fish to her mouth, and the magician said that he definitely had to agree and do it. Touching the shoulder of the main character, the hunter begged him to agree, and he thought that he was very annoyed by this. Streams of red magic swirled around the katana. Taking the sword out of its scabbard, the awakened man asked if it was the same equipment that would be given to him, to which he was told that it was, but that he needed to tie the sword first. Lowering his chin, the protagonist inquired about the name of this sword, to which Teshik replied that it was a hellish Chinese two-handed long-bladed saber that was used in the ancient days of the dynasty. At the same moment, guild leader Ace furrowed his brows angrily. Holding the weapon tightly with his fingers, the young man asked if he would have to cry every time he used it, to which the interlocutor replied that he would not have to. The blade of the saber glowed brightly, and the head of the investigation department said that it was just a sword whose owner had not yet been found, and then added that as he could see, it was a magic sword, so not many people could withstand its power. Looking straight ahead, Hyunjun thought that in other words, they wouldn't give it to him just like that, when suddenly the guy admitted that he thought it would be different for him. Squeezing his eyes shut, the officer of the police department exclaimed that since he had become an S-rank hunter in just 6 months, the magic blade was enveloped in red streams, and the protagonist's past life said that Deus's will had broken the resistance, and moved on to forced binding. The hunter clenched his teeth tightly in fright when he heard about the forced binding. His mouth wide open in surprise, the awakened man cried out that he felt a huge amount of mana. The blade of the weapon gleamed brightly, and the creature questioned if this person was the one who woke it up, to which the protagonist wondered if this sword had just spoken. The soul repeated his question, when suddenly Gina turned her head back and asked if he thought the mana was strange. A lot of beads of sweat ran down guild leader Ace's face, and it was said that he was a 25-year-old who had met a talking sword for the first time in his life, and also had almost 1,000,000 past lives, after which the creature thoughtfully exclaimed that he couldn't believe that his master was just a child, so it must be a joke. As he sheathed his blade, he decided that he would not pay attention to it for the time being, and then noticed that his voice was gone. Putting her palm aside, the girl offered to start now, because she was tired, to which she was asked in this case to allow her to be escorted. The guild master followed the daughter of the head of the corporation, Jail, down the street. Folding his hands, Hyung-hong muttered that the days were getting colder. The lady's cloak fluttered in the wind, and she called out sharply to her comrade. Reaching forward, Gina asked to be allowed to formally introduce herself, as they were now in the same boat. Standing in front of the interlocutor, the girl said that she would work with him to uncover the secret of the dark magic stone and punish those behind it. The main character closed his lips when his partner advised him to stay alive until their next meeting. Smiling, the lady confessed that she was sincerely grateful to him for saving her. At the same moment, a slight grin appeared on the hunter's face. Shaking hands in return, the awakened man explained that he had only repaid her, to which she clarified what he meant. Squeezing his eyes shut, Hyunjin noticed that she had saved him at the gate. Suddenly, Gina lifted the corners of her lips. Getting into the car, the girl said that in this case she thought they were even, after which she said goodbye to him. There was a view of a dark road, which was illuminated by lanterns. The main character was happily looking after the departing car, when suddenly he was called. Taemin ran up to the chief and reported that he had heard that there had been an attack, and then clarified if he was okay, to which he replied that everything was fine. Nodding his head, Teshik said that he would go as well and continued that they would contact him as soon as they gathered information about it, to which he was told that they had done a good job. At the same moment, the hunter invited Hansok to go with him, to which he pointed his finger at his face and clarified whether it was normal for him to impose himself again. The mage raised his hands high to the sky and thanked the protagonist when he said that all sorts of dangerous nonsense happened one after another, so for security reasons, it would be better to spend the night at the Ace Guild. Frowning angrily, Henjin said that he had found it. Placing his palms in his pockets, the guild master noticed that this meant that it was Hyunsong. The protagonist turned his head towards the sword, which called out loudly to him. The creature inside the weapon resented that he dared to send it to such a dark and empty place, and asked if he was willing to pay for this sin, to which he began to draw the blade from its sheath and replied that he had just put it in the storage area for a while. As he shoved his equipment into the magic portal, the awakened revealed that he hated noisy things the most, so he should go back, to which he shouted that he was a bastard. Blood began to flow from the hunter's ears as the soul screamed, which is a very useful sword, as it can restore mana by absorbing the blood of enemies, and can even nullify high-level magic. The protagonist narrowed his eyes slightly when the katana declared that his master should execute all the unholy, after which he thought about whether he should return it, and the sword did not understand what kind of smile it was, but decided to take it for consent. People in business suits were sitting in front of the stage, when suddenly the manager congratulated someone on his promotion to the A rank. Taemin smiled and thanked him, and then added that he would try harder. A slight smirk appeared on Hyunjin's face. Putting his hand out to the side, the main character said that he also congratulates all the other hunters who also received a promotion, to which the audience exclaimed that it was all thanks to the guild master. Seojin approached the microphone and said that this was the end of their general meeting. Looking sadly in the direction of the girl, the main character was silent. The healer sat alone in the corridor. Holding out the tin with the drink forward, the awakened man noticed that she should take care of herself. The chief secretary rounded her eyes in bewilderment when she saw the interlocutor. Smiling, the hunter said that he had heard that she had worked hard while he and the executive director were away. Closing her eyes, the lady explained that she was just doing what she had to do, after which she added that it was because she was the only one who left without being hurt after the raid. Lowering her chin, the paladin noticed that since she was always one step behind, relying on him, it was the least she could do, when suddenly the protagonist said that she was talking about it again. The girl seemed to spread her arms wide apart in front of her enemies, and guild leader Ace stated that she was not the one who relied on them. Slyly lowering his eyebrows, the guy noticed that everything was quite the opposite. Scratching his head, the guild master said that he would now be responsible for the burden that he had allowed himself to bear all this time. Squinting her eyes, the lady called out to her friend. The healer abruptly tilted her torso forward when she said that it was not worth doing, because she was perfectly fine. Hyunjin bulged his pupils in fright. The liquid from the jar began to pour onto the floor. The main character instantly wrapped his arms around Seokjin's body. With his mouth wide open in anger, the hunter shouted that they were going to the hospital, so they had to get the car ready immediately. Squinting his eyes, the doctor explained that this was chronic dungeon fatigue. The members of the Ace Guild lowered their jaws in disbelief. Smiling, the doctor asked if the girl was overtired, to which she replied that after the raid everyone was in the hospital. On the back of the paladin's arm was a rubber tube from N4. The hunter's pupils noticeably narrowed with anxiety when his friend told him that at that time some people still had work, and since she had nothing to do but work, she took over the affairs of other people. There were many clouds in the night sky, and the protagonist shouted that from that day on, their guild was going on a week's vacation. There was a view of the high waves in front of the sandy shore. Seagulls flew high in the sky. Putting her hand to her chin, the girl wondered if it could really be called a vacation if they were gathered in one place on the orders of the boss. A beach umbrella loomed over the heroes' heads, and Gina noticed that everyone would be cursing Hyunjun. The guys wanted to throw the man into the water, and the interlocutor said that even jail does not do such things. The silhouette of Seojin was illuminated by the sun's rays, and the lady suggested calling it the Ace culture. Smiling broadly, the protagonist asked how it happened that she ended up here after acting as if they were not supposed to see each other for a while, and whether it was said so then. The huntress clenched her teeth tightly in anger as the awakened man remembered that she had assumed they would see each other next. With her mouth wide open in fury, the lady asked if he had invited her here, to which he shouted that he did not think she would actually come. Squeezing her eyes shut, the paladin wondered if they were on good terms. Gyuwon wondered if it was the S-rank hunter who was last time, and how did the guild master know, when suddenly Taming elbowed him in the nose. Members of the Ace Guild walked along the sandy beach. The subordinate went to the door and asked if he could enter, to which he received a positive answer. A bright red glow appeared from the crack in the door. There was a large candle on the floor, and the man asked if the guy had done what he was asked. Nodding his head, the fighter announced that he had summoned 5 A-rank elite hunters, to which he told him to bring them here immediately. Narrowing his eyes, the young man asked if he could ask what it was for. Hyunjin's pupils narrowed visibly with anger, and he announced that he was going to hold the ceremony. There were bloody footprints on the wall behind him. Furrowing his brows angrily, the assistant asked the chief again, to which he replied that he was going to get the power he needed to avenge his sister, and avenge those responsible for her disappearance. The subordinate humbly pressed his hands to his feet, and the guild master noted that it was his duty to follow his instructions as befits an executive director. The guy clenched his teeth tightly in anger. Hyunjin was heard asking people to come in, when suddenly young guys appeared in the room. Squinting his eyes, the head of the guild said that this was a little different, but they should be enough. Bringing a dark stone to his face, the man called for a punisher. Suddenly, a dark silhouette appeared, surrounded by streams of black magic. Lifting his leg off the ground, the creature stated that he was late, to which the creature apologized. Looking straight ahead, the punisher told him to proceed immediately. Putting his hands in his pockets, Hyunjin asked everyone to stand on the line of the magic circle. Drops of sweat dripped down the cheeks of the young guys. The man took a few steps forward near the burning candle. At the same second, the young men began to be absorbed by energy currents. Black silhouettes of people appeared, shouting loudly, when suddenly a subordinate asked what was going on. The guild master tilted his head down and thought that with this, he would be able to take revenge on that bastard Hyunsong. It seemed as if the hunter was tightly gripping a dark stone in his hand. There was a view of the guild office building, and someone was heard assuming that everyone was already there, and then adding that they had found some important clues before contacting them. Lowering his chin in bewilderment, Hyunsong asked him again. Teshik laid out the photos on the table and invited him to take a look at the images first. Taking the picture in his hand, the main character said that the Greater Demon Guild was on the first floor. While the hunter exclaimed what he meant last time, Gina covered his mouth with her palm and inquired about what was wrong with this guild. Holding out the photo forward, the head of the investigation department revealed that guilds at the gold level and above regularly hold meetings, and given the sheer amount of authority that each of them has, it's important to make sure that they all fulfill their duties. People in black clothes were standing near the car, and the young man noticed that the Greater Demon Guild hadn't taken part in these meetings for a long time. Pointing his finger at the picture, Hansok noticed that it was of their guild master Henjiang, to which he was told that the man was the second in command and Yeri's older brother. The girl seemed to be walking towards the white light, and the young man reported that he had heard that since she had disappeared, the Great Demon Guild had become restless. Closing his eyes, Tashik stated that one of their investigators had gone to the Greater Demon Guild to investigate, and back then, the guild was completely empty, as if no one had ever been there. A subordinate could be seen illuminating the room with a flashlight. The protagonist asked if the interlocutor wanted to say that they had disappeared without a trace. The head of the investigation department handed the photo to the girl and said that this was not so, because there was something suspicious. Suddenly, Jin's pupils noticeably shrank in size from fright. Tilting her torso down, the daughter of the head of the corporation, Jane, said that she was going to vomit. The picture showed bloody footprints near the candles, and the awakened man did not understand what it was. Hyung-ying stared at the image and noticed that it looked like some kind of ceremony or ritual had been performed, to which his assistant said that it was pulled out of some horror movie. Lowering his chin, Teshik said that shortly after the investigator took these pictures, he was attacked. The protagonist touched the silhouette of the monster with his finger, and the head of the investigation department said that fortunately, the camera was in a safe place, so they were able to extract its contents. The device for filming was lying on the concrete floor. Suddenly, blood splashed onto the lens glass. Stretching his palm forward, the officer of the police department asked if it looked familiar. Lowering his jaw, the hunter said that it looked like someone had used a dark magic stone, to which he replied that it was true, and led them to believe that the Greater Demon Guild was involved in the attack. With her pupils bulging, Gina asked her to wait a minute. A black design was imprinted on the red cloth, and the awakened man asked if the symbol did not seem familiar to him. Frowning, Guild Leader Ace said that since he had started talking about it, he could see the reflection of the pentagram in his eyes, and he exclaimed that it was right during Yeri's exclusive raid. Resting his hands on the table, Teshik asked if he knew anything about it. A drop of sweat ran down the young man's cheek, and he wondered if it was true that her brother was looking for and wanted to know her whereabouts. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked if the investigator could get the department to work on this, to which he replied that it would be difficult without official justification. Grinning maliciously, Guild Leader Ace clarified what would happen if it appeared in the Greater Demon Guild. Looking at the interlocutors, the guy said that if only it were possible, after which he cried out that there was no need to tell him. Looking up, Hyunjun said that he was just going to take the bait, and then added that it would depend on Hyunyoung whether he behaved or not. On a piece of paper in his hand was written a question about whether he wanted to know his sister's location. Suddenly, the man closed his eyes. There was a broken frame with a photo on it, and he was indignant that the enemy would dare to do something like this, and then added that he would tear it to pieces. Bloody streams emanated from the monster's body. Flashes of explosions were visible between buildings in the city. Fleeing from monsters, people did not understand what this nonsense was, and asked for help. Standing on the roof of the house, Gina wondered if they had planted the bait just that morning. Tilting his head down, Hyunjun replied that they were somewhat prepared, so there wouldn't be a big scandal, and then added that his reaction was stronger than they expected. The asphalt under the feet of the undead broke into pieces. Opening his mouth wide in rage, Hyunjun was outraged that the protagonist dared to provoke him like this, and then added that he was going to kill him. Gyuwon came up from behind and asked if the guild master was sure of this. The awakened man's pupils narrowed visibly with fright as he wanted to counter the guild master's words that he had to think about the fact that this was just an unofficial battle. A long tail could be seen behind the undead, and the subordinate asked if it could even be called a human, to which the chief countered with a question about whether they had evacuated the rest of the personnel. It seemed that the mages were fighting hard against the enemies, and the executive manager replied that only the combat staff remained inside, and they were already occupied by the first floor. Raising his chin, the guy said that if the first floor was broken, then he and the executive director would suppress it, when suddenly he heard that the interlocutor was shouting that something was wrong. The protagonist had an earpiece in his ear, through which he was informed that the target had left the position and was now on the roof. Suddenly, the monster appeared behind the fence on the roof of the house. Hyung-hong lowered his jaw in disbelief when the enemy told him that he was a complete bastard. Pulling his paw back, Hyunjin in the beast's body said that he had finally found it. Waving his hand in front of him, Gyuwon shouted that he asked to move away, because he would take him upon himself. At the same moment, the awakened man clenched his teeth tightly in anger. Streams of magic burst out from under the concrete floor, and the guy summoned a snow whirlwind. Sharp ice flows pierced through the monster's body. Crouching closer to the ground, the hunter was surprised that the enemy intercepted his attack. Steam was emitting from the jaw of the undead, and he muttered that the young man was very annoying to him. The veins in the monster's body began to glow brightly, and he stated that he was only going to have fun killing the guild leader Ace, but changed his mind. A moment later, the monster broke free from its icy shackles. The hunter's hand was surrounded by torrents of fire, and he admitted that he didn't think it would be easy, considering the magician Hyunjin. A powerful flame explosion appeared behind Jean, and she wondered what he was thinking when he decided to provoke it. A slight grin appeared on the protagonist's face. Grabbing the hilt of the sword with his fingers, the awakened man offered to end it quickly, because he felt that everything was fine now, when suddenly the entity inside the weapon was surprised that he was finally going to use it, after which he promised to reveal his mana. Grinning maliciously, the protagonist stated that he appreciated it, and his past life informed him that the valiant shield of Kargat would protect him, and as long as the Great Guardian was with him, nothing dared to threaten him. Currents of energy flew around the blade's blade, and the young man thought that the dark magic stone and whoever was behind it were only now that he was able to see the absolute despair that Deus was talking about. Higan released circular streams of fire over the hunters. Hengjong swung his sword sharply. The assistants lowered their jaws in fright and began to call loudly to the guildmaster. With his mouth wide open in anger, the protagonist exclaimed that they should both go downstairs and help everyone else. Gritting his teeth furiously, the awakened man declared that he would take it upon himself. Raising her hand high to the sky, Gina cried out that he would not even be able to hint at help later. Guild leader Ace looked ahead. Squinting, the monster noticed that his enemy was quite self-confident, and then added that it would make him even feel better. Standing on the broken concrete floor, the undead shouted that it would be easier for him to kill him without any obstacles. Furrowing his brows angrily, the protagonist told him not to bluff, because he would not be able to find out what he wanted if he killed him. The monster looked down when the guy asked if he had come after the message that had been sent to him. Jumping on top of his opponent, the hunter asked if he wanted to know the whereabouts of his younger sister, to which he told him to shut up. Suddenly, there were bright traces of sword strikes in the air. Shards of rock flew past Henjin, and he exclaimed that he knew Yeri was on his exclusive roadstead, and then added that she never returned, no matter how long he waited for her. It seemed as if a subordinate was standing in front of the director's desk. Lowering his chin, the man wondered if the raid had been closed. The guild master in the form of a monster clenched his jaws tightly and said that Hyunjin had killed her. Magic waves flew around the protagonist, and he was outraged by the words of the opponent, after which he exclaimed that that girl was a member of a gold-level guild that had been chasing them for personal gain and had interfered in the raid. Black bursts of magic appeared, and a past life announced that the spirit of a cruel and deadly reaper had awakened, and all living beings would be subjected to instinctive fear. Suddenly, the protagonist abruptly pulled his hand back. The blade of the katana was stained with blood, and the entity within it exclaimed that it was wonderful, and that it would excite it. The ferocious monster opened its mouth and began to scream loudly. Shrouded in torrents of dark magic, the undead declared that his enemy was a bastard. At the same moment, guild leader Ace punched the enemy in the chin. Henjin was thrown backwards by the force of the attack. Hyunjung jumped down after his opponent from the roof. Swinging his sword, the main character shouted that he would get hit in the face for the last time. After a powerful blow, bloody pieces of asphalt flew up. White smoke spread across the ground. The silhouette of the slain monster appeared, which did not understand how it managed to lose after the conclusion of the bloody pact. With his pupils bulging in fright, the guy did not understand what his enemy meant. Sitting on top of the evil spirits, the awakened one asked what the sound was. The monster's limb was severed, and at the same time, the protagonist asked questions about what kind of blood pact and low-level hunters it was, and whether it was a case of disappearance. The guild master looked up, and Henjin said that he had no excuse before the Punisher. On the broken asphalt lay a magic crystal. The heroes were standing in the middle of the street, and Teshik stated that they should take a look at this blood pact, and Hyunjun remarked that he had also mentioned low-level hunters. The protagonist added that to be precise, it was about them, to which Gina put her hand on her side and said that it could be related to the recent disappearances of the low-level ones. The awakened man said that he had heard that the authorities were having difficulty with the investigation because there were no traces left, to which the head of the investigation department lowered his chin and suggested that this could indeed be related to the pact that Henjin was talking about. There was a view of the sunset sky above the buildings, and the girl said that things were taking a much bigger turn than she had expected. The protagonist grinned happily, when suddenly his partner admitted that he did not expect it to be so difficult. Hansok put his fingers to his mouth and said that since this was the situation, he refused. A magic crystal hovered in the air above the pentagram, and the guy revealed that about a year ago, the Blood Oath had initiated the contract, borrowing the power of the Black Mana Stone, and it soon became gold level. A memory of the monster approaching the ground with its body appeared, and the awakened one noticed that the Black Mana Stone turned the hunter into a monster. The young man's pupils had noticeably shrunk in size, and the magician explained that as an alternative, a second awakening could be induced on purpose. A man in a black hood turned his head to the side, and the fighter asked whether the person who is called the executioner was leading the rite of blood oath. Folding her hands in displeasure, Gina noticed that there was more work to do than they thought, to which Hyunjun replied that he didn't even know that everything would be so confusing. With a smirk, Teshik said that they had clarified enough for now, and now he would be back, and then added that the special police department should start by chasing down the man who was referred to as the executioner of the blood oath, when he suddenly said that they would see each other next time, and also advised everyone to take care of themselves. Passing by a tall house with lights in the windows, the main character was glad that everything went without serious damage, and the guild would not have to be repaired much. Suddenly, the hunter's pupils bulged out in fright when his soul told him that Kasashin's warning had come that the unknown was behind because someone was watching him. Reaching for the blade, the awakened man wondered if the clan was targeting him, and the entity reported that someone was there. The sword exclaimed that it was excellent, and asked to take it out and cut through the enemy, after which red magic particles began to scatter in space. The protagonist swung sharply through the air. It seemed as if the stranger stretched his hands up, his mouth wide open in fright. Guildmaster Ace exclaimed who it was, and the entity in his weapon said that he needed to dissolve in blood in the darkness of darkness. In front of the young man's face was an S-rank hunter. Hyung-hong's pupils noticeably shrank as a loud scream flew into his ears. Tavi held the cloth in her hands and talked about how it was a super rare invisible robe that had to risk her life and collect items in an S-class dungeon. Stretching her fingers forward, the stranger asked not to misunderstand her, because she was not some kind of thief. A lot of drops of sweat dripped down the protagonist's face, while the interlocutor exclaimed that she was just taking a photo, and the guild master did not understand why this person was in their faction at all. Tavi stretched her hand forward, and the young man was surprised at her appearance. The girl clarified whether he knew who she was, to which he squinted one eye and thought that it could not be that he did not have such information. The fighter appeared to sit on the throne and was said to be a famous blogger with 1 million followers, and also she is geek enough to carry a big camera with her for the sake of gaining views, and at the same time a star blogger who is constantly in the spotlight. Adjusting the hat with her hands, Tavi clarified whether he was her subscriber, and then asked to keep it a secret, to which he said that the misunderstanding had not yet been resolved. The girl began to run away when Hyunjun said that since only its members were allowed to visit the guild building, he should check her cell. Raising her eyebrows sadly, the millionaire blogger exclaimed that she was well aware of how terrifyingly powerful the guild director was, and asked if he could just turn a blind eye for this one time. Smiling broadly, the awakened man replied that he could not do it. Suddenly, the hunter pulled the phone out of the lady's hand. Holograms of screens appeared in the air. Bulging his pupils, the protagonist was very surprised by what he saw. The guy was looking at the numerous images of Seojang, when suddenly he said that he had to tell the general secretary that she had a stalker, and the celebrity tried to object. Gritting her teeth tightly in anger, Tavi cried out that it was all because their guild was now a rising newcomer, so she wanted to interview them, to which the young man asked if a millionaire blogger wanted to interview their guild, and received a positive answer. The girl exclaimed that she was now caught and had lost all her secret virtues, when suddenly Hyunjin's eyes widened and thought that he could take advantage of this situation properly. There was a memory of Gina narrowing her eyes and asking if he had heard anything about media control. The daughter of the head of the corporation, Jail, lowered her chin and said that the current Republic of Korea is not as clean as it seems to him. Magical symbols appeared in the eyes of the main character, and he realized that he could make his advantage out of it. The celebrity was sitting on the ground, and it was said that this is a person who craves attention. Sitting down on the asphalt next to the lady, the awakened man said that if she promised to do him a favor later, she would help her get the necessary footage, to which she clarified whether he was going to involve her in some shady affairs. Grinning, the hunter asked if she would refuse, even if she gained so many subscribers that 1 million seemed a trifle compared to them. The millionaire blogger lowered her jaw in bewilderment. A pink hat appeared on Tavi's trembling head. Stretching her cheeks with her fingers, the girl didn't know if it was true, but she agreed to try, and the guild master thought she was too interested to refuse. A burning torch hung on the wall, and someone was heard saying that the Punisher was disappointed. The hooded servants trembled in fright, and someone reported that not only the top, but also they were disappointed. A huge magic crystal hovered in front of the front door. The chief noted that they should all be aware that the qualifier had appeared, to which they began to nod their heads affirmatively. The man lowered his chin and revealed that it had been a long time since they had been ordered to find and eliminate him, after which he added that he was still roaming around freely. A vortex of air appeared on his palm, and he asked how they would react to this, in their opinion. When the assistant said that they were sorry, the mark of the blow flashed sharply in front of his face. The head of the squad made a powerful attack on the guy. His head collapsed to the floor, and the man replied that it was right, and then added that they shouldn't do things for which they should ask for forgiveness. The young men lowered their jaws in bewilderment as the leader spoke about how after a recent series of failures, the bishop had decided to keep a close eye on them, so they should correct past mistakes. There was a bright red mark in the air from the impact, and the servants shouted that they were asking for forgiveness, and that they would try. A moment later, the heads of their subordinates collapsed to the floor. Pools of blood spread on the ground. Raising his hand up, the leader said that he was giving them the next command, when suddenly someone stopped him. The bishop stepped closer to the magic stone and wondered if throwing their heads around would cause all the non-existent errors to evaporate, to which the bishop wondered what had brought him here. The priest's face was covered with a white cloth, and he said that it was disturbing, after which he added that the invader was about to show up, and they still did not get rid of the problematic element. The man lowered his jaw in fright, and was surprised by what was said, when suddenly the priest explained that it was him, since they were the first to learn about the appearance of the qualifier. At the same moment, bursts of magic swept across the stone floor. The cultists gathered around the magic crystal, and the bishop said that this was why Heron was taking the initiative. Grinning, the priest said that this was solely for the sake of them and the blood covenant, so there was no need to be sad. The man's pupils noticeably narrowed with anxiety. There were traces of red energy under the man's feet, and the priest asked if their sacrifice, or rather their common union, was not a magnificent thing, since they could not disappoint them. Stretching out his palm forward, the sectarian did not understand what he was talking about, and then shouted that he had not yet been able to use all the creatures. A flash of white light appeared behind the bishop, and he reported that the invader was coming. A current of air swept over his head, and he clarified what good trivial creatures like them could do. Blue veins appeared in the eyes of the subordinate, and he asked not to kill him. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. A dark silhouette of a man began to appear in space. The man had gold armor on his body, and he asked if he had called him. After bowing, the priest replied positively. Heron clenched his hands tightly into a fist and noted that it was excellent, after which he asked what was going on with the qualifier. Heron walked past the priest, who said that they had already identified him, and then asked for an order, to which he ordered to gather all the troops that could be mobilized and destroy him immediately. Under the white cloth was the bishop's broad smile, and he asked if the head had to do so right away, and the bishop countered to whether he had expressed himself clearly. Squinting his eyes, the invader asked if he needed to explain it to him in more detail. Bowing, the priest exclaimed that it was not necessary to do this, when suddenly the marshal said that if the house was destroyed, the pests would crawl out of their own accord. Heron was wearing a fang mask on her face, and he stated that from now on, they were going to wreak havoc on this place. A view of the night sky opened up. Hyung-hong, lying on the bed, muttered that his energy was completely depleted. Suddenly a camera appeared. Tavi winked and greeted everyone. The girl exclaimed that she had a guest today, and then the main character, opening his mouth wide, repeated her words. Suddenly, the celebrity hit the protagonist. Looking ahead, the millionaire blogger explained that he must greet fans with enthusiasm. The guy, putting his palms on his face, remembered how he greeted the audience several times, after which he decided that he never wanted to have such an experience again in his life. Turning on his side, the young man thought that he was doing all this in order to find the one who was hiding behind the black mana stones. Imagining the unusual energy, the hunter added that he still knew nothing about them, and was absolutely desperate. Squinting, the guild leader couldn't understand what reason was preventing almost 1,000,000 of his lives from solving this problem, even though each of them was far more impressive than him. Hyung-jung raised his eyebrows abruptly when he heard someone say hello to him. The main character asked how he ended up here, and then Kasashin, crossing his arms, replied that he had called him. The protagonist, stepping in his direction, asked if he himself had summoned him, and at the same moment the warrior reported that they had appeared. Parting his lips, the fighter said that this was an invasion team, and they called themselves an invader. Through the sweat on his face, the hunter asked again about this command. The metal lock shattered into pieces, and the guy noticed that thanks to him, his ban was lifted. The guild master looked ahead in surprise, after which the young man said that he could finally tell him the details about the purpose of their past lives, and what horrors he would face. Kasashin's legs were visible, and he added that he could report on all their tasks and responsibilities that would fall on his shoulders. Lowering his gaze, Hyung-hong asked what he was talking about, to which he received a counter question: what happened when he found the black mana stone? Opening his mouth, the main character replied that every past life he met reacted. The warrior, standing in front of the protagonist, asked if they remembered using the term, and then the protagonist clarified what he meant by talking about them. Suddenly, a confused guy appeared. A dark silhouette could be seen in the distance. The young man clenched his fist sharply. The hunter, looking down, heard that it was an invader. Parting his lips, Kasashin explained that they were the ones whom past lives could not overcome for countless years, and this is absolute despair. There were many defeated warriors lying on the ground, and the fighter said that the invader was a group of invaders from another world, and they fought alone to stop them. Sweat was dripping down the guild leader's face, and then the guy added that they had been defeated. Introducing the soldier with the spear, the young man told me that some past lives had fought side by side with their comrades and met their end. The swordswoman's body was stained with blood, and at the same time the warrior said that the others had been slain by their own allies, who had been brainwashed by the invaders and died. A bright light fell on the lady, after which Kasashin noticed that some lives died when they tried to establish peace. Shrapnel was visible, and Hyung-jung asked what he wanted to say, to which he received the answer that almost 1,000,000 of his past lives had failed. Looking ahead, the fighter asked if he now realized that he was at the forefront of the invasion. The protagonist opened his jaw in bewilderment, and then the guy added that the powers of the three invaders are far beyond his imagination. Raising his palm, the protagonist exclaimed that he had definitely just taken care of some of them, and he could see by looking at Henjin. The young man explained that those he was dealing with were not invaders, which made the hunter smile in confusion. Important personalities appeared, and at the same moment the warrior reported that the invader was coming first, followed by the bishop, then the executioner, and the puppets of the dark stone, who were following their orders. Red eyes were visible, and Kasashin said that in other words they were creatures. Hyunjin bit his lips thoughtfully, after which the fighter said that he had encountered ordinary creatures, even if he did not compare them to invaders, and there was also a question if he could do it. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist said that he always relied on his past lives and borrowed their powers, and then wondered how he could achieve what none of them could. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. Smiling slightly, the young man noticed that it was just like them. The warrior asked the protagonist not to be afraid, which caused him to raise his head abruptly. Suddenly, someone tapped his foot on the ground, and then Kasashin said that among all the qualifiers he had met so far, he was the only one with unlimited potential, although at first they had no faith, so they only watched him. The man walked forward, and the fighter added that he should not be discouraged. Suddenly, the warrior stopped in place. The soldier could be seen holding out his spear. The hunter stood in front of the warriors, and then the young man said that his immense potential and past lives paid special attention to him, and the only one who was able to fulfill their greatest wish was him. The guild leader narrowed his eyes in bewilderment. Clenching his fist, Hyunjun muttered that he could feel the tense pressure overwhelm him. The main character was surrounded by unusual entities, after which he thought that they must have felt the same way. Reaper kept his hands in his pockets. A girl appeared behind the knight, and then the protagonists realized that they never gave up and continued to fight for their faith. The soldier's expression was serious, and the hunter added that they were fighting for the sake of comrades and dear people whom they wished to protect. The head of the guild pursed his fingers and said that he was too. Lifting the corners of his lips, Hyun-jung noticed that since they had already lost 990,000 times, it was time to win. Opening his mouth, the warrior said that if it was him, he was sure he could beat those bastards. Abruptly opening his jaw, the main character said that from that moment on, he accepted his destiny. After a moment, the unusual entity stretched out its palm, explaining that he was finally ready to face fate. Deus, looking at the protagonist, said that from now on, they would bless him with their unlimited powers, as the ban had been lifted, but only those who could stop him would be able to help. Imagining how Kasashin smiled, the magical creature added that he was the only one who could give him all the power at the moment. The hunter was surrounded by a bright aura, and Deus wished him good luck, and then it was heard that he had completely inherited Kasashin's will, and the shadows behind him would lead him into eternal darkness. The guild master quickly raised his head. Hyun-hong looked up attentively, and the soul said that even in the brightest light, it would not become a shadow. The sun's rays filtered through the windows. The main character was sitting on the bed, and at the same moment, a voice clarified whether he had received the powers of darkness again. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist wondered if he looked different. The hilt of the katana appeared, and the entity inside it replied that it felt that the energy emanating from it was completely different than before. The hunter bit his lips thoughtfully. Suddenly, a magic portal appeared, and then the guild master revealed that the enemy he had barely managed to defeat after combining his S-rank powers and Jin's forces was just a low-level creature. Heron looked away. Hyun-hong frowned seriously and explained that he had to put an end to the fate of almost 1,000,000 lives. Suddenly, the main character opened the door. Hyun could be seen touching her brother, and the protagonist remarked that he thought they were there. Gyuwon opened his mouth in surprise. The guild master smiled happily. The girl, rushing to the side of Hyun-sung, greeted him, and her older brother asked him not to run in the hospital. The awakened man asked why he had come, to which the main character, handing the young man a box of sweets, replied that the visit was quite natural, because Lacey had been promised Hyun a recovery, and it was glorious to see her getting healthier and healthier. The young man looked down, and said that it was all thanks to the guild leader. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist said that they were also able to get an excellent participant, after which he suggested calling it mutual benefit. The guys, looking at the screen, heard on the news that an unidentified crack appeared in the sky over Seoul, and monsters that had not been seen before appeared directly from the crack. The presenter added that they were very aggressive, and 100 victims had already been confirmed, and then the hunter, lowering his eyebrows, clarified whether this was a rift in the dungeon. The young man, through the sweat on his face, said that something was wrong. Terrible monsters appeared, and the hunter asked if they did not resemble Henjin in the form of a creature, and then the reporter reported that it also turned out that they used human language. Holding his chin, Hyun-sung wondered if the lifting of the restriction meant the start of the command center's raid. Gyuwon put his palms on his sister's shoulders. Suddenly, Gina, with her mouth wide open, asked the protagonist where he was. A huge number of cars were visible, and at the same moment the girl asked if he was watching the news, to which the protagonist asked if she was talking about breaking news. Frowning seriously, the lady remarked that it wouldn't take long to explain, and then added that she needed him to be here right now. A magical portal appeared in the sky, and the second daughter of the head of the corporation, Jail, said that she was sure that those behind the black mana stone appeared from a crack that had formed over Seoul. There were policemen standing on the road, and then the question was heard about the state of the line of defense. Taeshik turned his gaze thoughtfully to the side, and it was said that the front line of defense had just completely collapsed, and therefore, they were already in the process of forming a second line of defense. Clenching his fist, the detective realized that the situation was not very good. The head of the investigation department inquired about Hunter First Rank Jin Woo and whether they had contacted him, to which the assistant opened his jaw and replied that he had not yet been found. Baring his teeth, the guy muttered that he was doing whatever he wanted even in such a situation. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. Terrifying monsters hovered in the sky, and it could be heard that the second line had been destroyed, and they would soon attack the main camp. The young man, looking at the opponents, thought that this was happening when they had the opportunity to expose those behind it. Taeshik waved his arms abruptly, and shouted that they should block them with all their might because they needed to get to the middle of the crack no matter what. The monster opened its mouth and exclaimed what kind of bloody alliance it was. The policeman was surrounded by a powerful force. A thick haze appeared. The evil spirits, charging a magic projectile, noticed that an attack of this level had no chance. Fire circled around his elbow. Suddenly there was a bright burst of energy. Bulging his eyes, the detective said that it was a flame. Hyunjun and Gina appeared. The girl, smiling slightly, asked if it was too late, and the main character said that this was a battlefield. A magical portal was visible, and then a question was heard if their mission was to search this place and return. A moment later, the policeman, quickly shuffling his legs, shouted that they had received information about the situation of the crack inside from the observatory. The assistant head of the investigation department added that the leader of the Blood Alliance, who is suspected to be behind the Black Mana Stone, is deep in the crack, and at the same time, the protagonist, biting his lips, thought that if this is the leader of the Blood Alliance, then these are invaders who came from another world. White Prince appeared, and at the same moment a voice said that the invader forces in the command center were far beyond his imagination. The guild master grabbed the hilt of his katana, and the souls wished him good luck. The lady, smiling, explained that this could be extremely dangerous, and therefore let him not succumb to emotions and think only about survival. Hyeonghong turned his gaze sideways, after which the S-rank hunter said that she was sure that he could handle it on his own. A lot of terrible monsters were visible, and it was heard that it was time to advance. The man, holding a knife in his hand, said that he would take care of everything here, and Gyuwon added that he would cover for him. Then the main character nodded his head. Taking out his weapon, the protagonist exclaimed that he would go straight to the breakthrough. The guy said that he would pave the way for them, and let Gina follow him, not losing sight of him, to which she, rushing from her place, replied that he should not come later than her. The young man lifted the corners of his lips contentedly. A magical flash appeared in the sky. The hunter moved quickly forward, and at the same time a voice said that the Master of Shadow was leading eternal darkness into him. Bright lines were visible. The guild master sliced through his enemies, and at the same time, the soul added that even in the brightest light, he would become a shadow. Taemin, his mouth wide open, was surprised that he had killed so many with a single blow, and the awakened man wondered if it was even possible. The second daughter of the head of the corporation, Jael, quickly moving her legs and arms, noticed that this was the technique that he showed in their duel, and also added that he had become faster. Picking up his katana, Hyunjun asked his partner to hurry up. Pushing off the ground, the girl said that she could not afford to fall behind. Then the lady flew high. The S-rank huntress abruptly grabbed the protagonist by the clothes. A powerful explosion rang out behind the guys, and at the same time, the second daughter of the head of the corporation, Jael, exclaimed that this way they would get there faster. The protagonist's weapon could be seen, and the entity inside him said that it sensed the energy of a powerful being not far from here. Turning his gaze to the side, the guy asked if he was a bloodhound, to which he received the answer that it was natural, since he was perfectly covered by the energy of death. Through the sweat on his face, the young man couldn't understand what he was talking about, and at the same time, Gina shouted that she had to stop, because there was a mana reaction here. The hunters landed on the ground. A dark silhouette could be seen through the haze. The girl lowered her eyebrows and revealed that he was one of the silver-level guild masters. A terrible demon appeared, after which the lady added that it was a creature that used to be the head of the guild. Narrowing his eyes, Hyeonghong wondered if this was a side effect of gaining mana that his body couldn't handle. The monster was surrounded by a dark force, and at the same time, the protagonist thought that he was definitely about A rank when they first met. Looking ahead, the lady said that she felt S rank mana from him, so she needed to be careful. The terrible face of the monster was visible. The protagonist's gaze was serious. Furiously opening his mouth, he called the guy the Chosen One and shouted that if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have become like this because of that bastard. The guys clenched their fists sharply, and the monster said that he would kill him. Then, the undead clenched their jaws. One of his subordinates looked up. A lot of monsters began to climb the building. The monsters were rapidly approaching the hunters. The second daughter of the head of the corporation, Jael, noticed that the situation had become much more problematic because it was calling its buddies, after which the head of the guild said that there were too many of them. Gina lowered her gaze sharply. Parting her lips, the girl asked to leave it to her. Hyeonghong raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Stretching out her thumb, the lady said that let his partner go into that hole. Opening his mouth wide, the main character clarified what she was talking about, because she herself said that she felt S-rank mana from them. Then the lady opened her jaw. A creepy monster appeared behind her, and then she wondered if they should be wasting time like this when those behind it all would finally be exposed. A bright energy appeared, and the huntress said that she tried as best she could to become a worthy person. A second later, the second daughter of the head of the corporation, Jael, attacked the monster. Clenching her fist, Gina added that it was because she had learned that useless people had better die. Looking down, the girl noticed that her ally was the one who had told her something. Smiling, the protagonist said that the ability to endure any adversity that comes his way without stopping at anything. Frowning seriously, the lady explained that this was what he was worth. Then the lady snapped her fingers. Spreading her arms apart, the S-rank hunter exclaimed that she didn't know who was behind the black mana stones or what, and promised to give him this opportunity if he survived by any means. A magical seal appeared under the guy's feet, and the second daughter of the head of the corporation, Jael, asked him to go. A powerful flame lifted the young man upward, and then Gina said that she would take care of everything here. A girl could be seen through the fire, and she said that let her partner make sure that he would return alive. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared, and at the same moment, the lady used the Inferno skill. A second later, a powerful explosion rang out. The guild master entered the magic portal. Then, Hyeonghong was inside the room. Looking down, the protagonist wondered if everything would be okay with his ally. A dark corridor was visible, and the protagonist hoped that everything would be fine not only with Jean. The guy introduced Teshik and the leader. Suddenly, Gyuwon, Jiniso, the leader of the group Hansu, and Hansak appeared. The young man remembered his younger brothers, the director of the orphanage and Sachin. Leaving a dark trail behind him, the hunter explained that his past lives are not the only thing he is responsible for, and the destruction of the invaders is what he must do to protect his people. The guild leader's katana was surrounded by an unusual aura, and the entity inside him noticed that it was cool to get stuck in his thoughts, but there was still something to do. Parting his lips, the master said that he was right, because their goal was to identify those who were behind all this. Hyun-jung was walking on the red carpet, and at the same time, a voice said that he did not feel any presence, and it seemed to him that there was no one nearby. Thoughtfully lowering his gaze, the main character asked how so many creatures poured out then. The protagonist walked to the door, and at the same time, the soul noticed that it looked like his destination was there. The guy lifted his leg off the floor, after which the entity inside the sword asked him to be careful. Holding out his palm in front of him, the young man said that a powerful magical seal had been placed on the door. A dark force appeared near his hand, and at the same time the soul reported that Gilder's mana had begun to destroy the magic circle, and using the name of the Dark Truth, he gave the order to forcibly extract mana. Suddenly, the door opened. The hunter entered a wide room. His pupils narrowed sharply. A long cloak appeared, and it was heard that they had finally met. Kasashin's cunning laughter alerted the guild master to the danger because someone was targeting his heart, and at the same time, Heron, shuffling his legs, wondered if he was the chosen one. Taking out his katana, Hyun-jun countered to whether he was the invader. Squinting, the gentleman replied that it was true, and also gave his name. The villain added that he is an invader who will crush the chosen one, who crawls like a worm, after which the main character, through the sweat on his face, thought that this is dangerous, because he is not the opponent with whom he can lose his vigilance. Gripping the handle of the weapon tightly, the protagonist muttered that this did not mean that he could retreat. Suddenly, Heron took out a mace and explained that it was his fate's fault that he had been born the chosen one. The guy clenched his jaw in disbelief, and the master said that his death would benefit the Blood Alliance and the command center of the invaders. Then the villain took off. Once near the hunter, the invader said that he should rejoice at his death. The guild leader's gaze was confused. Suddenly, a shield appeared. Hyung-hong deflected the enemy's blow. The protagonist frowned seriously, and his soul said that Kargato's valiant shield would protect him, and as long as the Great Guardian was with him, nothing dared to threaten him. Heron's pupils burned red. The invader jumped back abruptly and noticed that it was interesting. A moment later, the gentleman kicked off the floor with his foot. Rushing forward, the villain exclaimed that he would see how long he could endure. The entity inside the katana explained that it was dangerous and suggested retreating for the time being, to which the protagonist, standing in a fighting stance, replied that he was going to meet him face to face. Heron swung his weapon furiously, and then the boy decided to accept his fate, and the voice said that the shadows behind him would lead him into eternal darkness, and even in the brightest light, he would become a shadow. The young man could be seen jumping high. The warriors clashed with each other. The hunter left magical traces behind him. It seemed as if the soldiers were hovering in the air. The guild master repelled the enemy's attack. Through the sweat on his face, Hyung-jung realized that he could keep up with everything thanks to his speed. The invader, waving his hand, said that he was better than he thought. After striking with the mace, the master added that it was quite impressive for an insect like him. Opening his mouth wide, the main character said that he is also impressive, because he goes through all this just to catch him. The villain's gaze was stern, and at the same moment the protagonist wondered if he had nothing else to do. Someone could hear someone summoning a sword, after which a red strike mark appeared. Biting his lips, the guy noticed that he had opened. The young man quickly rushed towards the enemy. Lowering his eyebrows, the hunter wondered if he had disappeared. Suddenly, several invaders appeared above the master. The entity inside the katana warned the master that these were not illusions, but real clones, and therefore he should be careful, and at the same time, the guild leader, clenching his jaw, exclaimed that one was enough. Squinting, the gentleman said that it was time to finish warming up. The back of Hyung-hong's head could be seen, and at the same time, the villain said goodbye to the chosen one. A dark force swirled around the main character, and the soul said that the ban was lifted, and the powers of previous lives were fully available. A number of clones of Heron appeared, and a voice said that the Reaper's cruel and murderous intentions had been awakened. Looking sideways, the invader wondered what it was. A red eye appeared, and then the villain shouted that it was impossible, and also added that they would be crushed alive, and they would not be able to withstand it. Then the copies of the master vanished into thin air. The protagonist, gripping the handle of his katana tightly, exclaimed that the last invader remained. The guy rushed sharply towards the enemy. Heron's mask could be seen, and he used his attraction ability. Sweat ran down the young man's cheek. Suddenly, the invader hit the hunter hard. Cracks appeared on the wall. Frowning seriously, the gentleman wondered if it was because he was the chosen one, and also noted that he was holding up very well. Mysterious entities appeared, and at the same time, the villain said that he had faced many opponents who fought in vain. Looking ahead, Heron added that they had ended up being crushed by him like insects, and knew for a fact that his strength was on another level. Clenching his jaw, Hyun-jun asked what he was doing. A purple crystal appeared above the invader's head, and he said that this was his realm. Dark energy swirled above his palm, after which the master explained that it didn't matter how hard he tried, because he was no match. Rushing from his place, the main character clarified what he was doing now. Lowering his gaze, the villain said that his mind was in complete turmoil, and his bloodlust was the same as before. The protagonist's gaze was stern. Suddenly, Heron grabbed the guy by the leg. Waving his hand, the invader noticed that he was still out of his mind. Then the young man hit the floor. Taking out the mace, the gentleman called the hunter a disgrace. The master opened his jaw in bewilderment. A second later, the villain furiously attacked the main character. Hyung-jung landed on his feet, and at the same time, the entity inside the sword said that he should pull himself together, because he should not give in to his emotions. The protagonist's ribs were broken, and he muttered that he ended up getting hit. Bringing his hand to his face, the guy thought that it had been a long time since he had also been in pain, and therefore it could be dangerous. Suddenly, the soul announced that Danzing's complete protection was within him, and he would endure any difficulty to protect his fate, and at the same time, the young man, smiling slightly, said that he had no more strength left. Suddenly, Heron kicked him in the stomach. The hunter quickly flew back. The master sat on the floor, and the invader grinned at him and said that he was the one the command was looking for, and therefore let him try to the very end with all his might. Lowering his head, the head of the guild pondered that it didn't look like he was using any special abilities, but why he was so strong, and whether he should escape. Clenching his fist, Hyun's Hong whispered that he should have received the information and come back, but had done something unnecessary, and then added that he had chosen to face his fate. Looking ahead, the main character realized that he would not regret his decision, even if his life ended here and now. Then the protagonist gripped the handle of the katana tightly. Covering his forehead with his hand, the gentleman asked if this was a magical reaction. A powerful aura surrounded the young man, and he thought that he would never escape, and at the same time, the voice said that Durendal was paying homage to his justice. The young man could be seen parting his lips, and at the same time his soul announced that Durendal's will was merging with his. The villain, frowning maliciously, exclaimed that he had given him too much time. Rushing away, Heron shouted that he would end it right away. Then the hunter pulled out his weapon. Suddenly, a magic beam appeared. The invader, having repelled the attack, said that he should stop resisting in vain and die. After a moment, the master opened his mouth. The head of the guild summoned a sword, after which the lord's hand was cut off. The villain's pupils burned red. Suddenly, Heron rushed towards the main character. A magical trace from the blow appeared. Looking sideways, the invader noticed that he had taken him by surprise at the end, but that he was still human. The master's armor was visible, and at the same time, he said that even if Hyunjun was the chosen one, he was not able to defeat him. Suddenly, the protagonist stabbed his opponent with a katana. The guy furiously swung his weapon. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, the young man said that it was true, because he could not defeat it alone. The villain's pupils narrowed in confusion. Then the hunter took hold of the enemy's mace. Frowning seriously, the master revealed that he was not fighting alone, and Heron wondered how he was able to block his attack with his bare hand. Holding the katana to his opponent's head, the guild master added that it was time to stop fooling around and end this. A second later, Hyun's Hong released a powerful burst of energy. After some time, it seemed as if the main character was lying on the floor. The protagonist, clenching his fingers, muttered that he could not move, but was able to defeat Heron. The guy opened his eyes, and at the same moment, the entity inside the sword asked him to stop doubting, and also asked if he could stand up. Closing his eyes contentedly, the young man replied that he could not move at all, and even breathed heavily. A huge cobblestone was visible. Suddenly, the invader put his palm on the stone. Trying to get up, the master could not understand how he, the invader, could lose to the little man. Shuffling his legs, the villain called the hunter an impudent bastard and exclaimed that he would kill him. Opening his jaw menacingly, Heron explained that the order was to capture him alive, but he had changed his mind, and so he was going to tear him apart until there was nothing left of his body. The master, frowning in pain, wondered if this was all. The guild leader, holding a purple crystal in his hand, muttered that he didn't even have time to confirm the identity of the invader. Through the sweat on his face, Hyunjung wanted another chance. Suddenly, the main character looked away in surprise. A second later, a powerful explosion rang out. Gina opened her mouth wide and called for her partner. A lot of shrapnel was visible, and the lady reported that the crack was crumbling. The girl added that at this rate she would disappear, and they did not have time, after which the invader, turning around, asked her again. Then the magic crystal broke, and then the master asked the chosen one how he dared to destroy the dark mana stone. The protagonist jumped sharply onto the cobblestone. After a moment, the guy jumped high. A huge shard flew through the magic portal. The lady, stretching out her palm, asked to take her hand. The young man smiled happily. The huntress's expression was serious. It seemed like the guys took each other. The fighters were hanging in the air, and at the same time, the villain shouted that he would definitely make the chosen one pay for it next time. There was blood on Heron's face. The master frowned sternly. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. An unusual flash appeared in the sky. Narrowing his eyes, the guild master wondered if he had left. Gina held back her ally, and he wasn't sure if it was worth feeling relieved about. Then the guys landed on the ground. The soldiers, running up to them, asked if they were safe. The protagonist's eyes were closed, and then one of the awakened asked if he was okay, to which he was told that he had lost consciousness, and did not know how bad his condition was, but thought he was seriously injured. The policeman, raising the corners of his lips, said that thanks to them, the crack had closed, and the situation was more or less under control. The evening sky appeared, and it was heard that it was worth going back for a while, and the others would take care of the rest. Suddenly, Hyunjun looked ahead and noticed that he was here again, and at the same moment, he wondered what kind of test he would face this time. Standing near the tall mirror, the protagonist muttered that this was eternal emptiness. Grabbing the door handle, the guy whispered that he was eager to find out what kind of person he would be this time. Suddenly, Bejimos appeared in empty space, and then he greeted the young man. The priest raised his hand, gave his name and explained who he was. The hunter, standing in front of him, asked again about the priest who devoured the voids, to which he was told that if he could satisfy the emptiness, it would bless him. Opening his mouth, the old man said that he would be able to obtain anything, namely magic, control, or anything else through the blessing of the void. The master looked ahead and said that it was very tempting, and then wondered what it meant to satisfy the void. The creature in the white suit closed his lips sharply. Smiling slightly, the soul devourer revealed that it meant sacrificing the soul of the chosen one. Streams of black magic swirled around Bejumo's fingers, and he said that he needed to imagine a soul that had suppressed the will of almost 1,000,000 people, after which he added that he should kill the enemy, and separating his soul from his body, throw it into the void. Hyun-Yung was standing in the middle of a dark space in which magic particles were flying, and the priest remarked that if the soul was not in a very good condition, he would have to sacrifice much more to satisfy the emptiness. The main character looked straight ahead and said that if it was not in good condition, then it would no longer be worth anything. The Void Eater lowered his chin and said the same words. Standing in front of the awakened man, Bejumo stated that, as expected from his reincarnation, he quickly grasped things, to which he admitted that he was worried about something, and inquired about whether it was true that since it was called emptiness, it could not be all right. The skull of an animal appeared, and the priest advised him not to worry about it, because in preparation for the battle, the previous life system had been created, and 990,000 life experiences had been accumulated. The skeleton of the beast was visible, and the soul devourer told me that the void was even considered a curse at first due to its side effects, but now you can be sure of it. The hunter lowered his jaw in bewilderment when the interlocutor explained that this was because the current emptiness had been subordinated to the will of almost 1,000,000 lives. On the shoulders of the Bejumos lay golden armor, and he said that they would meet again as soon as the protagonist was ready to accept the blessing. The silhouette of the guild leader Ace was enveloped in a flood of blue magic, and the priest noted that this was for the sake of the bright future of the chosen one, and for their present. Suddenly, it seemed as if the guy was lying on a pillow. There was a view of a room with a wardrobe against the wall. Hyung-Jung sat down on the edge of his bed. The sword rested on the bedside table, and the entity inside it asked if its owner had come to his senses again, and if he remembered what had happened. Lowering his chin, the protagonist replied that he remembered the battle with Heron, and then thought about what happened at the end. With her mouth wide open in anger, the girl loudly asked to take her hand. While the awakened man called Jin's name, Seo-jin appeared outside the door. The healer's hair lay on her back. At the same moment, the lady bit her lips in sadness. Waving her hand, the chief secretary greeted him. Closing her eyes, the paladin asked him to take a towel, to which he thanked her. The partner said that the examiner had been coming since he closed the crack, after which the protagonist wiped his face with a cloth and clarified whether this was true. The guy gripped the towel tightly in his hands when he heard that Ace was rising to platinum levels. A moment later, the door to the room began to open. Spreading her arms wide to the sides, Tavi shouted that they had just been promoted to the silver level, and now they were being promoted to platinum, not even gold. With her eyes rounded in delight, the S-rank hunter exclaimed that this was why she had come here to cover the story. Screens with the image of his face flew around the head of the main character. Squinting her eyes, the lady noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time, and then cried out that he had no idea how much trouble it had cost her to get here. Jin's fierce pupils glowed brightly, and the millionaire blogger said that this cruel woman guarded this elite room of the jail group. Tavi wrapped her fingers around the phone and asked who they thought she was, and then cried out that she was the one and only S-class hunter and celebrity. There was a fragment from the video in which the daughter of the head of the corporation, Jail, attacked the monster. A powerful fiery explosion appeared on the screen. The girl put her fingers to her face, and it was said that this was the hidden hunter who was behind the closure of the Gangnam crack. Gina lowered her jaw in alarm as Tavi reported that everyone already knew that the two of them were behind the crack closing. The millionaire blogger gave a thumbs up and then exclaimed that the S-rank hunter let her pass after showing her the footage she posted. Seo-jin widened her eyes in fright and asked if she wanted to say that she was going to take pictures of the injured man, and Hyung-Jung asked if the crack had already been closed. Winking with one eye, the celebrity said that the full coverage had already ended, so this was just an interview. Raising her eyebrows, the healer did not understand what she meant. Smiling contentedly, the S-rank hunter said that there was a video of them both fighting. The protagonist closed his lips in fear when he heard the words that the ability to endure any adversity that comes his way without stopping at anything is what he is worth, when suddenly he was asked if he knew how many views he had on him. Spreading her arms wide apart, Tavi shouted that it had grossed a whopping 130 million, after which she added that she thought he was talking complete nonsense when he said that he would bring her 1,000,000 subscribers. But this is really not a joke. Smiling, the girl said that this was why she wanted them to continue their deal, because she would help him in the future. Turning the bright screen of the phone towards the interlocutors, the millionaire blogger noticed that it was broadcast live around the world. Guild Master Ace turned his head towards the bedside table. Suddenly, the hunter pressed a button on the remote control and said that she wondered how the world would react when they saw his fight. The news anchor on the TV screen placed his palms on a piece of paper and reported that it was the enemy of the whole society, and that this time the creatures had come out of the rift in Gangnam, after which he added that it turned out that the person who protected the land was Hyun-sung. At the same moment, the man grabbed the door with his palm. Smiling broadly, Tavi announced that she would take the position of public manager at the Ace Guild. The entrance to the room was closed, and a reporter could be heard saying from the news program that the hunter rescuer was currently undergoing treatment at the jail hospital. The protagonist stood on the floor next to the chief secretary while the news anchor revealed that the government had expressed support for him because he had been instrumental in rebuilding Seoul. Turning her head to the side of the guild master, Seokjin admitted that she was glad that he was okay, because at first she was surprised when she heard that he entered the crack all alone. The awakened man lowered his chin, and the healer noticed that she even knew how Gina had sent him because she trusted him. Putting his fingers to his face, the paladin declared that he was very cool. Standing in front of the interlocutor, the girl said that this was something that they could not even dream of before. But now he managed to become someone who was respected by everyone. Squinting her eyes, the awakened woman reported that she had heard from Tavi that the government was apparently considering raising his rank. With a satisfied grin, Hyunjun asked how her younger ones were doing. The main character clarified what about the director, and whether they were surprised, to which the healer rounded her eyes in bewilderment. Scratching his head, the hunter noticed that they had seen everything on TV before he had time to tell everything on his own, so he was not sure what excuse to give them. Wiping her tears with her finger, the lady said that they had said they were proud of him, and then added that the headmaster had said that he was given to be so cool because he was the one who raised him. Behind the small window in the door, the dark silhouette of a man could be seen, and the protagonist was heard exclaiming that this was a great relief. Looking down, Gina overheard the man shouting that it was the first time she had heard it. The girl moved away from the entrance to the room, and her assistant asked if she was going to come in. Showing 4 fingers, the daughter of the head of the corporation, jail, suggested that now was not the right time to visit her, after which she added that she would come later. Hyung-jung put his hand to his neck, and the huntress noticed that he was really well connected. People stood around a long table, discussing how they were eternally grateful to the protagonist, and how much had been clarified by what they had discovered during the investigation. The crystal shone brightly. They mentioned the source of the dark mana stone. They remembered the image of Heron. Tashik held a stack of papers in his hand, asking if Jean knew what they had at the gate. The girl closed her eyes and assumed that they were magic stones. The man threw the documents on the table, and said that they had found out that the gate was opening suddenly due to the fact that it was happening all over the world. He then pointed his hand at the purple crystal. With a serious look, the head of the department assumed that this was done on an international scale. Hansok raised his hand and asked if anyone had planned for all the gates to start opening. Gina furrowed her brows and asked if he had any evidence. The stone sparkled as Teshik said that they had analyzed the components of the dark magic stone that Hyunjun had mined this time. This magic crystal that they usually use is now acting as an energy source. The item then darkened, and the man said that the dark magic stone was quite unstable. It had an amount of magical power that could warp space. The boss put his hand on the table and assumed that it randomly generated cracks with this energy. Hansok arched his eyebrows and shouted that the dark magic stones were used by humans, even though they ended up turning into creatures. The young man looked to the side and said that this was not wrong. He remembered the image of the enemy he had met in the crack, a creature called an invader who was part of the capture team. Gina crossed her arms, and Teshik said that they were creating the cracks with the dark magic stone. The protagonist imagined a crowd of people in black cloaks and said that there is a blood treaty that delivers information to the invaders, and he saw an invader named Heron who used the life of a clan member only to heal. The player brought his hands to his face, asking if the rascal had eaten his comrade, to which Hyunjun replied that he had absorbed his life force. However, Hansok's face was still pale. He didn't understand why the enemies were capturing them. He clutched his head, and the protagonist thought that he could not face the invaders alone. Looking straight ahead, he thought that the guy he had seen in Kasashin's memoirs was not Heron, but someone else. As everyone stood around the table, the hunter thought about how they would need everyone's help to be able to resist this alliance. Someone raised his hand to add something. Tavi picked up the phone and reported that she had noticed something while filming Hyunjung's broadcast. Screens appeared in the air, and the girl added that Heron was not dead. She remembered hiding behind the wall and said that after the young man broke the dark mana stone inside the crack, it began to collapse. The hunter's face was covered in sweat, and she said she was unable to capture it properly on camera due to it being too fast. On the screen, a man could be seen breaking a crystal in his hand. Then a bright light appeared. The team opened their mouths in shock. Tavi picked up the gadget and said that the only thing she was sure of was that the invader had survived. She then stretched out her hand and added that if it was true, then it would definitely not end there. A black ceiling with patterns could be seen as someone said that it hadn't been long since the Chosen One had come into contact with his powers, but still he had been lost. Heron lowered his head down, apologizing in a trembling voice. Suddenly he opened his mouth wide and screamed in pain. The man arched his back as someone in front of him asked why he hadn't requested reinforcements. A blood stain was visible on the invader's face. A shadow hid his forehead, and he reported that the crack was unstable, and he was unable to open the spatial gate, and the Chosen One had broken the dark mana stone, making it impossible to support the crack. The creature in the creepy mask stared at Heron. The invader furrowed his brows and added that there was no way he could have requested reinforcements under such circumstances, as all the troops would have been swept away by the spatial noise. Roskell approached him and said that he still didn't understand what situation they were in. Heron's eyes widened tensely as his superior said that the Chosen One had appeared, and the commander had entrusted him with authority over all the troops involved. The man's eyes shone brightly with anger, and he summed up that his fate was at stake. He imagined the hunter trailing with blood trails and said that if they failed to defeat the protagonist, and he ended up becoming stronger, then all of their fates would be in jeopardy. Roscoe then turned around and added that the chosen one must be eliminated at all costs, and the Dimension Alliance is obsessed with finding him, so if the protagonist teams up with them, it will be bad. The monster stopped and said that this was their last chance, and ordered the subordinate to get rid of the guy as soon as his body recovered. Heron raised his hand and shouted that if they took any action given the current state of the Dark Mana Stone, then their troops would definitely suffer heavy losses. To which the chief replied that they only needed to take care of Hyunshong and the rest of the little things didn't matter. Roscoe was wearing a mask in the form of a skull. He said that if the invader refused to follow his orders, then let him say so. He turned around and shouted furiously that he didn't want a dog that couldn't bark. Heron lowered his head and promised that he would definitely get rid of that guy. Then he walked away. Suddenly he stopped when he heard someone's voice. Elena looked at him and asked why they were arguing so presumptuously. Because the invader had got a second chance. The man furrowed his brows as he looked at her. The girl looked to the side and said that they only needed to end the protagonist's life, and it was only natural to use others to achieve this goal. The warrior looked to the side and explained that the crack was not in the best condition, and they could not recklessly make a spatial leap. Suddenly, his ally's eye turned red, and she asked who told him to fight directly. Heron stared at her, stunned. A star could be seen inside her iris, and she said that they could just use their pets from the ground to order them to open a new crack. A crowd of people in black cloaks could be seen. Elena then closed her eyes and said that just because they didn't kill the chosen one didn't mean they failed. They stood opposite each other. The girl raised her hand and said that identifying the identity of that guy was already an achievement. The invader's clothes were bandaged, he lost his arm in the process. But sometimes you have to make sacrifices. The man furrowed his brows indignantly. Elena turned away and added that he could still operate with one hand, and then said goodbye to him. Heron grabbed his shoulder and assumed that their expedition was only to use them as cannon fodder. The wind blew through his hair and clothes, and he thought they had to remain faithful anyway. The invader, with a serious face, thought that in order to survive on the battlefield, he had to pay a high price, even if it meant losing an arm or breaking all his limbs. A pool of blood trailed behind him as he thought about how they should just be stronger. Someone was sitting on a bench in a dark park. Agent Smith opened his mouth in surprise when someone called him. Teshik furrowed his brows and asked if he had received the report. He sat down next to a comrade who reported that the investigation into the Bloody Pact was progressing smoothly. He was wearing white shoes and added that the World Association of Talented People wanted to appoint a representative, and he was recommended as a candidate. The agent smiled and added that it seemed that the head of the department wanted someone else to take the position. Teshik looked to the side and replied that the man who prevented the raid on Gangnam caused by the Blood Pact had figured out information about the invaders who were targeting them. The boss introduced the image of the main character and said that he was the only one he would recommend for this position. Smith raised his hand and said that he had expected just such an answer. The detective opened his mouth in shock when his comrade said that the brave Hyunjin was better suited for the position than a naive goody like him. Teshik turned away and closed his eyes as the agent laughed and told him to take it the way he wanted. The investigator put his hands on his knees and said that there was something that he was curious about. He submitted documents and said that others had also been recommended for the position. They stood up, and the chief asked why Jinwon, an SS rank hunter, was not recommended. Smith walked away, saying that the guy was involved in a blood pact. White walls were visible. Someone shouted that there were more than 4 predicted raiders. Hansok looked at the young man and asked if that meant there could be more, to which Myungsu replied that he could, and that was the reason why the Bureau of Raiding had sent an emergency request for support. The head turned to the protagonist and asked if this was another bloody pact, to which the guy replied that it was likely, and the circumstances did not allow it to be considered a mere coincidence. They were sitting at a long table. There were only 3 of them. The rest of the chairs were empty. Hyunhong looked to the side as his ally said that the Great Devil Guild and the Blade Guild had some really strong rivals. They looked at Mensa, who asked if they should move to the predicted scene. He said that 2 guilds had been assigned to the same raid. The hunter opened his mouth in shock upon hearing this. Monsters were flying in the air. A flash of bright light appeared, and the guy said that this raid was ranked by SS rank. Hansok brought his hand to his face and said that they had been informed of the forecast just an hour ago. Monsters were raging through the city, which had already made a mess. The young man furrowed his brows and asked what the situation was. Someone ran forward. Gyuwon approached them, saying that their A-rank hunter guild had secured the line of defense, and there was no major damage except for the center of the gate. The main character looked to the side and asked what the enemy lines were made of. The young man put his hand to his ear and replied that there was an orc sword master and priests. There was a flash of light in the sky, and he added that since this was an SS rank mission, they should not let their guard down. The guy looked down. There was an orc there, and he said it had been a long time since he had last seen such a thing. He imagined a crowd of monsters and assumed that they were the vanguard. Suddenly Saksun came up to him. She looked into the distance, asking about the monster. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and she said she didn't expect to see it here. The protagonist sweated and asked if she wanted to stay in the guild and wait it out. The girl turned away and asked if she should do it. She smiled and said that he was an ordinary orc sword master. The young man raised his hand and opened his mouth in shock. Hiller closed her eyes and said that he wasn't the only one who had raised his level. She clenched her hand into a fist. With a big smile, she said that she would recoup last time. Hyung-hong looked at her dumbfounded. Then he smiled. There was a bright light above them, and they decided to start. The hunter rushed forward, sword in hand. Monsters appeared in the air above him. He looked away. Si-jin folded her hands. The enemy twirled his sword in the air. Then he jumped up. Bright streaks flickered as he and the protagonist began to fight. Then dust kicked up. A faint silhouette appeared through the fog. The girl raised her hand and summoned the sacred spear. Golden rays attacked the monsters. The guy opened his mouth in amazement. The opponent fell right in front of him. Hiller wiped the blood from her face and said that these weaklings were playing hard for no reason. Hyung-jung pulled on a broad smile and thought that his ally had a lot of stuff amassed. Gyuwon opened his mouth wide and called out to the guild master, warning of an S-rank orc priest. In the distance stood the enemy with a staff in his hand. His weapon emitted green lightning. These ropes immediately tied the bodies of the hunters. The young man gritted his teeth and said that the orc swordsmen were just bait. The boss smirked, purple smoke coming out of his mouth. He raised his hands. The fog enveloped his fingers. The guild members opened their mouths in shock when they saw the opponents. Orc swordsmen were coming back to life. Monsters surrounded them. Seo-jin opened her mouth wide and shouted that she needed a little time to free them. The enemy was standing in the distance, and Hiller shouted that she was almost done. Hyung-hong furrowed his brows. His mouth opened wide as Gildray dispelled the magic that bound him. The girl raised her hands and shouted that they were free. Hansuk looked at his hand and said that it was very sudden. Gyuwon furrowed his brows and warned that the orcs were going to attack again. The opponent waved his hand. The hunter ran forward. A red stripe formed behind him, then he blew off the enemy's head. His allies watched him dumbfounded. The bodies of the orcs lay on the Zuma while the guy wiped his mouth from blood. People ran forward. Hansok looked to the side and assumed that the center of the gate was somewhere here when they had previously checked the radar. There was a red dot on the phone. They stood in the middle of the spacious room, saying that it was suspicious because the wave was over and there were no magic blows around, but it was still too quiet. Hyung-hong looked to the side and thought that he wasn't picking up on any magical reactions. There was a gadget on the floor, and the young man assumed that someone had been there before them. Gyuwon looked to the side and replied that the security forces were trying to get in. The protagonist looked at the phone and thought that if they had been smashed after leaving a rescue signal, there would have been corpses, or at least traces of a battle. White sparks flickered in the air, and the hunter thought that this place was so suspicious that it was suspicious. He looked down, sensing a strange danger. He spun around abruptly as Kasashin's heartfelt laugh warns that someone is targeting his heart. The protagonist remained in the dark, not finding the villain. He looked to the side and advised the allies to be more careful with the situation. Suddenly, a red ray of magic swept past him. Hyung-hong's eyes widened and thought that this was dangerous. In front of him was a monster with a red aura. The guild members opened their mouths wide in shock and asked what it was. The hunter furrowed his brows and assumed that the attacker was at least SS rank. The stranger's eyes were shining. He had a sword in his hands, and the hunters assumed that he was the organizer of the raid. There was dark energy in the air. The dark spirit swung its weapon. It was a high-level magical beast. His masked eyes were red, and the young man said that there must be some kind of source inside the dark spirit. Destroying it would close the raid. Hansok clenched his hand into a fist and suggested that it must be a dark magic stone, and Si-jin asked if the guy had a strategy. Everyone opened their mouths in horror when he replied that he didn't have it. Hyung-jung grabbed his shield and sword, saying that absolute strength was always a guarantee of victory, and Sidon and Kartugo were also with him. The main character smiled and said that it was time for them to do it. He quickly waved his weapon. A drop of sweat appeared on his still cheek as he realized that the enemy had dodged. The dark spirit was already directly behind him. Hiller created energy in her hand. The young man bounced back from the blow of the scoundrel. The stranger looked away. The girl opened her mouth in fear when he called out to her. A purple flash appeared. The enemy approached Sachin and said that he had to kill him first. The chandelier shook in the wind, and the Hiller screamed loudly. The hunter stood in front of the dark spirit. His hands trembled, and he shouted that they were not here for decoration. The main character was behind, and the enemy laughingly said that the young man's arm immediately broke, but he was holding up quite well. Then, blue streaks appeared in the air as the raider used the manifested sword technique. The enemy jumped back, saying that he was obliged to obey, since they planned to provoke him to the end. The purple mist hit him. Hyung-hong stood to the side, shouting for Seo-jin to create as many barriers as she could and wait for him. He smirked and added that he had to protect everyone. Suddenly he found himself in the middle of darkness. Then, an enemy appeared in front of him and attacked him. A fresh scratch appeared on the hunter's cheek. The dark spirit's face was hidden behind a mask. He jumped back and said that the protagonist wasn't that bad, to which the guy replied that it wasn't even funny that a magical monster spoke human language. The enemy looked directly and said that in this form he was indeed a magical monster, but he had to take it off himself. The form began to fade, and the young man said with a smile that he did not understand why they were making the invaders look like this. Hyung-jung's eyes widened in shock as he recognized this young man as an SS rank hunter, Jinwoo. A yellow light appeared in front of him. Romanov's eyes were fixed on him. The inscription, Fallen Savior, appeared above the strongest hunter. He noticed that the protagonist had a very murderous look. He said with a mad smile that since the atmosphere had changed, he was now more inclined to battle. The main character furrowed his brows and thought that this scoundrel does not care about human lives and seeks only strength. He rounded his eyes and assumed that it was related to the invaders all this time. The guy gritted his teeth in rage and remembered that Jin-woo was the strongest in Korea. Behind the scoundrel was a sword. He said that since he couldn't allow his identity to be revealed, he would grant Hyung-hong an easy death. There were white streaks in the air, and the scoundrel added that this was true of his friends as well. The main character held his sword and shield, thinking that, in addition to absolute stealth, the enemy is very fast, it will be difficult to keep up with him. Suddenly he threw away his shield. He held the weapon in his hands, thinking that there was a way out, because he had the blessings of his previous lives. The young man furrowed his brows and concluded that he had to kill this scoundrel. He then swung his sword, creating a powerful stream of aura. The hunter opened his mouth wide and summoned a manifested sword. The enemy opened his mouth wide as a beam of light caught up with him, and asked what was the toy he had been using recently. He deflected the blow and asked why an adult was wielding children's toys. The object flew towards Hyung-hong. Jin-woo furrowed his brows and asked if he really wanted to die. Their swords crossed. Red stripes filled the space. The protagonist furrowed his brows and thought that his opponent was definitely strong. However, he would be able to win if he played the cards correctly. When he drew his sword, the hunter had a gap and a chance to aim. The enemy was holding a weapon in his hand. The young man swung the blade and decided that he had to act now. Jin-woo dodged his attacks. Hyung-jung breathed heavily as the scoundrel said that his single blow was useless. Suddenly, the blade was at the neck of the opponent. Blood spurted. The scoundrel fell down. Without raising his head, he asked if this was the end. Suddenly Kasashin warned the hunter about the danger. The enemy was approaching him from behind. The guy jumped to the side, smoke rose. Blood splashed on the floor. Jin-woo clutched his head and said with a smile that the young man was terribly careful. The protagonist, looking at the enemy, asked if this was an accelerated regeneration. The man threw up his hands and replied by saying that this special ability had been awakened when he had reached S rank, and it was the first time he had used it in front of someone. Jin-woo attacked and said that he was better than he thought. Hyung-hong deflected the enemy's blow. When the sword began to crack, he said that it was slightly dangerous. Jin-woo grinned. The protagonist gritted his teeth. He wasn't going to lose, no matter what it took. With Saiden's encouragement, the guy threw his opponent away. The traitor jumped, saying that he had more special abilities than he thought, but he was still weak. Like a whip, the man attacked the protagonist. As he began to fall, the young man cursed. Jin-woo bowed his head and said that he knew that he would be able to tie the Blood Pact and the invasion team, but he didn't think that he would make things so difficult for the invaders. They must have liked it for a while, since they loved fighting so much. Hyung-jung gritted his teeth. Jin-woo turned into a beam of energy and rushed towards the enemy. The protagonist chuckled, saying that these guys only appear after he has done all the work. The young man, having received the support of his past lives, raised his sword. Jin-woo frowned, not understanding why there was a sudden surge of mana. The protagonist rushed towards him at great speed. Jin-woo's body began to smoke. He clutched his face, hysterically saying that this could not be, because he was the best in Korea. He screamed in despair as his arm and leg dissolved. The man, examining his body, shouted, saying that this was the worst thing that could have happened. His other hand began to dissolve. Falling to his knees, he prayed, asking the Lord to give him a chance. A moment later, the hunter completely disappeared with a scream. The sword, after thinking about it, said to Hyung-hong that his technique was very strong. The guy who heard it said that it was not something that he could use all the time, he was just lucky. Hansok walked over and asked the protagonist what happened to the dark spirit, who replied that he had taken care of him. Yuan, his mouth agape in shock, said that the dark spirit was definitely an SS rank hunter. Imagining Jinhwa, he asked if the guy had joined the invaders. The protagonist nodded. Hansok said with a nervous smile that if he thought of it, his power came from the dark magic stone. Hyung-hong looked at the girl and said that they needed to get out of here first. The gate was about to close. Placing his hand on Sungjin's shoulder, he asked her if she was okay. The girl, parting her lips, said that she herself was perfectly fine. But what about him? The young man smiled and said that he had already told them that he would protect everyone. The girl's eyes widened. She was startled. The events take us to the invaders' castle. The girl said that it was confirmed that the spatial rift expanded slightly with the raid carried out this time. Elena, lowering her eyelids, said that it gave them the opportunity to send more skilled troops, but it was still not large enough to allow them to cross the dimension. Rascal, who was standing in front of the couple, said that he understood her, which means that they need more victims. Heron, parting his lips, responded when called. Squinting, Rascal said that this time he had to bring him the head of the chosen one. Teshik walked into the office. The protagonist sitting at the table asked him how he was doing. The agent replied saying that he was doing well. He had heard that he had defeated an SS rank hunter. The protagonist, raising his eyebrows, asked in surprise if the news had already reached the department. Tavi's hat twitched. The girl, abruptly standing up in front of the agent, said that the views were just off the charts. Earlier, he attached the camera to Sachin, and it was a good idea. Clenching her fists, the girl said that the country was now full of hype. After that, he left with a smile on his face, saying that she should go immediately and make a cut. Soon the door closed. Teshik coughed into his fist, saying that there was someone who wanted to meet him. The protagonist, crossing his arms over his chest, was puzzled. Introducing Jin Woo, the agent said that the World Association for the Gifted was greatly shocked by the incident. When he opened his eyes, he said that they had no idea that Jinwoo was working for the Blood Pact, so they created a national organization called the Defense Alliance Committee. Hyun-yun, parting his lips, said that this was the first time he had heard about it. The man, after thinking about it, said that it was top secret, so to date, only a few people knew about him. The guy's eyes widened, being surprised. He asked what benefits membership would give him. Rubbing his chin, Taeshik said that the most important of these are global immunity, privileges, and the ability to mobilize troops on behalf of the association. The agent, approaching the table, said that, in addition, it would be possible to access the confidential data of the members of the association. The rest of the minor benefits are documented in detail in this manual. The man put the sheet on the table. The young man, taking a sheet of paper in his hand, asked what the restrictions were. He replied that there were no restrictions. He could subdue the Blood Pact on his own, and whenever he succeeded, there would be rewards in magic stones or money. The young man thought for a moment as he read the document. Taeshik, moving his lips, said that first he needed to cooperate in order to eradicate the Blood Pact. The guy put the documents on the table, deciding that there was no need to think twice. Looking at Hyung-jung with his fingers clasped together, the agent said that he had to answer now. The protagonist, smiling, said that he accepted the offer. Smiling, Taeshik said that there was someone he wanted to introduce to him, Hyun-jun. The guy looked up. The doors of the office opened. Smith walked inside with a smile on his face and introduced himself. Sitting in a chair, the man said he had heard that he had prevented a large-scale raid in Seoul, according to reports from a gate that opened in Seoul. A battle took place in the city between hunters and monsters. 3 monsters were A rank, 3 more were S rank, and 1 was SS rank, but the hunters fought valiantly against them. One of the hunters jumped up. Smith lowered his glasses and said that even this gate had been taken care of by none other than Hyung-hong. After a moment's thought, he said that Lisa's news source was much better than the press, and that videos with various titles had already been posted. Tavi gave a thumbs up, saying that she was doing a great job today. The protagonist smiled, saying that he just did what he had to do. He didn't deserve praise, but where did he come from? Smith, putting his hand in his jacket, said that he had forgotten to introduce himself officially. After taking out his ID, he introduced himself as a special agent of the World Association of Talented People, came to appoint Hyun-jun as a member of their association, as well as exchange information. Placing the badge on the table, he said that it served as proof that he was part of their association, and as long as it was with him, he could enjoy the benefits that Agent Taeshik had previously mentioned. Raising his hand, Smith said that the Blood Pact was certainly involved in the recent major raid in Seoul. They had mobilized all the informants who were in Korea to investigate, but there were no reports of the Blood Pact. Taeshik, frowning, said that the secret of the hunter Jinwoo had been solved and a large-scale investigation had also been conducted. However, they had not been able to obtain any evidence. Hyung-hong looked away and pondered, saying that they just couldn't hide. Smith, frowning, said that there was always the possibility that they were operating in secret. The agent, raising his hand, said that there were a huge number of small raids going on around the world, and the number was much higher than before. The protagonist parted his lips, saying that according to the previous investigation, the cracks in the rift were created with the help of a black magic stone. The agent turned his head to him and agreed. Jinwoo frowned, being at the place where the crack opened. She, sitting in the car, saw a rift. On that day, a humanoid called himself an invader appeared there. The protagonist, clasping his fingers, said that dark magic stones can be used to create a creature, but they can also be the key to opening the interdimensional cracks that summon invaders. The young man narrowed his eyes, asking what was the likelihood that they were planning to create a large-scale conscription or summon an army of creatures. Smith stood up and said that at the moment they were watching the whole country. It was strange, but it seemed that they were aiming at him. Slapping Taeshik on the back, the agent said that it was a pleasure to meet him. If they found anything, they would immediately inform him through Agent Taeshik. Hyung-hong smiled and said that it was wonderful. The doors closed. The guy leaned back in his chair. His spirit said that he seemed to be too thoughtful. The young man, hearing him, said that it was because the enemy was getting closer and closer to them. It was impossible to get rid of the feeling that war was coming. Hyung-jung raised his hand. The more connected he was to past lives, the stronger his hostility towards the invaders. Clenching his fist, he said that the invaders were enemies whom he must destroy at all costs. Sitting in the chair, the young man realized that he did not want to become a hero. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he just wanted to protect those who were dear to him on his own. Suddenly, the protagonist moved into his inner world. Sidon, who was standing opposite him, greeted him and asked if he felt their enemies getting closer. Hyung-hong clenched his fists. The knight, parting his lips, said that the invader team was already too close. Hair covered Hyung-jun's eyes. Sidon held out his hand, saying that he had definitely become stronger, but still not enough. Spreading his arms to his sides, the knight said that these invaders were so strong that all of their 990,000 previous lives had not been able to cope. The protagonist frowned, asking if a full-scale invasion wouldn't take place in just a few days. Sidon narrowed his eyes, saying that the invasion team was already preparing to destroy him. They couldn't come now because the dimensions were not connected, but it was only a matter of time. Hyung-hong frowned and said that he had to get stronger. The knight summoned his sword, saying that he had come to him specifically for this. The sword flew up to the protagonist. He hung in front of him when Sidon said he believed in him. Kasashin said that this time they might have a chance to stop them, and to be honest, he wasn't sure. Mana streamed in the air, then the knight said that now he had changed his mind. Now he could not worry. Smiling, he wished the protagonist good luck. The guy frowned at the sword. Now if he needed a sword for defense, his sword would become a majestic glow-piercing despair. Streams of mana swirled around the sword. Events take us to a mansion near the canal. The bishop spread his arms to his sides and said that now, with the magical energy absorbed from different parts of the world, there should be no problem opening the interdimensional rift. Smiling, the bishop said that everything was going according to plan. Glancing at the crystal in the air, he said that it was time for them to start the ritual. Abruptly raising his hands, Arsene said that they should summon them all this time, even if they all lost their lives. The cultists raised their knives, saying that they would sacrifice everything for the invaders. The dagger pierced his throat. Blood began to drip onto the crystal. Dark mana began to flow towards the crystal. A portal formed above him. The team stepped onto the floor of the mansion. 3 invaders have moved to this world. Looking at the corpses in front of him, Alsace said that the interdimensional gate had opened without any problems. Ezekiel, who was standing behind, said that the Chosen One is growing faster than expected. With the arrival of the 3 groups of invaders, now should be the time to end it. The Chosen One must stop breathing before the worms notice their presence. Alsace, turning around, told Ezekiel not to be so hasty. First of all, they must destroy the enemy troops in order to be able to have fun with the Chosen One. The man narrowed his eyes, saying that they didn't relax to the point where they lost their arm unnecessarily. Heron frowned when he heard his words. Squinting, he told Alsace that they should not underestimate the Chosen One. At first he thought that he had passed him, but everything turned out to be wrong. The protagonist was trembling all over his body, falling to his knees. Suddenly, an anomalous mana reaction appeared. Even that guy from his dimension, Jinwoo, was no match for him. Ezekiel and Alsace stared at the man. He flinched when one of them asked if he was worried. Approaching the man, he said that Rascal had asked him to help, to give the useless dogs one last chance. Frowning, he said that it didn't matter if they bit and killed their prey, or if they lost all their teeth and became pieces of meat, send them to the slaughterhouse first. Heron clenched his fist. Seeing the man bow his head, Ezekiel said that they needed to gather information anyway, so he hoped that he would return. It would be ideal if he cut off the head of the Chosen One while he was doing this. Heron clenched his fist until it trembled. He narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that he must have been just expendable all along. The man, standing with his head bowed, said that he would leave soon. Events take us to the protagonist's house. Holding the badge in his hand, the guy said that the goal was to destroy the Bloody Alliance and related organizations. He wondering if his past lives had received support from others like him, if they had fought to protect others like Kagros or Shurden, but if they had lost and died. Lying on the bed, the guy decided that he could not fail. He had to kill the invaders and complete the will of his past lives. Heron suddenly appeared in front of him and said that his spirit was great. Fully transported to the room, he told the guy that he didn't need to get up, because he wasn't there to fight him. Getting up, the young man asked what he meant. He replied by saying that the desire to kill the invaders is a good judgment. Squinting, the man said he was looking forward to seeing him plan to kill the invaders, even though he didn't notice his appearance. Hyunghong frowned and asked what he wanted to say. The guy stood up when Heron said that he only hoped he didn't change his mind. Did he know why they attacked him? The young man, clenching his fist, asked if it was because of the invasion command. Bowing his head, he said that all those who aspire to power want the same thing. He remembered how he had been kicked in the legs. He was forced to bow his head at the reproaches, all because people wanted to stand above others and look down on them, so they used the members of the Bloody Alliance. Heron couldn't help but imagine the cultists sticking knives into themselves. The protagonist, straightening up, said that cultists are just consumables for them, like something they can throw away when it becomes useless. He doesn't want to listen to anything like that. Drawing his sword from its scabbard, he said that he preferred that he should go and fight him, and he killed him immediately. Heron stared at the tip of his sword. A dark mist clouded his thoughts as he said that he had seen the other Chosen Ones. When the guy pointed the sword at him, he said that all this time, he thought they were dumb and immature because this insect-like person didn't die, but continued to stand on his feet and fight. Remembering how the blood of the heroes was spilled, he said that no matter how many times he killed the Chosen Ones, they continued to appear from everywhere, as if they were a vaccine that would rid their universe of their mistaken existence. Taking out a badge, the man said that it was his duty and a source of value to stop the Chosen Ones. If they were really the mistakes of this world, they must be destroyed. He tossed the badge at the guy, saying that it was not so easy to surrender. If he did not destroy his resolve, he needed to destroy the invaders. The protagonist caught the badge. Dissolving, Heron said that everything would move in the direction the receiver was pointing. Hyunghong froze, staring at the mist. The plane was flying in the sky. The guy sitting on the plane was thoughtful. In his hand was a badge he had recently received. Temin approached him, saying that they had obtained the exact location of the receiver. Vostrov's representative, the leader, said that he was on an artificial island located in the Eastern Sea. A sudden magical reaction appeared out of nowhere. Sichin, approaching, asked if they should bring more people. The man replied by saying that according to the information, vital signals are not enough to indicate a raid. Both looked at the guild master as he asked them how team leader Gyuan was doing. Recalling the attack the commander had taken into his hands, Taemin said that he was still recovering from his injury, and Hansek's injuries had not healed yet. The protagonist, glancing at the girl to the side, said that they would have to deal with it on their own, after which he asked Tavi if she was really going to fight. The girl was trembling, being nervous. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand, being thoughtful. Taemin approached and asked if everything was okay. The guy replied saying that it was unusually quiet here. The man agreed, saying that they were acting carelessly, but the enemy did not react at all. Hengzhong looked out the window and thought for a moment. Remembering how Heron had come to see him, he decided that they were so sure that they didn't feel the need to launch a raid. The guy, bowing his head, ordered to start preparations. Soon the plane landed. Looking around, the guild master said that there was a strong wind here. Seokjin, getting off the plane, said that it didn't look like there was anyone else here. Tavi agreed, saying that she didn't feel any magical reactions. The sword on the guy's belt said that there were enemies inside. He could feel strong magic emanating from the mansion, a lot of magical reactions, about 3 invaders. Hyeonghong turned towards the mansion. As he began to walk towards the castle, he said that there was nowhere else to go except the building. The group went inside. Someone stepped towards them. In front of the Hengzhong group, a trio of invaders stood up. The protagonist, looking at the trio, said that he thought there would be only Heron. Tavi opened her mouth in horror and asked why she didn't feel anything. Alsas, who was at the head of the invaders, asked the boy if he was the chosen one, who, confirming this, said that they could also call him the man who would destroy the invasion team. Ezekiel threw his head back and laughed. Hyunjun heard his laughter and said that he was too noisy. He wanted to ask a few questions if they were willing to answer. Alsas raised his hand and gave permission. The guy, tilting his head, asked if the capture of the dimension was the main goal of the invaders. After receiving confirmation, the guy narrowed his eyes, asking if the raids would help open the spatial cracks. Squinting, Alsas said that if the members of the Blood Alliance widened the crack, the team's elite troops would be able to land. They had captured many dimensions in this way. Seokjong, who was standing behind, was horrified and asked what happened to those who opened the crack. The slit in Ezekiel's helmet caught fire as he laughed and said that this debris was long dead. Small insects didn't matter. Frowning, the girl asked how he could say such a thing. The guy, parting his lips, asked what had become of the locals of the occupied dimensions. Imagining his past lives, he tried to find out what had happened to those they were so desperate to protect. Alsas rubbed his chin, saying that those who were useful had been accepted as soldiers. Throwing up his hand, Taemin asked what that meant, if the invaders were not originally part of the invasion team, if they had joined those who had taken over their dimension. Alsas, bowing his head, asked what was wrong with the pursuit of strength. To be precise, only 10% of the captured men became soldiers, the remaining 90% killed. Blood is spilled, staining everything red. Hyeonghong frowned and asked where magical beasts came from. Parting his lips, Alsas said that they belonged to the core of magical beasts. They might not be strong when it came to combat, but there were many of them, so even if hundreds of thousands of them died in the process of space jumping, it wouldn't matter. The young man standing opposite said that they were just cannon fodder, after which he asked who was at the very top. The invader grinned. His mind burned in flames. Spreading his arms to his sides, he said that the invasion commander was at the head of the invasion command. He involuntarily imagined the commander. The protagonist frowned, as did his comrades. Holding out his hand, Alsas asked if they were not interested in why they were answering their questions. Concentrating mana in his hand, he said that they would all die here. A ray of mana burst out of his hand. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. The members of the group opened their mouths in shock. The flow of energy rushed forward. Seokjin's hair tousled. She formed a sacred barrier in front of the group. Raising his hand, Alsas ordered them to move away. Cracks spread along the barrier. The girl, noticing her, knitted her eyebrows to the bridge of her nose. As she opened her suitcase, Tavi told her that she didn't need to exhaust herself like that. The girl abruptly closed the suitcase. She threw out the chips, forming a nanomechanical shield. A mesh barrier sheltered the group. Alsas, concentrating mana in his hand, was surprised. Looking at Tavi inside the barrier, he said that a rather interesting person had come here. Grinning, the man said that he would also be serious. After killing the qualifier, this dimension would soon come under their control. Ezekiel threw his sword over his shoulder. The protagonist grabbed the sword with both hands. His legs shifted. Standing at the head of the group, he told his subordinates to be careful. Now they had better abandon the idea of returning unharmed. Mana gathered in the palm of Alsas's hand. A magic circle formed under the group. The protagonist gritted his teeth. The defense of Danzig helped him. If he had something to protect, he would never collapse. Glancing at Seokjin, he ordered a shield to be formed. The girl immediately raised her hand, forming a barrier. The magic circle lit up. The light from it lit up Alsas's face. The invader snapped his fingers. A moment later, an explosion thundered in front of him. Streams of flames grazed Taemin. The girls covered their faces. Hyeonghong held out his sword in front of him. He covered one eye, then his sword said that he couldn't stop. Ezekiel swung his sword. The protagonist repelled the enemy's blow. The armored invader said he would see if he could hold out. The young man gritted his teeth. When the floor began to crack, the invader introduced himself. Hyeonghong waved his sword and asked what kind of self-presentation it was. The man replied by asking if he didn't want to know the name of the one who would kill him. Ezekiel swung his sword to strike. The protagonist deflected the enemy's blow with a swing of his sword. Olive leaves appeared. The guy holding the sword became serious. A stream of holy light rushed into Ezekiel. The flow of energy crashed into the wall and broke through it. Seokjin ran forward. Suddenly, Heron appeared behind her, telling her to shut up. Taking his Morgenstern in his hand, he said that first it was worth dealing with all this little thing. Tavi freed the drones from her suitcase. Taking a gun in her hand, she said that being so close could be dangerous. Streams of mana rushed towards the enemy. Heron retreated to Alsace, saying that although the enemy was not a master, there were enough worries with him. Ezekiel nodded, said that the chosen one was not bad. An aura enveloped the young man's body. Looking up, he said in his mind that these enemies were determined to defeat them. Frowning, he said that they had to change tactics. Ezekiel would be a priority. This sword guy didn't have any special abilities, but he was undoubtedly strong. Tavi raised her pistol and said she would help from a distance. Temin took the dagger in his hand. Looking at Heron and Alsace, the protagonist said that he would try to stop them himself. Seo Chin, angry, turned to him. Hyunjun, seeing this, said that he would not attack thoughtlessly, would defend them during the battle with Ezekiel, and only then would he deal with Heron and Alsace. Tavi, closing her eyes, said that she hated battles. Hyeonghong swung his sword. Ezekiel, who was standing before Heron, said that they would most likely stick together. Throwing up his hand, he shouted, saying that he would fight someone who considered himself worthy. The protagonist, parting his lips, said that he would attack on a straight line, while Tavi should attack from the right. The guys rushed forward. The girl ran to the right. Ezekiel abruptly appeared in front of the couple, forcing them to dodge. Tavi pointed her gun at him. Mana has accumulated at the muzzle. A moment later, there was an explosion. Grinning, the girl said that she had hit the target. The enemy who moved behind her said that she was clearly superfluous here. Hanjong's sword pierced the enemy, forcing them to retreat. Standing in front of Heron, the guy asked where he was, if he didn't need to go the other way. Dissolving, the young man said that he hadn't shown it last time, but he was capable of much more. The man shook his head. Glancing at Seokjin, he said that she should be killed first. The girl turned. The invader's eye flashed as she said she wasn't afraid of someone like him. As she swung her weapon, Heron laughed, saying that she didn't seem to know what it meant to threaten an invader. His pupils narrowed as he said that it would not be so easy to cross the threshold of hell healthy. Seojin, imagining Hyunjin, said in her mind that she was not afraid if the guy disappeared, because she felt that even in the pitch darkness, he was protecting him. Standing up, she said that she could fight too. Gathering mana in his hand, Alsace said that he couldn't take it anymore. SS-class magic should be enough. Stretching out his finger, he told Hyunshong that he wasn't even trying, so it was time to stop it. Two invaders jumped back. Raising their heads, they said that it would be dangerous. Squinting, Alsace told Hyunjun to die. Electricity was concentrated in the air. A moment later, streams of electricity rushed forward. The girl created a barrier in front of her. The sacred circles blocked the rays. Seokjun gritted her teeth. Her hand began to tremble. Tavi turned around and said that it was too hard for her to hold on. The protagonist created a magic circle, telling them not to worry. The magic circle grew larger when Gildray helped him, his magic slicing through magic spells against all odds. The protagonist frowned. Streams of his mana began to swirl between the rays. Taemin and Taewi smiled as they were healed. The young man standing in front of the leader said that if their leader continued to hold out, Alsace was under control, they would attack at the same time. Instead, they should aim at Alsace. Taemin parted his lips and said that they had resorted to a different strategy. Seojang gathered the mana in her palm. She stretched out her hand, using the sacred chains. Chains enveloped and chained the invader. A second later, he was suspended on a cross. The guy clenched his fist, trying to break free. The protagonist and Taemin rushed forward. Ezekiel rushed toward them, laughing wildly as he did so. Hyeonghong dissolved. Heron frowned, saying that if the guy attacked like that, then it would be dangerous. The young man suddenly appeared behind Ezekiel. Swinging his sword, he cut off the head of his opponent. Seeing the blood gushing out, the guy said that the speed really allows you to attack better. The invader's head fell to the floor. The man's pupil shrank. He frowned, roared, and cursed. The young man grinned. One of the drones flew up to him. Mana gathered in the drone. Heron's pupil flashed. The girl pulled the trigger. A flood of mana struck Heron. Temin, jumping, said that there was only one left of the lava of the squad. Alsace's hand trembled. He broke his shackles. Taemin and Hyunjung huddled back to back. Alsace stretched his brush. He looked at Ezekiel's corpse. Afterward, he glanced at Heron's corpse, asking if they had all died without showing their powers. Standing beside the bodies, he said that the chosen one had become better, much faster than he had thought. Moving his lips, he said that it would be very difficult even for him alone against four. The guy, squinting, asked if he was trying to escape. Glancing at the corpse, Alsace said that they would not know the answer now, but that he was exactly what Heron had warned him to do. Raising his hand, he said that he would admit defeat. Hyeonghong swung his sword, saying not to talk nonsense. This is the end of today. The only way to leave this place is to die. The group froze, looking at their opponent. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the wall. Part of the wall collapsed. A huge amount of smoke rose in the hall. The protagonist, covering his face, tried to understand what was happening. The girl walked into the hall, telling Hyunjun that he had become stronger much faster than they expected. Looking at the corpses, she said that the 13th level invaders were dead. Alsace turned when Elina said that even a level 11th invader had been cornered. The girl, putting her hands behind her back, asked if he was about SS class by their standards. The protagonist's face twisted in shock. Elina looked at the protagonist without any emotion on her face and said that she was pleased to meet him, adding that she had come to pick up Alsace. Her companion was standing behind her at this time. Hyunhong, hearing this, frowned and asked what it meant to take away. The girl did not take her eyes off him, explaining that they had lost enough strength in this battle, so they had to return it to them. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly in his hand and asked if she really thought he would let them go so easily. But unexpectedly for him, Elena raised her hand and, with glowing eyes, asked what he was going to do if they did not let him go. After these words, the eyes of the protagonist's comrades lit up. At the same moment they clutched their heads and shouted loudly. The guys immediately turned around, and the girl said that no matter how chosen he was, she was a 9th level invader. Under the influence of strong magic, a sword and a pistol were raised. Taemin and Tavi were ready to attack each other. Elena squinted her eyes and said that it was not the business of forcing her comrades to take each other's lives, and if so, she thought it would be useful to her. After saying that, she stretched out her hand towards the healer. The guild master immediately stood up in front of his girlfriend and said that they were just cowardly bastards. At these words, a smile appeared on the girl's face. Raising her hand, she turned away and said that they would definitely meet next time. Alsos looked at the boy out of the corner of his eye. The main character gritted his teeth with anger and said that next time he would definitely cut the throats of all her comrades. And as soon as he finished, the portal closed. The light could hardly penetrate into the confined space. Someone walked on the floor and said that it was interesting. Roscoe stared at those present and said that 4 had arrived at this place, and only 2 had returned. In front of him stood Alsos and Elena. Lowering his hand, the former said that the command had been destroyed by capable fighters, to which he decided to ask if Heron and Ezekiel did not belong to this command, adding that it had not been long since the news of the attack had been received. However, it had been destroyed earlier than expected, and Miss Elena must have been absent from other operations. Then the girl bowed her head and replied that everything was so, after which Roscoe asked Alsos if he had not been on the battlefield during the battle. Then the guy looked at his partner out of the corner of his eye and replied that he had been there since the beginning of the attack. Elena then looked back at him and asked if the other 2 had died while he was there, adding that the protagonist must have been below Sir Heron. Suddenly, a drop of cold sweat appeared on Alsos's face, and he said that he felt a familiar magic. He used the skills of the already dead chosen. The 2 people present heard this and continued to stare at him. The guy raised his hand and added that no more than that, and in any case, they could not resist their invaders. Then the girl bowed her head and asked if he could not see at what rate the strength of the chosen one was growing. Her interlocutor put his hands behind his back and asked in response if she really thought that the chosen one was more dangerous than they supposed, to which she replied that it was so, and if they had to meet again, he could become much stronger, after which the guy said that there was absolutely no point in it, and although the growth rate of his abilities was unusual, but to defeat them. But before he could finish speaking, Roscoe took a few steps in their direction and ordered them to be silent, because the power of the chosen one exceeded their expectations, so now they need a plan. Hearing this, Alsos raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if they had any special plan for this eventuality. The monster's eyes were full of rage and anger. Elena bowed her head as she was approached and asked if she really should have left the vanguard. The girl's face did not express any emotions all this time. After a short pause, she raised her head and said that she had one plan. At this time, the main character, along with his comrades, were still in that hall. Suddenly, Tavi grabbed her hood and screamed with tears in her eyes, asking if they had heard that she had only retreated. Waving her head from side to side, she kept shouting that they would have to fight these monsters again, and she didn't want that at all. And because of this, she was going to go crazy because she had sold her soul for the number of views and had come across these monsters so closely. Hearing this, the main character pointed his finger at her and exclaimed that she herself wanted to be responsible for communicating with the public. Suddenly a hand fell on the girl's shoulder. With wings on her back, Seojin smiled warmly and said that she had done a good job because she had helped them defeat the invaders. At these words, the girl opened her mouth in shock. When she came to her senses, she turned away in embarrassment and asked what she could not do for the sake of humanity. Hyeonghong suddenly looked to the side when he heard a voice. He saw a strong magical energy that emanated from the body of the dead invader, and the voice in his head said that it belonged to them. But suddenly, there was shock in his eyes as the voice within him said that a powerful soul had absorbed the eternal void and now he had been given a magical blessing. A powerful magical energy began to gather in front of him. A few seconds later, it poured into the guild leader's body in a small stream. At this time, the bodies of the dead invaders began to crumble to dust. A strong magical energy appeared in the hall, thanks to which magic was restored in the bodies of the hunters. When it was all over, the main character looked at the ashes flying through the air. It descended to the floor in black flakes. After a short pause, he began to walk away, saying to himself that if Heron wasn't going to confront him, he would break it, and the sword asked him if it was time to go back. The guy followed his comrades, answering that the decision had already been made, so it was time for them to go back and rest. His face didn't show any emotion, while in his head, he was saying that there was no way he would rest until he had destroyed them all. The man was holding a walkie-talkie in his hand. When the plane arrived, he turned around and said that everything was ready, and now they could take off. The main character and his comrades smiled contentedly and said that it was time to return. The guy was sitting inside. With a deep yawn, he said to himself that he was very tired. His girlfriend was sleeping nearby at that time. Temin, with his arms folded over his chest, was also asleep, because it was clearly hard for them. Closing his mouth, Hyeonsong thought that in all of their previous lives, they had already been dead. Closing his eyes, he added that that was why he was glad that they were all safe now, because without them he would be lost. At this time, Tavi was quickly tapping her fingers on the phone, and then the guild master asked her if she was tired. The girl's wide-open eyes were filled with madness. Suddenly she turned sharply at the guy and shouted that this video was much more important. Smiling broadly, she added that she would upload this video of the battle, and her views would definitely skyrocket. After all, it was a battle with a creature from another dimension, and it was impossible to resist. Thinking that Tavi was crazy, the main character raised his head and said to himself that he would need to have a normal rest after returning, because if you constantly fight like this, it will only get worse. Without opening his eyes, he added that he would have to thank the master for providing them with this charter. After a while, they walked towards the guild building and said contentedly that they had finally arrived. Taemin carried Tavi on his back and asked if she was okay, adding that he told her to rest. The girl raised her head with difficulty and said with the last of her strength that she did not regret anything. Seeing this, Seojin raised her hand and said that there was no point in treating such fatigue, to which her friend replied that she should just be left in an empty room. Maybe she would sleep there. Black clouds were floating in the night sky, and the guy said that they had all done a good job, so now they could go to rest. When everyone left, the guild leader looked away out of the corner of his eye. A man came to him and said that he had arrived. Turning to look at him, Hyung-Hyung replied that he had only recently arrived, and then asked, after all, that nothing had happened in the guild during his absence. Gyuwon stopped with a calm expression on his face and replied that everything was in perfect order. Hearing this, the main character slightly tilted his head with a smile on his face and said that he would be in the guild for a while, but if he personally noticed something strange, then let him immediately inform him. And now he could go to rest. Not a single window was burning in the huge building. A figure was carved into the ceiling. The guild master lay down on the bed, exhaling heavily. He suddenly smiled broadly and said contentedly that now he would rest, and now no one would call him for sure. But before he could finish speaking, his phone vibrated from a call from a special police department. Hyung-Jung replied with tears in his eyes, and the man on the other side immediately apologized for calling so late. It's just that he heard that he had just returned. Holding the phone to his ear, the guy replied that he had just gone to bed, after which he was asked to come right away, because it was due to the invasion command. Outside, the black sky was replaced by blue. Agreeing, the main character lowered his head and quietly asked himself how he could refuse. After a while, he was standing next to Gina and Hansok. The girls suddenly turned to him and said that they had not seen him for so long, to which he asked them in confusion how they were doing. Turning away, Gina sharply replied that she had broken her vow in blood. Hansok gritted his teeth in anger and said the same thing. There was a man in the room with them, who said that he had something for them about the blood vow and the command of the invasion, so they had to gather them so quickly, and there were also a few left, but most of the blood vows had been broken. Hearing this, the guys beat each other's fists, saying that it was a good job. The man suddenly showed them the screen of the tablet, and said that thanks to Tavi and her work, they were able to undermine control over the media. But suddenly there was news that reported that Deputy A had been found dead in his home on the 14th. It was later reported that it had been revealed that MPA had been a member of the National Assembly, aiding a bloody pact that supported the blood unions that had been the focus of recent controversy, and that in addition to Mr. A number of other politicians had been found to have blood vows. And when the guys carefully read everything that was written, the man in front of them said that they had named their narrow circle. Putting the tablet away, he added that they were all now gone. Hearing this, Gina knitted her eyebrows and asked in what sense they were missing. Then their interlocutor showed his dark aura and explained that during the Battle of Monsters, all the members of the narrow circle evaporated in smoke. The guys stared at the man. Suddenly, Hansok folded his arms over his chest and said that is, everyone who remained was the invaders from the invasion command. After these words, the main character put his hand on the table and said that there was something else that worried him. He looked at those present and asked if they remembered the invaders they had captured. Gina then raised her hand and replied that she only remembered Heron, and Hansok said that there were about 3 of them in Tavi's video. Then the head of the guild drew images of the invaders in his head and said that they were Heron, Ezekiel and Alsace, as well as another new one, Elena. After leaving his performances, he raised his hand and added that he saw that Elena had exactly the same mark as Yeri and Henjin. Hearing this, the girl turned sharply at him and shouted, asking what he had just said. Then, without lowering his head, Hyeonsong added that the same mark was also on the members of their guild, and they pointed their weapons at each other at the same second. After saying that, he remembered how Taemin and Tavi were ready to kill each other under the influence of enemy magic, and then added that if it was the same as Yeri and Henjin, then it could happen again. At this time, a man in a long cloak was standing in the street. He stood unshakably in one place. There was a satisfied smile on his face. Gina looked at the main character and said that now all that remains is to wait. Putting on her glasses, she added that they felt that they were holding up well, and it seemed that only the invaders remained. Raising her hand, the girl said that if the main character had not been with them, everything would have been different, so he was great. At these words, the guy smiled contentedly. In the next second, they gave each other a high five. After a while, the bright sun illuminated the roof of the house. Hyun-Jung was sitting on his bed. His hands rested on his legs as he wondered how many people had passed through the cracks. After imagining the insanely horrific monsters, he added that there was no way to even guess their approximate number or strength. And while he was sure that he would encounter them in the cracks or raids one way or another, he could not have known when it would happen. At these thoughts, the guy leaned back slightly and asked himself if he should have hidden or at least acted more secretively, although in any case, the invaders would have found him, so the situation was not easy. After this monologue, he lay down on the bed, and then the sword asked him if he was falling asleep. The protagonist's eyelids grew heavier by the second, but he replied not to say anything stupid, adding that he hadn't even rested properly after the battle with Alsace. At these words, his eyes closed. He found himself in an empty space, and there was a door in front of him. The guild leader gritted his teeth in anger and asked if this was another past life, adding that he couldn't even sleep properly. On the brightly glowing door was the inscription Spearman of Light. After reading this, the protagonist remembered how he came to him after defeating Gio. Reaching out for the door, he said that since he was so interested in defeating a supersonic enemy, could it have anything to do with speed? Asking himself this question, the guy found himself on the other side of the door. A spear rose into the sky, after which a rough male voice said, "The one who will inherit the will of the light has finally come." The burly man sat on a black horse and added that he was glad to meet him, after which he introduced himself as the Spearman of Light and added that until he was destroyed, he was the one who had pierced the enemy in the name of the light. After these words, he jumped off his horse. Smiling, the man said that his name was Raikiri. The main character looked at the stranger tensely and said that he was pleased to meet him, and before he had time to say his name, Raikiri replied that he knew it, because he had been watching him for a long time. The man held a weapon in his hand and added that he had to defeat the invasion command, and he was here to bless him to do so. After saying that, he put his weapon in the direction of the guy. Seeing this, the guild master lowered his head and asked what kind of test he would have to go through this time if it was a blessing. Seeing this reaction, Raikiri's expression changed. Suddenly, he laughed and asked the guest not to worry so much, because fortunately, he had the right to inherit the will of the light. Hearing this, Hyunjung put his hand behind his head and asked if he had the right to defeat that supersonic enemy. The man stood a few steps ahead of him and answered firmly, yes, adding that it was an accident or fate unknown, but everything went according to their plan, and when the guy asked whose will it was, he replied that it was their will, the will of his past lives, but it would not be wrong to say that it was part of the will of one of his closest lives Deus. Hearing this, the guy breathed a sigh of relief and said that he already thought that the cracks would need to be closed again. Raikiri looked at him with a warm smile on his face and said that he did not know if it was an interference in his fate, or if he himself was ready to accept his protection. At these words, a drop of cold sweat appeared on the guild leader's face. The black horse exhaled smoke from his nostrils and said that it was similar to his character, he liked it. Hearing this, the main character opened his mouth in surprise and said to himself that it was a talking horse. Raikiri threw the weapon over his shoulder and said that he would not have to travel through the cracks at the speed of light, adding that he would receive his blessing. Having said that, he put the weapon in the direction of the guest. Seeing this, the main character frowned. His interlocutor smiled broadly and said that he must go and destroy the invasion command. Immediately after these words, the guy woke up with a loud scream. The sword stood next to the bed and said that he didn't feel the darkness this time, and then asked what kind of energy it was. Hyunjung suddenly grabbed his weapon as he began to curse violently, and asked where he had come from to say that. After a while, he came to his friend's office. The girl slept sweetly on the table. Without hesitation, the guy covered her with his coat and asked himself what she was dreaming. A tab about summer houses for rent in Gangwon province was opened in the browser. The head of the guild, reading this, raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked himself if they were summer houses. After a while, Seokjin's eyes sparkled, and she happily exclaimed that the air here was very clean. At this time, Gina lowered her head slightly and asked if they were announcing a general corporate vacation a week before and going on a trip, if Ace's work style had always been like this. Next to her was the main character, who folded his arms on his chest and replied that this is her unique style, and the last time with a trip to the sea it was the same. At this time, Tavi put her hand to her mouth and shouted loudly that everything was ready and everyone should come here. At this time, the guild master and Gina began to raise their hands and shout loudly at each other. Suddenly a girl came up to them and shouted in fury that everyone should go to her, because everything was ready. At some point, everyone gathered. Tavi raised the tongs and shouted loudly, asking if she could really fry all this alone. The main character immediately took everything from her and said that he would help, after which he asked if he should fry the beef first. After asking this, he took one piece of meat. Suddenly, everyone turned around abruptly, and the guy heard a voice in his head, which reported to him about the reaction to magic. Gyuwon frowned and exclaimed that it was some kind of unusual energy. Seojin looked in the same direction and added that someone stranger was coming here, and as soon as she finished, a human leg appeared from the portal. Then the body of a man appeared, who said that he did not want to harm them. Taking a closer look, the main character frowned and said to himself that it seemed to be a person. When the stranger exited the portal completely, he said contentedly that he had finally found it, adding that he missed magic very much. Tears poured from the guy's eyes. Seeing the stranger, the main character raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked who he was, since he missed magic. Then the guy put his hand to his chest and stated that he was an interdimensional wanderer. Hearing this, the protagonist grabbed his weapon and asked if he could explain in more detail what kind of interdimensional wanderer he was. Then the stranger stretched out his hand and replied that this was the name of people attacked while traveling between dimensions and lost their way, after which the guy asked if he was really someone like them, those freaks of invaders who also say that they travel between dimensions. As soon as the stranger heard this, his aura changed drastically and he asked if he had just said invaders, could it be that they had met them as well? Hearing this, the guild master furrowed his eyebrows tensely. Anger appeared on the interdimensional wanderer's face, and he said that he thought they would still need a more precise explanation, after which he asked if they could at least take a sword, otherwise it would be difficult to have a conversation in such a situation. The guy slowly lowered his weapon. After a while, the room was lit by lamps. The main character was sitting on the sofa, and in front of him sat a wanderer who said that his name was Levian, after which he said that the conversation could be long, but he would try to tell everything as succinctly as possible. The guild master looked at the guest in confusion and asked if he had come here through a crack. Despite his interlocutor, the guy replied that everything was so, it was a spatial crack. He suddenly looked at the protagonist out of the corner of his eye and explained that he was a magus of the Mado Alliance. Hyung-hong kept his eyes on the guest, who said that he was also a member of an academy that pursued the truth. Hearing this, the main character raised one eyebrow in surprise and said to himself that he had already heard about this truth academy somewhere. At this time, Levian drew a picture of monsters in his head that had been released from the crack, and told him that one day an interdimensional rift suddenly appeared, which grew into a huge hole, and then they appeared. Hearing this, the guild master frowned and asked who else they were. Lowering his head, the wanderer replied that these were the same invaders traveling from dimension to dimension, but he learned the truth later. But the seeds of discord were sown a long time ago. He presented a powerful magical aura. Drawing a madly strong monster in his head, he finished saying that their name was the Invasion Command. On that day, his master gathered the allied army forces to confront the Invasion Command. The war began, and at first they won, rejoiced and believed that everything would turn in their favor. The guy told this without looking up. Suddenly he remembered the horror that filled them. The invaders, who were the main enemy forces, broke out of the crack. Levian turned to his professor, but his master stepped forward. He looked at the monsters that were bursting out of the crack and said that they had to do everything they could to push forward before they stopped breathing. At these words, a smile appeared on the wanderer's face. Currently, he closed his eyes and said that now the main character can guess for himself what happened next. He remembered the blood and explained that the alliance had been defeated and the enemy had launched a full invasion. An invader stood on the battlefield, and most of the alliance members died in battle, and a small fraction of the survivors were brainwashed and turned into command soldiers. Some of the guys stood without raising their heads. Their eyes were completely blank. Thanks to the master's sacrifice, Levian was able to sneak away, but due to unstable magic, he drifted between dimensions. After this story, the two guys sat in absolute silence. A few seconds later, the main character, without taking his eyes off the guest, asked if he could tell him the name of his master. Levian then drew an image of his master in his head and replied that his name was Gilder. Lowering his head, he added that he felt the magic of the master in him, which he missed so much. Suddenly, shock appeared in the guild master's eyes when he heard a voice telling him about the will of the great magus. There was a cup of tea on the table, and the guest suddenly said that now it was his turn to explain everything to him. After showing his aura, he asked how he could feel his master's magic in it. The guy silently looked at his interlocutor. After a short pause, he closed his eyes and replied that this was his past life. Opening his eyes, he explained that his master was one of his past 990,000 lives. And as soon as he said this, Levian slammed his hand on the table. He immediately prepared to attack and furiously shouted that he shouldn't joke and say such words towards his master, what other past life he was talking about. But suddenly, a strong magical energy appeared around his hand because Gilda's magic had destroyed his magic formula. In the name of the dark truth, he called for the dissolution of magical power. Seeing that his magic had been destroyed, the wanderer opened his mouth in shock. He saw the magic of his master and understood that it belonged to him. The main character held his hand outstretched and said that he also did not believe words so easily, because he did not know that he would meet someone who knew his past life. So he suggests that he first calm down and continue the conversation tomorrow. Clenching his hand into a fist, his interlocutor replied that he thought it would be better. All this time, they were watched from the balcony and said that they did not understand what was wrong with this guy, because he had been met only yesterday. Tavi pulled her hat over her head and said that in the end she had to do everything herself, and she didn't even get a piece of meat. Hearing this, the guild leader's friend handed her the roasted meat and told her not to worry, because she had prepared everything in advance, and if everyone was hungry, she offered everyone to eat. Those present began to close their eyes from the bright divine light. Tavi folded her hands and with tears in her eyes shouted that the girl was the best. After a while, the main character was lying on the bed and said to himself that the moment Levian called the name of his master, he resonated in it, after which his sword said that the familiar magic that flowed in the blood of the hero of the previous life also responded. The boy stared at the ceiling and continued to say that everything would be much more pleasant if he met Gilder, to which his weapon asked if he was talking about that room. Closing his eyes, the head of the guild replied that everything was correct, because if Gilder reacted then it means. Before he could finish speaking, he found himself in front of the door in a familiar space and said Manan, that he had touched the truth. Stretching out his hand, he exclaimed happily that he knew it, just like that. After these words, the doors opened. Under the crimson sky, the ground was soaked with blood. With his eyebrows knitted in frustration, Levian shouted that he couldn't just leave. Then his master smiled and replied that he had to survive, and this was his end. He looked at his disciple and ordered him to escape through the interdimensional rift. After all, this was his first and last request. Immediately after these words, the main character woke up. With a loud cry, he sat down on the floor. A man walked in his direction and asked if he had already woken up. Smiling, Gilder asked how he felt about his illusion of the past. Drops of cold sweat appeared on the guy's face, and he asked in response what the illusion of the past meant. The mage sat down on a chair and said that he assumed it would be so, and yet he was a little embarrassed to face him for so long. The head of the guild kept his eyes fixed on his interlocutor, asking him if he had anything to do with a man named Levian. Looking down, Guild replied that it was true, that he was a member of the Motto Alliance in the dimension he was in, and that he was his assistant at the academy. Immediately after these words, the guy pointed his finger in his direction and shouted loudly that he knew so, after which he asked, after all, that he was the same smart teacher. And as soon as he said this, the magician smiled broadly and replied that everything was correct, he could teach a lot, after which he asked if he would like to test his knowledge, to which he shouted loudly that he refused. After this short dialogue, he rose to his feet. Guild raised his hand to his chin and said that Levian was special, very curious and interested in research, and he was also a great friend. A long time ago, he turned around when someone called out to him. Levian peeked around the corner and asked if he was still there, adding that everyone had already gathered outside, to which Levian replied that it was easier for him because he didn't like noisy places, and there was no one who liked him. Levian listened to his master with his mouth half open. Closing his eyes, the great magus finished saying that if he went, the others would be uncomfortable, so he didn't care. But before he could finish speaking, Levian came up to him and, with his hands folded on his chest, told him to follow him, because there was the result of the creation magic that he had created. Clouds floated across the blue sky. Gilder looked at the boy's work with a disgruntled look on his face and asked what it was. A multitude of people gathered around the wooden statue. With sparkling eyes, Levian replied that it was a living statue, that it was the essence of his magic. But immediately after this answer, his master blew up the tree with a wave of his hand and shouted that it was blasphemy. At present, he was smiling warmly and saying that at first he could not tolerate him until that incident. A long time ago, he and his comrades were sitting at a table and discussing an interdimensional fissure of unknown origin and those beings who had emerged from the fissure, who were behaving extremely aggressively. And when it was reported that most of the scientists who had gone into the crevasse had died, Gilder raised his head and, with complete indifference in his voice, said that he would go there. Those present fixed their eyes on him and asked what he was saying, to which he replied that he would go into the crack tomorrow, and he would lead a squad of magical warriors, and in doing so, they would help the reconnaissance group. After this meeting, Levian ran after him down the corridor. His eyebrows knitted in excitement, he shouted that he would go with him. The great magician looked at the guy out of the corner of his eye and asked why he had decided so. Standing firmly on his feet, Levian replied that he himself had said that no one would take his side. Putting his fist to his heart, he added that he simply had to take care of a professor like him, because who, if not him? Suddenly he abruptly stretched out his hand and asked to take it. Levian put glasses on the master's face and explained that it was a gift, because he knew that his eyesight had recently failed. Gilder raised his hand to his face in confusion and replied that it was so, and then asked why such a gift. Then the guy, closing his eyes, smiled warmly and replied that today was his birthday. After leaving his memories, the great magus put his glasses on the table and said, after all, the power of the invasion command was too great. The main character, having fully listened to the interlocutor, asked if even with his strength they could not win, to which he replied that everything was correct. In just 6 months the dimension in which he was turned into a lifeless desert. His glasses flew to the ground. That day, the protective barrier was covered with cracks, and someone present shouted loudly that if they surrendered, then everything would end here, and they still had a little longer to close the crack. But immediately after this shout, the barrier was broken. From what he saw, shock and horror appeared in the eyes of the master. He saw his comrades being killed by monsters one by one. Monsters strangled them and broke their necks. They squeezed all the blood out of the mages. Gilder's expression changed after seeing this. He threw off his cloak and said that only Levian would go into the crack. Under the crimson sky, the ground was soaked in blood, and the master continued to shout that at least he had to survive. Hearing this, the guy furrowed his eyebrows in fright and shouted that he couldn't do it. But Gilder smiled broadly and said that this was where he would end his journey. He looked at his friend and ordered him to escape through the interdimensional rift, adding that this was his first and last request. After that, he handed him the glasses, saying that this was all he could give him. Accepting them, Levian raised his head to the master and asked in confusion why he needed them. The great magician continued to smile. Without a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes, he looked at the disciple and replied that today was his birthday, adding that the crack had been closed, so he had to go to another dimension and make sure that he could survive. Stretching out his hand, the guy shouted loudly that he could not cope alone. But as soon as he finished, the crack began to swallow him. Until the very end, he could see a smile on his master's face. Hearing this, the main character gritted his teeth in anger and shouted that the invaders were just bastards. Suddenly Gilder took a few steps in his direction and said that with this he would inherit his will completely, and he would become the third after Kasashin and Sidon Miller, because all the emotions and anger that he felt, his illusions of the past, he had no right to forget. The great magician smiled warmly. The guild leader's eyes were surprised when he heard a voice inside him, informing him that he had obtained Gilda's will, and now true magic lived within him, so any spells would be useless against his magic. After a few seconds, the guy smiled and promised that he would not dare to forget his cherished wish. The next day, the main character and Levian were standing on the street, who said that last night he dreamed of a teacher, and although time did not pass in the dimension where he was, it is still difficult to believe that he became someone's past life. Then the guy smiled and replied that he couldn't believe it either, and then asked who could have known that a person who knew him in a previous life would appear. The wanderer held out his hand to the head of the guild and replied that he was sure that he and the teacher were very different people, and if he was going to fulfill the teacher's long-standing wish, he would help him. After these words, they shook hands. The guys looked at each other, and Hyunjin replied that he would be happy to try. After a while, the guys gathered in the corridor, and the main character told everyone that they needed a good rest, because tomorrow they were going to work. Turning to the wanderer, he said that he could stay here, because they had many empty rooms, and he could choose whichever he liked. Gina had been looking at him from the sidelines with displeasure all this time. On receiving this offer, Levian bowed and said that in that case he would accept his kindness with gratitude. After these words, he left to choose a room for himself. Gina kept her hands folded over her chest and asked Tavi if she thought it was okay for the guild master to give such a person a place in the guild itself, to which Tavi asked in response what to do if he was actually an invader. Having received such questions, the main character put his hand on his shoulder and confused replied that there was no need to worry, because he could be trusted. But then the girls began to angrily ask what they should believe, and the guy's weapon asked why he didn't just answer these words. After a short pause, Gina looked at her comrades and said that Hyunjun had brought him in for a reason after all, so she didn't want to bother her head with complicated things, because she was sure that he would do it completely. Tavi waved her hand as she walked away and said that it was time for her to run too, and let them call her if they needed her. The corridor was lit by many light bulbs. When the guy was greeted, he looked away with a smile on his face and asked if it was true that it was a difficult path. Temin stared at the guild master without any emotion on his face. Stopping nearby, he said that today they called from the Bureau of Underground Management, to which he asked why. In the city, the sky was painted scarlet, and the man was answering about the unusual magical outbursts that are observed in every region of Korea. Hearing this, the main character knitted his eyebrows tensely and asked, after all, that no raids and exits from dungeons were noticed. Lowering his head, Taemin firmly replied, no, so the Bureau at first thought that it was a bug in the surveillance system, and the message came late. However, the situation was clearly true, and reported it 10 minutes before his arrival. The guy was holding a talking sword in his hand, which said that at first he thought it might be Levian's magic, but now it feels completely different, which means that they are clearly invaders. The rays of the sun illuminated the whole city. An invader was walking on the floor. There was not a single emotion on Alina's face. Roscoe, with eyes full of anger, walked forward. His subordinates walked behind him as he said that he would never have thought that the corps commander would personally call him. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked behind him and asked Alsas what he thought the invasion commander had summoned him for. The guy looked ahead emotionlessly and replied that it was probably because he didn't kill the chosen one, but let him escape, and besides, 2 important soldiers had died during the operation. After these words, Roscoe stopped. He clenched his hand tightly into a fist. Suddenly he turned to the guys and ordered them to wait here, at the same time saying to himself that if he single-handedly stopped the chosen one, all the laurels would go to him. After a few seconds he looked up. Roscoe knelt before the commander of the invasion corps, Sir Inzul, and reported that at his request, the commander in charge of the command, Roscoe, had arrived. The creature from another world slowly turned to his subordinate. The monster trembled when the boss turned to him, and said that he was waiting for his orders. He did not dare to raise his head when Inzul said that he had received an answer regarding their chosen one. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he angrily asked why the information about how fast he was gaining power was withheld, adding that he actually understood why exactly they hid it. Well, if the progress was so great, then why? And most likely the officer was aware of all this. Roscoe continued to kneel, listening to his boss. When he finished speaking, he abruptly raised his head and replied that he was aware of this situation, so he would do his best to correct this mistake, and he would not allow this to happen again. Inzul looked at his subordinate and said that he was right. Such mistakes were unacceptable, so regardless of the damage, he had to get rid of the chosen one. Turning away, he asked if he knew that a dog that could not bark was useless, to which he immediately replied that he would do exactly as he had said. Suddenly, black magical energy appeared in the air, and the boss said that news began to appear that the Dimension Alliance was beginning to act. Inzul showed his aura and added that it would be necessary to deal with them before they could act in earnest, to which his subordinate decided to say that if it was the Dimension Alliance, then. Before he could finish, the boss looked at him with glowing eyes and replied that everything was correct, adding that they were just idiots who were looking for the shards of the chosen, so there would be no other chance like this. They needed to give the command for the general mobilization of the squads. Roscoe stared at his master's terrifying power. After a while, the door opened. He went out to the invaders, who asked him how everything went. Looking up at his subordinates with burning eyes, he ordered them to get ready as they were heading to the ground. Particles of magical energy hovered in the air. The main character found himself in front of the door. A very bright light emanated from her, and then the guy asked himself if Deus, the one who determines fate, was here. And as soon as he said that, a huge creature appeared in front of him. It looked at the guest and greeted him. Seeing Deus, the guild master smiled happily. Then, raising one hand, the creature said that he clearly wanted to ask something, so he would answer his questions. The smile disappeared from the guy's face, and he replied that he was interested in how he could get more approval from him to begin with. Upon receiving such a question, Deus held out his finger and replied that usually an increase in the level of approval is possible by repeating a certain action or using protection. Passing his hand through the air and leaving a magical trail behind it, the creature continued to answer that in his case it was a self-determination of his fate. In other words, the more he resisted fate, the greater the level, and he did well, because his fate changed extremely quickly. From these words, surprise appeared in the eyes of the main character, and he asked if the fate of the destruction had changed. Deus, having received such a question, fell silent. The guy looked at the powerful creature in front of him and added that it still looked desperate, to which he received the answer that he had to continue to believe, because he had the powers, and fate itself would take its course. After showing him all of his past lives, Deus added that all of his previous 990,000 lives had built a system of past lives in the process of all 990,000 destructions, and they all shared their skills with him. However, he couldn't get all this knowledge, all because there were interlocking skills, but this time was different. By saying this, he created a flood of light and dark magic that collided. They slowly descended towards the protagonist as the creature continued to say that his strength was that he could obtain all their skills. Besides, a war would begin very soon, which would put an end to this fate. And that's right, those magical bursts that he felt today were the heads of the invasion command who were already heading here. Outside, the sky was painted scarlet. The eyes of Roscoe and his subordinates burned brightly. After a while, the main character and his entire team gathered on the street. An interdimensional gate opened in the sky. The torpor regime in the area has ended. The streets and the metro were empty, and thanks to this, citizens will not be attacked. The guild master looked at the interdimensional gate and wondered if all the senior invaders would arrive. Folding his arms over his chest, Levian said that since the interdimensional cracks are unstable, there is a high probability that there will be no large-scale invasion, so it is not impossible to forcibly open such a crack. The problem is that they seem ready to take over this place at any cost. The guy grabbed the hilt of his sword and said to himself that most likely they wanted to get rid of him, the one who had inherited 990,000 previous lives. He suddenly remembered how magical energy flowed to him, and Deus said that he had a special skill that would allow him to gain all the abilities of previous lives. Leaving his memories, the main character raised his head and told everyone to be ready, because this battle would be decisive. All his comrades were looking at him from the sidelines. Hansock threw his hands behind his head and said that he didn't know if they could win, to which Gina ordered him not to be a weakling, because if they stopped the invaders, the main forces of the invasion command would be destroyed. Jean put her hand to her chest and turned to her friend. Raising her head, she said that if they were defeated, it would be the end of their world. After these words, the comrades stood next to each other. From the interdimensional gates, insanely powerful magical energy was oozing. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared from within. When the light faded, the feet of the invaders appeared. Their bodies were enveloped in a strong aura. Elena and Alsos looked at the main character and said that he had more friends this time than last time, but they also did not come alone. After saying that, the girl raised her hand and added that in their world, they called him an SSS rank hunter, and his name was Vladimir. Immediately after these words, a hunter and his subordinates jumped out of the interdimensional portal. Hearing this, Hansock opened his mouth in shock and asked in confusion if this was the Ice Blade of Russia. Martial rank hunter Vladimir of the Ice Blade landed on the ground spectacularly. He had two abilities when awakened by the second type, one of which was the mastery of cold magic at the highest level. A chill began to gather around his hand. Releasing it towards his opponents, he stated that the main character lasted longer than he thought, so all those who prevent the invasion are in danger of death. Vladimir, without moving from his place, ordered the Alpha Group to follow the will of the invasion command. The main character looked at the opponents and said that it would not be easy, and his sword suddenly said that he had to be careful, because these guys are not many, but they radiate irresistible magical power. Then the guy saw the aura that emanated from these guys and realized that they had all been brainwashed. Gina kept her eyes on her rivals, saying that brainwashing had taken place, just as the guild master had said. Resting her hand on her side, she looked at the girl and said that she must be Ilan's invader, to which she replied that she was smarter than she looked. Raising her hand, the invader added that she thought it would be useful to her. Then Gina waved her hand and created a flame and mockingly said that she called herself an invader, but was only capable of this amount of magic. At these words, a smile appeared on Elena's face. Putting her hand to her chest, she closed her eyes and told Alsos that she would deal with her. Then she made a movement of her fingers and added that the main weapon of the Chosen One was magic and vampirism, so she would have to deal with it herself, all for the sake of the invasion command. After saying that, the girl showed her powerful aura. Vladimir waved his hand and ordered all his soldiers not to interfere, because he would deal with him himself, and they would be left with change. One of his henchmen drew a weapon, the rest did the same. Vladimir put his hand on his hat. The protagonist stood in a fighting stance and said to himself that it was worth considering his ability to restore mana and magic, while his sword said that they were definitely aware of his abilities. Vladimir held out his sword in the direction of his opponent, who thought that if he looked ahead, there was a chance of being at a disadvantage. After these thoughts, he tightly gripped the hilt of his sword in his hand. Lowering his head, the guy firmly said that they would perform the operation again, after which he ordered Ginny to deal with Elena, because she was resistant to brainwashing. The girl created a flame in her hand and replied that she would do so, because she understood why they did not oppose her. Teshik frowned when the guild master said that he would leave the Alpha group to them, after which he replied that the Russian Alpha group specializes in close combat, which means they have a chance. Levian's face was veined with anger, and he said that his goal was very visible to him. Alsace walked slowly in his direction. Seeing the guy, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Levian's eyes filled with rage, and he said that he could never forget him. He suddenly remembered how blood spurted from his teacher. He immediately rushed to help him, but the only thing he saw was the burning eyes and the grin on Alsace's face. Leaving his memories, Levian gritted his teeth in anger and shouted that he had taken the lives of his teachers. Seeing such a reaction, the invader smiled madly and said that it seemed that fun was planned. The main character raised his sword and said, "So be it," adding that he will fight against Vladimir. His blade reflected his eyes, which had no fear in them. The head of the guild and all his comrades prepared for a fierce battle against the invaders. Immediately after the start of the fight, Vladimir used the ice zone. Ice immediately covered the buildings around. The ice spread rapidly across the land. Seeing this, the protagonist's girlfriend stretched out her hand and used the sanctuary. A huge barrier protected her and her comrades from the ice. Seeing this, Vladimir grinned and said that their healer was much more useful than he expected. Furrowing his eyebrows in anger, the main character replied that he should be silent. At the same second, the hunter changed his grip. In the blink of an eye, he struck a shot that was blocked. The two opponents' swords were shaking with exertion, and Hyunghong's weapon said that it wasn't just cold, so if he allowed him to attack, everyone would freeze over. From this, shock appeared in the guy's eyes. At the same second, he launched a quick attack. Jumping back a few meters, the protagonist asked if it was an invading type, adding that it would not be so easy to deal with him in close combat, to which his sword replied that there was no need to worry, because if they let him attack, then there was an opportunity to absorb the attack with the help of vampirism. The guy tightly gripped the sword in his hand, which said that this information was absolutely inaccurate. At this time, Vladimir was preparing for another attack. Raising his ice sword, he loudly said that the chosen enemy of the invasion Grand Command, so he would be destroyed. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in the guild leader's eyes. Holding out his sword towards his opponent, he replied that he had better rid himself of the thought of surviving this battle, after which he heard a voice in his head informing him that Sidon Miller's valiant sword was with him and would not break as long as his courage stood firm. Suddenly, a bright light began to emanate from the blade of the sword, because Durandal showed a bright radiance in the righteous sword. Immediately afterward, the main character unleashed a powerful magical attack. The magic stream was approaching his opponent, who was using the ice wall. Hearing this, the guy smiled and mockingly said that there was no need to worry, because there was nothing wrong with low-level magic. But before he could finish speaking, he saw a strong barrier of ice that blocked his attack, and then asked in confusion if it was really an ice wall. And while he was asking himself about it, Vladimir waved his hand, releasing ice icicles in his direction. Hyunghong began to dodge when he suddenly heard a voice in his head, informing him that the enemy's treacherous tread was leading him into pitch darkness, and even in the bright light, he would become a shadow, after which he realized that the protracted battle would put them at a disadvantage, because his opponent was an SSS hunter rank and he did not think that he would face the most dangerous hunter in the world. His body was enveloped in a powerful magical energy. Vladimir watched his opponent closely and said that he understood his skills and techniques, hide and seek and fencing, and this is the most common thing, so now he will fight him as he knows best. Grouped, he created hundreds of icicles around him. Seeing this, the protagonist opened his mouth wide and shouted Raikiri's name loudly, after which a voice appeared in his head, informing him that Raikiri's light would take him into the distance, and now he must become a single flash of light and destroy his enemies. At the same second, a black horse appeared, and the guy's weapon said that the erosion of the cold could become deadly, so if he attacked again, then they were finished. Hearing this, the main character gripped the sword tightly in his hand and replied that he knew it. At the same second, he took off on a black horse while the icicles left cuts on his body. Seeing this, Vladimir was slightly surprised and asked if it had really passed through, adding that he should have died from this blow. And while he was thinking about it, Hyunghong was already above him. He unleashed a swift attack that hit his opponent, after which his sword said that was enough, because he must remember that the more he allowed himself to be attacked, the more resistant he was to the cold. Hearing this, the guy frowned and said to himself, "So you can just save up this business." But unexpectedly for him, a madly powerful magical energy was suddenly released from Vladimir. The protagonist immediately jumped back and asked himself if this was a magical splash. Spreading his arms in different directions, the SSS rank hunter created a frost wave around him and shouted to himself that this was the age of icing. Seeing this, the guild master immediately turned to his comrades and shouted loudly that they should beware of the ice zone. The guys immediately turned to him and asked what other ice zone was here, because everything was frozen. Suddenly, they saw that an incredibly huge ice wave was approaching them. The protagonist's girlfriend immediately waved her hand and put up a holy shield. The barrier broke the ice. At this time, the guy soared above his rival. Suddenly, a black horse appeared below him and a voice in his head announced that Raikiri's light would lead him into the distance, and he would become a single flash of light and destroy his enemies. Seeing this, Vladimir raised his hand and exclaimed that he was just a vile bastard. Waving his hand, he shouted furiously for him to come towards him. The main character smiled broadly and mockingly said that he was an SSS rank hunter, but it was no use. Hearing this, Vladimir was furious and shouted that he was too impudent. At the same moment, their swords crossed. Vladimir's subordinates watched the fight from the sidelines and shouted, asking if they should be helped. One of them raised his hand and told everyone to calm down, because Vladimir would not be defeated, and they were told not to interfere and stick to their role, because they needed to deal with this little thing. Not far in front of them were Hansak and Teshik. The first looked away and asked if it was true that they could not leave him like that. It was hard for him, to which the second replied that it was hard for him to believe that he had to deal with hunters himself. At this time, Gina and Elina were fighting each other fiercely. Hansak looked in their direction and offered to give it a try, because if they were careful, they might have a chance of winning. A few seconds later, they got into fighting stances. Hansak began to accumulate powerful magical energy in his hands. With a sharp movement, he released her into the air. Seeing this, his comrade asked in surprise what it was, to which he replied that it was his kind of magic of controlling air, and if he got into the stream, he could take off. While he was explaining this, Vladimir's subordinates were preparing for an attack. They fired bullets of dark magical energy, but the guys took off on the current of air. The bullets themselves were entangled in the air currents, and their owner said that looking at the Gina, he remembered magic, and now thanks to this he can use completely different spells. Hearing this, Teshik knitted his eyebrows tensely and asked what he was talking about. Then Hansak snapped his fingers, answering something like this. At the same second, Vladimir's subordinates soared into the air. Seeing this, the head of the Special Investigations Division looked at his comrade and exclaimed, asking if he had created a gravity inversion with air control, to which he replied that he had rather imitated it. Tightly clenching his hand into a fist, he asked if he wanted to finish right away, to which he said to himself that he had become so good at magic in such a short period of time, and it was simply amazing. Turning his gaze to his opponents, he added that perhaps he could achieve this as well. At this time, their opponents, being in the air, opened fire. Then Teshik raised his hand. Stretching it out, he used a lightning bolt. His companion smiled at the same time and used a hailstorm. Immediately afterward, their opponents were struck by wind and lightning strikes. White smoke rose into the air. The guys began to hide the fog in himself. At this time, the swords of the main character and Vladimir crossed. After that, the guy jumped back. His opponent did the same. When suddenly Vladimir shifted his gaze and asked in confusion if the entire Alpha group was dead. I add that only 2 of them killed almost all of his people, and he did not think that everything would be like this. At this time, Hansak and Teshik slowly descended to the ground. While he was distracted, Hyungzong raised his sword, shrouded in powerful magical energy above him, and said to himself that Raikiri was much more useful than he thought. Running his hand along the blade, he added that he needed to continue in the same vein. Rushing to attack, the guy used a hail of swords. Dozens of swords went towards the enemy. With one quick blow, Vladimir repelled several of them. For the next few seconds, he began to dodge and deflect the hail of swords. Suddenly, he missed a quick shot. Blood spurted from his mouth. Barely standing on his feet, the man said to himself that the more attacks he takes, the deeper they go, so he needs to stand on his feet. But at the same second, the main character appeared above him and shouted in fury that he would not allow him to do so. But at the very last moment, his attack was blocked. Vladimir raised his hand and shouted that he saw that his opponent knew how to fight and that it was not bad, after which he used ice erosion. The ice immediately began to spread through the hands of the guild leader, and his sword screamed that he had to retreat urgently, because he could not die here. Suddenly, the young man opened his mouth slightly when a voice appeared in his head, informing him that the completely inherited will of Gilda was blossoming in him, so by the will of the stubbornness of the Chosen One, any magic spell was no longer useful. In the same second, his blade shattered the ice in which he was trapped. Immediately after that, the ice shattered into blocks. Seeing this, Vladimir froze in place and shouted loudly, asking how. Suddenly, he was enveloped in a madly powerful magical energy, because he had entered into a dangerous cooperation with the opponent, and as long as it lasted, the pain was under his control. Seeing this, the protagonist immediately took off, saying that although he is a high-ranking hunter, he is still a human, and being one, he cannot escape this pain. But this is the end. His blade was a few centimeters away from his opponent's body. Suddenly, Vladimir's eyes lit up brightly and he shouted in fury that he could not be broken so easily. At the same second, he released a madly powerful magical energy from his mouth. The guild leader had to jump back to avoid being hit. Vladimir writhed in pain and wondered why he felt even more magical power. At this time, the invaders stood on the same level. Elina raised her hand and said that apparently everything was not so simple, to which her comrade replied that he completely agreed with this. In front of them were the incredibly strong Gina and Levian, one of whom defied brainwashing, and the magic of the other was quite unusual. Elina suddenly shifted her gaze to the side. The main character was standing not far from her. Without looking away, she told her friend to cook the same, because he could buy some time. Alsace looked at his hand and said to himself that this was all that was left. There was a strong artifact in it. Their rivals were ready to continue the fight, and the guy said to himself that they looked down on them. But not only the Chosen One had improved his skills during all this time, he did not move from his place, thinking that maybe this would be the end for him, but they would try to stop all this, so it was time to start. Elena, her eyes burning, smiled contentedly. Suddenly, Elena released a powerful wave of magic. Gina immediately rushed to attack, informing her that it was a magical burst of mental magic, so they needed to stop them. Alsace stood there shrouded in magical energy. But before the hunters could attack, Elena used the seal ability. The guys were sealed in a huge cube at the same second, but suddenly, flames appeared in the air. With a quick blow, Gina destroyed the barrier. At this time, the aura of Alsace was getting stronger. Blood poured from his eyes. But unexpectedly for everyone, he raised his hand and used reverse gravity. At the same moment, the hunters took off. Blood spurted from Gina's mouth. With a wave of his hand, Alsace ordered them to fall. Immediately after that, the guys fell to the ground in a bright flash of magical energy. The invader looked at the crash site without any emotion on his face. Suddenly, magical energy appeared around him. Unexpectedly for him, a magical seal appeared under it. Levian rose to his feet and used the magic book of life, the first chapter of the Peta. Immediately after that, a living tree grew out of the ground, which entangled the invader. The roots of the tree gripped their opponent tightly, who discontentedly asked what he was doing, how he had tied him up. Levian looked at what he had created. Not far from him, Gina stopped and said that she was ready to finish it. With a mad smile on her face, she created a flame in her hand. Their opponent's eyes turned terrified at what they saw, and he shouted loudly, begging her to stop. The flames quickly set fire to branches and sheets of paper. A few seconds later, the flames consumed the entire tree. As soon as the fire went out, nothing remained of the tree. The protagonist's girlfriend immediately rushed to the aid of her comrades, shouting that she had installed a shield before falling. Turning to look at her, Gina shouted that she could not approach her, because the magic field was still active. Elena had been strengthening her magic field all this time. A huge smile suddenly appeared on her face, and she said that it was too late. At the same moment, Gina froze in place. The invader stared at the huntress with blank, glassy eyes. Suddenly she showed her grin and ordered her to forget everything. Her incredibly powerful ability hit the hunters. Gina, Levian, and Sajin's eyes lit up under the influence of enemy vehicles. Hyunghong, caught under the influence, clutched his head. Then Elena looked at Vladimir and ordered him to finish. With glowing eyes, the man created a cold around him and said that he obeyed the order. Immediately after that, he released dozens of icicles. They hit the body of the main character. Blood spurted from the guy's mouth, and he said to himself that there was no magic left at all. The fire in his eyes quickly faded, and he knew that he had to make a decision. He remembered the powerful magical energy that Deus had created with a movement of his hand. Suddenly, powerful magical energy began to flow into the guild leader's body. Seeing this, Vladimir rushed to the attack with a loud shout. Could it be that he was already giving up? Unable to raise his head, the main character begged Deus for help. Suddenly, a drop fell on the water and a voice appeared in the guy's head, which told him that in response to desperate pleas, Deus was interfering in his fate, and now the advent of his previous life was happening. At the same second, an SSS rank hunter jumped towards him, but unexpectedly for him, a powerful flow of magical energy hit the head of the guild to madness. Vladimir jumped back and asked what kind of magic it was, to which Elena replied that she thought that oblivion had already come. Hyunjin seemed to be on the hand of the powerful creature Ares, who was ready to fight on his side, and after asking if he would accept help, the guy nodded confidently, after which Ares condescended to him. He was immediately filled with magical energy. His eyes lit up, and his health and mana levels were restored due to the presence of a previous life, and now his will unites and deifies him. Standing in a fighting stance, the main character displeased asked who dared to stand in his way. From what they saw, there was shock in the eyes of Elena and Vladimir, because they felt this all-consuming fear and the magic that was only a grain in the ensuing abyss of greatness. A divine light emanated from the guy while he said that the one who stood in his way would not be able to survive. The invader immediately stretched out his hand and used oblivion. But Hyunjun blocked this attack with a flick of his hand and said that such cheap tricks wouldn't work for him. From what she saw, the girl froze in place and realized that this was the power of the Chosen One. But suddenly, an SSS rank hunter took off. In flight, he let out icicles and shouted loudly that it was time for the Chosen One to die. Seeing this, the main character opened his mouth slightly. Raising his sword, burning with an overabundance of magical power, he said that when the Sword of Light brought down its majesty, let the scarlet flowers bloom. With that, the guild leader sliced his opponent into dozens of pieces. From this picture, shock appeared in the eyes of the invader. Dropping her head abruptly, she put her hand to her ear and shouted that they were coming back. But before she had time to speak, the main character put a weapon in her direction and said that he would not allow this, because since they entered into battle with him, they must be ready to die. Hearing this, Elena looked up in fright and asked in a shaking voice what he really was. The guy burned her with a look and replied that this was a meaningless question, and it was time for her to die. Immediately after these words, the blade of his sword was above the invader's head. The woman screamed as the sword pierced her. As blood poured from her mouth, she couldn't believe that the Chosen One was capable of such a thing. Hyunghong sank onto the broken concrete. Elena fell down, and remembered that when they first met him, she thought she could finish him off with one left. Particles rose into the air as the invader realized that everyone was dead. The woman faded before her eyes, whispering that Sir Rascal should be careful. Soon there was no trace of the other world. The young man exhaled tiredly, letting go of the protective cover of the hero patron. The swordsman clutched his chest, standing on his feet only thanks to the sword, and the patron asked if he was okay. The guy breathed rapidly, answering that it felt like he was falling apart, but he was reminded that there was no time to lose. The assistant pointed to the crystals and added that last time their souls had already been absorbed. They had to gather themselves before they lost all their strength. Hyung-hong picked up the crystal, clarifying whether the patron was talking to the void protection. The young man squeezed the stone, allowing the Bejamos to open their empty mouths and absorb the souls of the invaders. The guys began to come to their senses. Gina clutched her head and asked what was going on. The protagonist smiled with a happy smile. After that, he just fell on the asphalt, realizing that it was all over. The hunters rushed to the fallen guild leader. Everyone looked at the swordsman in surprise as he announced that the battle was over. Gina folded her arms over her chest and clarified what had happened again. She couldn't remember anything after her mind was subjected to the magic of the invaders. The guy broke into a smile and explained that Elina had cast a spell of oblivion. Everyone had to forget who they were and what they were doing here. Hyung-hong picked up the crystal and announced that he was done. Rascal threw down the trash and cursed. The bottle rolled on the ground, and the invader muttered that he didn't think the Chosen One would be so strong this time. The invader looked gloomily at his feet, remembering that when they had met the Chosen One on the artificial island, Ilin and Alsace had had more than enough. They hadn't thought things could go wrong. Rascal froze when it dawned on him what it was. Cyborg gritted his teeth, realizing that the protagonist's magic could be the one he had read about in the notes. The forerunner of madness, Ares. And the Chosen One cut down dozens of soldiers with just a slight swing of his sword. The villain thought that due to the forced opening of unstable cracks, the losses of troops were great, and if they clashed with the Chosen One, they carried such great power. Rascal lowered his head, and finished that the nightmare would repeat itself. Hyung-hong raised his head. He looked at the stranger who was sitting in the middle of the ancient battlefield, and he said that he was finally facing real life. The ancient warrior sat in the lotus position, while streaks of light rose above his figure. The young man clenched his fists, mentally coaxing himself to remain calm, and asked if it was the same forerunner of madness in front of him. Ares rose to his feet and wondered aloud at his nickname, but he liked it. The warrior spread his hands and said that if he was standing in front of him, it meant that he was chosen, and if the protagonist opened the doors and came here, it could only mean that he lacked strength. The swordsman looked at the previous incarnation with bitterness, and explained that if he didn't become stronger, he would die. Ares's face was not visible behind the mask. He felt that the place of the guy's presence was rolling into the abyss of destruction. Hyun-jung took a step forward, and stated that he wanted to avoid it. The warrior smirked and clarified whether he should ask the young man one question then. He smiled and replied that it was not necessary. The man pursed his lips when the protagonist asked for an explanation. The swordsman's blade glowed, and the forerunner of madness explained that the end of hopeless despair was approaching, and he decided to grant him the right of a god. Everything was at stake from now on, and let the guy be sure that he would stop everything that was happening. The sword glowed brighter as Ares added that he was granting Hyun-jun the power of the god that belonged to him. The young man looked in surprise at the streams of magic that surrounded him as the warrior announced that he was now a god, which meant that he could control the magic stone of the invasion command. The protagonist looked at the previous incarnation in surprise, not believing such words. Ares stretched out his hand to the swordsman and warned that he would be happy to tell more, but there was no time. He wished the present life a safe journey and forbade him to lose. The surprised guy was instantly carried out of space, and he noticed that he had never moved so much before, as if he himself had been thrown here. At the place where Hyun-jun disappeared, a white-cloaked figure appeared. Deus asked if the protagonist had come, and when she was recognized, she noticed that Ares had done everything in an interesting way. The embodiment of all lives approached the ancient warrior, surprised that the most distant from all worldly things felt interested. He also knew what the punishment would be. Deus pointed the finger at Ares when he suggested that he would have to settle down like Side and Miller, objecting that he would rest forever. The forerunner of madness grinned and called it inhuman, but the interlocutor explained that Hyun-jun had to build his own fate. He knew that interfering with fate, as was the case with Miller, was prohibited. Many of them have already disappeared: Kasashin, Miller, Karsago and Zildra, to which Ares suggested pretending that they were the ones who handed over their fate to a new incarnation irrevocably. Deus was indignant, but the warrior reminded her that it was already 990,000 times. Too many people had died in this fate, and he had despaired, as he had hoped for too long, and the embodiment of all lives realized that he was also talking about hopeless despair. Streams of magic surrounded Ares' neck, but he continued that after the reincarnation system was completed, they would have one goal. They held out their hands to each other as the warrior finished that they needed to destroy their enemies and regain hope for a brighter future. The warrior turned away from Deus, adding that those who had already disappeared could see the opportunity. But when she tried to object, he said that he felt the same way. Hyung-hong opened his eyes. He heard a voice in his head urging him to end this whole nightmare. Friends and family looked at the head of the guild, glad that he had come to his senses. At this time, Ares turned around and said that it was time for him to go. And smiling at Deus at the end, the warrior promised to meet her at the end of this fate. Then he dissolved completely, leaving the incarnation alone. There was no emotion behind the mask, but Deus agreed to accept this promise. The commander turned, unable to believe what was happening. Roscoe bowed to the leader, and he asked if he had anything to say. Looking at the cyborg, he called out his name. Inzul rubbed his chin, and admitted that he hadn't thought that he and the 281st Squad would suffer such a terrible defeat. Roscoe pressed his hand to his chest, and explained that the crack was unstable, and the gate was open, but the commander interrupted him with a question. Was this really why they had lost most of their strength? The alien looked at his subordinate with a threat, and noticed that even with all this, they screwed up too much, after which he clarified who the main forces of the 13th Invasion Command were. Roscal put his hand behind his back, and after a pause called Lady Ilin and Sir Alsace, and the commander wondered if their strength was not enough to conquer the earth. Inzul's gaze darkened as his subordinate added that they had both fallen victim to the Chosen One, and he clarified how the enemy had managed to kill 2 level 5 invaders in such a short time. The man took a few steps forward, and asked what level of power the Chosen One possessed according to the available information, and Roscoe replied that the will of the god had been seen, which he was using. The villain's eyes widened. He admitted that the situation was terrible, and thought to himself that Hyunjun needed to stop him before his will was revealed, after which he clarified the state of the crack now. The cyborg bowed, and replied that Mistress Elena was keeping it open, but it wasn't enough for their parties to get through. The commander closed his eyes, and said that the main part of the command was currently waging a full-scale war with the Alliance, so there were very few troops, but Roxel had already reported that their soldiers were not in the best condition. The villain narrowed his eyes, and stated that he couldn't even ask for support due to the unstable crack. Cyborg flinched as Inzul ordered the crack to be opened wider and an amphibious operation to begin. He leaned forward and objected that the damage would be too great, but the commander said that the Chosen One was getting stronger too quickly. They could not wait for the crack to open on its own. With a threatening look, the alien added that before that, they must direct all their forces to the destruction of the Earth. Roxel looked at the leader in confusion. Then he lowered his head, turned around, and announced that he had heard the order. The cyborg placed his palm on the crystal, thinking that if he channeled the magic into the controller of the interdimensional gate, the spell would work. Roxel froze, and again asked the commander to reconsider his decision, as the method was extremely dangerous. But the commander interrupted him by asking if he knew who was left in command. The cyborg's mouth opened when he heard that there was no one but the two of them. On the other side, the Chosen One clearly did not lose strength. On the contrary, he only grew stronger. Roxel lowered his head. The villain pointed his finger at his subordinate, and reminded him that this was the last chance, after which he gave the order to begin a spatial landing on Earth with all the forces of the 13th Invasion Command. At the same time on Earth, Gina stretched her neck and reported feeling it was time to end it all. The girl threw up her hands and added that she did not know how many invaders were left there, but this Elena was much stronger than Vladimir, and the head of the guild was surprised that they were able to withstand such an opponent. The friends smiled confidently, and informed the leader that they, in fact, now also had SSS rank. In shock, Hejung opened his mouth and asked when they had time. Teshik scratched his cheek in embarrassment, and said that when the commander was in battle with the invaders, they also had something to do here. The young man was even more confused. He was told that countries around the world had said they would provide any support to the Defense Alliance Committee. Gina and Han Sak, who had suffered enough in the fight, received awards. Teshik folded his arms over his chest and added that he had tried to contact the commander, but it was all in vain. However, all the guild rewards had been successfully transferred. The swordsman sheathed his weapon, happily announcing that they had done it quickly, but the faces of his comrades became confused. A portal opened directly above the protagonist's head from behind, while he offered to go home with a happy smile. The guys were horrified, not believing that the enemy was returning, and the assistant squealed that this was insanely strong magic. Monsters rained down from the breach, and it was immediately clear that this was an attack by the invasion team. The people below saw that there were more and more enemies every minute. Levian looked at this scene in horror, then he shuddered. He then turned to Hansak, who was standing next to him, but he immediately asked what the strange magic splash was, and he confirmed that he had sensed it. The guy furrowed his brows, and added that this was not a surge from the invasion command. Gina let out a jet of fire, and asked if it could not have been from another invasion. Hansak turned to her, and shouted that he could sense him somewhere nearby. The monsters were approaching the surface of the earth. The defenders noticed this, and prepared for battle. But suddenly, a group of monsters were destroyed by golden light. A bright flash cut through the darkness. The white boots sank to the asphalt. Hyunjung opened his mouth when he saw the new guests, who were glad that they had finally arrived. Looking at the two slender figures, the protagonist decided that they were elves. The young man was shocked, but then the stranger noticed him. She held out her hand to the swordsman, and said that she was pleased to meet the Chosen One. With a warm smile, the elf introduced herself as the consul of the Interdimensional Alliance named Iseria. The head of the guild covered his face from the light, and clarified what kind of organization it was. The girl put her hand to her chest and said that they intended to resist all hostile forces, for example, as the headquarters of the invasion, although she admitted that it was difficult for them to understand this now. While her assistant dealt with the monsters, Iseria added that they had come to their aid. The monsters flew back as the consul added that they would help them destroy the 13th Invasion Command that had invaded this planet. At this moment, another interdimensional guest appeared, and noticed that the interdimensional alliance had found the chosen one. The elves turned to the invader. Roscoe looked at the girl grimly when she warned that she didn't want to rant for a long time, but the alliance forces were heading here, to which he retorted that if he killed the chosen one now, there would definitely be no problems. Isaria put her fingers to her lips, and decided that the scoundrel did not understand her, and she was giving him a chance. Her assistant summoned a light spear when the consul demanded to leave right away, and the cyborg demanded to repeat. The spear was aimed at the enemy as the elf added that no matter how strong they were, it was clearly impossible to defeat both the chosen one and the alliance consul at the same time. With a smile, the girl asked if Roscoe wanted to return to the fallen invasion headquarters, and he cursed. The scoundrel opened the portal, and said that they would see each other again. And before the rift disappeared, the cyborg threatened to tear them all apart, to burn the place. The guys stared at the place of the portal in confusion, not believing that everything was over. The main character scratched the top of his head, and admitted that when the monsters fell, he thought that everything would be over again. But no, the enemies left. Hyunjung turned to the guests and asked if they were really from the Interdimensional Alliance, and they confirmed that they were confronting the invasion command and looking for the chosen one. The young man looked intensely at the elves and clarified about his choice. Isaria smiled and suggested that we move to a more suitable place for talking. Soon they moved to the guildmaster's office, and the girl was delighted to notice how retro everything was here. Everything looked like on holograms from the past. The consul clasped her fingers in a lock, and said that they had to travel back in time somehow, and the protagonist wondered what century they came from. The guest cleared her throat when the swordsman said that he realized that he was facing representatives of the Alliance forces, but he wondered how they found him. Isaria turned to the guy and explained that they had sensed the magic of the chosen ones that they had encountered earlier in his magic, and he clarified in what sense. Hyunjung stared at the consul dumbfounded as he explained that the magic of 990,000 souls that you have. The elf lowered her head, and added that they had been looking for him for so long, but it seemed that he had found them. The young man leaned back in his chair and asked if they knew his previous lives, and the assistant consul replied in the affirmative. Representatives of the Interdimensional Alliance have revealed that they have been fighting side by side with the Chosen for many centuries, and have secretly helped many of them in all possible dimensions, but very few of them have come into direct contact with them. The Chosen were extremely rare, they had the power to stand up to the invasion command, and their potential was limitless. Isaria bowed her head slightly and added that, of course, it would be impossible to destroy the invasion command alone. The protagonist rubbed his chin as the consul said that this was why the Interdimensional Alliance had traveled through the dimensions in search of the Chosen One when faced with the command. The war against their forces was still going on, however, the Alliance was currently dealing with the enemy's main forces. The swordsman looked at the girl in surprise, and when she added that the war, being very fierce, was nearing its end, asked why then they had told Roscoe that the troops were approaching. The elf clenched her fist. The guy stared at Isaria in horror as she admitted that, in truth, their number wasn't that great, and clarified what that meant. The consul smiled sadly and asked how much longer this centuries-old war would last, and her assistant added that both sides had already lost a significant amount of strength. The young man tensed when he heard that he was the key to ending this war. The protagonist looked at the guests, and wondered if this meant that the reason the invaders had threatened to kill him was because they had found him before the alliance. The girl put her chin on the palm of her hand, and replied that it was true, if the swordsmen survived, they were doomed to failure. Then the head of the guild asked if it was normal that so many monsters had broken into Earth. The assistant consul took out the box, and she herself stated that they knew how to properly help the Chosen One to become even stronger. The box ended up on the table, and Isaria announced that it was a relic. The guy stared at the box in surprise. Inside was a flask, and Isaria explained that they had recently found the blood of a reaper steeped in blood. The contents immediately formed the butcher's daggers in Hyunghong's hands, which were thirsty for the blood of the masters who had once wielded them. This blade absorbed the blood of its master, the blood of the assassin who had taken the most lives strengthened the weapon. The butcher's dagger now had the same cutting power as the aura blade, no matter who wielded it, as long as it was stained with blood. The young man stared at this blade in confusion. While the protagonist was dealing with the new weapon, the consul explained that the relics that left his past lives were scattered across many dimensions. There were cases when relics were found in the hometowns of past lives. However, many of them turned into rubble the moment the dimensions were destroyed. The swordsman raised his eyebrows and concluded aloud that he needed to go look for them, and the guest agreed. The guild leader rubbed his chin as he thought about his 990,000 past lives. Even if he couldn't find them all, he could find some of them right in his teeth. The guy clenched his fist, and decided that if he became even stronger than he was now, he would be able to protect all his loved ones. Hyunghong smiled. As he began to rise, Isaria knew that he had already made up his mind, and she was told that it would be very useful to him. But he knew that finding many of them would not be so easy or quick. The consul held out her hand to the Chosen One, and asked him not to worry, because, of course, they knew where some of the relics were. The protagonist looked at the girl in surprise, and asked why they didn't find them then. The flask in the box was empty, and the guest explained that they could not mobilize a combat force to search for the relics before a new Chosen One was found. Isaria examined the vessel, continuing to tell that the absence of the Chosen One had led to the fact that the search was inevitably hidden in a distant drawer. She showed the flask to the young man, and added that finding this relic had proved to be a very difficult task for the Alliance. But now that the chosen one had been found, it was time to go in search of the rest of the relics, even if there were too many of them, and he asked if the search for the relics was really so dangerous. The assistant consul arched an eyebrow, and when his superior agreed that the swordsman could grasp quickly, he said that while the Alliance knew the location of the relics, there was a creature that had mutated under the influence of dimensional magic. The swordsman put his palms on the armrests and asked if they could leave right away. The man replied that they had some problems when moving between spaces. At the moment, the consul needed time to restore his previous level of strength. The girl smiled guiltily and admitted that it would take her about 4 days. The guild master looked at the guest seriously and said that he understood her. After that, the guy stood up and said that first he would like to express his gratitude to them. Hyun-Young bowed to the guests and thanked them for saving them from the Kraken monsters earlier, to which the elf retorted that it was more important that they had found him. The young man held out his hand to Isari, offered to rest here before leaving in search of relics, and then called his deputy. Temin looked into the office and asked what the boss needed, and he asked for restrooms for the guests. The captain opened the door and offered to go with him. The protagonist waved his hand goodbye, wishing him a good rest. Levian quickly approached the head of the guild, clarifying why he had summoned him. The swordsman folded his arms over his chest and asked how his comrade thought the next enemy attack would be. The mage rubbed his chin and replied that it was too early to speculate. He had never been able to inflict such damage on the invasion command. The guy stared at the head of the guild in surprise when he wondered if they could withstand the attack if his place was empty for several days. Levian also knew his past lives. The Alliance people they met yesterday also knew his history. Hyun-Jung showed the butcher's dagger and added that the guest had said that some of his past lives had collaborated with them and fought with the command, and he was going to find relics of his past incarnations. The young man lowered his gaze and thought that he could not tell how long he would have to look for them, but this was the fastest and surest way to defeat the enemy. But while he was gone, they could attack again. The mage frowned and said that they would not be able to stand it for long. Clenching his fists, Levian added that the guild leader would need to return as quickly as possible. The protagonist smiled and replied that he knew that. Gina, who had heard the whole conversation, looked gloomily in front of her. A few days passed like this, and Hyun-Jun turned around when he was addressed. Isariya waved to the protagonist, and he said that he was going to meet them one way or another. The consul stretched and asked if the chosen one was going to kick them out, and added that she had had such a good rest. It was already easier. He admitted that he thought they had already rested, so he wanted to visit them. The young man coughed into his fist and asked if they could go right away. The elf stretched out her hand and said that there was no problem. The girl began to open the portal and asked everyone to step back a little. The swordsman looked at her assistant and asked where they were going. The elf raised his eyebrows and announced that they were heading to Sidon Miller's homeland, where his magic had reached its highest level. The guild master raised his eyebrows when he heard that they would get the emblems he had left behind. The guy squinted at the guests, thinking that they thought they only knew the approximate location of the relics, but it turned out that they knew about his past lives better than he did. When the portal opened, Isariya announced that everything was ready. Hyun-Hong headed forward, and the consul asked him to follow the light. The protagonist found himself in complete darkness. When the light appeared behind him, the young man shuddered. When he turned to him, he blinded him. The next moment, the young man was in the desert and asked where they were. The assistant consul came out next and replied that it was the Rivel's dimension. Judging by the terrain, they were in the central desert. The swordsman opened his mouth. Everything seemed so familiar to him. But he immediately remembered that it was at this point that Sidon Miller had given him his title. While the elf, shielding his eyes from the sun, noticed that they were lucky and not far from their destination, the consul reported that fortunately, the interdimensional mutants had left this place. It was now safe here, so it was possible to set off, and the assistant said that he would prepare everything. The group moved forward across the sands. Hyun-Jung stepped on the sand, wondering if Shurden had died here in front of the invasion command. The burden he had left him was not an easy one. When a tower appeared on the horizon, the young man mentally swore that he would definitely end the war, that it was about to come. The protagonist raised his head to see the top of the tower, and the companions reported that they were there. The swordsman looked up resolutely, promising himself that he would find the relic he had left here in his previous life. It was worth starting the search from the tower. The assistant consul held out his hand to the protagonist, and said that he could feel the magic of the relic, but only the chosen one could find it, and Isariya added that they would wait for him there. Hyun-Jung pushed the door open and thanked the elves, promising that it wouldn't take long. The door opened. The protagonist went inside, and his eyes widened in surprise. He felt something, and he understood where he needed to go. The young man turned. Something was glowing in the pile of rubbish. In the drawing on a scrap of cloth, the swordsman recognized the emblem of Miller. As soon as the guy came closer, the light became brighter, and the magic of his past life manifested. When Hyun-Hong took the relic, and the image of a knight flashed before his inner eye. When the young man came out, the elves were surprised that he had returned so quickly. The protagonist smiled, and replied that she immediately shone before his eyes. Joyful Isariya opened the information window, and was glad that the feeling of the chosen one immediately led the young man to the relic. How good it was that it helped him, and he did not understand what kind of curiosity it was. The consul cleared the window, and when the swordsman asked what their next goal was, she replied that Darkness Kasashin, and to be honest, they intended to head towards her first, but she didn't have time to finish. The elf frowned, and cursed under his breath that they had been noticed. Huge tentacles began to rise from the sand. The guy grabbed his sword, which immediately assumed that it was the same interdimensional mutant they were talking about, and he agreed, as he sensed a strange hostile energy. The elf cast an anxious glance at the monster, and shouted that they needed somewhere to hide. If they entered the battle, then there would not be enough magic to move to another dimension. Hyunjung looked at the girl, and reminded her that there was nothing else for them to do, so go ahead. The sand rose into the air, and the consul shouted that they needed to gain 10 seconds. The young man stared at the monster, not understanding why it was so huge, and why this place had turned into a desert. The assistant consul with a calm face replied that all the spatial anomalies had been mixed up and ground into sand. Izuria was busy opening the portal, and shouted that almost everything was ready. The tentacles were getting closer. The consul raised her head and announced that the crack was open. A huge monster appeared above the surface of the sand at the moment when its prey disappeared in the bright light. The travelers landed on Earth in another dimension. Hyunjung opened his eyes and asked where they were. The elf opened the watch, and reported that it had lost its way a little, but the relic was there. They found themselves in front of a burning house, and the assistant explained that the relics of Danzig, who had failed to protect them, rested here. The young man looked at the fire with huge eyes. He remembered how Danzig desperately demanded an answer, what he had done wrong, what the people around him were doing, because it was their kingdom. But the killer stepped on the man's back, and announced that this was the will of the commander, and it did not concern him. Danzig's eyes were bleeding, but he threatened to kill the knight. He swung and promised to wait impatiently, and so this brave man died. The protagonist pressed his head into his shoulders. He had no idea what he was talking about then, but now it became clear to him. With a resolute smile, the swordsman suggested that they deal with this place as soon as possible, because they had a lot to do. The guy rushed to the mansion, deciding that he would end everything in this life. He grabbed the helmet of his previous incarnation. After that, he ran back, reporting that he had taken the relic, and offered to immediately go to the next dimension. The crack opened with a new flash. The next moment the group found themselves in a huge hall, which the consul called Pierre's place. Several zombies were approaching them, and when Iseria was asked who they were, she replied that it seemed that Pierre's control over the pain had weakened and these creatures had escaped from his control. Hyunjung stretched his palm forward, starting a dangerous interaction with Pierre to bring the monsters back into place. After that, he attacked enemies. Soon a scalpel was in the hands of the young man, then the cross. The consul opened portal after portal. The young man opened the chest with darkness. As the familiar magic swirled over his palm, he thought that they had finally reached the darkness of Kasashin. When the swordsman turned to his companions, the girl announced that they had collected enough relics, and he thanked the guests for their help. Thanks to them, he realized how difficult the fate of his previous lives had been. The elf blushed, and reminded them that the war was not over yet, so let her leave these big words for later, and it was time for them to go for the last relic. The guy watched as Iseria opened the portal with determination, and mentally noticed her passion for the cause. The consul wiped the sweat from her forehead, and announced that the next relic was the diary of Zildra. It rested in one of the forgotten dimensions. They did not send a search team, as it was not a priority now, but the invasion command would not find it, since it was an alliance domain. With a satisfied smile, the girl offered to hit the road. At this time, the commander of the invaders turned to his subordinate, and said that the alliance had finally found the chosen one, and with their support, the enemy would soon reach unprecedented strength. The man pursed his lips. Inzul stared thoughtfully in front of him when asked what they should do. The villain threw a glance at the questioner, and ordered to go after them. Roscoe bowed to the leader, asking if he was sure, and he replied that the fact that the alliance forces had joined forces with the chosen one was a great opportunity for them. The commander turned around when the cyborg asked if he had any plan. As interdimensional crystals appeared over Earth cities, Inzul asked his assistant how he thought the alliance would ask the chosen one first, most likely begging for the return of the fragments of the already fallen chosen. While the main character's people raised their heads to danger, the villain expressed confidence that the enemies were still in other dimensions. Gina chuckled bitterly, and said that the guild master was right. She wasn't sure if they would withstand this attack. In the meantime, the squad returned to the library. They found all the artifacts. In the hands of the hero was Zildra's diary. Iseria smirked, and said that only a chosen one is able to use the power of relics to the fullest. Hyunhong turned around and asked how to use them. The consul opened the system window. According to the records, he should be holding the relic in his hand and feeling the magic. The guy nodded and thought for a moment. He took the helmet in his hands. It began to emit a yellow light. The young man's hair began to rise as if from electricity. He closed his eyes. He clenched his fist, concentrating the power in it. Traces of past lives were discovered. The level of information exchange with past lives began to increase. The relic of Sidon Miller was obtained. The power that he left behind will now be with the hero to the end. With the last sword in front of him, there are no restrictions. The darkness left by his assassin has been found. From now on, real darkness with the hero. Complete secrecy will not be cancelled even when using magic. So the hero took the power from each relic. His eyes began to fill with light. The consul tensed, noting to herself that she saw the true potential of the chosen one. The man was blazing with strength. He was getting stronger too quickly. The assistant carefully watched him from the sidelines. Iseria smiled. She had heard that the chosen one was monstrously strong, but she could not have imagined that he had become so much stronger since their first meeting, that there was hope inside her to win the war. The hero looked at the diary. The consul ventured closer and explained that the last relic remained. Was the chosen one not going to use it? The hunter handed her the book and said that he thought he had his own owner. The fragments of the past chosen ones began to burst. Dark portals opened in the sky. Gina smiled. She didn't like it. Levian looked up and said that the second squad had already arrived, but it seemed that both of them were not in full strength. The girl looked at the hunter and asked if he could really tell how many of them were there. Just by looking at him, he explained that the dimension he was in was destroyed by these same idiots. So yes. Gina looked at the portal in the sky, remembering that the commander had said he would bring a lot more monsters next time. The creatures began to fall out of the portal, and although the hero significantly weakened the villain, but if they only waited until the crack stabilized and their troops landed, she was even scared to imagine it. A subordinate ran towards them. He had just received a message from the association. He stopped and anxiously reported that the World Hunters Association had said it had sent as many soldiers as possible. Eric began the battle. He was joined by Duke, the dimensional traveler. Even Drake Storm joined the battle. All of them have SSS rank, thanks to which they will be able to repel the enemy here in Seoul. Levian pondered. He looked seriously at everyone and asked if everyone was ready. He ran forward, even though the hero was not with them now, but he had to focus on what they could do. The rest of the fighters began to join them. Someone asked, when will it finally end? The squad got together. Gina said that they had no choice. Fire appeared in her hand. The girl offered to meet enemies. Everyone began to prepare. The creatures have landed in the human world. Their leaders went to the front line. The portals buzzed and flashed. Levian opened the magic book. The leaders of the enemy side finally appeared. A magic disc opened in the sky above the city. The commander-in-chief of the invasion, Inzul, looked arrogantly at the human world. He chuckled. As expected, there was no chosen one. Only motley garbage remained. Hansak looked at him angrily and noticed that he had come as if he were at home and was going to kill innocent people. The invader pointed his hand at him, using dark magic. Luminous chains began to appear from the magic circle. They have chained most of the hunters. Inzul declaring that they will now become their soldiers. He will grant them a power that no one can surpass. He pulled the chains over his fist and asked if they would follow him. Gina destroyed the grip and defiantly refused. The rest of the warriors barely escaped, which provoked the Lord's laughter. He freely took a few steps towards them. He had nothing more to say to them. He pointed his hand at them and promised that they would all die. Hansak and Gina took up fighting stances. The girl said that it would not be easy. If everything turned into a protracted war, they would be at a disadvantage. Levian looked up at the sky and added that the invaders had an incredible number of monsters and the magic that both enemies possessed. Their abilities were not fully known to him. The huntress hit herself on the head and complained that she didn't like fighting such enemies. She looked sadly ahead. Remembering the inspiring hero, she asked herself countless times how much she had changed since the day all her unbending will came from, but she couldn't find the answer. The Lord was approaching her. Perhaps this unpleasant battle would give her the answer. Lights began to appear in the air. A fire broke out and Gina charged, declaring that she would go against Inzul and telling the others to fight as carefully as possible. The others looked at her in fright and shouted that they couldn't go into battle without reinforcements. Gina jumped and shouted that everything was fine, because she would be able to protect herself. The Lord's subordinate asked how she dared to attack the commander-in-chief without permission, who told him to be quiet and ordered him to march against the others. Sir Roscoe looked at the hunter and said he understood. Inzul's hand was covered in dark magic. He waved his hand and carried himself and his rival into space. He was curious to see what she was capable of. He smiled, wondering who had defeated Lord Alsace, a level 6 invader. The girl frowned at him. Could it be that this man represented all the invaders? A spear appeared in his hand. He attacked with a dark ball of energy. It became difficult to see the battlefield. Gina tried to see something through the darkness. It was obvious to her what would happen next. Then there would be the next attack. Hunter dodged a direct thrust. She grabbed the enemy's spear, and she sent flames at him. The Lord snatched the shaft so as not to burn himself. After that, he clicked and created an arc of fire. He immediately attacked back. Inzul stood majestically in the middle of the fire. His gaze coldly assessed the situation around him. Suddenly, a woman's hand was an inch away from his face. Gina grabbed his head and used the technique. A powerful explosion thundered. Ashes and sparks began to fall into the void. A black tentacle rose into the sky. Roscoe released them from his body and began to transform his body. He was counting on a more merciful death for all of them. His face turned into that of a mutant. He shouted that they all die mercilessly. The hunters stared at him in amazement. They realized that the enemy in front of them was clearly not an ordinary one. The rest of the squad stood and waited for the command. If the hero arrived on time, they would have a chance. Suddenly, Roscoe appeared behind the two hunters as they thought they needed to hold out until he arrived. Levian turned and shouted, asking when he had made it. Suddenly, the mutant disappeared somewhere, leaving behind dark smoke. The girl searched for him with her eyes as the tentacles reached out to her. She turned around, the monster's voice saying that she needed to get rid of the healer first. Levian waved his hand, not understanding how the enemy carried out attacks even without a magic surge. He used Gleipnir. White threads bound the mutant. The redhead sat down and began to cast the ice. His partner began to sharply reduce the distance. He climbed the ice spike and sliced off the creature's tentacles. Hansuk used magic to support his comrades. An energy tornado has engulfed the monster and tore it apart. His remains began to crumble like rain. Clearly something was wrong. Jean's Leviani looked warily at their defeated enemies. A huge magical splash appeared in the air. Roscoe began to regenerate. In space, black smoke began to gather in one place. Inzul appeared before her again and asked the huntress if they had finished. With a black splash, he threw the girl back. Gina dodged the fatal hit. A little more, and he would have made a hole in her head. The Lord summoned a new spear and asked if she was surprised. He tucked it behind his back and explained that although this increase had caused a certain amount of damage, it was insignificant, so don't let her get conceited. Gina looked at him angrily. She pointed her hands at the enemy and used a powerful inferno technique. The commander-in-chief slowly raised his hand and pronounced the conclusion. A chain of explosions appeared in front of him. The spirit of Ifrit jumped out of it and rushed into battle. The villain pointed his hand at him and used penetrating force. The huntress grinned nervously and wiped the corner of her lip. Black wands appeared around her. A new flame flashed in his hand. He pounced on the invaders' guns and began to change their trajectory. He enveloped black arrows and burned. The huntress stretched her arm. Black ash fell on her. She decided that she shouldn't have used this skill, because the enemy was not as strong as she expected. She went on a new attack. She just needed to prevent him from moving too far. The Lord tried to use thrusts on her again, and Gina was about to switch to close combat. Purple chains appeared around her. The huntress predicted a new explosion. She used the chains as a fulcrum and began to shorten the distance at unpredictable angles. Her hand reached forward, her pupils narrowing wildly. Inzul looked at her calmly, and he smiled contentedly and began to use exile. Dark clumps rushed to Jin's face. She used fire and tried to dodge with the help of an inferno. At the ends of the chains, she noticed sharp hooks. She gritted her teeth and cursed to herself. The enemy lord majestically raised his trident, and at that moment the chains bound his rival. The girl looked ahead in fright. Rays shot at her from the trident. Jean was thrown back. The damage went through her. Red clots enveloped the hunter's body and she screamed in pain, the enemy telling her not to think that this was the end. The purple chains were imbued with dark energy, and the new ones pierced the body of the defenseless protector. She realized that the enemy had more than one ability. These chains were stronger than she imagined. She clenched her fist. Small flashes appeared inside. She had to get out of the hold. His face was covered with sweat. His hair was ruffled, and his mana concentration was lost due to the pain. Horns grew from her head, and in another voice she said that this was not the end in any case. A violet light flashed high above her head. Clots of energy began to rush towards her. She asked what was it. The commander-in-chief smiled madly and replied that it was a force of destruction. Gina just chuckled. Tears appeared in her eyes. She began casting fireballs everywhere. They rushed to the target. Flashes illuminated the bound silhouette of the huntress. She used a piercing blow. On the ground, some of the hunters were already lying defeated. Healer and Levian survived. The vice guild leader looked angrily ahead and realized that they couldn't do anything. Roscoe looked at them and noticed that only the two remained. Its tentacles regenerated after the attacks. A woman who challenged the commander-in-chief, he said. It looks like she's still breathing, but it won't last long. The vice leader took out his phone. He thought that they could hold out for a day, and in just half of it, he used up almost all his strength. Tears flowed down his cheeks. It seemed that he could not keep his promise. At that moment, the chosen one appeared and apologized for being late. The survivors looked at him in fright. Hyung-hong walked out of the portal. He looked at the defeated and noted that they fought well. He understood that he could not miss it. Levian approached him, unable to say anything. They shook hands. Levian clung to his arms in tears and told him of his master's wishes. Hengzhong nodded gloomily and said that he could rely on him. Hengzhong looked at Yingzul and said that there were only 2 opponents left. The creature, looking at the guy with the sword, said that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't handle them alone. The young man, parting his lips, said that it would be difficult. Hyung-jung imagined a smiling taming. He remembered how his group of 4 people fought against the invaders. Gina smiled at him, hoping for him. Siakchin's mouth dropped open in amazement. When the souls of past lives came after him, he said that he had not come alone. Inzul chuckled. Gathering mana in his palms, he said that for him, living his last life, they would fight on a more familiar battlefield. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the space around him. A moment later, the invader threw down his spear. The hero swung his sword and dodged the spear. The beast rushed forward. Hengzhong sneered. His sword began to envelop mana. Half of his face was covered by the soul of a reaper. He had awakened, and now no living creature was able to resist instinctive animal fear. The monster froze in horror. The hero pointed his sword at him and told him to get out of the way. The creature's eye narrowed. Mana gathered on the tip of the sword, and the Durandal skill was used. A moment later there was an explosion. The young man, escaping from the smoke, rushed to Inzul. He threw his spear again. The chains that broke out of the spear tried to forge the Hyunsung's sword. The guy frowned, realizing that the invader was trying to neutralize the sword first. Chains bound the sword. A second later, a huge number of swords appeared around the young man. A helmet formed on the guy's head. Carthage helped him, saying that as long as he was around, nothing posed a threat. The sword shattered into pieces. The hero turned around abruptly as the sword warned him of a hidden magical attack. The fetters shackled the guy. The invader's eyes lit up. Whips burst from his back. Tentacles with spikes rushed towards the young man. Hyunjun used Shaiden's power to cut his shackles. A moment later, he cut the invader to pieces. The mechanism rushed towards him. The young man raised his hand, using Gilda's protection. The whip struck his arm. The young man, looking at his hand, realized that Gilda's protection could not be used. At this moment, his sword said that their magic was different from normal. Inzul narrowed his eyes, looking at the enemy. Hyung-hung chuckled and said that they had been playing a terrible weapon, but in fact, one of them had already died. The hero, having collected mana in his hand, used the ability of the behemoth and absorbed the soul of the killed invader. In return, he was granted the blessing of rebirth. The commander gritted his teeth. He raised his spear, telling the guy not to even hope for a peaceful death. Dark mana rushed towards Hyung-hung. The hero used Raikiri's light, and it swept through the darkness. Inzul blocked his sword. The light struck the invader's chest. The man frowned at the pain. He threw his opponent back with a swing of his spear. Dark tentacles of mana burst out of the young man's body. The Reaper's bloodlust awakened. The young man stood up, wanting to use Durandal's ability. A stream of light covered the invader. He gripped his spear tighter, saying that he could not die like that. Spreading his arms to his sides, he dispelled a beam of energy. Hyung-hong gritted his teeth and frowned. The beast opened its mouth and said that it had no choice. The guy landed and stared at his opponent in shock. The commander took on his true form, armor covering his entire body. The hero frowned. The enemy's armor looked strong enough. Dark mana was released from the commander. Inzul raised his hand and said that even after hundreds of thousands of reincarnations, he would not be able to stop them. He had better shrink and be able to accept his fate. Like ripples on water, the mana rings passed by Hyung-hong. The young man looked at his sword. Looking at the six-armed demon, he realized that his strength was now comparable to Calamity. The guy lowered his gaze when the demon said that he didn't expect him to go this far. The hero dodged the enemy's attack. Turning to Inzo, he asked how he had made it so that there was not even a reaction to mana. Gritting his teeth, he said that he didn't know that everything would be so bad. The Reaper's bloodlust burst out of his body. Looking up, the young man decided to break through. He abruptly shifted his gaze to the side. Inzo moved behind him. The enemy's attack was blocked by the barrier of Carthage. Suddenly, a crack formed in the barrier. Seeing the barrier break, the hero was amazed. A moment later, the barrier was blown to pieces. Hyung-hung jumped back. The monster stretched out his hands to him. A lot of swords formed behind the young man. He immediately bent his foot. The guy jumped up. Inzo stretched out his fingers. A multitude of swords immediately pierced Hiroya. Blood escaped from his mouth. Starting to approach the enemy, the invader asked if he had surrendered. As if holding the guy in the palm of his hand, the demon said that if he surrendered, he would declare the end of his world. Hera's eyes rolled back. Blood spurted from his neck. Deus, summoning the soul of the young man, told him that there was no way he could resist it. The guy, throwing up his hand, asked if this was really the end, if it was all in vain. Deus, bowing his head, said that this was the strength of the commander of the invaders. None of them could cope with him, not even Ares, the precursor of madness from a past life. The hero, looking at his hand, said that he could not lose now. Looking down at his hands, he said that there was still a lot he hadn't done. It couldn't end like this. The guy raised his head abruptly when Deus said that there was only one way left. Some of Deus's clothes flashed as he said that he still hadn't given him his will. But if he passed it on to him, his reincarnation system would end there. This will be his last chance. He will be the brightest star. Gathering the mana in his palm, the man said that he would feel an unbearable will that he had never had to face before. As the mana swirled, he told the boy that his identity could be destroyed. Hiroya's hair fluttered as he said he was ready for this. Deus narrowed his eyes, saying that he was entrusting him with his will. He was giving him a blessing to break the established order. The mana web has diverged from Hiroya. Deus' mask broke as he told Hyun-young to stop at nothing. The guy smiled and thanked him. Then he called out to the jester of fate, his past life, who, hearing him, offered to put everything on the line. The young man, parting his lips, accepted his offer. The cards swirled around the jester. He drew one card. Then, unfolding it, he said that he had drawn an infinite regressor card. The jester stretched out his hand to Hero, asking if he was willing to endure eternal suffering. Hangzong sneered. Moving his lips, he said that he was ready for anything. Looking at the cosmos, Inzul said that even after hundreds of thousands of reincarnations, he could not stop them. The demon that had taken on his true form told Hyun-hong to surrender. The guy clenched his blade. He realized that he had moved at the moment when the enemy revealed his true appearance. He returned and again stood in front of the enemy. The young man swallowed. His sword enveloped the mana. He jumped up. Hyun-hong, along with 2 horses, rushed at the enemy. Looking at the beam of light, Inzul said that Raikiri had previously appeared in the Amos dimension. The commander of the 8th Invasion Corps had killed him. Although he was fast, which was nicknamed the Spearhead, it was not enough to kill the commander. The monster tilted its head. The hero, who turned into a ray of light, realized that his body was not moving the way he wanted. The guy was right in front of his opponent. Blood spurted from the young man's body. He barely raised his head, being wounded. The monster, having created many swords, said that this was the end. Hyun-hong's eyes widened as he went back in time. His back bent. He looked at his hand, realizing something. Raikiri's blessing was gone. In exchange for the regression blessing used, he was losing one random blessing from his past life. The guy seemed to be in the middle of darkness. Swords of darkness formed in the air. The hero stood up, deciding not to think anymore. As the swords rushed towards him, the young man said in his mind that he had already lost twice, but now he needed to think carefully before taking any risks. Thanks to the will of Danzig, the swords fell apart. The demon in front of the boy learned Danzig's will. Opening his mouth, he said that Danzig was losing to them in defense. His blessing was too weak, although the records of him were preserved in the system of past lives. But he still could not protect anyone. The old man was crying because of his weakness. Having created many swords, Inzil said not to rely too much on this protection, it would not help him. The swords rushed at Hiroya. The guy's muscles tensed. The Carthaginian shield formed around him, protecting him from attacks. The man, holding out his hand, said that the aura of Carthage was too familiar to him. He was the one who had first succumbed to them. A moment later, the barrier shattered into pieces. The hero rushed to the side. Hyang-jung poured mana into the sword. A wound formed on his arm. The guy began to deflect attacks from all sides, but there was no mana reaction. The sword unwound the young man's cheek. Swords were constantly attacking in the darkness. A wound formed on the side of the young man. The guy swung for a punch, trying to figure out how to handle it. Hyang-hong lowered his sword as the spirit alerted him to attack from the front. A spear formed behind the young man. The spirit immediately warned of this. A moment later, a spear pierced his chest and cut off his arm. The hero grabbed the wound. The demon, putting his hands behind his back, asked the guy if he would give up now. Hyang-jung smiled broadly and asked if he really thought he had given up. Stretching out his fingers, Inzil said that if he didn't, then he would end his world. A multitude of swords formed in the air again. The guy gritted his teeth, intending to kill this demon next time. A huge number of swords pierced through him. The young man's eyes widened. He swung his sword. He then poured mana into the sword using Shaiden's will. The demon held out his hand in front of him, saying that it was useless. Hiroya's body was cut into 2 pieces. Blood spurted in all directions, and at that moment, the guy lost one of his blessings again. For the 500th time, a spear pierced the boy's chest. On the 1000th return, his body was pierced by swords and spears. For the 2000th time, Inzil grabbed him by the throat. The sword plunged into the boy's chest. Inzil, stepping on his hand, said that he was too noisy. The hero, frowning, said that this was not the end, and he should not even think about it. The demon froze, looking at the guy. Thrusting his sword into the young man's head, he said that this was definitely the end now. Blood flowed non-stop. The system reminded time and again of absorbing a blessing in exchange for a return. The hero froze. It was his 5,320th return. The guy gritted his teeth in anger. Mana flashed at the tip of his sword. The young man grabbed the sword with both hands as it said that the mana reaction was unusual. The fight began with a piercing blow, followed by a comprehensive sword attack, which the young man dodged. The blade of the sword flashed. Hyang-jung lost his arm, but he didn't even think of retreating. He clenched his jaws, his only goal being to kill his opponent. Inzil wound up a javelin for throwing. The young man dodged the spear while receiving a blessing from the sword master. Suddenly, a spear pierced his stomach. The demon, laughing, said that he was not bad. Hyang-jung gritted his teeth. He clenched his fist and swung for a blow. The guy struck at the enemy. Frowning, the young man saw a chance. He began to move around the enemy non-stop, attacking them. Inzil's body began to fall. The hero, parting his lips, called for a sword. He plunged into the back of the head at high speed. The hero swept past the enemy like a ray. Inzil coughed up blood. Hyang-jung sneered. The demon's body shone. A moment later, it exploded. The hero took the sword out of the enemy's body. As he stared at his reflection, Inzil said that he couldn't lose like that. Hyang-hong swung his sword to strike. A bright shine filled the space. Events take us to the real world. Looking out the window, the girl asked Hyang-jung how he was feeling today. The young man lying on the bed did not answer her. Sachin, moving her lips, said that today he was looking into the void again. There was no consciousness in Hiro's eyes. He was lost. A girl sitting next to him asked if he could hear her. Looking out of the window, she said that everyone was waiting for him. They had come to see him yesterday. When evening came, Sachin said that she would be back tomorrow. When she left the room, she was asked if she was okay. Gina crossed her arms over her chest and stared at her friend. Unable to hold back her tears, the girl said that he wasn't even looking at her, let alone answering. He had been looking out the window for a whole month. Couldn't he come back? Gina pursed her lips. She averted her gaze, saying that Hyang-hong would definitely return. The hero found himself in a space full of light. As he looked around, he tried to figure out where he was. He grabbed his head sharply because of the pain. Holding his head, he tried to understand who he was, what he was doing, what he should do. The guy lowered his hand. A golden helmet appeared in this space. Carthage appeared and told the young man that they had finally met. He narrowed his eyes and called out the name of Hyang-hong. The young man turned to him and asked if Hyang-hong was his name. And how did he know his name? Who was he? Carthage, bowing his head, introduced himself. The guy's eyes widened in shock. Squinting, the man said that a righteous shield stood guard over the north of the empire. Hyang-jung clutched his head, saying that something was wrong. I didn't know how he knew his name. The warrior parted his lips and sighed. He summoned his spear. Grabbing the spear, he said that it was natural. Pointing the spear at the guy, he said that he was his past life. The young man's eyes widened as the warrior said that he was his first past life to appear before him if he had lost all the memories of his thousands of rebirths. Pointing his spear at Hyang-jun, he said that he would teach him again in the most familiar way. Sweat rolled down from Hiroya's face. He did not understand what it meant, what his past life and rebirths meant, what will teach meant. The young man, in the midst of the darkness, experienced a vague feeling of anguish. The guy frowned when Carthage granted him its blessing. Carthage, rushing forward, said that until his memory was restored, he would beat him every day, for if there were no trials and sufferings, there would be no result. A shield appeared in the young man's hand. An explosion thundered through the spirit space. The guy put the shield in front of him. The warrior straightened up and asked if he remembered anything. Hyeonghong's whole body trembled. The man swung for a blow, realizing that the guy did not remember anything. The hero blocked the enemy's shot. A moment later, a couple more blows fell on the shield. A hail of blows rained down on the shield non-stop. The young man fell to the floor. Carthage, waving his hand, said that his body remembered the old days. Now he needed to remember everything. The hero blocked the blows with his spear. Suddenly, a spear pierced his side. Carthage, swinging for a blow, said that he had always won, so he could do it this time too. The wound on her side began to heal. Hyeonghong squeezed his eyes shut. His eye opened abruptly. The sword in his hand enveloped mana, and the young man used Sidon's blessing. The spear rushed forward. The hero with his shield raised jumped up. Dark mana accumulated in his hand when Kasashin and Reaper granted him a blessing. The warrior's body was shrouded in the shackles of darkness. Hyeongjung knocked Carthage to the ground. The man, parting his lips, said that this expression was familiar to him. Looking at Hyeonghong's face, he said that he had now regained his memories and had won in the end. The sword began to dissolve, then Carthage said that this was the end of his role. Now no more regrets from past lives. The man with a smile on his face began to dissolve. The souls of past lives appeared in the air, each of them bestowing their blessing on Hyeonghong. The shield in the young man's hand began to dissolve. The souls disappeared, telling him that he had done a good job. The hero shed tears when 990,000 past lives paid tribute to him for fulfilling a long-held wish from a past life. Opening his eyes, the guy saw the ceiling. He looked at the bottle of water to the side. The young man began to greedily drink water. The girl opened the door. Entering, Sachin was amazed to see the guy wake up. She held out her hands to him, asking if he had really woken up. When Hyeongjung hugged her, she said that she was very worried. Taemin and Gyuwon, who had followed her, opened their mouths in shock. Wiping away a tear, the girl said that according to the doctor, his body was not badly damaged, so once he woke up, he could be discharged. Taemin, who was standing behind, asked if they wanted him to be discharged immediately. The hero replied saying that it was time for him to go back. Hansok burst into the room and asked how the elder was. Hansu replied by telling him not to worry about him because he was fine. Janso, sneering, said that they had better do without formalities. Hansu, smiling, said that they were waiting for him. Teshik, putting his hand to his chest, expressed his joy that the young man had woken up. Tavi, mouth agape in horror, said that she wanted to make a video, but missed the moment of waking up. Levian, smiling, said that he had no idea how much they feared that he would follow the same path as the teacher. After the death of the invader commander, he had the highest level of magical response, and the news spread that the cracks that had appeared all over the world began to heal, losing their strength. Seku, smiling, said that although he had looked from afar, it was surprising, he had done a very good job. The man, putting his hands behind his back, asked if he was satisfied with the service of the VIP ward of jail hospital. Izeria, smiling, said that it was all thanks to him, they had done a good job. While the hero was thinking about the possible appearance of new enemies, Gina entered the hall. She parted her lips, saying that he looked too smug. Did he know that in the end, she saved him when he fell? Smiling, she said that she now knew what he was worth. The hero also smiled, asking if this was really his teacher. Friends approached the young man one by one. Now all the obstacles were not scary, because they were not alone. Hyeonghong closed his eyes and laughed. He would go on no matter what, for a better future. Everything trembled. The wolf rushed to attack. The guy pointed the blade of his sword at him. He made a dash and pierced him. The beast fell to the ground. Hyeongjung wiped away his sweat. The vice leader thanked him for his good work. The man smiled and slammed the book shut. Everything quickly returned to normal in the restored world. The hunters began to help the wounded, but when the invasion headquarters collapsed, he thought that the cracks would not appear again. After the death of the commander, the invasion disbanded most of its forces. Devastation reigned around. There were those who did not do this. They could be considered as a remnant. The man laughed at the question of how big the remainder is. He explained that there are still quite a lot of them. But this is all nonsense, of course, the threat has not yet passed. Hyeonghong yawned tiredly. Levian said that due to the impact of defeating the last opponent, hunters around the world were uplifted. If you think about it, the invaders said that there were too many monsters. The hunters behind were already skinning the beast. All this would not end quickly, of course, there were fewer cracks. But they continued to arise and their work was not over yet. The hero could only sigh. He looked around and asked if they could go once they were done here. They left the dungeon. Levian began to admire the sunset. The Chosen One called out to him and told him that before the last battle with Inzul, did he remember how he traveled through the dimensions with his allies? The vice leader remembered that the hero was looking for relics of his past lives. Hyeonghong smiled and reached into his pocket. He had one left. He handed him the diary. The man stared at her in amazement. The guy calmly explained that looking at his reaction, he did not need to explain anything. With a trembling hand, the leader accepted it. He pressed her breasts and stared at her silently. Then he bowed. A grateful smile appeared on his face. Now Hyeonghong was sure that he had done everything right, but Levian thought that this was not the case. He looked at the hunter. Even if he gave him this book, but he was different from the teacher. Tears began to flow down his face. Now he admitted that they would not find any more traces of the teacher. Hyung-jung raised his hand and revealed that there were many spells in the book, most of which he would no longer be able to use. Levian looked up in surprise. The hero was sure that he would definitely cope with it. The sunset lit up two real men, Levian being Gildra's only successor. Hyung-hong smiled and stated that he was leaving this will to him. The vice leader laughed embarrassedly and thanked him. The day was turning to night. Hyung-jung returned to the city. He was called out on one of the streets. Nuna ran up to him. She slowed her pace and asked if the battle was already over. She showed me the box and asked me to guess what day it was. The guy scratched his head embarrassedly. He didn't know anything. He was even more embarrassed after the girl laughed and asked to open the box. The chosen one leisurely reached for the lid. Inside was a birthday cake. Hyung-hong shuddered. He knew that his holiday was still far away. He realized with horror that today was Nuna's birthday. The girl ostentatiously frowned, seeing how the hero said that he had forgotten and did not even prepare a gift. She closed the lid and said that the director had given her the cake. He snidely poked his finger at her. It was clear to him that the hero had forgotten everything, so he asked to take this cake and eat it. Healer turned away and said that it was the director, told me to ask him. The first snow fell. The girl came closer and, since the hero had not prepared a gift, she smiled shyly and asked to fulfill her wish. A blush appeared on Hyung-hong's cheeks. He didn't know what to expect. Nuna smiled. A romantic atmosphere reigned around. A friend asked to give her time just today. Hyun-jun didn't know what to say for a few seconds. The girl put her hand on his shoulder. The couple smiled at each other. The hero agreed. In an embrace, they went for a walk, so they returned to their usual everyday life.